by no means corresponds to the author's intention. That alternate reading according to which the self is constituted like private property, or even on the model of private property, resonates across some very different zones of modern thought, above all in those areas where the ego or personal identity has been the most strongly experienced as an unstable construction. In Adorno, for instance, coupled with the subject's historic enthronement as a mind was the delusion of its inalienability, where Michels's juridical implications are also formally linked to the death anxiety, very much present in the gold standard, as we shall see. Meanwhile, in Lacan, particularly in the notion of the ego or personality as a defense mechanism, indeed as a kind of fortress, that he borrows from Reich character analysis, the figure of landed property takes on well-nigh feudal and territorial proportions. If, in spite of that, we do not feel the intellectual kinship very strongly, this surely has at least something to do with the absence in Michels of the inevitable next step, the speculation as to what it would be like to live without that juridical protection, and as to the forms the subject itself must once have had, or might invent in the future, in the absence of this powerful but historical legal category of property. More than that, however, the difference in spirit between Michels's formulation and these other philosophical ones, even that of William James himself, lies in our uncertainty as to whether the former is still really an idea at all, our perplexity as to the status of this thought or theory, which, shorn of some more general philosophical power, has been functionally limited and pressed into merely local service in the establishment of connections or bridge passages between concrete historical descriptions. Even the theories here have therefore been therapeutically restricted, prepared, and transformed back into more historical textual materials, the self as private property being no longer an idea but a written formulation by William James, very much in the spirit of against theory. Now it is time to see the polemic forms the spirit takes in the gold standard, or, in other words, to move to the second impulse of this work, which, most often in the footnotes, draws active and proto-political consequences from the more neutral work of the establishment of homologies in the main body of the text. These no longer seem to turn on matters of intention in the reading of this or that lyric crux, but we will re-establish the connection shortly. Rather, particularly in the case of readings of Sister Carrie, they have to do with the evaluation of commodification and consumption, in a writer conventionally thought to be a realist and a social critic, who was associated with left-wing causes and movements all his life. The narrower argument turns on the character of Ames and on the question of whether the artistic ambitions he inspires in Carrie are to be read as a radical break with her earlier and more materialistic impulses. Michels argues that they are not, and I think he is right, but the argument is instructively formulated. The ideal that Ames represents to Carrie is thus an ideal of dissatisfaction, of perpetual desire, GS 42. We never do get out of commodity lust in Dreiser, there is no alternate vision, no counter-impulse can be sensed, no experience remains uncontaminated by it, nothing negates this omnipresent element, which Michels equally rightly identifies as the market. Or at least nothing social, for in his most electrifying pages Michels identifies what is, for Dreiser, the true other of the market and of commodity consumption, namely, death itself. In Sister Carrie, satisfaction itself is never desirable, it is instead the sign of incipient failure, decay, and finally death, GS 42. Something similar was at work in the Hawthorne reading, where the solution inalienability of title, romance, immunity to the market is equally one of aphonesis. Alice Pinkin fancies herself immune to possession, simply because she feels no desire, GS 108. If realism has any kind of meaning, then, it means that, the Hustwood parts of Sister Carrie, the representation of the deathly other of the market and desire, a literature only of exhausted desire and economic failure, GS 46. The realisms like that of poor old Howells that evoke some pastoral withdrawal from the market into some other, imaginary, inner-worldly space are all weak and sentimental fantasies, though the House of the Seven Gables is signally accepted from this judgment because it explicitly marks itself as a non-realism and confronts the contradiction head-on in its very form. Now the polemic is given another, Supplementary turn, for it follows, according to Michaels, that since Dreiser's is a work of absolute immanence to the market, Dreiser criticism can only dishonestly exhibit these texts as the market's critique. Suddenly, therefore, we are confronted with the unexpected re-emergence of one of the central problematics of all radical or Marxist literary or cultural criticism, namely, how the negative is to be conceived in practice and, in particular, how one can impute critical value to works that are ideologically or representationally complicitous with the system. What is at first blush politically shocking in Michaels, then, is not the evaluation of Dreiser himself, despite the writer's conscious ideological positions. It is what was shocking in a classic version of this debate which turned on a writer fully as ambiguous as Dreiser, namely, Balzac, in whose works commodity lust is also very much an issue, along with Tory fantasies of landed squireship and overt monarchist positions, of a very different complexion from Dreiser's. One is, I think, permitted to disagree with Marx and Engels and to judge Balzac to be far more deeply corrupt and irrecuperable than they thought, although in that case their position that Balzac was able to register contradictory social forces more acutely than merely liberal writers is the more complicated and interesting one. What is probably more shocking about such discussions in the gold standard is the very presence of this problematic itself, which has never interested formalist or aestheticist criticism and which we thought belonged to us, that the other side should now draw up its battle lines on our own terrain and offer to fight it out on matters of literary and cultural subversion or negative, critical value is now even more alarming than the appropriation of those economic materials and topics mentioned earlier and hitherto associated with the left. Doubts about the viability of critical and mostly dialectical models of the negative function of culture have, of course, come to be widespread in the post-structural period, but they have mostly been expressed by writers who remained political and hommes de gauche, and whose methods, like deconstruction, promised to be more subversive and more revolutionary than the traditional ones. But Michaels no longer raises, I think, any more than the new historicism in general, any claim of revolutionary or subversive value for his own work. Subversion indeed can serve as shorthand for a position or a principle that Michaels is concerned to deny in a variety of forms. We have already seen how various ideologies of nature, the natural, and authenticity, which range from debates about gold to political and economic positions on the natural wealth embodied by oil or wheat, are systematically targeted. Now it is clear that their deeper vice lies in their attempt to secure some utopian space outside the dynamics of the market, which can, for Michaels, be characterized as necessarily and constitutively impure, as an infinite supplementarity which can never know fulfillment, or satisfaction, and which draws all other kinds of space within itself. Another name for the illusory dream of an alternate non-market space is, of course, production itself, something provocatively exercised in the introduction, which stages Charlotte Perkins Gilman's attempt to conquer autonomy through self-production as a fantasy deconstructed by her own text, so that texts can apparently still undermine or subvert themselves, but in an immanence very reminiscent of Derridean deconstruction. But Michaels is clear that his conceptual enemies extend well beyond the Marxists and the feminists. Continental ideologies of desire also get their share of attention, in a critique of Leo Bersani that would hold, mutatis mutandis, for Kristeva and Deleuze as well, Lyotard economie libidinal is slipperier. It is not hard to show that the force of desire alleged to undermine the rigidities of late capitalism is, in fact, very precisely what keeps the consumer system going in the first place. The disruptive element in desire that Bersani finds attractive is for Dreiser not subversive of the capitalist economy but constitutive of its power, GS 48. This telling reversal can perhaps be read as the epitaph of one of the principal political positions of the 1960s, for which capitalism, by awakening needs and desires it was unable to fulfill, would somehow subvert itself, and it is certainly as part of a general systemic reaction against the 1960s that Michaels is in this respect to be read. What must now be emphasized, however, is the consonance of these polemics with the seemingly more limited positions of against theory, where, it will be recalled, a two-level offensive was waged on the ontology as well as the epistemology of so-called theory. On the ontological level, the vice of such thinking lay in a critical practice which somehow tried to isolate the author's intention from the text itself. What is wrong with this is then clarified by the more philosophical discussion of the epistemological level, in which the error is succinctly described as one of trying to stand outside our beliefs in a neutral encounter with the objects of interpretation, GS 27. The concept, or pseudo-concept, of subversion now suggests an illusion of this same type with respect to the system as a whole, the illusion that Dreiser's work, which is immanent to the market system and its dynamics and deeply complicitous with it, could somehow also stand outside that, achieve a transcendence with respect to it, normally even characterized as critical distance, and function as a criticism of it, if not indeed some outright political repudiation of it. But this obviously goes very far indeed. It was always implicit in the theoreticians of the total system, such as Foucault, that if the system was as tendentially totalizing as he said it was, then all local revolts, let alone revolutionary impulses, remained inside that and were in reality a function of its immanent dynamic. Nonetheless, Foucault himself still seemed able to act out and endorse a kind of local guerrilla warfare against the system. But of Foucault one might also say that since he did not believe in desire, he was not equipped to measure the seductions of the market as such. It remained for Baudrillard to give the most dramatic and paranoia-critical expression of this dilemma, in his demonstrations of the ways in which conscious ideologies of revolt, revolution, and even negative critique are far from merely being co-opted by the system, an integral and functional part of the system's own internal strategies. In the United States, what has survived of all this in the 80s is evidently the critique of consumption or consumer society itself. These are Michels's principal adversaries, which also explains why Dreiser becomes the crucial exhibit or battlefield, and it is worth quoting his crucial footnote on the matter at some length. I cite Richard Whiteman Fox and T. Jackson Lears here and Alan Trachtenberg and Douglas below, not because they seem to me particularly egregious instances of the genteel or progressive tradition in American cultural history, but just the opposite, because they are exemplary in their attempts to imagine alternative views of American culture. Which makes it all the more striking that they do not finally dissent from the genteel/progressive view of important works of art as in some sense transcending or opposing the market. My further point here is that American literary criticism, even more than American cultural history, has customarily understood itself and the objects of its admiration as being opposed to consumer culture and, with a few exceptions, continues to do so. No doubt the newly politicized proponents of oppositional criticism would reject this assimilation of their work to the genteel tradition. But transforming the moral hand-wringing of the 50s and 60s first into the epistemological hand-wringing of the 70s and now into the political hand-wringing of the 80s does not seem to be much of an advance. GS 14, and point 16. Leaving Michels himself out of it for the moment, this passage seems to be useful and therapeutic because of the uncomfortable way in which it raises a very American problem that is still very much with us, namely, the relationship between liberalism and radicalism. Michels is in effect impolitely suggesting that critics today who imagine themselves to be radicals are really nothing more than liberals, in all the weak and hand-wringing senses of that word. Michels thus offers us an opportunity for criticism/self-criticism of a significant and even urgent type at a moment when the self-definitions of the left are at best confused, if not aimless. His incisive formulations will be helpful in this process. Here is another one. What exactly did it mean to think of Dreiser as approving, or disapproving, consumer culture? Although transcending your origins in order to evaluate them has been the opening move in cultural criticism at least since Jeremiah, it is surely a mistake to take this move at face value, not so much because you can't really transcend your culture but because, if you could, you wouldn't have any terms of evaluation left except, perhaps, theological ones. It thus seems wrong to think of the culture you live in as the object of your affections. You don't like it or dislike it, you exist in it, and the things you like and dislike exist in it too. Even Bartleby-like refusals of the world remain inextricably linked to it. What could count as a more powerful exercise of the right to freedom of contract than Bartleby's successful refusal to enter into any contracts? GS 1819. This takes us all the way with the dilemma of getting out of the total system, which Michaels reinvents here. However, it is conceived whether the market and capitalism, or the American character and exceptional experience, American culture, the power with which the system is theorized outsmarts the local act of judging or resisting it from within, revealing that to have been yet another feature of the system itself, whether ruse or incest taboo, programmed into it in advance. Although the form of the dilemma replicates the more abstract model of against theory, Michaels's specific topic here is cultural criticism, an activity even more forcefully specified by the traditional German word, Kulturkritik, on which Adorno has forceful things to say in the great program essay that opens Prisms, an essay that includes Michaels's strictures within a much larger framework and raises issues significantly absent here, the status of intellectuals, the nature of culture itself as well as of its concept, and even the antinomy from which the dialectic itself emerges and in which it finds its reason for being, namely, how to do something which is impossible, yet indispensable, and in any case inevitable. Even Michaels's own peremptory solution to stop doing it does not engage the matter this far, although it surely includes the awareness that people will continue on with theory or cultural criticism as though nothing had ever happened. A final rehearsal of the matter: do texts refer to social reality? If they do they merely reflect it, or do they imagine utopian alternatives to it? Like the question of whether Dreiser liked or disliked capitalism, these questions Michaels wrongly limits them to questions of realistic representation seem to me to posit a space outside the culture in order then to interrogate the relations between that space, here defined as literary, and the culture. But the spaces I have tried to explore are all very much within the culture, and so the project of interrogation makes no sense. GS 27. In effect, Michaels here replays the great debate about the ethical, and vaguely Kantian, nature of Second International Socialism, among others, but with greater precision. Lukács diagnosed it as a moral imperative that summons us to create something which does not exist and can therefore virtually by definition never be realized. The projection of socialism as a radical ethical alternate to the existing order virtually ensures the impossibility of its coming into being, and this, not despite its plausibility and power as an ethical critique of capitalism, but virtually in proportion to it. On an empirical level, but Lukács's is also a telling critique of the very category of the ethical in Kant's thought, it is clear that the more corrupt and evil the existing order is, the less likelihood for anything better to emerge from it. Lukács rightly suggests that Marx's own, dialectical, account of the emergence of socialism from capitalism is very different from this one. The force of Marxism as such, as Marx himself projected it, was to have combined an argument about the desirability of socialism, and the intolerability of capitalism, with a demonstration of the ways in which socialism was already coming into being within capitalism, in which capitalism by some features of its logic was already creating the structures of socialism, and in which socialism is not staged as an ideal or a utopia but a tendential and emergent set of already existing structures. This is the essential realism of Marx's view, which the word inevitability somehow misrepresents in other ways and in which the strong or full form of what Marx meant by contradiction can be observed and examined. It is always worth adding that Marx was not wrong about this diagnosis, particularly if we take the long temporal perspective of the Grundriss in place of the foreshortened apocalyptic prophecies of capital itself. To take only one feature of Lukács's analysis, processes of collectivization can today be observed to have replaced market individualism on a range of levels, all the way down to the micro-experiences of daily life, something reflected in the molecular politics of the so-called new social movements. This model of the presence of the future within the present is then clearly quite different from the attempt to step outside actually existing reality into some other space. The workers of the commune, as Marx put it in perhaps his most incisive formulation, have no ideals to realize but to set free the elements of the new society with which old collapsing bourgeois society itself is pregnant. 5. The point is that systems, even total systems, change, but the question about the tendencies and the laws of motion of that change is also accompanied by the relatively distinct question of the role of human agency in the process, which may, of course, by a Hegelian ruse of history end up doing something very different from what it intended. Marx's notion of change is not in that sense a completely immanent one. Even if they have no ideal, the communards have a program, and their consciousness of it reflects the limits imposed on them by the very situation the program is designed to change. Mankind always raises only those problems which it is already in a position to solve. This is then the spirit in which we need to return to the more immediate matter of the market and the utopian critique of consumption and consumerism. It seems to me very important to persuade ourselves, as Michaels tirelessly insists here, that we are inside the culture of the market and that the inner dynamic of the culture of consumption is an infernal machine from which one does not escape by the taking of thought, or moralizing positions, an infinite propagation and replication of desire that feeds on itself and has no outside and no fulfillment. It is a process whose dangerous power can be more tangibly observed in the socialist countries today, which are attempting to solve the basic problem of the production and distribution of urgently needed and desirable consumers' goods without any great awareness of the autonomous dynamic of that culture of consumption thereby unleashed and in which we ourselves are plunged to the point of being unable to imagine anything else. This first moment, then, of a sense of the constriction of the total system, of its inescapability even for the imagination, is what can help us once again draw a firmer line between radicalism and liberalism. For the liberal view is generally characterized by the belief that the system is not really total in that sense, that we can ameliorate it, reorganize it, and regulate it in such a way that it becomes tolerable and we thereby have the best of both worlds. Susan Sontag's wonderful book on photography is exemplary in this respect. Her conception of image lust is a cognate of Michaels's vision of the market and consumption, but also a significant variant and alternate way of talking about that. Her conclusion about contemporary image culture is the classically liberal recommendation of a kind of diet cure for images, what she calls a conservationist remedy. If there can be a better way for the real world to include the one of images, it will require an ecology not only of real things but of images as well. But this solution, nothing in excess, is in reality determined by the phantasm of an alternate radical one, namely, Plato, or the puritanical suppression of images altogether. Her concrete example of this is Maoist China. I suspect that this kind of deep-seated fear, what I have elsewhere called the anxiety of utopia, is also at work in defenses of the market which fantasize the utter removal of consumption, images, and desire at the very moment when the socialist countries themselves are edging closer to all those things. I would therefore draw the opposite conclusion from Michaels. Critiques of consumption and commodification can only be truly radical when they specifically include reflection, not merely on the problem of the market itself but, above all, on the nature of socialism as an alternative system. Unless the possibility of such an alternate system is grappled with and theorized explicitly, then I would agree that the critique of commodification tends fatally to turn back into a merely moral discussion, into mere culture-critic in the bad sense and a matter of hand-wringing. The conquest of discursive hegemony in the 1980s by what it seems more accurate to call Thatcherism rather than Reaganism combined the naturalization of a set of economic dogmas: budgets must be balanced, production must be efficient, with the seemingly now universally accepted conviction that socialism does not work, a conviction largely achieved by discursive struggles, as Stuart Hall has tirelessly shown us, reinforced by the disintegration of any clear conception of what socialism ought to be and how it ought to function, particularly in the socialist countries themselves. One would think, however, that rather than dropping the whole business in embarrassed silence, this would very precisely be the moment to discuss it publicly. I say all this because the problem of the market is itself central to the problem of theorizing or conceptualizing socialism. There has emerged in recent years the beginnings of a rigorous debate on the left around the market, largely but not exclusively written by Marxist economists in the West. Virtually the most important achievement of Michaels's own book has then been to place this topic back inescapably on the agenda, and on the agenda of cultural criticism itself, which must now shake itself out of its immanence and include the heterogeneous materials of economic and market debate alongside its textual analyses. These political issues, the market and socialism, are, as he shows us only too well, the ultimate consequences, the ultimate stake. In this kind of literary or cultural analysis, it would be ironic for us to leave the field to him. All of which seems to imply that we can step outside our system or our culture after all. But this powerful objection, which Michaels tellingly formulates for us over and over again, seems to me to involve a misunderstanding of the uses and function of utopian thought and even utopian critique. I will leave out of the discussion the occasional usage by some of us whereby the code word is simply a euphemism for socialism itself. To posit such discourse and its interest is not at all to affirm its possibility, or, in Michaels's language, its capacity in any fully realized sense to step outside our own system. That would be a still relatively representational view of the matter, leading us to inspect More or Skinner to make an inventory of their positivities and then to add up and compare their visionary achievements. What they achieved, however, was something rather different from achieved positivity. They demonstrated, for their own time and culture, the impossibility of imagining utopia. It is thus the limits, the systemic restrictions and repressions, or empty places, in the utopian blueprint that are the most interesting, for these alone testify to the ways a culture or a system marks the most visionary mind and contains its movement toward transcendence. But such limits, which can also be discussed in terms of ideological restriction, are concrete and articulated in the great utopian visions. They do not become visible except in the desperate attempt to imagine something else, so that a relaxed consent to immanence, a consciousness in advance of the necessary failure of the project that leads us to renounce it, can yield no experimental information as to the shape of the system and its boundaries, the specific social and historical fashion in which an outside is unattainable and we are turned back in on ourselves. This is also, in a more restricted way, the relationship we need to develop to the radical impulses of earlier literature and culture. That Dreiser or Gilman failed to think their way out of the systems that surrounded them as some ultimate horizon of thought is scarcely surprising, but these are specific and concrete failures that yield some insight into the way in which a radical movement towards something else is also part and parcel of the system it seeks to evade or outsmart, so that at some outer limit these very gestures of revolt are also those programmed into the system. Nor is such a process merely a matter of thinking new thoughts, but rather that quite different and more tangible thing, the production of representations. Indeed, the priority of literary and cultural analysis over philosophical and ideological investigation in this respect lies very precisely in the concrete fullness of detail afforded by every representation as to its own failure. It is the failure of imagination that is important, and not its achievement, since in any case all representations fail and it is always impossible to imagine. This is also to say that in terms of political positions and ideologies, all the radical positions of the past are flawed, precisely because they failed. The productive use of earlier radicalisms such as populism, Gilman's feminism, or even these anti-commodity impulses and attitudes that Lears and others have begun to explore lies not in their triumphant reassemblage as a radical precursor tradition but in their tragic failure to constitute such a tradition in the first place. History progresses by failure rather than by success, as Benjamin never tired of insisting, and it would be better to think of Lenin or Brecht, to pick a few illustrious names at random, as failures, that is, as actors and agents constrained by their own ideological limits and those of their moment of history than as triumphant examples and models in some hagiographic or celebratory sense. Dreiser's corruption is very much to the point here. What Michaels does not take into account in his denunciations of radical misreadings of Dreiser is why readers made them in the first place, and continue to do so, why something in the text should so imperiously tempt us to assume that this elaborate anatomy of commodity lust might spring from some inner distance from it rather than from the sheerest complacency. But this is the very ambiguity of naming a phenomenon and designating or foregrounding it. Once isolated in the mind's eye, it becomes an object for judgment irrespective of authorial intention, and misreaders of Michaels himself will then be forgiven for sometimes assuming that he himself judges commodity lust in Dreiser in a positive way despite his frequent assertions that it cannot, in fact, be judged at all in that sense, positively or negatively, and that we cannot take positions like that on what exists. Indeed, the moment of truth of Michaels's anti-liberalism, one cannot, I think, call it conservatism in any positive or substantial ideological sense, can perhaps better be grasped by analogy with what I will call the ontological commitments of the various stages of the modern, or better still, the bourgeois, novel. What Lukács called the great realists, that is, the principal realistic novelists of the 19th century, can be characterized in terms of a kind of aesthetic vested interest in being itself, which is to say, in the apprehension of society as a form of stable being, which, despite its convulsions and the inner rhythms of its lawful transformations, can somehow eventually be grasped as such and registered. However progressive some of them may have been, they therefore could, by virtue of their calling and their aesthetic, have no stake in a vision of the social world that allows for abrupt modifications and, as it were, dialectical transformations in the very laws of that order and its local form of human nature. The deeper formal kinship between such novelists and the historians themselves suggests that this second profession equally determines a kind of ontological commitment to the massive density of social being and experience. Michaels's own interests as a historical critic, of a new type, seem to me essentially to converge with these, for the theorists he considers radical threaten the stability of the object of study, sometimes here known simply as the market, and, by seeming to suggest that it can be replaced by something else, tend to trivialize and undermine the research project. All this seems to me to change with what is called modernism, where the experience of real social change in industrialism now inspires serious doubts as to the stability of being and equally serious premonitions of the constructed or demiurgic nature of the social, while, that process having been completed in the postmodern, the artists of this final period can scarcely be bothered with being itself at all in their conviction as to the weightlessness and textualization of multiple social realities. This more postmodern position would seem, however, rather to characterize the left wing of the new historicism, so to speak, while that of high modernism should probably be reserved for a different kind of historiography altogether, such as that of Hayden White. A consideration of Michaels's own conception of the market will now lead us on into the third strand of his book and raise the question of that historical paradigm that sometimes seems implicitly to subtend it and at others to take center stage and become its official topic and central issue. What must first be noted is that the market is in Michaels what is today often contemptuously described as a totalizing concept. In this he parts company with the mainstream of the new historicism, which, in both its Renaissance and Victorian variants, does not seem to pose or presuppose any absent yet all-informing totality or system of this kind. It seems superfluous to point out what Michaels systematically exploits in a variety of ways, namely, that this particular way of naming the system displaces the emphasis and the types of explanations called for from production or distribution to exchange and consumption. Michaels's polemic against the rhetoric of production is not explicitly directed against Marxism, which does not figure here as a topic. Indeed, its principal occasion is rather the feminism of Charlotte Perkins Gilman. Still, to avoid misunderstandings, it is worth affirming that Marx's analysis of capital is not, pace Baudrillard, a productionist one, and that the great 1857 draft introduction to the Grundrisse affirms the dialectical indissolubility of the three dimensions of production, distribution, and consumption. If in spite of that Marx has always been, rightly, understood as seeing production as the key to understanding the other processes, that is because the mainstream of economic thought before and since, and including Michaels, persists in absolutizing consumption and the market. The affirmation of the primacy of production, whatever that might mean exactly, offers the most effective and powerful way of defamiliarizing and demystifying ideologies of the market itself and consumption-oriented models of capitalism. As a vision of capitalism, then, the affirmation of the primacy of the market is sheer ideology. It is also, however, something else in Michael's, and this now needs to be addressed. We have already noted the tendency of a homologizing method to pose, implicitly or explicitly, some kind of structure that would justify the analogizing juxtaposition of the various raw materials or documents and provide the form or terms by which they can somehow be affirmed to be the same. But in Levi Strauss, despite his agile methodological footwork, this common structure remains a transcendent mechanism which never completely folds back into any one of its surface manifestations, no matter how privileged, and therefore never utterly vanishes into the immanence of ethnographic description. As we have seen, however, the whole thrust and originality of the new historicism lay in its discomfort with such transcendent entities and its effort to do without them altogether while preserving the discursive gains of the homological method. Michaels clearly shares this working position, but just as clearly distances himself from new historicist practice in his effort to stage this absent common structure as an asphyxiating total system the market and thereby to endow his readings with a rather different kind of effect, that of some all-embracing closure, some all-encompassing fatality. But how can this procedure be theorized? The market is surely not any longer to be grasped as some old-fashioned worldview or zeitgeist. Its effects in Michaels have some family likeness with the Foucauldian episteme, but that, as its very designation suggests, continues to be couched and described in terms of knowledge and to yield accounts, first, of some specific order and pattern of thinking, and, later on, of an order of discursive rules that preselect certain kinds of verbal possibilities and exclude others. That also does not exactly seem to be what is happening here. The Foucault of the Prisons book with its biotechnologies of the body and its tendential grid of power and control produced effects more consonant with Michaels's baleful deployment of the market here, but, unlike Greenblatt, Michaels does not seem to be much interested in power. His own word for the matter is the best one after all. He calls all this the logic of naturalism, and by extension seems also to imply some deeper logic or dynamic of the market, in terms of which that specific aesthetic logic, and also those of the other exhibits, of non-naturalists like Gilman or Hawthorne, can be grasped. This observation is not, in a book with the title of this one, a criticism. In my opinion, it is diagnostically more productive to have a totalizing concept than to try to make one's way without one. The Frankfurt School did not proceed otherwise, with its often somewhat fuzzy conception of late capitalism, or, alternately, the more Weberian administered society. My point lies elsewhere, namely, that such an organizing concept or system would seem to raise real problems for the schema of against theory, with its individualist emphasis on authorial intention, even though we're not supposed to use that word any longer, and with its more general restriction to categories of the individual subject. In an Anglo-American empiricist world of individual subjects and decision-makers, what can possibly be the status of this trans-subjective logic of the market? For those formed in continental theory, such questions were always the most mysterious and perplexing absences in the earlier essay. Surely the Freudian unconscious, to take one theoretical reference point, does not always say what it means and mean what it says. What became of Freud, or Marxian conceptions of ideology, let alone the Foucauldian episteme mentioned above, or Baudrillard's code, or Hegel's ruse of reason, then seemed a very urgent problem indeed, one omitted from the anti-theorists' list of exceptions, narratology, stylistics, and prosody, and conspicuous by signal lack of mention altogether. Yet these trans-individual entities are the very locus of interpretation today, in its strongest sense, for good or ill. Far more than the debates over authorial intention, such continental concepts have provided the most frequent alibis for critical hypotheses about meanings not intended by their authors, nor does the Gadamer-Hirsch exchange really do justice to the complexity of such issues. At this point, however, the gold standard seeks to answer this question and implicitly to enlarge the framework of against theory and its problematic. For one thing, Freud here at last makes his fateful appearance. He pops up unexpectedly among the photographers in the last chapter, reminding one a little of ragtime, not bad history either, there with the most astonishing, and astonishingly pertinent, of the homologies comes into view, photography and psychoanalysis as events roughly contemporaneous with each other and as phenomena sharing a common structure, or at least turning on a similar structural problem. We have already seen Michaels arguing, on the occasion of Hawthorne, that photography was not photographic realism or representation, that it was somehow less representational than painting or realism. That argument, still relatively ostentatious in its ingenuity, cited Hawthorne as authority for the sense that somehow photography was more hermeneutic and penetrated behind the surface of things in a distinctive and mysterious way. Meanwhile, one had the sense that photography, whose peculiar and untheorizable processes have unexpectedly become central to postmodernism, promoted, as it were, to the very top of the latter's new hierarchy of the fine arts, virtually for the first time in its short lifespan shares with naturalism at least the eccentricity of an unclassifiable cultural convulsion, familiar surfaces subtended by a whole archaic world of libido, which, however, vanishes when you try to fix it head-on with the naked eye. Now the place of the unconscious comes centrally into view. It is what exceeds intention, what is not mastered by the intentional act or the intentional expression. In short, it is chance, accident, the unforeseeable. Michaels does not mention the fact that in this same period, with statistics and probability theory, mathematics is also in the process of mastering and outthinking chance, as witness Mallarmé and un coup d'etat. For however the photographer chooses his angle and viewpoint, a host of unforeseen, unplannable detail will be registered on the final plate, something later on celebrated in film theory, in Bazin's glorification of the deep shot in Wells and Renoir as the very space of being itself, where the worldness of world opens up and deconceals itself beyond all the petty intentions of the mere individual human subject. But chance will also be the stumbling block for the art photographers of the period, Stieglitz above all, who, seeking to promote photography as an art like painting and with a dignity equal to paintings, whereas its ultimate achievement of this status in the postmodern involved a demotion of painting and art as such, found themselves running up against the fact that as artists they could not lay claim to everything within their artifact because significant zones of it had nothing to do with them and escaped their direction or control. How to argue that the final product was in any aesthetic or demiurgic sense really theirs? This is the moment when Freud enters the picture. It turns out that the unconscious, slips of the tongue, dreams, neurotic symptoms, chance in the largest sense of the word, is not some other of consciousness, the other scene or stage, as Freud liked to call it, but rather very precisely an enlargement of consciousness, a widening of the very concept of intention so as to catch these aberrant phenomena also in its net and to make them willed and deliberate, to confer on them also the meaningfulness of the conscious act. The discovery of the unconscious thus problematizes agency only to extend it, finding actions where only accidents had been, GS 222. It is enough, with this turn of the screw Michaels outsmarts the continental objections to against theory at the same time that he triggers the operation of a new homological series that comes to include machinery, via pairs, GS 230, and gambling, Wharton House of Mirth. He also thereby turns Freud back into a local, historical text, and just another of his exhibits, no less privileged than the other documents but no more so either. Psychoanalysis will now definitively be set back in place as the compulsion not to let chance count as chance, GS 236. This is, however, not quite the end of the story, that the adventures of agency, of consciousness and intention, are not really concluded here becomes clearer when we recall the matter of the market, whose status as something like agency on an utterly impersonal scale is scarcely addressed in the skirmish with Freud. In fact, the political unconscious of Michaels's book has not stopped thinking about the problem in another, more consequent way, and it has something rather different to tell us, not a theory, exactly, not a solution, but an evolution and a restructuration of the problematic itself that is even more significant, an acknowledgement of the deeper issues than the settling of accounts between intention and psychoanalysis. The market, after all, first sent us back to individual subjects: Dreiser, Gilman, Hawthorne, Norris, et.al., and their characters who, caught in its logic of consumption, acted out and demonstrated the impossibility of getting out of that into something else. Getting out of that simply meant dying, when not the romance fantasy of immortal property rights, as in Hawthorne. But what if this particular search could be prolonged in an unexpected and more consequent way? What if, in the failure to theorize the system, the impossibility of thinking some non-individual, meaningful, collective yet impersonal agency, what Marxism calls the mode of production, another possibility opened up to grasp a different kind of agency still somehow a subject, like the individual consciousness, yet now immortal, impersonal in another way, collective beyond the dreams of populism, and embodied, institutionalized in so rigorous a fashion as to give it social and historical objectivity beyond all fantasy? The third strand of Michaels's book then consists in watching the emergence of this other kind of character so different from the anthropomorphic ones: the first signs, straws in the wind, redoubled reference, insistence growing more than significant, and finally the thing itself, full dress and full-blown, in its ultimate triumph. To keep the frame of reference, it is a little like those amazing final pages in Norris Octopus when we finally penetrate the outer offices and come face to face with God himself, behind the chairman's desk. In modernism, this will turn back into an encounter with the author, as in Unamano Mist. The futures market already gave us some sense of what would happen to time itself and to individual uncertainty when you got the proper handle on it. Now, however, through the welter of merely empirical fact, the Rockefellers and their hand-wringing enemy Ida M. Tarbell, we break through to the new thing and its category, the trust, the monopoly, the soulful corporation, with its new corporate law. This new subject of history now abolishes the individual characters of laissez-faire, with their false problems. It supersedes the opposition between production and consumption. It finally does something to the very category of the machine itself, which figured rather differently in the photography chapter. In fact, following Seltzer's lead, we can say that the discourse of force not only undoes the opposition between body and machine but, perhaps more surprisingly, undoes the opposition between body/machine and the soul, between something that is all body and something that is no body at all. Thus Davis can think of the corporation as simultaneously intangible, no body, and a machine, all body, not because he is inconsistent but because these two conditions are more like one another than either is like the alternative, a soul in a body. GS 201. Much the same, he concludes, can be said about the octopus. Indeed, it must be, for the corporation is not first and foremost a matter of power or of thinking and philosophizing, although it is also the occasion for Royce's concept of the community of interpretation GS 188, nor even of the invention of new juridical categories or the application of traditional ones in some new way. It is first and foremost a matter of representation. This is the modernist moment, not merely the emergence of reflexivity about the process of fiction making, the weakest of all accounts of modernism, but rather the dawning sense of that necessary failure that is now to be forestalled, or better still, to be transformed into a new kind of success and triumph, by reckoning the very impossibility of the representation back into the thing itself. Hence the corporation comes to seem the embodiment of figurality that makes personhood possible. Rather than appearing as a figurative extension of personhood, GS 205. Suprapersonal agencies are unthinkable for the individual mind, that is, at least, what they tell us when we use words like class or class consciousness, and woefully anthropomorphic categories like Lukács's much derided subject of history. And yet they exist and we name them. One thing might be believing in the existence of the new entity, and another, grasping it as a figure for what we can't really think or represent in the first place. At any rate, Michaels here yanks the last bit of rug out from under the individual subject or character, which turns out not to be what we project onto the suprapersonal entity to make it look like a person but rather to be itself an effect and a figure, a projection back from the collective, a second-order illusion generated by the priorities of history itself. Being immortal, the corporation also stills those fears of death and dying aroused, as we have seen, by individual consumption. But this is now a relatively insignificant feature of the process whereby the gold standard rises to the occasion and produces a concept of the collective itself and of collective agency. In some philosophical or theoretical sense, of course, the problem has not been solved but compounded, for we now find ourselves in the presence of two such concepts, in other words, of the contradiction between the corporation and our old friend the market, which has persisted in life throughout this other, seemingly momentous, change. On one level of history, something has happened. The corporation and the trust have consigned individualism, and its forms and categories, to the ashcan of history. On the other level, nothing has changed and the market continues as before, as far as the eye can reach. If the market means capitalism as a system, however, and the trust only one moment, or restructuration, of that system, then the contradiction is no longer very damaging except on the level of the text and of detail, where we continue to shuttle between one code and the other. But is the market finally an instance of the same order as the newly immortal soulful trans-individual character of the great trust? Is the market also somehow a person or an effect of the figurality of personhood? What is the relationship between such a logic and the actors, consumers, writers, and trusts alike caught up in its ineluctable machinery? What current developments in neopragmatist theory suggest is that the market bears the same relationship to individual subjects, with their desires and their commodity lust, as the charged term belief to the conscious. Theoretical attempts, sometimes designated as knowledge, to step outside that, to theorize or even to change it. Belief is here the missing totalization, the other term you can never get out of, some ultimate and definitive form of ideology fixed for all time, or what Sartre called the originary choice of being. The only relevant truth about belief is that you can't go outside it, and, far from being unlivable, this is a truth you can't help but live. It has no practical consequences, not because it can never be united with practice but because it can never be separated from practice. At 29. But have we not gotten a little out of belief just by calling it the market and giving it that figuration? And in that case, which comes first? Is it the condemnation of human beings to belief in this absolute sense which generates the infernal dynamic of the market? Or is it the market which somehow produces today this odd concept of belief? Is not the very separation of belief from knowledge presupposed here itself an example of the production of a theory by way of the artificial creation of two abstract entities out of an inseparable reality? Part 2. Deconstruction as nominalism. One's occasional feeling that, for post-structuralism, all enemies are on the left, and that the principal target always turns out to be this or that form of historical thinking, could conceivably lead to something other than impatience and exasperation if we drew a rather different kind of consequence. For it does not follow, for that tireless and implacable search and destroy mission of post-structuralism that finds traces and contaminations of the diachronic with more precision than any previous theoretical or philosophical technology, that it is synchronic thought that is thereby privileged. Synchronic thought is not particularly vindicated by the deficiencies of the diachronic. Indeed, it remains peculiarly contradictory and incoherent. The demonstration of this is often referred to as the critique of structuralism, with this difference: unlike the diachronic, the conceptual antinomies of the synchronic are at once obvious and unavoidable. Synchronic thought is a contradiction in terms, it cannot even pass itself off as thinking, and with it the last traditional vocation of classical philosophy vanishes. What results then is the paradox that the diachronic becomes coterminous with thinking itself and is established as the privileged terrain of philosophy by the very force of the onslaughts upon it. If post-structuralism, or, as I prefer, theoretical discourse, is at one with the demonstration of the necessary incoherence and impossibility of all thinking, then by virtue of the very persistence of its critiques of the diachronic, and by way of the targeting mechanism itself, which consistently finds temporal and historical conceptualities positioned at the center of its objective, the attempt to think history in however confused or internally contradictory a fashion at length becomes identified with the very vocation of thought itself. These crude images, Vorstellungen, of time and change, and the cumbersome machinery of the dialectic, are palpable failures of representation, much like the naive wingspans of the first birdman when compared with the Wright brothers' airplane. Only in this connection we have no airplane to compare them with. Nonetheless, one can perfectly well imagine the first sophisticated hominid philosophers, already skeptics of an advanced sort, complaining among themselves about the awkwardness of the rocks their fellows used to beat and break and pound. These clumsy objects, they feel, do not even reach approximation with their concept, the instrument or tool. They are of a piece with the level and quality of social life of the hominid population itself, who, archaeologists now tell us, bumped into each other a lot, were frequently confused, had short attention spans, and generally milled around aimlessly without identifiable purpose or goals. Would our hominid philosophers need some more advanced concept to make such a critique, the notion, for example, of a specialized handle and a head whose function was sharply differentiated from that the gleaming first Platonic idea of a hammer? Or might they not equally well have concluded that the achievement of genuine instrumentality, and differentiation, was impossible for humankind, and that even the machinery latent in the most advanced human thought as far as the mind can reach is doomed to a kind of comical incoherence and a representational inadequacy with its concept, space rockets fully as much as hammers, computers fully as much as blackened fire sticks? For intention is somehow always deeply comical. We do not need the banana skin and the interruption of an intended action for the human act, from this perspective, always to strike us as ontologically inadequate, Homeric laughter. For that, it is enough for the intention itself to be separated out from the act and to hover alongside it as a now no longer quite internal standard of judgment. At that point the very project of a human being to walk even without slipping is a matter of some hilarity. The implication, however, is that we should at least dispel all the ideological illusions of technological progress, and that something has been gained when we restore to all human action and thought this ineradicable dimension of clumsiness its homemade characteristics, its unspecialized core of popular mechanics and uncoordinated infantile experimentation. The objects may be as complicated as you like, as complex as the history of philosophy itself, but when one comes to the great acts of thought and conceptualization, those of Kant or Hegel, Galileo or Einstein, what must be recaptured is the crude and peremptory simplicity when not simple-mindedness with which they finally decide to shatter one rock upon another. Rousseau, another of those great hominids, decided to invent the concept of history. In his case, we can all the more easily leave aside the complex story of his precursors and his conditions of possibility, since he himself, faux naïve, liked to think of the matter as starting from scratch, cobbling together an ingenious piece of homemade furniture, as T.S. Eliot wonderfully puts it about Blake's philosophy, except that he thought tradition was something other than that, and in general the problem with the idea of bricolage lies in its presupposition that there is another, more efficient way of doing things. It is the interest of Rousseau, as one of the great cruxes and white elephants of Western philosophy, to offer the spectacle of this crude new thought history on the moment of its invention out of nothingness. It is important to add at once, however, that the greatness of Rousseau's most advanced critic and analyst, Paul de Man, is of the same order as this. The grandiose architectonics of the Rousseau half of allegories of reading, the immense building up of the fundamental blocks of metaphor, self, allegory, allegory of reading, promises, and excuses, a Darstellian of which he, like the Marx who had just finished the first volume of Capital, had reason to be proud, is no less an ingenious piece of homemade furniture than the peculiar compositions it took as its object of study. The very crudeness of its emergent philosophical generalizations is now to be grasped as a matter of honor and a title of glory. To begin from zero in the realm of thinking is not an achievement given to everyone. De Man kept faith with Rousseau precisely in this aboriginal construction of the text itself, and it seems to me more productive to insist on the relationship between the difficulty of his own book and the stark simplicity of its newly forged thoughts than to evoke a hyper-sophisticated thought of the other so complex and subtle as to stand forever out of reach, and thereby to stimulate those feelings of textual envy which Harpham has identified in De Man's critics. To put it in another, more aesthetic, way, restoring the clumsiness of some initial thought process means returning to the act of thinking as praxis and stripping away the reifications that sediment around that act when it has become an object. Gertrude Stein liked to say that every masterpiece came into the world with a measure of ugliness in it. It's our business as critics to stand in front of it to recover its ugliness. 10. De Man's status as a critic and thinker is so absolutely bound up with that of Rousseau that the uncertainties about the latter's historical specificity, as there are multiple, but not infinite, possibilities of reckoning this, I prefer to avoid the word indecidability, project uncertainties about de Man's own project. For one thing, few contemporaries have lived the crisis in history, the crisis in historiography, the crisis in the narrative language of the diachronic, so intensely as de Man. The possibility of returning afresh to this extreme experience, however he himself decided to handle it theoretically, is then one of the sources of the value and significance of his reflection on it for us. I began to read Rousseau seriously, he tells us, in preparation for a historical reflection on Romanticism, and found myself unable to progress beyond local difficulties of interpretation. In trying to cope with this, I had to shift from historical definition to the problematics of reading. This shift, which is typical of my generation, is of more interest in its results than in its causes. This final sentence shrewdly attempts to cut his own solutions off from the historical perspective which he found himself unable to adopt for his own objects of study. If respected, therefore, this cautionary note is self-fulfilling and validates the subsequent positions themselves. One understands, obviously, what he meant by both features of the passage just quoted, the vacuousness of the narratives of manuals of literary history, which are constitutively unable to confront the texts themselves except as examples, and the crude causalities of the history of ideas, which sometimes reach their formulation in psychoanalysis, something for which he had a lifelong aversion, or else, less frequently, their generalization in the form of vulgar sociology. It would be a mistake, however, to limit the originality of de Man's experience of this problem to some mere shift from diachrony to synchrony, the form it might take, for example, in some future manual of the history of ideas of our own period. But the repudiation of the periodizing categories of the manuals is a complicated and dialectical one, since they are also retained in de Man's work, in which notions of the radical difference between the Enlightenment and Romanticism remain in force, along with a certain more hesitant distinction between Romanticism and Modernism. Romanticism is, among other things, the moment of Schiller and of the vulgarization of 18th-century thought, or its transformation into an ideology, to use a different language. Romanticism thus becomes a dangerous moment, a moment of seductiveness, to use de Man's central ethical category, but what seduces us here is a thought system or an ideological synthesis. The dialectic would also be included, when we call it that and mobilize it at that level of generality, whereas the modern marks the triumph of a more properly verbal and sensory seductiveness, a point to which we will return. It was therefore crucial for de Man to secure the historical specificity of the 18th century, as is clear in his otherwise seemingly unmotivated warning in the preface to the Rhetoric of Romanticism. Except for some passing allusions, Allegories of Reading is in no way a book about Romanticism or its heritage, a correction that implied the tendency of at least some readers to assimilate the descriptions in that book, and Rousseau's texts, to his readings of the texts of other periods. The trouble with Marxism, he once observed in private conversation, is that it has no way of understanding the 18th century. Unfamiliar with the literature, he could not have been aware how shrewd an insight this was into the transition debates, as well as those about bourgeois revolution and the relationship of state power to capitalism. In the manuals, the 18th century is customarily identified as the moment of the birth of history, of historicity and the sense of history, as well as the possibilities, if not yet the practice, of modern historiography. How this characterization is to be related to its other pseudonym, the Age of Reason, lies in the peculiar coordination between the exercise of reason and the emergence of those new historical realities, the discovery of older radically different modes of production in the Americas and Tahiti, the conflict of modes of production in pre-evolutionary Europe, with which it had never previously had to deal. Now, for one long moment, reason will set all the facts aside, to reproduce one of Rousseau's most scandalous gestures, and try to work history up by sheer abstract deduction or reduction. In other words, to think its way back to the origins of this or that, virtually the central category in this philosophical debate on history, by removing what is inessential from the materials of contemporary life. Kant's word for this procedure, which he follows in his own philosophical reasoning, was rather freely rendered by an early translator as to annihilate in thought after the richer empirical historiography that developed in the 19th century. The procedure will cease to characterize the exercise of philosophical reason in any central way, and fall to the status of the thought experiment, or, in phenomenology, Merleau-Ponty's notion of the phantom member, feeling in a limb that has already been amputated as a dramatization of the impossibility of grasping something we can never be without, such as language, or being itself, or the body. The epistemological privilege of the 18th century, then, its value for us as a unique conceptual laboratory, lies in the paradoxical situation that, particularly with Rousseau, it not merely produced the concept of origins but also, virtually simultaneously, its most devastating critique. This seems in part to have been what made Rousseau an ideal object of study for de Man. Rousseau can also be read as opening that conceptual space later on secured by the dialectic itself, but de Man's chapter on that fundamental dialectical text which is the discourse on the origin and foundations of inequality, hereinafter called simply the second discourse, does not give, nor does it try to give, an adequate picture of the larger narrative form of this essay, in part because his central illustration, the giant as metaphor, is drawn from a secondary fragment, draft or sequel to this one, no one quite knows which, called the Essay on the Origins of Language. Rousseau's thoughts on language in the second discourse are certainly interesting enough, but as much for their function and narrative position as for their content. They can serve as a fundamental demonstration of that reduction in thought just referred to, and of the way in which Rousseau necessarily sets all the facts aside to arrive at what is at least a negative concept of the state of nature, peeling away successive layers of everything artificial and unnecessary, social, luxurious, and thereby immoral, from human reality in order to see what remains when those inessentials are stripped away. At that point, Rousseau will then reverse the process in order to reconstruct the history by which these degraded supplements came into being and human society as we know it today emerged. His is therefore virtually the first example of that progressive-regressive method Sartre attributed to Henri Lefebvre, but which the latter credited to Marx himself, in the 1857 preface to the Grundrisse. 15. In Rousseau, however, this reversal is not unproblematical, something made obvious by his remarks on language, itself very precisely one of those non-essential social additions and auxiliaries which reason's reduction by thought feels able to remove from essential human life. The problem is that Rousseau has talked himself so powerfully into the proof that language could never have come into being in the first place that he must break off in embarrassment, since it obviously did. The essay then returns to this conundrum, which it worries in a variety of ways, none of them conclusive. His narrative, however, evidently requires a new kind of causal concept, a detonator, in order to reverse itself and to explain the beginnings of history as such, in the sense of the dynamism of Levi Strauss's hot societies or the origins of state power in the Marxian sense. It is clearly incorrect to attribute to Rousseau any univocal, and thus quasi-religious, vision of this fall, or any single form of causality or determination. The second discourse indeed posits or hypothesizes a variety of local starting points, which at various moments include sexuality, which stimulates fights among men by way of love and jealousy, and thus not merely institutes inequality but also generates the need for language RSD 134, 147, and, more famously, private property itself, the first person, who having fenced off a plot of ground, took it into his head to say, "This is mine." RSD 141. What is, however, dialectical, or at least proto-dialectical, in Rousseau is the double valence of perfectibility itself, which defines everything distinctive about human beings as such and also determines the well-nigh inevitable fatality of their fall into degradation, corruption, and civilization, RSD 114-15. What justifies Demand's linguistic reading is that this process is in Rousseau everywhere described in terms of differentiation. The class experience of the 18th century was, above all, one of the intolerability of caste distinctions, rank, the overweening pride of the great, and obsessions with degree and face, all of which are powerfully concentrated in the eponymous word inequality in a feudal and social more than an economic sense. Such differentiation is also, however, explicitly characterized by Rousseau in proto-linguistic terms and as the deeper meaning of the origin of language itself, as we shall see shortly. A final narrative shift deserves mention here, because it forms the climax of the second discourse and amounts to something like a potentiation or dialectical intensification of the first inequalities, namely, the origin of the state itself and state power, about which Rousseau wishes to show that its sham contract is an enormous swindle and hoax, thereby initially motivating his own version of a genuine social contract, which we will examine below. Of Demand's more personal affinities with Rousseau, we learn virtually nothing and can only speculate that a Belgian would be interested in the marginality of Switzerland with respect to the great Parisian fact seems, for example, obvious enough. But there are a few lapses. I think of the moment in his mythologies when Barthes, having evoked their demystificatory function, admits that he has here and there indulged some more ontological and Bachelardian description for relief. So also Demand surrenders to the seductive temptation of a very different kind of criticism, mostly explicitly repudiated by him, when he observes, about La Nouvelle Heloise. Passions are then conceived as pathological needs, which is also why they are effectively valorized in terms of pleasure and pain. The allegory inevitably shifts to a eudaimonic vocabulary. In its more domestic versions, this vocabulary generates the mixture of erotic sweetness and deceit, of du model with acres baisers that hangs over much of Rousseau's fictions. He himself compared Julie to the Soave liquor, Tasso, that covers up the bitterness of the actual statement, and this slightly nauseating flavor catches the quintessential aroma of Rousseau's necessarily bad taste. One can always console oneself from this cloyness with the hygienically brisk social contract. AR 209. Still, it can be agreed that this particular bodily or phenomenological dimension of Rousseau's texts is repulsive enough to secure it against all seduction. The epistemological dimension is more revealing, for a mind as distrustful as Rousseau's, little inclined to have faith in any voice, including his own. It seems unlikely that such a chain of displacements could be mastered without further complications. AR 225. Here paranoia and self-loathing, which might have tempted another critic onto existential psychoanalysis of this or that variety, become a happy fall and a fortunate accident which define the epistemological privilege of Rousseau's thinking and writing. This now uniquely allows us to observe the forging of a historical conceptuality ex nihilo and its simultaneous dismantling out of suspicion and distrust, a construction followed immediately in the same text by a deconstruction. Although some more general rhetoric of deconstruction, as an ideology, goes on to suggest that all great texts thus deconstruct themselves, or that literary language as such always does so, these assertions cannot be generalized on the basis of the analysis of Rousseau, while in the meantime, further explanations of Rousseau's privileged epistemological possibilities in this respect, his paranoia or his social and historical situation, have already been strategically blocked in. Demand, of more interest in its results than in its causes. The crucial topic for Demand's analysis will then be the way in which Rousseau's mind constructed the so-called state of nature, not just the past in general, or any historical past, but the necessary historical past, what remains, what must have been there, when we remove the artifice and the decadent frivolity and luxury of civilization as that has already been identified and denounced in the first discourse. This is the point at which it is crucial to distinguish Demand's perspective on the second discourse, on the inequality of humankind, from Derrida's, in Of Grammatology. Indeed, it seems to me a useful working hypothesis, at least for the moment and in a situation in which their names are so often evoked together and subsumed under the rubric of deconstruction, to assume from the outset that these two bodies of sign theory have nothing whatsoever to do with each other. This therapeutic working hypothesis will indeed be more deeply justified by the picture of Demand's metaphysics I want to develop here, which will look very different from the positions generally associated with Derrida. In this particular instance, however, the matter of the state of nature, certain initial differences in emphasis can be clearly marked. Demand will characterize the state of nature as a fiction, AR 136, just as he will consider Rousseau's political philosophy, including the constitutions devised by Theophilos, as a set of promises, and his narrative of his own past as a set of excuses. These terms already oddly disqualify what lies beyond the present as a set of subjective projections, or rather, since we have already had occasion to mark Demand's hostility to the subjective as such, and will do so again, as a set of conventions of a relatively flimsy social sort. To think, for example, of the Constitution of the United States as a promise, however defamiliarizing that description may be, is somehow to adopt a perspective on it from which the force of institutions, and of Althusser ideological state apparatuses, seems oddly invisible. Existential guilt will also become a kind of motivation of the device in the Russian formalist sense, an after effect of sentence structure, AR 299. As for fiction, it seems an oddly antiquated and aesthetic category in the current atmosphere of simulacra and image society theory, of the prolongation of contemporary trends in psychoanalysis also, where fantasy and the imaginary often seem to have more powerful effectivity than reality or reason, and of historiographic theory as well, where the various empirical pasts of history sometimes do not seem much more compelling ideologically than Rousseau's particular fiction. If narrative theory today has accomplished anything substantial, it is to have powerfully displaced the old category of the fictive, along with that, equally important to Demand, beneath all suitable transformations, of literary language. For the moment, however, it is enough to signal the operative presence in Demand's texts of older categories like fiction or irony, which the Derridian text does not seem particularly to respect or acknowledge. Derrida's interest, to summarize it over hastily, bears not on the fictionality of the experience of the past that Rousseau's account seems to presuppose, but on the internal contradictions of his formulation. To work our way back mentally to a situation that must have once existed, language must have once upon a time emerged for hominids, there must have been a time when surpluses did not exist, when social and tribal institutions themselves slowly came into being, requires us to postulate, either in language or in writing, a condition from which both of those properties are absent, something whose many incoherences and contradictions can at least be dramatized by this one, namely, the difficulty for a being who possesses speech/writing to imagine what their absence could possibly entail. This particular focus then strikes at all imagination of radical change or difference and poses the question of how a being informed by one system in the present could possibly have any appreciation of a condition radically different, since by definition the thesis of difference and change means just that the past is inaccessible and unimaginable. But the force of Derrida's argument requires the political and intellectual precondition that we do go on believing in the difference of the past. Despite the incoherence of this conceptuality, Demand's fictionality no longer seems to stage that agonizing double bind. The state of nature falls to an optional standing, or rather its historical content is displaced by a rather different kind of philosophical interest, which it would be misleading to characterize as epistemological and in which the problem of origins is also somehow transformed. This is the whole question of the birth of abstraction and indeed philosophical conceptuality as such, emphasis on which will now yield a very different reading of Rousseau's text and indeed of the rest of his work. The analysis is staged under the sign of metaphor, a word and concept that should always be approached cautiously in Demand's writing, since its traditionally celebratory function in literary and aesthetic writing, metaphor as the hallmark of genius or as the very essence of poetic language, is here always ruthlessly excluded. Indeed, paradoxically, metaphor is essentially anti-poetic, AR 47, even more paradoxically, far from being the very heartland of the figural and the space in which language is liberated from the literal and the referential. In general, the viewpoint of Romantic and Modernist aesthetics, at least when these become ideologies of the aesthetic and are loosely transmitted as general ideas. Metaphor is for demands something like the source and origin, the deeper cause, of the literal end. Referential allusions themselves, metaphor overlooks the fictional, textual element in the nature of the entity it connotes. It assumes a world in which intra- and extra-textual events, literal and figural forms of language, can be distinguished, a world in which the literal and the figural are properties that can be isolated and, consequently, exchanged and substituted for each other. AR 152. This is an error, he adds, although it can be said that no language would be possible without this error. It is thus clear that whatever the status of the tropes in demand, we must not suppose that metaphor is here dethroned in order to promote some other figure, metonymy, for example, or catachresis, to the central position in some putative poetic structure. We will return to the question of rhetoric in a moment, and in particular to the peculiar problem it presents here of depending on a distinction between the literal and the figurative which it is simultaneously concerned to undermine. Suffice it for the moment to use this passage as an illustration of what is most taxing and perplexing in Demand's argumentation, and perhaps also most dialectical, namely, just this shift from structure to event, from the positing of a structural relationship within a textual moment to the attention to its subsequent effects, which then disaggregate the initial structure. This is the sense in which metaphor is and is not an error. It generates illusions, yet insofar as it is inescapable and part of the very fabric of language itself, error does not seem a particularly suitable word for it, since we have no space available that might allow us to get outside language and to make such judgments. Such was, however, Rousseau's procedure and his epistemological illusion, and there is a sense in which, as we shall see, Demand's extraordinary effort replicates Rousseau's on a more theoretically sophisticated level, and may thus also be said to constitute a late form of 18th-century rationalism. The second discourse will then be staged using Rousseau's own categories as a tension between names and metaphors or, if you prefer, as an exemplary slippage from names to metaphors. The name is here, following Rousseau, taken relatively unproblematically as a use of language which isolates the particular in its strong sense of the absolutely unique and individual, the heterogeneous, to use contemporary terminology, what cannot be subsumed under the general or the universal, an intersection between human language and the radical difference of things among each other and from us. To put it this way is to begin to awaken some sense of the peculiarity, and indeed the very perversity and impossibility, inherent in the act of nomination itself. Tree already no longer seems to be a name for the particular great-rooted blossomer I gaze at out this window, while, if some people find themselves able to name their favorite car, we do not normally name our favorite armchair or our favorite comb or toothbrush. As for those other names, the proper ones, Levi Strauss in particular has richly taught us the ways in which names are part of classification systems, something which at once subverts the pretension of the individual name to uniqueness. In other linguistics this particularizing function is taken over by the virtually wordless operation of the deictic the this or that, the pointing at the otherwise ineffable specificity of the unique object in the here and now. But Demand's arguments are not particularly vitiated by these considerations, which only draw the second, metaphorical operation back one stage in time and confirm the vanity of language itself in general, whose ineradicably generalizing and conceptualizing, universalizing, properties slip across the surface of a world of unique and ungeneralizable things. Thinking about it this way then inevitably stages an ontological, or metaphysical, picture of the world and language, to which we will return later. But language emerges, we do name and talk about things, whether in error or not, and the rationalizing procedures of the 18th century led Rousseau to try to understand, or explain, this situation by genetically or historically deducing a stage in which it was not yet present, the repeated contacts between man and various entities, and between the entities themselves, must necessarily engender in the mind of man the perception of relationships, Rousseau, quoted in AR 155. Such relationships first, comparisons, large, small, strong, weak, and then number itself mark the birth of true conceptualization and abstraction, or, if you prefer, of an abstraction that grasps itself as such, unlike nomination, which still purports to respect the particular, and not to compare. Sheer conceptual relationship would then seem to wash back over the particular and convert it into a series of equivalences or identities. You cannot, in other words, evoke the quantitative differences between two entities, this tree is larger than that one, without having somehow posed their equivalence, or their resemblance, at least in that respect. The reign of the name therefore ends at that point, and that of the word, the concept, the abstraction, the universal, begins. De Man will, of course, now crucially identify this transformation as the operation of metaphor. The concept implies some preliminary decision about the resemblance of a specific group of entities among themselves. We call them henceforth men, trees, armchairs, or whatever. Yet on that level of the preliminary decision, the entities have nothing in common with each other, they are all distinct existents, and therefore, at that virtually pre-linguistic moment, to compare two distinct blossomers is as outrageous a linguistic act as to describe my love as a red rose. This identification of the emergence of abstraction as a metaphorical operation is, of course, a good deal more than a gloss on this specific passage in Rousseau. It is also a strategic act which enables de Man's unique rhetorical system to come into being, as we shall see. A pause at this point in the process of theoretical construction allows us to see a little more clearly what the otherwise seemingly unique and unclassifiable work of de Man has in common with certain other bodies of contemporary thought. Adorno is the most proximate of those whose vision of the tyranny of the concept so-called identity theory, the violence imposed on the heterogeneous by the abstract identities of reason, Rousseau's resemblances, de Man's metaphors, has a cognate diagnostic function, something again detectable in the frequent temptations to compare his negative dialectics with some form of Derridean deconstruction. Bracketing the difference between a philosophy that describes these phenomena on the level of the concept and a theory that searches them out in the pattern of linguistic events themselves involves adjourning the, perhaps metaphysical, question of the ontological priority of language over consciousness, but it requires us to observe in passing the greater internal narrativity of de Man's account, as opposed to something like an external narrativity in the dialectic of enlightenment. In de Man, as we shall see, the structural fact of metaphorization has event-like consequences for the text and its content, consequences that will eventually be sorted out and typologized in the various kinds of allegories. In Adorno, the tyranny of the concept, the abstract, identity, can be outsmarted in various ways, of which the proposal for a negative dialectics is something like a codification and a whole strategic program. In Adorno also, however, as with metaphor for de Man, the concept remains binding and is an ineradicable component of thought, such that error is here also both an appropriate and an inadequate characterization. But Adorno, like Rousseau in this respect, and very unlike de Man, feels able to reconstruct an external historical narrative which can account for the emergence of abstraction, resemblance in Rousseau, reason, or the Enlightenment mastery over nature in Adorno and Horkheimer. This narrative turns centrally in both versions around fear and the hominid's vulnerability to a massively threatening nature, to which only thinking offers a durable instrument of protection and control. De Man, who can be thought to have had a historical experience of fear and vulnerability greater than most North Americans, excludes explanations of this kind, which he would doubtless have characterized as less interesting. The deeper affinities with de Man's problematic here lie in Marx himself, and in particular in the latter's account of the four stages of value, an account which can, of course, also be read as an emergence narrative, although it need not be. De Man did not live to explore and articulate the encounter with Marxism that he promised us in his last years. Allegories of Reading, however, already includes a substantial hint, which displaces the encounter with Marxism from the anthropological, needs, human nature, etc., to what he calls linguistic conceptualization. But an economic foundation of political theory in Rousseau is not rooted in a theory of needs, appetites, and interests that could lead to ethical principles of right and wrong. it is the correlative of linguistic conceptualization and is therefore neither materialistic, nor idealistic, nor merely dialectical, since language is deprived of representational as well as of transcendental authority. The complex relationship between Rousseau's and Marx's economic determinism could and should only be approached from this point of view. AR 158. Like Derrida, de Man's theoretical encounters with Marxism seem to have been primarily mediated by Althusser, whose work on Rousseau de Man admired. He seems to have felt AR 224 that it was an interesting misreading and more useful than the banal misreadings of psychoanalytic, biographical, thematic, and disciplinary approaches. It must be confessed that Rousseau has generally been an embarrassment for Marxism, as for almost everybody else. The absorption of 18th-century mechanical materialism into the Marxian tradition has not been accompanied by any greater benevolence for Rousseau's idealism, sentimentalism, etc. But to reread the social contract is to find the convention rising up vividly before our eyes, while debates about the Jacobin strand, so prophetically articulated by Rousseau here, in the subsequent history of left or Marxian political formations generally have not adequately addressed the continuing relevance of the social contract for problems of the party and the state, of the dictatorship of the proletariat, and the need to project a vision of some more advanced socialist democracy beyond the forms of bourgeois parliamentary representation. De Man's shrewd and valuable suggestion, however, warns us to postpone these comparative generalities of political philosophy and to engage, first, the more difficult activity of sorting through the linguistic tissue of these ideas or values. Indeed, we will see in a moment that the social contract itself not only cries out for such reading but is virtually incomprehensible without it. The more immediate problematic, however, in which Marxism and de Manian deconstruction overlap, can be identified, from the Marxist perspective, as the theory of value. This juxtaposition is made less perplexing by the reminder that in Marx, the whole mystery of the form of value lies hidden in the even more mysterious phenomenon of equivalence, on which exchange value and the very possibility of exchanging one object for another, different, one, are somehow founded. In order to avoid terminological confusion, the reader needs to remember that use value at once drops out of the picture on the opening page of Capital. It marks our existential relationship to unique things, something to which I will return in a moment, but is not in that sense subject to the law of value or equivalence. In contemporary terminology, then, we might say that use value is the realm of difference and differentiation as such, whereas exchange value will, as we shall see, come to be described as the realm of identities. But what this terminological usage means in Marx is that henceforth value as such and exchange value are synonymous. The discussion of the four stages of value in Capital should also be distinguished from the construction of the so-called labor theory of value, which, following Adam Smith, identifies the value of a produced commodity in the amount of labor time it contains. Whether this theory entails or amounts to an anthropology, in the sense in which Althusser or de Man himself might denounce that, is a very interesting question, but the matter of production is the other face, or the other dimension, of the phenomenon of the value form that concerns us here. It grounds the market and exchange and culminates in the emergence of that peculiar thing called money. Viewed linguistically or rhetorically, Marx's analysis drives the exploration of metaphoric identification a good deal further into fresh thickets and complexities than does that of Rousseau, or de Man, for whom metaphor is here only the starting point and enabling act of his reading. Marx seeks to defamiliarize, to estrange, if you prefer, the seemingly natural set whereby we weigh distinct kinds of objects against each other and even occasionally exchange them as though they were somehow the same. The mystery then consists in trying to fathom what a pound of salt could possibly have in common with 3 hammers, and in what way it makes sense to affirm of them that they are, somehow, the same. Marx sharpens the problem by specifying 2 objects which are in principle more closely related to each other, namely, 20 yards of linen and 1 coat, presumably the coat into which that linen has been made. This choice is obviously designed to lay in place the rather different problem of the production of new value, which will be his central concern later on in Capital. We are here clearly again in the realm of metaphor, which is surely what we have to call this kind of identification of two distinct objects with one another if the identification is not thinkable, if it remains a mystery, or if it cannot be justified by conceptual reason. My sense is that for Marx also, the positing of equivalence remains in that sense non-thinkable, even though it can also be explained, the labor theory of value, in structural and historical ways different from and surely superior to the rather mythic explanations, in terms of sheer fear and weakness, of Rousseau or Adorno. There is thus a sense in which the Marxian analysis of equivalence is fully compatible with de Man's rhetorical account, seeing this primal metaphorical violence, by which two commodities are decreed to be the same, in terms of the linguistic function of the trope itself is surely a welcome enrichment of Marx's schema. But Marx in turn surely adds something else to the linguistic account in his explanation, in his narrative of the process of the emergence of value, and what position that something else might occupy in the de Manian scheme could only be determined by comparing Marx's narrative to de Man's story of the birth of allegory out of primal metaphor, which we have not yet outlined here. There is, however, also a way in which the staging of the mystery in Marx and the nature of the objects involved greatly expands and modifies Rousseau's starting point, which turned on two relatively simple situations, the identity of objects and the apprehension of the other human being as being somehow the same as myself, pity, sympathy. Indeed, de Man's very interesting discussion of the second of these zones of the metaphorical act, the other, the giant, man, has the disadvantage of neglecting the first one, or indeed of somehow conflating our relations to objects with our relations to other people. But in Marx it is no longer a question of understanding how one tree might be juxtaposed with another very different one in order that the name and the concept tree thereby somehow emerge, it is rather a question of understanding how altogether distinct objects, the salt, the hammers, the linen, the coat, could be somehow considered equivalences. The most exciting Marxian epistemological work then follows Marx's anti-Cartesian and dialectical methodological lesson, namely, that we do not build up complex ideas out of simple ones, but rather, the other way around, that it is the intuition of the complex form that gives us the key to grasping the simpler one. From the law of value, or the mystery of the equivalence of radically different things, we can then return in a new way to the simpler problem of universals and particulars, or if you prefer, abstraction itself and conceptual thought, de Man's linguistic conceptualization, must first be positioned in the larger field of the operation of the law of value before its more specialized philosophical and linguistic effects can be understood. Or finally, to be even more vulgar, that is to say, more ontological, about it, philosophical and linguistic abstraction is itself an effect and a byproduct of exchange. In Marx's description of the way in which, of the two terms of the equivalence, one comes to serve as the expression of the other, the linen expresses its value in the coat serves as the material in which that value is expressed, MC 139, we can see a richer dialectical anticipation of the doctrine of metaphor as tenor and vehicle. Meanwhile, the very irreversibility of the equation by which the two objects are affirmed as being the same in value then introduces a temporal process into the structure, in a way compatible with de Man's accounts of the generation of narrative out of metaphor and the subsequent allegorical forms which result from that structural tendency. But the word temporal should not be taken to imply the participation here of real lived or existential time, nor of historical time either. As I have suggested, it is possible to read Marx's account of the four forms of value in a genealogical, narrative, continuist, or historical way. The first equivalences are formed at the intersection between two autonomous systems or self-sufficient social formations. Salt has no exchange value within our tribe, but as we have no metals, and as the neighbors seem interested in salt and willing to exchange metallic objects for it, an accidental form of equivalence comes into being. When this mode of comparing different objects and positing their equivalences is drawn within an autarkic social formation, a new kind of movement results whereby a host of now provisional equivalences seizes on a great range of objects in turn, metaphoric moments spring up fitfully in punctual exchanges and then disappear again, only to re-emerge at distant points on the social network. This is then the total or expanded form of value, a kind of infinite and infinitely provisional chain of equivalence that courses through the object world of a social formation, and in which the objects ceaselessly change places in the two poles of the value equation, which, as we have said, is not reversible. People ceaselessly exchange, without any stability in the process. The relative expression of value of the commodity is incomplete, because the series of its representations never comes to an end. The chain, of which each equation of value is a link, is liable at any moment to be lengthened by a newly created commodity, which will provide the material for a fresh expression of value, MC 156. This moment can, of course, also be described from a different perspective, one in which emphasis is laid on the provisionality of the moments and on the ceaseless dissolution of value that follows them. The very law of value, not yet institutionalized and solidified in a medium, at all points is then totally consumed and vanishes into smoke with each transaction. Such a description corresponds to what Baudrillard calls symbolic exchange, the utopian moment of his own view of history, whose name has been significantly modified from Moss. Malinowski's Kula system has sometimes been taken to be a formalized projection of this moment, although it could just as easily be considered its reification and transformation into something else, while the relationship of Baudrillard's reading to Baudelaire's anthropological celebration of excess, destruction, and the potlatch should also be apparent. This infinite, interminable chain of exchanges proving intolerable, the general form of value emerges to seal the uniformity of the process by producing, as it were, its concept of itself, value as a general idea or universal property, which it then embodies in a single object designed to serve as the standard for all the rest. But this is a very peculiar and contradictory operation. The new form we have just obtained expresses the values of the world of commodities through one single kind of commodity set apart from the world, MC 158. The object thus elected has an impossible role to fulfill because it is both a thing in the world, with a potential value just like all the other things, and something removed from the object world that is called upon, from the outside, to mediate the latter's new value system. It is not terribly astonishing to find cows thus selected. Evans Pritchard's classic description of the newer, at least they can accompany you on their own legs and momentum, but the horrendous cumbersomeness of the process is also apparent. Gayatri Spivak has proposed that we rethink the formation of the literary canon in terms of this dialectic of the stages of value, a suggestive notion indeed. But I would have been tempted myself to correlate this peculiar third stage, in which an inner-worldly object comes to do double duty as the nascent universal equivalent, with the symbol and the symbolic moment of thought, culturally in the various modernist efforts to endow this or that sensory representation of a worldview with a kind of universal force, those new universal myths Mr. Eliot thought he saw emergent in Joyce, but philosophically in the universalizing turn of Pensée Savageon. The point of reaching conceptual abstraction, as in the pre-Socratics where a single inner-worldly element, all is water, all is fire, is posited as the ground of being. What follows, then, will not only be abstraction, it will be allegory, and a desperate effort to reach the concept which necessarily fails and thereupon marks itself as failure in order to succeed despite itself. This is, of course, in Marx, the money form, and the famous pages on commodity fetishism which ensue are Marx's dramatic rehearsal of just the success and failure of the peculiar consequences that result from it. For our purposes here, it will be useful to transcode commodity fetishism into a vast process of abstraction that seethes through the social order. If we recall Guy Debord's remarkable formulation of the image as the final form of commodity reification, in the society of the spectacle, the relevance of the theory to contemporary society, to the media, to postmodernism itself, is at once secured. Meanwhile, if there is any plausibility in my suggestion that demands exploration of the consequences of the inaugural metaphorical moment has deeper affinities with Marx's staging of the emergence of value, then this affinity also opens up a possible relationship between the former's notions of textuality and those more postmodern concerns with the peculiar dynamics of media signification that at first seem so distant from him. At any rate, This retelling of the stages of the notion of value should also make it possible to affirm that Marx's Darstellung is not exactly a narrative either, for the first stages, as it were, fall outside narrative and are only reconstructed genealogically. In this, value has a dynamic comparable to that attributed to language itself by Levi Strauss. As this last is for him a system, it cannot come into being piecemeal. Either it exists all at once or it does not exist at all, which is to say only that it is abusive, but inevitable, to transfer terms that are meaningful only for a linguistic system to the random bits and pieces, the grunts and gestures, which in hindsight seem to prepare it. It is a pity that demand does not insist more strongly on the replication of this drama of the universal and the particular in the second discourse on the larger political arena of the social contract. He seems to have feared that the word metaphoric used so distinctively by him in these contexts, would there degenerate into some weaker organic stereotype calculated to reinforce the standard misreadings of this text. But the situation is altogether comparable, as his interesting characterization of the metaphorical structure of the number system, AR 256, the one of the state, the many of the people, suggests in passing. At this later stage in his own Darstellung, however, de Man has moved on to what we may call the indeterminacy of legal language, that is to say, its capacity to function meaningfully in altogether unforeseeable new contexts, something characterized, on the one hand, as a promise, and on the other, as the tension between two functions of language, the constative and the performative. Grammatical logic can function only if its referential consequences are disregarded. AR 269. But surely there is no more dramatic instance of the artificial emergence of metaphoric abstraction and of the conceptual universal from the realm of particularity and heterogeneity than the appearance, or rather, for Rousseau, the deconcealment, for it was always the primal act that secured the existence of society in the first place, of the general will itself. De Man rightly insists that the structural consequences of this primal or unification on the social level are quite different textually from what we find in the second discourse. But the dilemma is, if anything, more acute here, since in Rousseau it becomes very difficult to redescend from the universality of law on the level of the general will to the contingent decisions whereby that law is somehow adjusted to specific conflicts or, as he would put it, referential circumstances. Yet this is another locus in which the intersection with Marxism might have proved fruitful. The complaints about the underdeveloped nature of the political dimension in Marxism must surely lead eventually to some new attentiveness to the relationship between economic abstraction, value, and that other abstract or universal instance which is the state or the general will. In staging this lengthy confluence between the concerns of allegories of reading and the Marxist problematic, something must finally be said about these codes themselves as terminological instruments which permit or exclude certain kinds of work. The advantage of the Marxian code of value as opposed to de Manian rhetoric or Adorno's notion of identity or the concept is that it displaces or transforms the philosophical problem of error which has embarrassed us throughout this exposition. It is too facile, but not wrong, to suggest that conceptions of error, as they inform the positions both of de Man and Adorno, logically presuppose some prior fantasy about truth, the adequation of language or of the concept to their respective objects which, as in unrequited love, is perpetuated in its henceforth disabused and skeptical conclusions. Nothing of this sort can arise in the terminological field governed by the word value. The terminology of error always suggests, in spite of itself, that we could somehow get rid of it by one last effort of the mind. In fact, much of the tortuousness of de Manian as well as Adornian prose results from the need to short-circuit this unwanted implication and to insist over and over again on the objectivity of such errors or illusions, which are part and parcel of language or thinking and cannot be in that sense rectified, or at least not now and not here. In this de Man seems at his furthest not merely from Adorno but also from Derrida himself, where hints abound that some radical transformation of the social system and of history itself may open the possibility of thinking new kinds of thoughts and concepts, something quite inconceivable in de Man's view of language. The notion of value, however, usefully ceases to imply and entail any of these issues of error or truth. Its instances may be judged in other ways. Thus, Both Lukács and Gramsci saw the central purpose of revolution as the very abolition of the law of value, but its abstractions are objective, historical, and institutional, and thus they redirect our critiques of abstraction in new directions. Another way of saying all this is to grasp the ways in which de Man's own conceptual apparatus, sometimes called rhetoric, also has a mediatory function. Our discussion of his peculiar use of the term metaphor to designate conceptualization in general suggests that what is at work here is a little more complicated than some simple, or appropriately elaborate, rewriting of textual materials in terms of tropology, something that might better characterize the work of Hayden White or Lotman or the Mu group, from which de Man always sought strategically to distance himself. Rather, the larger mediatory use of the notion of metaphor then allows tropology to become attached terminologically to a range of other objects and materials, political, philosophical, literary, psychological, autobiographical, where a certain account of the tropes and their movement then becomes autonomous. Metaphor is thus the crucial locus of what we have called transcoding in de Man. It is not at first a narrowly tropological concept, but rather the place in which the dynamics of the tropes is pronounced to be the same as a whole range of phenomena identified by other codes or theoretical discourses in utterly unrelated and unrelatable ways. Abstraction is the language we have used here. Metaphor, in de Man, is therefore itself a metaphorical act and a violent yoking together of distinct and heterogeneous objects. Meanwhile, something similar can be said about the other kinds of linguistic or rhetorical instruments that are pressed into occasional service throughout allegories of reading. In particular, it has frequently been observed that the omnibus term rhetoric, or the alternate term reading itself, does not quite cover over the incompatibility between the terminology of the tropes and the very different terminology of J. L. Austin that distinguishes between performative and constative speech acts of various kinds. But Austin's remarkable fortunes in later theory are surely at least in part due to the structural limits of linguistics itself, which must constitute itself by excluding whatever lies outside the sentence, action, reality, and so forth. Austin suddenly invents a way of talking about that excluded non-linguistic reality in linguistic terms, as a kind of new other within language philosophy, which by seeming to secure a place for action inside the new linguistic terminology now justifies the extension of that terminology to everything. We have seen de Man rehearse the Austinian opposition in terms of grammar and rhetoric, something which acknowledges the tension but incorporates it back into language without resolving it. I do not, however, want to be understood as suggesting that it can be resolved. Here too, then, we find a kind of strategic transcoding, but of a somewhat different type, the incorporation of the structural other or excluded of a given system by endowing it with a name drawn from the terminological field of the system itself. What, finally, of the ontological argument so often used to buttress the primacy of one code over against another, which comes first, language or production? That language is unique and sui generis can be admitted, even though it is hard to see how essentially linguistic beings such as ourselves could even have the possibility of attaining that limited insight. That de Man went further than most people in his tireless and self-punishing effort to grasp the mechanics of language at the very moment of its operation is also evident. But the primacy of a linguistic code or hermeneutics is not thereby secured, if for no other reason than the Nietzschean one that the primacy of no code can ever be secured. If all language is about language, AR 153, that is to say, if all language is language about denomination, that is, a conceptual, figural, metaphorical metalanguage, AR 152-53, it by no means follows that a theoretical code organized around the theme or topic of language has some ultimate, ontological primacy. All language may in that sense be about language, but talking about language is finally no different from talking about anything else. Or, as Stanley Fish might put it, no practical consequences flow from these discoveries about the deeper dysfunctionality of all uses of words. But not all the contradictions in de Man's work, not even the most interesting ones, spring from his attempt to transform analysis into method and to generalize a working ideology, and even a metaphysic, from his extraordinary readings of individual texts and individual sentences. For example, These essentially philosophical questions about the primacy of language are to be sharply distinguished from methodological ones, in which a certain approach to the language of a variety of different kinds of texts is defended. Unlike what has been shown for the new historicism, distinct also from certain occasional moments in Derrida, particularly those that flirt with psychoanalytic motifs, homologies play no part in demand because they imply analogies between objects, content, or raw materials within discourse, whereas in demand we witness, as it were, the very emergence of discourse itself, so that such content cannot even yet be said to be present for inspection, and when it does come into view, after the fashion of the Russian formalists' motivation of the device, our peculiar perspective will require us to grasp it rather as the pretext of the discourse in question and its projection. Guilt is the mirage produced by confessional discourse. Nor would it be altogether correct to say that the various ways in which discourse emerges are homologous to one another, although the temptation to read demands varieties of allegories as so many variations on a structure is great. Rather, as with multilinear evolution in the Marxist tradition, we are encouraged to see the peculiar and multiple ways in which language wrestles with its unresolvable problem of denomination as provisional knots and strands, so many distinct and specific local text formations that cannot be theorized and ordered into a law, although he sometimes also does just that. The function of the theory and what gives it the appearance of a method that can be transported from one kind of verbal object to another seems to be rather to lie in its effort to discredit the autonomy of the academic disciplines, and thereby the classification of texts they perpetuate, into political philosophies, historical and social speculation, novels and plays, philosophy, and autobiographical writing, each of which is claimed by a separate tradition. Here, then, finally, is the other deeper reason why Rousseau becomes the privileged object of study. Like few other writers, he not only practiced a variety of genres and discursive forms, but then, in that case, the 18th century itself is privileged insofar as all of those are still held together under the category of belles lettres and produced by every intellectual indifferently, but, as a kind of autodidact, he seems to have felt he reinvented all of them ex nihilo, so that his extraordinary homemade productions seem to give us access to the very origins of genre itself. The imperialism whereby political and philosophical texts are here reattached to literary study, or rather to the very special kind of rhetorical reading de Man had in mind, as well as the courtesy with which he shows his contempt for the shoddiness with which other disciplines have over-hastily turned verbal structures into vague, general ideas, AR 226, will look a little different if we remember that he felt the same about most literary analyses as well. These are therapeutic lessons whose usefulness will vary according to the state of the discipline in question. The most timely and striking one is destined less for a field than for a tendency, namely, the psychological and the psychoanalytic. The Pygmalion chapter firmly dismantles notions of the self, AR 236, while the Julie chapter effectively does away with the author. The demolition here has been so complete that paradoxically, by the time we get to the Confessions, very little of that particular program remains to be carried out, so that de Man indulges in his own version of a psychoanalytic reading, in the to be sure only possible or optional reading of Rousseau's deeper desire for exposure AR 285. Here what is more basically at stake is the transformation of the existential feeling, emotion, instinct, drives into an effect of the text, as this aim is also shared by Lacan, and Althusser in another way. Peculiar resonances and interferences are given off by this final chapter, until the unexpected introduction of the machine, AR 294, produces a well-nigh Deleuzian optical illusion, but the machine is not that of Deleuze but of 18th century mechanical materialism, as we shall see shortly. The distance from the opening discussion of the second discourse to this final one seems very great indeed, and suggests two opposing interpretations. On the one hand, to posit a lapse of time in the composition of these chapters and the gradual emergence of a whole set of new interests, and, on the other, to see here something like a dialectical progression in which the content determines radical modifications in the form and method themselves. But it would be somewhat more consistent to adopt de Man's own way of using narrative, as again in the Pygmalion chapter, where the thesis about the existence or non-existence of a stable self, and a stable other, is tested against a story about which the principal problem the reader, or spectator, has is whether anything really happens in it or not, that is, whether change takes place. De Man concludes that it does not, and that what looks like progression is little more than iteration or repetition. We will also assume that this is the case with his own Rousseau sequence. This is not quite the same as saying that the same thing happens in every chapter, for what each one tells, in a different way and with a different outcome, is the birth of allegory out of the primal metaphorical dilemma. It would be a mistake to assume that a single coherent theory of allegory is to be disengaged from the book, even though the latter is subtended by a single coherent theory of metaphor. De Man is at least post-contemporary in his belief that a transcendent theory is undesired and undesirable. It is not an aim in itself but rather a conceptual distance that allows the reader apprehension of a language it has already transformed, so theory is here very much that effort to stand outside the text. And even to stand outside language itself, that Knapp and Michaels deplored, but it is that only for a moment. This proposition can be demonstrated by the fact that when we get to the consequences of metaphor, those consequences are not specified as allegory but rather more generally designated as narrative. If the self is not, in principle, a privileged category, the sequel to any theory of metaphor will be a theory of narrative centered on the question of referential meaning. AR 188. The metaphoric act constitutively involves the forgetting or repression of itself. Concepts generated by metaphor at once conceal their origins and stage themselves as true or referential. They emit a claim to being literal language. The metaphoric and the literal are thus at one, at least insofar as they are the twin inevitable moments of the same process. That process, then, generates a variety of illusions, of which the eudaimonic, pleasure and pain, deserves mention. We shall return to it, as well as the notion of the practical or the useful. The pro-regression from love to economic dependence is a constant characteristic of all moral or social systems based on the authority of non-contested metaphorical systems. AR 239. But as for the next stage of the process narrative itself, anyone with the slightest media familiarity with deconstruction will have guessed that it will somehow involve an undoing of this first illusory moment. The complications arise when we approach the concrete varieties of that, and also when we seek to come to terms with De Man's evident temptation, which he also resists, to forge some new typology and lay out a semiotic theory of the kind he has tirelessly denounced in the earlier chapters of Allegories of Reading. If such a theory exists, if it is not, in other words, simply a question of a useful and portable opposition, then it consists in positing two distinct moments of the deconstructive narrative, the second succeeding the first and incorporating it at some higher dialectical level of complexity. First, the initial metaphor is undermined as soon as it has been posited by some deep suspicion of this particular linguistic act. Yet in a second moment, that very suspicion washes back over the first and becomes generalized. What was at first only an acute doubt as to the viability of this particular resemblance and this particular concept, a doubt about speaking and thinking, now becomes a deeper skepticism about language in general, about the linguistic process, or about what De Man calls reading, a term which usefully excludes general ideas about language itself. The paradigm for all texts consists of a figure, or a system of figures, and its deconstruction. But since this model cannot be closed off by a final reading, it engenders, in its turn, a supplementary figural superposition which narrates the unreadability of the prior narration. As distinguished from primary deconstructive narratives centered on figures and ultimately always on metaphor, we can call such narratives to the second, or the third, degree allegories. Allegorical narratives tell the story of the failure to read, whereas tropological narratives, such as the second discourse, tell the story of the failure to denominate. The difference is only a difference of degree, and the allegory does not erase the figure. Allegories are always allegories of metaphor, and, as such, they are always allegories of the impossibility of reading a sentence in which the genitive of has itself to be read as a metaphor. AR 205. The terminology is sometimes uncertain. Are the allegories referred to here the same as what later on, in connection with the Confessions, can be called an allegory of figure, AR 300. What happens when the allegorical process is contained or repressed? Such questions have the merit of forcing us to the obvious conclusion that since the initial problem cannot be solved, there is no solution to the metaphorical dilemma. It admits of no single outcome either, but yields a variety of attempted solutions whose mode of failure, although logical after the fact, cannot be predicted or theorized in advance. Here again the theory of allegory, since it cannot be completed, sends us back to the individual texts themselves, whose interminable reading merely reconfirms the initial description while focusing attention on the unique structural failure of each specific text. Whence the productive confusion, for example, about the nature of the social contract. Is Rousseau himself the lawgiver of the social contract and his treatise the Deuteronomy of the modern state? If this were the case, then the social contract would become a monological referential statement. It could not be called an allegory. Instead, by praising the suspicion that the Sermon on the Mount may be the Machiavellian invention of a master politician, Rousseau clearly undermines the authority of his own legislative discourse. Would we then have to conclude that the social contract is a deconstructive narrative like the second discourse? But this is not the case either, because the social contract is clearly productive and generative as well as deconstructive in a manner that the second discourse is not. To the extent that it never ceases to advocate the necessity for political legislation and to elaborate the principles on which such a legislation could be based, it resorts to the principles of authority that it undermines. We know this structure to be characteristic of what we have called allegories of unreadability. Such an allegory is metafigural. It is an allegory of a figure, for example, metaphor, which relapses into the figure it deconstructs. The social contract falls under this heading to the extent that it is indeed structured like an aporia. It persists in performing what it has shown to be impossible to do. As such we can call it an allegory. But is it the allegory of a figure? The question can be answered by asking what it is the social contract performs, what it keeps doing despite the fact that it has established that it could not be done. AR 275. As the title of the chapter, Promises, indicates, that new impossible thing the social contract continues to do is to promise, so that the seeming heterogeneity of Demand's final chapters here can now be rejustified in terms of the wider variety of impossible solutions to the textual dilemma. The disparity between the terminology of speech acts, promises, excuses, and that of allegories and figures can now be seen as one last ambitious effort to open up a wider mediatory code which will finally encompass personal life and history itself. Textual allegories on this level of rhetorical complexity generate history. AR 277, a concluding sentence which seems to mark a provisional end to Demand's own quest for historicity as that has been characterized above. Demand's multiple accounts of allegory therefore seem to fall under the general heading of what I have elsewhere called dialectical narratives, that is to say, narratives which by reflexive mechanisms restlessly shift themselves to higher levels of complexity, transforming all their terms and starting points in the process, which they cancel but continue to include, as he himself points out. The crucial problem for such narratives, particularly in the contemporary intellectual situation, where phenomenological notions of consciousness and the self have been sharply problematized, lies clearly in the moment of reflexivity itself and the way in which this moment, about which I begged the question above by neutrally designating it as a mechanism, is staged. It will be persuasive today only if the seemingly inevitable temptation to turn it back into this or that form of self consciousness is excluded. Whether or not the impact of psychoanalysis and linguistics, on the one hand, or the end of individualism, on the other, are satisfactory explanations, it is certain that the notion of self-consciousness is today in crisis and no longer seems to do the work it was thought able to perform in the past. It no longer strikes people as an adequate foundation for what it used to ground or complete. Whether the dialectic is itself inextricably bound up with this now traditional valorization of self-consciousness, something often meant by loose repudiations of Hegel, which ignore passages where something very different seems to be going on, must remain an open question, nor is the loss of the concept of self-consciousness, or indeed that of consciousness either, necessarily fatal to the very conception of agency itself. In the case of de Man's work, however, I feel that it is fatally menaced at every point by a resurgence of some notion of self-consciousness that its language vigilantly attempts to ward off. Surely the deconstructive narrative always risks slipping back into that simpler story in which the initial figure, having brought illusion into being, then somehow achieves some more heightened awareness of its own activity, while the allegory of reading, or of unreadability, comes before us in his work with a heightened charge of renewed consciousness of its own processes, consciousness ever more intensely becoming conscious of itself, to the second, or third, degree, in a never-ending progression. All this falls out rather differently in Derrida, where the emphasis on interminability and on what Gayatri Spivak has called the impossibility of a full undoing 20 meet the problem of self-consciousness head-on by acknowledging it as a necessarily thwarted aim and drive. In de Man, however, it persists as something like a ghostly return of the repressed, a misreading so powerful that even its denial reawakens it, and this is not the only peculiar survival of an older conceptuality in the uneven development of de Man's intensely post-contemporary system. What I will call de Man's metaphysics is, from one perspective, just such a survival, the most dramatic but perhaps not the most significant, even though in another sense, if we replace the word metaphysics with ideology, it will be less astonishing to assert that a contemporary secular thinker who frequently characterized his own positions as materialist also had an ideology. But, of course, one does not exactly have an ideology, rather, every system of thought, no matter how scientific, is susceptible to representation. De Man would have called it thematization, in one of his shrewdest terminological moves, such that it can be apprehended as an ideological vision of the world. It is, for example, well known that even the most thoroughgoing existentialisms or nihilisms which affirm the meaninglessness of life or the world and the senselessness of questions about meaning also end up projecting their own meaningful vision of the world as something lacking meaning. In de Man, however, this susceptibility to ideological representation is the correlative of his own rigorous picture of the functioning, or the systematic dysfunctionality, of language as such. In spite of itself and against its own will, the attention to and focus on the linguistic apparatus ends up conjuring an impossible picture of what falls outside language and what language cannot assimilate, absorb, or process. That realm, inaccessible by definition, that is to say, inaccessible to language, which remains the element beyond which we cannot think, is nowhere present in de Man's texts, although it is present in Rousseau, particularly in the most religious and philosophical of his writings, the Profession de foi du Vicaire Savoyard, which will therefore become virtually the crucial test case for de Man's reading. But it is the dialectical correlative of what is there present and, as it were, to use another language, its non-did, its impens. The affirmation of this absent metaphysics is therefore implicit in our earlier remarks about the way in which the practical claim to get a handle on how language works generally continues to replicate, in a different way, the more rationalist 18th century procedure of deducing a stage in which language did not yet exist and working back from that. There is no way that even the most suspicious and alert theoretician can take sufficient precautions to exclude such slippage into ideology and metaphysics. De Man had to know this very well, as his frequent warnings about the inevitability of the referential illusion, and its silliness being deeply associated with reference AR 209, testify. On the other hand, as we shall see later, his strategic definition of text does attempt to conjure ideological writing as such, on my view not altogether successfully. From this perspective, de Man was an 18th century mechanical materialist, and much that strikes the post-contemporary reader as peculiar and idiosyncratic about his work will be clarified by juxtaposition with the cultural politics of the great Enlightenment philosophes, their horror of religion, their campaign against superstition and error, or metaphysics. In that sense, deconstruction itself, as closely or distantly related to Marxian ideological analysis as Islam to Christianity, can be seen to be an essentially 18th century philosophical strategy. What ensues from this, as a mechanical materialist vision of the world, is a representation so delirious that contradiction in terms it can only reach linguistic figuration by way of revelation, as in D'Alembert's famous dream, le monde commence et finit sans cesse, ils de chaque instant à son commencement et à sa fin, ilnn a jamais eu d'autre etnn or a jamais d'autre. Dans cet immense ocean de matière, pas un molécule qui ressemble à un molécule, pas un molécule qui se ressemble à elle-même un instant. But even Diderot cheated, as de Man points out, for he rescued his vision of absolute heterogeneity by positing the totality of matter as a kind of vast organic being. Rousseau was more consequent, yet this visible universe consists of matter, scattered and dead matter, which as a whole has none of the cohesion, organization, or the common feeling of the parts of a living body, for it is certain that we, who are parts, have no feeling of ourselves in the whole, profession, quoted in AR 230. This is evidently inconsistent with the notion of a pious and theistic Rousseau traditionally associated with the profession and other writings. Removal of that inconsistency, however, is the tour de force of de Man's chapter on this text. This is done by shifting the place of what has been taken as theistic belief, and in particular the idea of God, from the realm of ontological propositions to the faculty of judgment itself, AR 228. God and the accompanying conceptuality is therefore not to be read as a resolution of the intolerable vision of matter evoked above, and not as some later intervention in it, which substitutes for its scandal some more reassuring worldview, that the manuals of intellectual history designate as the ism. Rather, the idea named God and the other matters associated with inner assent are transferred, by way of a kind of bracketing, to the function of the mind, or better still, to that of language itself and its capacity to make what is epistemologically termed an act of judgment. To displace and redistribute the problem in this fashion, de Man plausibly asserts that it is Rousseau who does this himself and not his deconstructive reader, is to recognize our old friend, the metaphoric act, the linguistic affirmation of resemblance and identity. Now these religious beliefs are no longer exactly Rousseau's, they are linguistic and conceptual forms floating through his mind with all the disembodied objectivity of the generic and universal concepts of language itself. The profession now no longer argues for them but merely seeks to examine something like their operative conditions of possibility, something which converts this work from a neo-Cartesian text into a pre-Kantian one AR 229. But in that case the religious conceptuality is left suspended above the pre-linguistic realm of meaningless matter as effectively as the metaphoric concept floats above the individual particulars or entities it is supposed to subsume, or the general will above the unique passions and violent particularities who inhabit its domain as individual subjects. Rousseau's theism is undecidable, AR 245, in exactly the same way, for, far from making a bridge from the realm of the particular to the realm of universals and language, Rousseau's whole operation has consisted precisely in problematizing that relationship and casting its very possibility into question at the same time that universals, concepts, language, and even theism continue to be used. I am inclined to think that this materialistic or pessimistic vision, what some people seem to like to call nihilism, can in fact be transferred to de Man himself by way of the intermediation of the other great alter ego, Kant, with whom de Man's affinities, besides the mutual link to Rousseau, are, I think, founded on precisely the same dual vision. A passage like the following only superficially conveys the horror of Kant's worldview. Everywhere around us we observe a chain of causes and effects, of means and ends, of death and birth, and, as nothing has entered of itself into the condition in which we find it, we are constantly referred to some other thing, which itself suggests the same inquiry regarding its cause, and thus the universe must sink into the abyss of nothingness, unless we admit that, besides this infinite chain of contingencies, there exists something else that is primal and self-subsistent, something which, as the cause of this phenomenal world, secures its continuance and preservation. 22. Yet this passage still characterizes the world of phenomena, the empirical world of our own experience. It is rather the world of the noumena, and the things in themselves, that in Kant is the true home of the uncanny and corresponds more closely to the atomistic or materialist visions present in earlier philosophy with certain fundamental new twists. The thing in itself is, for example, not representable in Diderot's fashion because it is not representable at all. By definition, it is a kind of empty concept that cannot correspond to any form of experience. Nonetheless, it sometimes seems to me that we have some advantage over tradition, not so much because we have new terminologies and new conceptualities, as Lacan and Althusser thought about their rewriting of Freud and Marx, but rather because we have new technologies. Film in particular may allow us to square this particular circle in a new way and to represent a little better what was fundamentally defined as escaping representation altogether. If indeed the philosophical meaning of film, in Stanley Cavell's great insight is to show us what the world might look like in our own absence, la nature sans les hommes, as Sartre used to say, then perhaps today the noumenon can come before us with a properly filmic unheimlichkeit, as some grisly set of eerily lit volumes projecting a kind of internal visibility out of themselves like an infrared light, the element of horror films and trick photography, of the flight across the dimensions of Kubrick's 2001, if not the loathsomeness of the field of vision of some occult other. This might, with all appropriately shabby disreputableness, be a contemporary way of matching the dizziness with which the classical materialists imagined themselves to gaze into the very pores of matter as that meaninglessly subtended the realm of appearance of the ordinary human world. For Kant's noumenal realm has nothing to do with that deeper level of Hegelian essence, that truer dimension beneath phenomenal appearance into which Marx invites us on leaving the marketplace. Let us therefore, in company with the owner of money and the owner of labor power, leave this noisy sphere, where everything takes place on the surface and in full view of everyone, and follow them into the hidden abode of production, on whose threshold there hangs the notice "No admittance except on Business MC 279-80. Kant's things in themselves, along with the material universe of Rousseau's Vicar and also, perhaps, of de Man himself, cannot be visited in that fashion, since they correspond to what lies beyond anthropomorphism, beyond human categories and human senses, what is here before us without us, unseen and untouched, independent of the phenomenological centering of the human body and above all beyond the categories of the human mind, or, in de Man, the operations of language and the tropes. As for freedom as a noumenon, it marks the same lack of perspective taken on the self, on human consciousness and identity, as some monstrous thing we cannot imagine seeing from the outside, that nameless alien being we domesticate by means of the more banal anthropomorphic concepts of reasons, choices, motives, leaps of faith, irresistible compulsions, and the like. To see Kant as positing an insuperably dualistic world in which human appearance coexists and is impossibly superimposed with an unthinkable and non-human world of things in themselves, including our own selves, is to understand a little better why Kant should offer so useful a set of coordinates for de Man, whose linguistic categories replace Kant's cognitive ones and effectively rule out the Kantian ethical compromise at the same time that they close the door, with a certain glacial skepticism, on the theistic solution of Rousseau, which scarcely turns out to be theism any more in any traditional religious sense. Thus, unlike Rousseau, de Man did not even seek to make such a bridge between the universal and the particular, although he acknowledged the inevitability of assuming it to exist, that is, of continuing to use language. Is his practice then to be described, as people have loosely done, particularly in the last few years, as a nihilism? De Man consistently described himself as a materialist, but that is surely not the same thing. Nihilism evokes a kind of global ideology or pessimistic worldview of the type to which he was in general allergic. The more precise designation of his philosophical position lies elsewhere and opens up an even more archaic and unseasonable problematic behind the already seemingly antiquated one of 18th-century materialism. What de Man clearly was not a nihilist but a nominalist, and the scandalized reception that greeted his views on language when they finally became clear to his readers is comparable to nothing quite so much as the agitation of Thomist clerks confronted unexpectedly with the nominalist enormity. Exploring these philosophical affinities, clearly a task that cannot be undertaken here, might yield yet another demand, one whose ideology was at the very least no longer that of 18th century materialism. What is more interesting for us in the present context is the way his nominalism can now be reinscribed into the very logic of contemporary thought and culture, from which he otherwise stood aloof, unique, and unclassifiable. Adorno has for one already explored the ways in which modern art centrally faces a logic of nominalism as its situation and its dilemma. He borrowed the word from Croce, who used it largely to discredit the kinds of genre thinking at work in the art appreciation of his own day, generalities and generic classifications he felt to be inconsistent with the experience of the individual work of art. In Adorno, nominalism enters the very production of the modern work as a destiny, and his formal diagnosis is also implicit in his work on the history of modern philosophical concepts, which are now fatally driven back from the universalizing possibilities of traditional philosophy, about which he is not particularly nostalgic. What is now wanted is some larger social and cultural diagnosis of the nominalist imperative in contemporary times, the tendency toward immanence, the flight from transcendence characterized in our opening section, in this light becomes a private or negative phenomenon, whose positive side is only disclosed by the hypothesis of nominalism as a social and existential force in its own right. Postmodern politics and the postmodern inflection of the older concept of democracy can also be interpreted in this way, as a growing feeling that the reality of social particulars and individuals is somehow inconsistent with older ways of thinking of society and the social, including the ideology of individualism itself. Within such a context, de Man's work takes on a somewhat different and less exceptional resonance, as the place in which a certain experience of nominalism, in the specialized realm of linguistic production itself, was, as it were, lived to the absolute and theorized with a forbidding and rigorous purity. But our discussion of Rousseau's theism remains incomplete, for we have not yet mentioned the way in which the theistic conceptuality, which clearly enough failed to take on the realm of matter itself, nonetheless won a certain autonomy in its own right by way of libidinal catheticism. De Man's very different language describes this moment as a turn towards eudaimonic valorization. AR 243, the transformation of the locus of judgment into a kind of spectacle. AR 242, henceforth susceptible to a language of pleasure and pain, and beyond that into that general erotic and sentimental attitudinizing we associate with the 18th century. 25. But what is to be done with this resurgence of the matter of pleasure opens up the issues and problems of the aesthetic as such in de Man's work rather than in that of Rousseau. It is certain that de Man's form of deconstruction can be seen as a last-minute rescue operation and a salvaging of the aesthetic, even a defense and valorization of literary study and a privileging of specifically literary language at the moment in which it seemed about to disappear without a trace. This he first secured through a strategic redefinition of the concept of a text, which is now restricted to apply only to those writings that deconstruct themselves, to speak loosely. The paradigm of all texts consists of a figure, or a system of figures, and its deconstruction. AR 205, this formulation, which we have already encountered in our effort to grasp the initial metaphoric moment of language, can now also be seen to have the very different function of aesthetic valorization. Expelled from it are the vulgarizers and the ideologists Herder and Schiller, for example, who imagine that Rousseau is merely a philosopher, whose ideas one can borrow and adapt, develop, and add to. They are blissfully unendowed with the deeper suspicion that informs the two basic types of writing, allegories of figure and allegories of reading, encompassed in the larger designation text. This is surely an assertion of value, if not of a kind of canonicity. One might, however, object that it is not exactly an assertion of aesthetic value. Texts can be so categorized and classified because they are linguistically reflexive, deconstruct themselves, and are somehow self-conscious about their own operations. Perhaps such judgments might better be consigned, as de Man so often seems to do, to rhetoric rather than to aesthetics. But there is a final turn of the screw here, for text also in de Man becomes the very definition of literary language as such, at which point something suspiciously resembling aesthetic evaluation and literary study itself becomes triumphantly re-established. But it would be wrong to conclude from this that de Man's operation turns out to be reassuringly traditionalist after all, For there is yet another piece of this puzzle, namely, the unexpected intervention of what Geoffrey Galt Harpham has called the ascetic imperative. We have indeed frequently had occasion to observe de Man's use of a vocabulary of temptation and seduction, particularly, but not exclusively, in connection with interpretive options. It is now time to say that these are no mere habits of style but correspond to a more fundamental feature of de Man's philosophical view of language as well as of his aesthetic. This is also the point at which his work can be seen crucially to intersect with the current debate over modernism and postmodernism, terms of which he would not particularly have approved, especially in the periodizing fashion in which I plan to use them. If we drew up the battle lines between those committed to positing some deep continuity between Romanticism and modernism and those intent on stressing a radical break between them, de Man would surely have belonged in the first camp, even though the radical difference of the individual text, or rather the individual auteur, for de Man remains committed to auteur theory even in the problematization of authorship as such, intervenes to discredit the larger concepts. It is, however, as though Romantic poetry remains somehow closer to the sources of Rousseau's suspicion of language. De Man's affinitive elections among the theorists tend, as is well known, after Nietzsche, toward Friedrich Schlegel. The capacity of the language of the moderns is therefore richer in lies and delusions, in seductions, so that it seems fitting that de Man's most extraordinary full-dress deconstruction of poetic language as such should take Rilke as its occasion. For the moment, then, the deconstruction of the seductiveness of poetic language is at one with the deconstruction of modernism itself. Since it is commonly admitted that value seductions are tolerated, and even admired, in so-called literary texts in a manner that would not pass muster in philosophical writings, the value of these values is itself linked to the possibility of distinguishing philosophical from literary texts. AR 119. Rilke's seductions, AR 20, are articulated in a four-step account, in which each step finds resonances elsewhere in de Man's writing. The first, the awakening of complicity in the reader, is often thought to be paradigmatic of the modern in general, hypocrite lecteur. Mon semblable, mon frère. In a second moment a fullness of objects and a fascination with their surfaces is identified, which takes a specific thematic form in Rilke but is also in one way or another paradigmatic of a significant intensification of the sensory in the modern generally. The third step now converts these gains into what we may call an ideological implementation. They are now to affirm and promise, as few other works do, a form of existential salvation. Hier sen ist herrlich. It will not be surprising to find that this operation awakens de Man's vigilance most immediately. Indeed, by the end of this monographic study, written as an introduction to a French selection of Rilke, an occasion which perhaps explains its relatively unusual accessibility and also its systematic character as a general survey and totalizing analysis, the great philosophical poems, the Duino elegies and the sonnets to Orpheus, have been displaced, reduced to a more marginal and humbled position in the Rilke canon, where they have been dethroned by the sparser and more fragmentary, well-nigh minimalist fragments, that seem to foreshadow Céline and in their very refusal of plenitude to embody something like a deconstructive aesthetic. Nor is this minimalism a structural accident. This liberating theory of the signifier also implies a complete drying up of thematic possibilities. AR 48. Yet the other features of Rilke's seductive strategy are finally just as suspicious as this one, not least the final, or fourth, moment, in which the preceding three steps are crystallized into poetic language as such. This is the emergence of a single sensory channel, euphony, which makes language sing like a violin. AR 38, a well-nigh phonocentric ergot on which Rilke, from the start, has wagered the outcome of his entire poetic success. AR 55 possibilities of representation and of expression are eliminated in an ascesis which tolerates no other referent than the formal attributes of the vehicle. Since sound is the only property of language that is truly immanent to it and that bears no relation to anything that would be situated outside language itself, it will remain as the only available resource. AR 32. It is odd to find this extraordinary musicality, familiar to every addicted reader of Rilke, described as an ascesis. The word is designed to mediate between this formal peculiarity and Rilke's religious thematics, which are in effect here both justified and acted out by the renunciation of all the other senses that Rilke is sometimes pleased to think of as sainthood. Meanwhile, the characterization also cuts deeply across the historical phenomenon of the reification and separation of the senses in modern times, and the subsequent autonomization of each, which thereby, as also, in modern painting gains an extraordinary new intensity. The new bodily sensorium has mostly been celebrated by readers, and writers, who have gained some historical sense of its novelty, phenomenology, and the more contemporary ideologies of desire, take their point of departure in this fragmentation that has happened to the body in modern times. De Man's peculiar perspective is therefore defamiliarizing in a way that can only be welcomed, coldly suspending the tempting richness of the new sense, euphony. He insists on its price and on everything that must be renounced in order for the sounds of language to become autonomous. But this must also surely be described as an ascesis on his part as well, and nowhere is allegories of reading more ferocious than in its mocking rehearsal of Nietzsche's own apologia for the supreme power of music itself. Who would dare admit, after such a passage, to not being one of the happy few among the authentic musicians? The page could only have been written with conviction if Nietzsche's personal identification would make him into the king mark of a triangular relationship. It has all the trappings of a statement made in bad faith, parallel rhetorical questions, an abundance of clichés, obvious catering to its audience. The deadly power of music is a myth that cannot withstand the ridicule of literal description, yet Nietzsche is compelled, by the rhetorical mode of his text, to present it in the absurdity of its facticity. AR 97-98, 27. I want to stress the degree to which, above and beyond this or that local identification and unmasking of a specific linguistic seduction, all of which in one way or another reenact the referential illusions including desire generated by the initial metaphoric act, De Man's work is unique among that of modern critics and theorists in its ascetic repudiation of pleasure, desire, and the intoxication of the sensory. Yet even more crucial matters lie behind these fashionably contemporary ones, in particular the great traditional preoccupation of philosophical aesthetics from Plato to German idealism, namely, the question of the status of shine, or aesthetic appearance, reduced, in post-contemporary debates, to the somewhat more limited issue called representation. How one stands on the guild of art and the status of the cultural intellectual, not to speak of the aesthete as such, depends very much, as Adorno never tired of showing us, on one's attitude toward aesthetic appearance, which can be repudiated for political reasons as a social luxury or privilege, or alternately celebrated or rationalized in any number of different ideological ways, which have themselves been modified since the emergence of mass media culture. De Man uniquely combined both these positions in an idiosyncratic synthesis, assigning to shine and sensory appearance the negative status of aesthetic ideology and falsehood or bad faith while retaining art itself, or at least literature, as the privileged realm in which language deconstructs itself and in which, therefore, some very late version of truth might still be available. Aesthetic experience is thus again valorized, but without those tempting aesthetic pleasures that always used to seem its very essence, as though art were a pill one had to swallow in spite of its sugar-coating, or more traditionally, a relatively Wagnerian veil of necessary magical illusion and phantasmagoria. Juxtaposed with someone like Roland Barthes, De Man's Puritanism takes on virtually Platonic proportions, save for the latter's social plans for art itself, alongside which a Barthes then comes to seem the very epitome of irresponsible self-indulgence and the surrender to delusion. I'm afraid I am personally unable to take seriously the ethical suggestions which accompany De Man's text, that is, no doubt, my problem, but Allegories of Reading, does seem prophetic of the 1980s, less for some putative new morality than for the judgment of bankruptcy it pronounces on the elaborate celebration of liberation, the body, desire, and the senses which was one of the principal gains and battlefields of the 1960s. Yet, as we have already seen, this remarkable and devastating diagnosis of the modern and of its sensory rhetoric, we cannot recapitulate the detailed deconstruction of Rilke's figures that follows, is followed almost immediately by the reinstatement of the primacy of literary and poetic language. This is plausible enough, since if what is wanted is the undoing of the sensory illusions of language, then these must have been awakened to their fullest extent for the definitive strong case against them to be made. We must therefore read de Man's aesthetic against a larger historical context in which it offers the spectacle of an incompletely liquidated modernism. The positions and the arguments are postmodern, then, even if the conclusions are not. Why such ultimate consequences are then not drawn becomes our final question, which cannot be fully answered. In a very general way, however, as has been asserted in previous chapters, a fully autonomous and self-justifying postmodernism seems finally impossible as an ideology. If one likes to use a language of anti-foundationalism, but this is only one of the codes or themes in which the drama is acted out, this amounts to the assertion that the anti-foundational position is always susceptible to slippage into a new kind of foundational role in its own right. Yet the survival of properly modernist values in de Man above all, the supreme privilege and value of the aesthetic and of poetic language is too peremptory and full-throated, particularly alongside its extraordinarily detailed indictment of virtually all the formal features of the modernist aesthetic, to be explained only in this way. I suppose that what is being observed here is the feeling one sometimes has, with a certain distance and a certain shift in perspective, that historically and culturally de Man was a very old-fashioned figure indeed, whose values were more characteristic of a pre-World War II European intelligentsia, something generally calculated to remain invisible to contemporary North Americans. What needs to be explained, then, is not so much the imperfect liquidation of the modern heritage in de Man but the very project of liquidating it in the first place. I have not until the present wanted to pronounce myself on the now notorious revelations, the discovery of de Man's work as a cultural journalist in the first years of the German occupation of Belgium. I'm afraid that much of the debate aroused by these materials has struck me as what Walter Ben Michaels likes to call hand-wringing. For one thing, it does not seem to me that North American intellectuals have generally had the kind of experience of history that would qualify them to judge the actions and choices of people under military occupation, unless indeed the situation of the Vietnam War is taken to offer some rough analogy. For another, the exclusive emphasis on anti-Semitism ignores and politically neutralizes its other constitutive feature in the Nazi period, namely, anti-communism. That the very possibility of the Judeocide was absolutely at one with and inseparable from the anti-communist and radical right-wing mission of National Socialism is the burden of Arno J. Mayer's conclusive New History, Why Did the Heavens Not Darken? But put this way, it seems at once clear that de Man was neither an anti-communist nor a right-winger. Had he taken such positions in his student days, at a time when the student movements of Europe were overwhelmingly conservative or reactionary, they would have been public knowledge, inasmuch as he was the nephew of one of the most famous figures of European socialism. Meanwhile, a certain background political ideology in these texts, utterly devoid of any personal originality or distinctiveness, simply rehearses the general period corporatism common across the board from Nazism and Italian fascism, through the New Deal and Henrik de Man's post-Marxian social democracy, all the way to Stalinism. 28. What Paul de Man clearly was, however, as the articles testify, can be seen to be a fairly unremarkable specimen of the then conventional high modernist aesthete, and the apolitical aesthete at that. This is clearly a very different matter from Heidegger, although it seems unquestionable that the twin Heidegger and de Man scandals have been carefully orchestrated to delegitimate Derridean deconstruction. Heidegger may have been politically naive, as they like to say, but he was certainly political, and believed for a time that the Hitlerian seizure of power was a genuine national revolution that would result in a moral and social reconstruction of the nation. As rector of Freiburg University, and in the best reactionary and McCarthyite spirit, he worked at purging the place of its doubtful elements, although one should remember that genuinely radical or leftist elements were very scarce in the German university system of the 1920s, compared to the Hollywood of the 1940s or the Federal Republic of the 1970s. His ultimate disappointment with Hitler was shared by a number of people on the revolutionary, anti-capitalist, left within National Socialism, who failed for some time to understand Hitler's pragmatic position as a moderate or centrist or his crucial relationship to big business. I know I will be misunderstood if I add that I have some sneaking admiration for Heidegger's attempt at political commitment, and find the attempt itself morally and aesthetically preferable to a political liberalism, provided its ideals remain unrealized. Nothing of this has any relevance to Paul de Man, for whom the thing dramatically called collaboration was simply a job, in a Europe henceforth and for the foreseeable future united and German, and who as long as I knew him personally was simply a good liberal, and a non-anti-communist one at that. Can one nonetheless follow one of the classic scenarios of ideology critique and argue that the evolution of a whole complex later line of thought was in some way determined by an initial trauma that it seeks to undo? This therapeutic language can, of course, be replaced by a more tactical one, as in Bourdieu's magisterial discussion of the way in which Heidegger's famous care, the turn of his existentialism toward matters of being, constitutes a calculated rhetorical disengagement from the earlier political affirmation of the Nazi revolution, but, in that, unlike Blanquat, de Man had no such sympathies to begin with. One can also, however, plausibly discuss such deconversions in terms of trauma itself, as the experience of violence and radical fear. Thus, in Conversation in the Cathedral, so oddly prophetic of his own later apostasy from the left, Vargas Llosa shows how the very experience of being burned by history, in this case being beaten up after a student demonstration, but in more serious cases torture itself, installs a crippling structure of self-censorship and a well-nigh Pavlovian avoidance of future political commitment, a kind of peculiar inversion of the canonical Fanonian liberatory act of violence. It seems ludicrous to suggest that all the complex procedures of Demonian deconstruction came into being in some way to atone for or to undo a Nazi past that never existed in the first place. They certainly effectively undid his uncritically modernist aesthetic values, while finally, as we have seen, saving the text in another way. As for the notorious anti-Semitic article, I believe that has been consistently misread. It strikes me as the ingenious effort at resistance of a young man altogether too smart for his own good. For the message of this intervention is the following: you garden variety anti-Semites and intellectuals, we will leave the lofty religious anti-Semitism of the Third Reich out of it, in fact do your own cause a disservice. You have not understood that if Jewish literature is as dangerous and virulent as you claim it is, it follows that Aryan literature does not amount to much, and in particular lacks the stamina to resist a Jewish culture which is supposed to be, under other canonical anti-Semitic accounts, valueless. You would therefore under these circumstances be better advised to stop talking about the Jews altogether and to cultivate your own garden. It is ironic, although absolutely characteristic of irony as such, that this irony should be so disastrously misunderstood and misread. De Man seems to have at once understood that the piece was most easily readable as the expression of anti-Semitism rather than the latter's undermining. Perhaps the rigors of deconstructive reading so passionately pursued and taught in later years are calculated to undo this disaster in the sense of forming readers capable at least of resisting this kind of elementary interpretive blunder. But most of his disciples seem to have made it anyway on first confronting this text, and in any case a certain further irony is afforded by the fact that de Man's pedagogy, so remarkable in other respects, should have left his students singularly ill-prepared to confront this type of political and historical issue, which it bracketed from the outset. The ultimate irony, however, lies in the survival of irony itself, the supreme theoretical concept and value of traditional modernism and the very locus of the notion of self-consciousness and the reflexive FL in the otherwise complete debacle of the repertoire of modernism in de Man's mature work. Indeed, it rises again serenely as the latter's climax, on the final page of Allegories of Reading. 8. Postmodernism and the market. Linguistics has a useful scheme that is unfortunately lacking in ideological analysis. It can mark a given word as either word or idea by alternating slash marks or brackets. Thus the word market, with its various dialect pronunciations and its etymological origins in the Latin for trade and merchandise, is printed as slash market slash. On the other hand, the concept, as it has been theorized by philosophers and ideologues down through the ages, from Aristotle to Milton Friedman, would be printed market. One thinks for a moment that this would solve so many of our problems in dealing with a subject of this kind, which is at one and the same time an ideology and a set of practical institutional problems, until one remembers the great flanking and pincer movements of the opening section of the Grundrisse, where Marx undoes the hopes and longings for simplification of the Proudhonists, who thought they would get rid of all the problems of money by abolishing money, without seeing that it is the very contradiction of the exchange system that is objectified and expressed in money proper and would continue to objectify and express itself in any of its simpler substitutes, like work-time coupons. These last, Marx observes dryly, would under ongoing capitalism simply turn back into money itself, and all the previous contradictions would return in force. So also with the attempt to separate ideology and reality. The ideology of the market is unfortunately not some supplementary ideational or representational luxury or embellishment that can be removed from the economic problem and then sent over to some cultural or superstructural morgue, to be dissected by specialists over there. It is somehow generated by the thing itself, as its objectively necessary afterimage. Somehow both dimensions must be registered together, in their identity as well as in their difference. They are, to use a contemporary but already outmoded language, semi-autonomous, which means, if it is to mean anything, that they are not really autonomous or independent from each other, but they are not really at one with each other, either. The Marxian concept of ideology was always meant to respect and to rehearse and flex the paradox of the mere semi-autonomy of the ideological concept, for example, the ideologies of the market, with respect to the thing itself or in this case the problems of market and planning in late capitalism as well as in the socialist countries today. But the classical Marxian concept, including the very word ideology, itself something like the ideology of the thing, as opposed to its reality, often broke down in precisely this respect, becoming purely autonomous and then drifting off as sheer epiphenomenon into the world of the superstructures, while reality remained below, the real-life responsibility of professional economists. There are, of course, many professional models of ideology in Marx himself. The following one from the Grundrisse and turning on the delusions of the Proudhonists has been less often remarked and studied but is very rich and suggestive indeed. Marx is here discussing a very central feature of our current topic, namely, the relationship of the ideas and values of freedom and equality to the exchange system, and he argues, just like Milton Friedman, that these concepts and values are real and objective, organically generated by the market system itself, and dialectically are indissolubly linked to it. He goes on to add, I was going to say now unlike Milton Friedman, but a pause for reflection allows me to remember that even these unpleasant consequences are also acknowledged, and sometimes even celebrated, by the neoliberals, that in practice this freedom and equality turn out to be unfreedom and inequality. Meanwhile, however, it is a question of the attitude of the Proudhonists to this reversal, and of their miscomprehension of the ideological dimension of the exchange system and how that functions both true and false, both objective and delusional, what we used to try to render with the Hegelian expression objective appearance. Exchange value, or, more precisely, the money system, is indeed the system of freedom and equality, and what disturbs the Proudhonists in the more recent development of the system are disturbances imminent to the system, i.e., the very realization of equality and freedom, which turn out to be inequality and unfreedom. It is an aspiration as pious as it is stupid to wish that exchange value would not develop into capital, or that labor which produces exchange value would not develop into wage labor. What distinguishes these gentlemen, in other words, the Proudhonists, or as we might say today, the Social Democrats from the bourgeois apologists is, on the one hand, their awareness of the contradictions inherent in the system, and, on the other, their utopianism, manifest in their failure to grasp the inevitable difference between the real and the ideal shape of bourgeois society, and the consequent desire to undertake the superfluous task of changing the ideal expression itself back into reality, whereas it is in fact merely the photographic image lichtbild of this reality. 1. So it is very much a cultural question, in the contemporary sense of the word, turning on the problem of representation itself. The Proudhonists are realists, we might say, of the correspondence model variety. They think, along with the Habermasians today, perhaps, that the revolutionary ideals of the bourgeois system, freedom and equality, are properties of real societies, and they note that, while still present in the utopian ideal image or portrait of bourgeois market society, these same features are absent and woefully lacking when we turn to the reality which sat as the model for that ideal portrait. It will then be enough to change and improve the model and make freedom and equality finally appear, for real, in flesh and blood, in the market system. But Marx is, so to speak, a modernist, and this particular theorization of ideology drawing, only 20 years after the invention of photography, on very contemporary photographic figures, where previously Marx and Engels had favored the pictorial tradition, with its various camera obscuras, suggests that the ideological dimension is intrinsically embedded within the reality, which secretes it as a necessary feature of its own structure. That dimension is thus profoundly imaginary in a real and positive sense, that is to say, it exists and is real insofar as it is an image, marked and destined to remain as such, its very unreality and unrealizability being what is real about it. I think of episodes in Sartre's plays which might serve as useful textbook allegories of this peculiar process, for example, the passionate desire of Electra to murder her mother, which, however, turns out not to have been intended for realization. Electra, after the fact, discovers that she did not really want her mother dead, i.e., dead in reality. What she wanted was to go on longing in rage and resentment to have her dead. And so it is, as we shall see with those two rather contradictory features of the market system, freedom and equality. Everybody wants to want them, but they cannot be realized. The only thing that can happen to them is for the system that generates them to disappear, thereby abolishing the ideals along with the reality itself. But to restore to ideology this complex way of dealing with its roots in its own social reality would mean reinventing the dialectic, something every generation fails in its own way to do. Ours has, indeed, not even tried, and the last attempt, the Althusserian moment, long since passed under the horizon along with the hurricanes of yesteryear. Meanwhile, I have the impression that only so-called discourse theory has tried to fill the void left when the concept of ideology was yanked along with the rest of classical Marxism into the abyss. One may readily endorse Stuart Hall's program based, as I understand it, on the notion that the fundamental level on which political struggle is waged is that of the struggle over the legitimacy of concepts and ideologies, that political legitimation comes from that, and that, for example, Thatcherism and its cultural counter-revolution were founded fully as much on the delegitimation of welfare state or social democratic, we used to call it liberal, ideology as on the inherent structural problems of the welfare state itself. This allows me to express my thesis in its strongest form, which is that the rhetoric of the market has been a fundamental and central component of this ideological struggle, this struggle for the legitimation or delegitimation of left discourse. The surrender to the various forms of market ideology on the left, I mean, not to mention everybody else, has been imperceptible but alarmingly universal. Everyone is now willing to mumble, as though it were an inconsequential concession in passing to public opinion and current received wisdom, or shared communicational presuppositions, that no society can function efficiently without the market and that planning is obviously impossible. This is the second shoe of the destiny of that older piece of discourse, nationalization, which it follows some 20 years later, just as, in general, full postmodernism, particularly in the political field, has turned out to be the sequel, continuation, and fulfillment of the old 50s and ideology episode. At any rate, we were then willing to murmur agreement to the increasingly widespread proposition that socialism had nothing to do with nationalization. The consequence is that today we find ourselves having to agree to the proposition that socialism really has nothing to do with socialism itself any longer. The market is in human nature is the proposition that cannot be allowed to stand unchallenged, in my opinion, it is the most crucial terrain of ideological struggle in our time. If you let it pass because it seems an inconsequential admission or, worse yet, because you've really come to believe in it yourself, in your heart of hearts, then socialism and Marxism alike will have effectively become delegitimated, at least for a time. Sweezy reminds us that capitalism failed to catch on in a number of places before it finally arrived in England, and that if the actually existing socialisms go down the drain, there will be other, better, ones later on. I believe this also, but we don't have to make it a self-fulfilling prophecy. In the same spirit, I want to add to the formulations and tactics of Stuart Hall's discourse analysis the same kind of historical qualifier. The fundamental level on which political struggle is waged is that of the legitimacy of concepts like planning or the market, at least right now and in our current situation. At future times, politics will take more activist forms from that, just as it has done in the past. It must finally be added, on this methodological point, that the conceptual framework of discourse analysis, although allowing us conveniently, in a postmodern age, to practice ideological analysis without calling it that, is no more satisfactory than the reveries of the Proudhonists. Autonormizing the dimension of the concept and calling it discourse suggests that this dimension is potentially unrelated to reality and can be left to float off on its own, to found its own subdiscipline, and develop its own specialists. I still prefer to call market what it is, namely, an ideology, and to premise about it what one must premise about all ideologies, that, unfortunately, we have to talk about the realities fully as much as the concepts. Is market discourse merely a rhetoric? It is and isn't, to rehearse the great formal logic of the identity of identity and non-identity, and to get it right, you have to talk about real markets just as much as about metaphysics, psychology, advertising, culture, representations, and libidinal apparatuses. But this means somehow skirting the vast continent of political philosophy as such, itself a kind of ideological market in its own right, in which, as in some gigantic combinational system, all possible variants and combinations of political values, options, and solutions are available, on condition you think you are free to choose among them. In this great emporium, for example, we may combine the ratio of freedom to equality according to our individual temperament, as when state intervention is opposed because of its damage to this or that fantasy of individual or personal freedom, or equality is deplored because its values lead to demands for the correction of market mechanisms and the intervention of other kinds of values and priorities. The theory of ideology excludes this optionality of political theories, not merely because values as such have deeper class and unconscious sources than those of the conscious mind, but also because theory is itself a kind of form determined by social content, and it reflects social reality in more complicated ways than a solution reflects its problem. What can be observed at work here is the fundamental dialectical law of the determination of a form by its content, something not active in theories or disciplines in which there is no differentiation between a level of appearance and a level of essence, and in which phenomena like ethics or sheer political opinion as such are modifiable by conscious decision or rational persuasion. Indeed, an extraordinary remark of Mallarmé il n'existe d'ouvert à la recherche mentale que devoirs, en tout, ou bifurque notre besoin, à savoir, l'esthétique d'un apart et aussi l'économie politique too suggests that the deeper affinities between a Marxian conception of political economy in general and the realm of the aesthetic, as, for instance, in Adorno's or Benjamin's work, are to be located precisely here, in the perception shared by both disciplines of this immense dual movement. Of a plane of form and a plane of substance, to use an alternative language from the linguist Hjelmslöv. This would seem to confirm the traditional complaint about Marxism that it lacks any autonomous political reflection as such, something which, however, tends to strike one as a strength rather than a weakness. Marxism is indeed not a political philosophy of the Weltanschauung variety, and in no way on all fours with conservation, liberalism, radicalism, populism, or whatever. There is certainly a Marxist practice of politics, but political thinking in Marxism, when it is not practical in that way, has exclusively to do with the economic organization of society and how people cooperate to organize production. This means that socialism is not exactly a political idea, or, if you like, that it presupposes the end of a certain political thinking. It also means that we do have our homologues among the bourgeois thinkers, but they are not the fascists, who have very little in the way of thought in that sense, and have in any case become historically extinct, but rather the neoliberals and the market people. For them also, political philosophy is worthless, at least once you get rid of the arguments of the Marxist, collectivist enemy, and politics now means simply the care and feeding of the economic apparatus, in this case the market, rather than the collectively owned and organized means of production. Indeed, I will argue the proposition that we have much in common with the neoliberals, in fact virtually everything save the essentials. But the obvious must first be said, namely, that the slogan of the market not only covers a great variety of different referents or concerns, but it is also virtually always a misnomer. For one thing, no free market exists today in the realm of oligopolies and multinationals. Indeed, Galbraith suggested long ago that oligopolies were our imperfect substitute for planning and planification of the socialist type. Meanwhile, on its general use, market as a concept rarely has anything to do with choice or freedom, since those are all determined for us in advance, whether we are talking about new model cars, toys, or television programs. We select among those, no doubt, but we can scarcely be said to have a say in actually choosing any of them. Thus the homology with freedom is at best a homology with parliamentary democracy of our representative type. Then too, the market in the socialist countries would seem to have more to do with production than consumption, since it is above all a question of supplying spare parts, components, and raw materials to other production units that is foregrounded as the most urgent problem, and to which the Western-type market is then fantasized as a solution. But presumably the slogan of the market and all its accompanying rhetoric was devised to secure a decisive shift and displacement from the conceptuality of production to that of distribution and consumption, something it rarely seems in fact to do. It also seems, incidentally, to screen out the rather crucial matter of property, with which conservatives have had notorious intellectual difficulty. Here, the exclusion of the justification of original property titles it will be viewed as a synchronic framing that excludes the dimension of history and systemic historical change. Finally, it should be noted that in the view of many neoliberals, not only do we not yet have a free market, but what we have in its place, and what is sometimes otherwise defended as a free market against the Soviet Union, namely, a mutual compromise and buying off of pressure groups, special interests, and the like, is in itself, according to the New Right, a structure absolutely inimical to the real free market and its establishment. This kind of analysis, sometimes called public choice theory, is the right-wing equivalent of the left analysis of the media and consumerism, in other words, the obligatory theory of resistance, the account of what in the public area and the public sphere generally prevents people from adopting a better system and impedes their very understanding and reception of such a system. The reasons for the success of market ideology can therefore not be sought in the market itself, even when you have sorted out exactly which of these many phenomena is being designated by the word. But it is best to begin with the strongest and most comprehensive metaphysical version, which associates the market with human nature. This view comes in many, often imperceptible, forms, but it has been conveniently formalized into a whole method by Gary Becker in his admirably totalizing approach. I am saying that the economic approach provides a valuable unified framework for understanding all human behavior. Thus, for example, marriage is susceptible to a kind of market analysis. My analysis implies that likes or unlikes made when that maximizes total household commodity output over all marriages, regardless of whether the trait is financial, like wage rates and property income, or genetical, like height and intelligence, or psychological, like aggressiveness and passiveness. But here the clarifying footnote is crucial and marks a beginning toward grasping what is really at stake in Becker's interesting proposal. Let me emphasize again that commodity output is not the same as national product as usually measured, but includes children, companionship, health, and a variety of other commodities. What immediately leaps to the eye, therefore, is the paradox of the greatest symptomatic significance for the Marxian theoretical tourist that this most scandalous of all market models is in reality a production model. In it, consumption is explicitly described as the production of a commodity or a specific utility, in other words, a use value which can be anything from sexual gratification to a convenient place to take it out on your children if the outside world proves inclement. Here is Becker's core description. The household production function framework emphasizes the parallel services performed by firms and households as organizational units. Similar to the typical firm analyzed in standard production theory, the household invests in capital assets, savings, capital equipment, durable goods, and capital embodied in its labor force, human capital of family members. As an organizational entity, the household, like the firm, engages in production using this labor and capital. Each is viewed as maximizing its objective function subject to resource and technological constraints. The production model not only emphasizes that the household is the appropriate basic unit of analysis in consumption theory, it also brings out the interdependence of several household decisions about family labor supply and time and goods expenditures in a single time period analysis, and decisions about marriage, family size, labor force attachment, and expenditures on goods and human capital investments in a life cycle analysis. The recognition of the importance of time as a scarce resource in the household has played an integral role in the development of empirical applications of the household production function approach. 7. I have to admit that I think one can accept this, and that it provides a perfectly realistic and sensible view not only of this human world but of all of them, going back to the earliest hominids. Let me underscore a few crucial features of the Becker model. The first is the stress on time itself as a resource. Another fundamental essay is entitled A Theory of the Allocation of Time. This is, of course, very much Marx's own view of temporality, as that supremely disengages itself from the Grundriss, where finally all value is a matter of time. I also want to suggest the consistency and kinship between this peculiar proposal and much of contemporary theory or philosophy, which has involved a prodigious expansion in what we consider to be rational or meaningful behavior. My sense is that, particularly after the diffusion of psychoanalysis but also with the gradual evaporation of otherness on a shrinking globe and in a media-suffused society, very little remains that can be considered irrational in the older sense of incomprehensible. The vilest forms of human decision-making and behavior, torture by sadists and overt or covert foreign intervention by government leaders, are now for all of us comprehensible, in terms of Adelphian Verstehen, say. Whatever we think of them. Whether such an enormously expanded concept of reason then has any further normative value, as Habermas still thinks, in a situation in which its opposite, the irrational, has shrunk to virtual non-existence, is another, and an interesting, question. But Becker's calculations, and the word does not at all in him imply homo economicus, but rather very much unreflective, everyday, preconscious behavior of all kinds, belong in that mainstream. Indeed, the system makes me think more than anything else of Sartrine freedom insofar as it implies a responsibility for everything we do. Sartrine choice, which, of course, in the same way takes place on a non-self-conscious everyday behavioral level, means the individual or collective production at every moment of Becker's commodities, which need not be hedonistic in any narrow sense, altruism being, for example, just such a commodity or pleasure. The representational consequences of a view like this will now lead us belatedly to pronounce the word postmodernism for the first time. Only Sartre's novels indeed, and they are samples, enormous, unfinished fragments, give any sense of what a representation of life that interpreted and narrated every human act and gesture, desire and decision in terms of Becker's maximization model would look like. Such representation would reveal a world peculiarly without transcendence and without perspective. Death is here, for example, just another matter of utility maximization, and indeed without plot in any traditional sense, since all choices would be equidistant and on the same level. The analogy with Sartre, however, suggests that this kind of reading, which ought to be very much a demystifying eyeball-to-eyeball encounter with daily life, with no distance and no embellishments, might not be altogether postmodern in the more fantastic senses of that aesthetic. Becker seems to have missed the wilder forms of consumption available in the postmodern, which is elsewhere capable of staging a virtual delirium of the consumption of the very idea of consumption. In the postmodern, indeed, it is the very idea of the market that is consumed with the most prodigious gratification, as it were, a bonus or surplus of the commodification process. Becker's sober calculations fall far short of that, not necessarily because postmodernism is inconsistent or incompatible with political conservatism, but rather primarily because his is finally a production and not a consumption model at all, as has been suggested above. Shades of the great introduction to the Grundriss, in which production turns into consumption and distribution and then ceaselessly returns to its basic productive form, in the enlarged systemic category of production, Marx wishes to substitute for the thematic or analytic one. Indeed, it seems possible to complain that the current celebrants of the market, the theoretical conservatives, fail to show much enjoyment or jouissance. As we will see below, their market mainly serves as a policeman meant to keep Stalin from the gates, where in addition one suspects that Stalin in turn is merely a code word for Roosevelt. As description, then, Becker's model seems to me impeccable and very faithful indeed to the facts of life as we know it. When it becomes prescriptive, of course, we face the most insidious forms of reaction. My two favorite practical consequences are, first, that oppressed minorities only make it worse for themselves by fighting back, and, second, that household production, in his special sense see above, is seriously lowered in productivity when the wife has a job. But it is easy to see how this should be so. The Becker model is postmodern in its structure as a transcoding. Two separate explanatory systems are combined here by way of the assertion of a fundamental identity, about which it is always protested that it is not metaphorical, the surest sign of an intent to metaphorize human behavior, preeminently the family or the oikos, on the one hand, the firm or enterprise, on the other. Much force and clarity is then generated by the rewriting of phenomena like spare time and personality traits in terms of potential raw materials. It does not follow, however, that the figural bracket can then be removed, as a veil is triumphantly snatched from a statue, allowing one then to reason about domestic matters in terms of money or the economic as such. But that is very precisely how Becker goes about deducing his practical political conclusions. Here too, then, he fails of absolute postmodernity, where the transcoding process has as a consequence the suspension of everything that used to be literal. Becker wants to marshal the equipment of metaphor and figural identification, only to return in a final moment to the literal level, which has in the meantime in late capitalism evaporated out from under him. Why do I find none of this particularly scandalous, and what could possibly be its proper use? As with Sartre, in Becker choice takes place within an already Preggivan environment, which Sartre theorizes as such. He calls it the situation, but which Becker neglects. In both we have a welcome reduction of the old-fashioned subject, or individual, or ego, who is now little more than a point of consciousness directed onto the stockpile of materials available in the outside world, and making decisions on that information which are rational in the new enlarged sense of what any other human being could understand, in Dilthey's sense, or in Rousseau's, what every other human being could sympathize with. That means that we are freed from all kinds of more properly irrational myths about subjectivity and can turn our attention to that situation itself, that available inventory of resources, which is the outside world itself and which must now indeed be called history. The Sartrean concept of the situation is a new way of thinking history as such. Becker avoids any comparable move, for good reasons. I have implied that even under socialism, as in earlier modes of production, people can very well be imagined operating under the Becker model. What will be different is then the situation itself, the nature of the household, the stock of raw materials, indeed, the very form and shape of the commodities therein to be produced. Becker's market thus by no means ends up as just another celebration of the market system, but rather as an involuntary redirection of our attention toward history itself and the variety of alternative situations it offers. We must suspect, therefore, that essentialist defenses of the market in reality involve other themes and issues altogether. The pleasures of consumption are little more than the ideological fantasy consequences available for ideological consumers who buy into the market theory, of which they are not themselves a part. Indeed, one of the great crises in the new conservative cultural revolution, and by the same token one of its great internal contradictions, was displayed by these same ideologues when some nervousness began to appear over the success with which consumer America had overcome the Protestant ethic and was able to throw its savings, and future income, to the winds in exercising its new nature as the full-time professional shopper. But obviously you can't have it both ways. There is no such thing as a booming, functioning market whose customer personnel is staffed by Calvinists and hard-working traditionalists knowing the value of the dollar. The passion for the market was indeed always political, as Albert O. Hirschman's great book The Passions and the Interests taught us. The market, finally, for market ideology, has less to do with consumption than it has to do with government intervention, and indeed with the evils of freedom and human nature itself. A representative description of the famous market mechanism is provided by Berry. By a natural process Smith meant what would occur, or which pattern of events would emerge, from individual interaction in the absence of some specific human intervention, either of a political kind or from violence. The behavior of a market is an obvious example of such natural phenomena. The self-regulating properties of the market system are not the product of a designing mind but are a spontaneous outcome of the price mechanism. Now from certain uniformities in human nature, including, of course, the natural desire to better ourselves, it can be deduced what will happen when government disturbs this self-regulating process. Thus Smith shows how apprenticeship laws, restraints on international trade, the privileges of corporations, and so on, disrupt, but cannot entirely suppress, natural economic tendencies. The spontaneous order of the market is brought about by the interdependency of its constituent parts, and any intervention with this order is simply self-defeating. No regulation of commerce can increase the quantity of industry in any part of society beyond what its capital can maintain. It can only divert a part of it into a direction which it otherwise would not have gone. By the phrase natural liberty Smith meant that system in which every man, provided that he does not violate the negative laws of justice, is left perfectly free to pursue his own interest in his own way and bring both his industry and capital into competition with those of any other man. 8. The force, then, of the concept of the market lies in its totalizing structure, as they say nowadays, that is, in its capacity to afford a model of a social totality. It offers another way of displacing the Marxian model, distinct from the now familiar Weberian and post-Weberian shift from economics to politics, from production to power and domination. But the displacement from production to circulation is no less a profound and ideological one, and it has the advantage of replacing the rather antediluvian fantasy representations that accompanied the domination model from 1984 and Oriental despotism all the way to Foucault narratives rather comical for the new postmodern age with representations of a wholly different order. I will argue in a moment that these are not primarily consumptive ones, either. What we first need to grasp, however, are the conditions of possibility of this alternate concept of the social totality. Marx suggests, again, in the Grundriss, that the circulation or market model will historically and epistemologically precede other forms of mapping and offer the first representation by which the social totality is grasped. Circulation is the movement in which general alienation appears as general appropriation, and general appropriation as general alienation. Though the whole of this movement may well appear as a social process, and though the individual elements of this movement originate from the conscious will and particular purposes of individuals, nevertheless the totality of the process appears as an objective relationship arising spontaneously, a relationship which results from the interaction of conscious individuals, but which is neither part of their consciousness nor as a whole subsumed under them. Their collisions give rise to an alien social power standing above them. Their own interaction appears as a process and force independent of them. Because circulation is a totality of the social process, it is also the first form in which not only the social relation appears as something independent of individuals as, say, in a coin or an exchange value, but the whole of the social movement itself. 9. What is remarkable about the movement of these reflections is that they seem to identify two things which have most often been thought to be very different from each other as concepts, Hobbes's bellum omnium contra omnes and Adam Smith's invisible hand, here appearing disguised as Hegel's ruse of reason. I would argue that Marx's concept of civil society is something like what happens when these two concepts, like matter and antimatter, are unexpectedly combined. Here, however, what is significant is that what Hobbes fears is somehow the same as what gives Smith confidence. The deeper nature of Hobbesian terror is in any case peculiarly illuminated by the complacency of Mr. Milton Friedman's definition: a liberal is fundamentally fearful of concentrated power. The conception of some ferocious violence inherent in human nature and acted out in the English Revolution, whence it is theorized, fearfully, by Hobbes, is not modified and ameliorated by Hirschman's Douceur du commerce. JJT is rigorously identical, in Marx, with market competition as such. The difference is not political ideological but historical. Hobbes needs state power to tame and control the violence of human nature and competition. In Adam Smith, and Hegel on some other metaphysical plane, the competitive system, the market, does the taming and controlling all by itself, no longer needing the absolute state. But what is clear throughout the conservative tradition is its motivation by fear and by anxieties in which civil war or urban crime are themselves mere figures for class struggle. The market is thus Leviathan in sheep's clothing. Its function is not to encourage and perpetuate freedom, let alone freedom of a political variety, but rather to repress it, and about such visions, indeed, one may revive the slogans of the existential years: the fear of freedom, the right from freedom. Market ideology assures us that human beings make a mess of it when they try to control their destinies, socialism is impossible, and that we are fortunate in possessing an interpersonal mechanism, the market, which can substitute for human hubris and planning and replace human decisions altogether. We only need to keep it clean and well oiled, and it now, like the monarch so many centuries ago, will see to us and keep us in line. Why this consoling replacement for the divinity should be so universally attractive at the present time, however, is a different kind of historical question. The attribution of the newfound embrace of market freedom to the fear of Stalinism and Stalin is touching but just slightly misplaced in time, although certainly the current Gulag industry has been a crucial component in the legitimation of these ideological representations, along with the Holocaust industry, whose peculiar relations to the rhetoric of the Gulag demand closer cultural and ideological study. The most intelligent criticism ever offered me on a long analysis of the 60s I once published 12io to Oleg Gajic, who expressed Socratic amazement at the absence, from my global model, of the Second World, and in particular the Soviet Union. Our experience of perestroika has revealed dimensions of Soviet history that powerfully reinforce Gajic's point and make my own lapse all the more deplorable, so I will here make amends by exaggerating in the other direction. My feeling has, in fact, come to be that the failure of the Khrushchev experiment was not disastrous merely for the Soviet Union, but somehow fundamentally crucial for the rest of global history, and not least the future of socialism itself. In the Soviet Union, indeed, we are given to understand that the Khrushchev generation was the last to believe in the possibility of a renewal of Marxism, let alone socialism, or rather, the other way around, that it was their failure which now determines the utter indifference to Marxism and socialism of several generations of younger intellectuals. But I think this failure was also determinant of the most basic developments in other countries as well, and while one does not want the Russian comrades to bear all the responsibility for global history, there does seem to me to be some similarity between what the Soviet Revolution meant for the rest of the world positively and the negative effects of this last, missed, opportunity to restore that revolution and to transform the party in the process. Both the anarchism of the 60s in the West and the Cultural Revolution in China are to be attributed to that failure, whose prolongation, long after the end of both, explains the universal triumph of what Fredric calls cynical reason in the omnipresent consumerism of the postmodern today. It is therefore no wonder that such profound disillusionment with political praxis should result in the popularity of the rhetoric of market abnegation and the surrender of human freedom to a now lavish invisible hand. None of these things, however, which still involve thinking and reasoning, go very far toward explaining the most astonishing feature of this discursive development, namely, how the dreariness of business and private property, the dustiness of entrepreneurship, and the well-nigh Dickensian flavor of title and appropriation, coupon clipping, mergers, investment banking, and other such transactions, after the close of the heroic, or robber baron, stage of business, should in our time have proved to be so sexy. In my opinion, the excitement of the once tiresome old 50s representation of the free market derives from its illicit metaphorical association with a very different kind of representation, namely, the media itself in its largest contemporary and global sense, including an infrastructure of all the latest media gadgets and high technology. The operation is the postmodern one alluded to above, in which two systems of codes are identified in such a way as to allow the libidinal energies of the one to suffuse the other, without, however, as in older moments of our cultural and intellectual history, producing a synthesis, a new combination, a new combined language, or whatever. Horkheimer and Adorno observed long ago, in the age of radio, the peculiarity of the structure of a commercial culture industry in which the products were free. The analogy between media and market is in fact cemented by this mechanism. It is not because the media is like a market that the two things are comparable, rather it is because the market is as unlike its concept, or Platonic idea, as the media is unlike its own concept that the two things are comparable. The media offers free programs in whose content and assortment the consumer has no choice whatsoever but whose selection is then rebaptized free choice. In the gradual disappearance of the physical marketplace, of course, and the tendential identification of the commodity with its image, or brand name or logo, another, more intimate, symbiosis between the market and the media is effectuated, in which boundaries are washed over, in ways profoundly characteristic of the postmodern, and an indifferentiation of levels gradually takes the place of an older separation between thing and concept, or indeed, economics and culture, base and superstructure. For one thing, the products sold on the market become the very content of the media image, so that, as it were, the same reference seems to maintain in both domains. This is very different from a more primitive situation in which to a series of informational signals, news reports, feuilletons, articles, a writer is appended touting an unrelated commercial product. Today the products are, as it were, diffused throughout the space and time of the entertainment, or even news, segments, as part of that content, so that in a few well-publicized cases, most notably the series Dynasty, it is sometimes not clear when the narrative segment has ended and the commercial has begun, since the same actors appear in the commercial segment as well. This interpenetration by way of the content is then augmented in a somewhat different way by the nature of the products themselves. One sense, particularly when dealing with foreigners who have been enflamed by American consumerism, is that the products form a kind of hierarchy whose climax lies very precisely in the technology of reproduction itself, which now, of course, fans out well beyond the classical television set and has come in general to epitomize the new informational or computer technology of the third stage of capitalism. We must therefore also posit another type of consumption of the very process of consumption itself, above and beyond its content and the immediate commercial products. It is necessary to speak of a kind of technological bonus of pleasure afforded by the new machinery and, as it were, symbolically reenacted and ritually devoured at each session of official media consumption itself. It is indeed no accident that the conservative rhetoric that often used to accompany the market rhetoric in question here, but that in my opinion represented a somewhat different strategy of delegitimation, had to do with the end of social classes, a conclusion always demonstrated and proved by the presence of TV in the workers' housing. Much of the euphoria of postmodernism derives from this celebration of the very process of high-tech informatization, the prevalence of current theories of communication, language, or signs being an ideological spin-off of this more general worldview. This is, then, as Marx might have put it, a second moment in which, like capital in general as opposed to the many capitals, the media in general as a unified process is somehow foregrounded and experienced, as opposed to the content of individual media projections, and it would seem to be this totalization that allows a bridge to be made to fantasy images of the market in general or the market as a unified process. The third feature of the complex set of analogies between media and market that underlies the force of the latter's current rhetoric may then be located in the form itself. This is the place at which we need to return to the theory of the image, recalling Guy Debord's remarkable theoretical derivation, the image as the final form of commodity reification. At this point the process is reversed, and it is not the commercial products of the market which in advertising become images but rather the very entertainment and narrative processes of commercial television, which are, in their turn, reified and turned into so many commodities, from the serial narrative itself, with its well-nigh formulaic and rigid temporal segments and breaks, to what the camera shots do to space, story, characters, and fashion, and very much including a new process of the production of stars and celebrities that seems distinct from the older and more familiar historical experience of these matters and that now converges with the hitherto secular phenomena of the former public sphere itself, real people and events in your nightly news broadcast, the transformation of names into something like news logos, etc. Many analyses have shown how the news broadcasts are structured exactly like narrative serials. Meanwhile, some of us in that other precinct of an official, or high, culture, have tried to show the waning and obsolescence of categories like fiction, in the sense of something opposed to either the literal or the factual. But here I think a profound modification of the public sphere needs to be theorized, the emergence of a new realm of image reality that is both fictional, narrative, and factual. Even the characters in the serials are grasped as real named stars with external histories to read about, and which now, like the former classical sphere of culture, become semi-autonomous and floats above reality, with this fundamental historical difference that in the classical period reality persisted independently of that sentimental and romantic cultural sphere, whereas today it seems to have lost that separate mode of existence. Today, culture impacts back on reality in ways that make any independent and, as it were, non- or extra-cultural form of it problematical, in a kind of Heisenberg principle of mass culture which intervenes between your I and the thing itself, so that finally the theorists unite their voices in the new Dasein that the referent no longer exists. At any rate, in this third moment the contents of the media itself have now become commodities, which are then flung out on some wider version of the market with which they become affiliated until the two things are indistinguishable. Here, then, the media, as which the market was itself fantasized, now returns into the market and by becoming a part of it seals and certifies the formerly metaphorical or analogical identification as a literal reality. What must finally be added to these abstract discussions of the market is a pragmatic qualifier, a secret functionality such as sometimes sheds a whole new light striking at a lurid mid-level height on the ostensible discourse itself. This is what Barry, at the conclusion of his useful book, blurts out either in desperation or exasperation, namely, that the philosophical test of the various neoliberal theories can only be applied in a single fundamental situation, which we may call, not without irony, the transition from socialism to capitalism. Market theories, in other words, remain utopian insofar as they are not applicable to this fundamental process of systemic deregulation. Barry himself has already illustrated the significance of the judgment in an earlier chapter when, discussing the rational choice people, he points out that the ideal market situation is for them as utopian and unrealizable under present-day conditions as, for the left, socialist revolution or transformation in the advanced capitalist countries today. One wants to add that the referent here is twofold, not merely the processes in the various Eastern countries which have been understood as an attempt to re-establish the market in one way or another, but also those efforts in the West, particularly under Reagan and Thatcher, to do away with the regulations of the welfare state and return to some purer form of market conditions. We need to take into account the possibility that both of these efforts may fail for structural reasons, but we also need to point out tirelessly the interesting development that the market turns out finally to be as utopian as socialism has recently been held to be. Under these circumstances, nothing is served by substituting one inert institutional structure, bureaucratic planning, for another inert institutional structure, namely, the market itself. What is wanted is a great collective project in which an active majority of the population participates, as something belonging to it and constructed by its own energies. The setting of social priorities, also known in the socialist literature as planning, would have to be a part of such a collective project. It should be clear, however, that virtually by definition the market cannot be a project at all. 9. Nostalgia for the present. There is a novel by Philip K. Dick, which, published in 1959, evokes the 50s, President Eisenhower's stroke, Main Street, USA, Marilyn Monroe, a world of neighbors and PTAS, small retail chain stores, the produce trucked in from the outside, favorite television programs, mild flirtations with the housewife next door, game shows and contests, Sputniks distantly revolving overhead, mere blinking lights in the firmament, hard to distinguish from airliners or flying saucers. If you were interested in constructing a time capsule or an only yesterday compendium or documentary nostalgia video film of the 1950s, this might serve as a beginning, to which you could add short haircuts, early rock and roll, longer skirts, and so on. The list is not a list of facts or historical realities, although its items are not invented and are in some sense authentic, but rather a list of stereotypes, of ideas of facts and historical realities. It suggests several fundamental questions. First of all, did the period see itself this way? Did the literature of the period deal with this kind of small-town American life as its central preoccupation, and if not, why not? What other kinds of preoccupations seemed more important? To be sure, in retrospect, the 50s have been summed up culturally as so many forms of protest against the 50s themselves, against the Eisenhower era and its complacency, against the sealed self-content of the American small, white, middle-class, town, against the conformist and the family-centered ethnocentrism of a prosperous United States learning to consume in the first big boom after the shortages and privations of the war, whose immediacy has by now largely lost its edge. The first beat poets, and occasional antihero with existentialist overtones, a few daring Hollywood impulses, nascent rock and roll itself, the compensatory importation of European books, movements, and art films, a lonely and premature political rebel or theorist like C. Wright Mills, such, in retrospect, seems to be the balance sheet of 50s culture. All the rest is patent plays, bestsellers, and TV series. And it is indeed just those series living room comedies, single-family homes menaced by Twilight Zone, on the one hand, and gangsters and escaped convicts from the outside world, on the other, that give us the content of our positive image of the 50s in the first place. If there is realism in the 1950s, in other words, it is presumably to be found there, in mass cultural representation, the only kind of art willing, and able, to deal with the stifling Eisenhower realities of the happy family in the small town, of normalcy and non-deviant everyday life. High art apparently cannot deal with this kind of subject matter except by way of the oppositional, the satire of Lewis, the pathos and solitude of Hopper or Sherwood Anderson. Of naturalism, long after the fact, the Germans used to say that it stank of cabbage, that is, it exuded the misery and boredom of its subject matter, poverty itself. Here too the content seems somehow to contaminate the form, only the misery here is the misery of happiness, or at least contentment, which is in reality complacency, of Marcuse's false happiness, the gratifications of the new car, the TV dinner and your favorite program on the sofa, which are now themselves secretly a misery, an unhappiness that doesn't know its name, that has no way of telling itself apart from genuine satisfaction and fulfillment, since it has presumably never encountered this last. When the notion of the oppositional is contested, however, in the mid-80s, we will know a 50s revival in which much of this degraded mass culture returns for possible re-evaluation. In the 50s, however, it is high culture that is still authorized to pass judgment on reality, to say what real life is and what is, on the other hand, mere appearance, and it is by leaving out, by ignoring, by passing over in silence and with the repugnance one may feel for the dreary stereotypes of television series, that high art palpably issues its judgments. Faulkner and Hemingway, the Southerners and the New Yorkers, pass this small-town U.S. raw material by in a detour considerably greater than the proverbial 10-foot pole. Indeed, of the great writers of the period, only Dick himself comes to mind as the virtual poet laureate of this material, of squabbling couples and marital dramas, of petit bourgeois shopkeepers, neighborhoods, and afternoons in front of television, and all the rest. But, of course, he does something to it, and it was already California anyway. This small-town content was not, in the post-war period, really provincial any longer, as in Lewis or John O'Hara, let alone Dreiser. You might want to leave, you might still long for the big city, but something had happened, perhaps something as simple as television and the other media, to remove the pain and sting of absence from the center, from the metropolis. On the other hand, today, none of it exists any longer, even though we still have small towns, whose downtowns are now in decay, but so are the big cities. What has happened is that the autonomy of the small town, in the provincial period a source of claustrophobia and anxiety, in the 50s the ground for a certain comfort and even a certain reassurance, has vanished. What was once a separate point on the map has become an imperceptible thickening in a continuum of identical products and standardized spaces from coast to coast. One has the feeling, however, that the autonomy of the small town, its complacent independence, also functioned as an allegorical expression for the situation of Eisenhower America in the outside world as a whole, contented with itself, secure in the sense of its radical difference from other populations and cultures, insulated from their vicissitudes and from the flaws in human nature so palpably acted out in their violent and alien histories. This is clearly, however, to shift from the realities of the 1950s to the representation of that rather different thing, the 50s, a shift which obligates us in addition to underscore the cultural sources of all the attributes with which we have endowed the period, many of which seem very precisely to derive from its own television programs, in other words, its own representation of itself. However, although one does not confuse a person with what he or she thinks of himself/herself, such self-images are surely very relevant indeed and constitute an essential part of the more objective description or definition. Nonetheless, it seems possible that the deeper realities of the period read, for example, against the very different scale of, say, diachronic and secular economic rhythms, or of synchronic and systemic global interrelationships, have little to do with either our cultural stereotypes of years thus labeled and defined in terms of generational decades. The concept of classicism, for example, has a precise and functional meaning in German cultural and literary history which disappears when we move to a European perspective in which those few key years vanish without a trace into some vaster opposition between Enlightenment and Romanticism. But this is a speculation which presupposes the possibility that at an outer limit, the sense people have of themselves and their own moment of history may ultimately have nothing whatsoever to do with its reality, that the existential may be absolutely distinct, as some ultimate false consciousness, from the structural and social significance of a collective phenomenon, surely a possibility rendered more plausible by the fact of global imperialism, in terms of which the meaning of a given nation-state for everyone else on the globe may be wildly at odds from their own inner experiences and their own interior daily life. Eisenhower wore a well-known smile for us but an equally well-known scowl for foreigners beyond our borders, as the state portraits in any U.S. consulate during those years dramatically attested. There is, however, an even more radical possibility, namely, that period concepts finally correspond to no realities whatsoever, and that whether they are formulated in terms of generational logic, or by the names of reigning monarchs, or according to some other category or typological and classificatory system, the collective reality of the multitudinous lives encompassed by such terms is non-thinkable, or non-totalizable, to use a current expression, and can never be described, characterized, labeled, or conceptualized. This is, I suppose, what one could call the Nietzschean position, for which there are no such things as periods, nor have there ever been. In that case, of course, there is no such thing as history either, which was probably the basic philosophical point such arguments sought to make in the first place. This is the moment, however, to return to Dick's novel and record the twist that turns it into science fiction, for it transpires, from an increasing accumulation of tiny but aberrant details, that the environment of the novel, in which we watch the characters act and move, is not really the 50s after all. I do not know that Dick ever uses this particular word. It is a Potemkin village of a historical kind, a reproduction of the 1950s including induced and introjected memories and character structures in its human population constructed, for reasons that need not detain us here, in 1997, in the midst of an interstellar atomic civil war. I will only note that a twofold determination plays across the main character, who must thus be read according to a negative and a positive hermeneutic simultaneously. The village has been constructed in order to trick him, against his will, into performing an essential wartime task for the government. In that sense, he is the victim of this manipulation, which awakens all our fantasies of mind control and unconscious exploitation, of anti-Cartesian predestination and determinism. On this reading, then, Dick's novel is a nightmare and the expression of deep, unconscious, collective fears about our social life and its tendencies. Yet Dick also takes pains to make clear that the 1950s village is also very specifically the result of infantile regression on the part of the protagonist, who has also, in a sense, unconsciously chosen his own delusion and has fled the anxieties of the Civil War for the domestic and reassuring comforts of his own childhood during the period in question. From this perspective, then, the novel is a collective wish fulfillment, and the expression of a deep, unconscious yearning for a simpler and more human social system and a small-town utopia very much in the North American frontier tradition. We should also note that the very structure of the novel articulates the position of Eisenhower America in the world itself and is thereby to be read as a kind of distorted form of cognitive mapping, an unconscious and figurative projection of some more realistic account of our situation, as it has been described earlier, the hometown reality of the United States surrounded by the implacable menace of world communism, and, in this period to a much lesser degree, of third world poverty. This is also, of course, the period of the classic science fiction films, with their more overtly ideological representations of external threats and impending alien invasions, also generally set in small towns. Dick's novel can be read in that way, the grimmer reality disclosed behind the benign and deceptive appearance, or it can be taken as a certain approach to self-consciousness about the representations themselves. What is more significant from the present perspective, however, is the paradigmatic value of Dick's novel for questions of history and historicity in general. One of the ways of thinking about the subgenre to which this novel belongs, that category called science fiction, which can be either expanded and dignified by the addition of all the classical satiric and utopian literature from Lucian on, or restricted and degraded to the pulp and adventure tradition, is as a historically new and original form which offers analogies with the emergence of the historical novel in the early 19th century. Lukács has interpreted this last as a formal innovation, by Sir Walter Scott, which provided figuration for the new and equally emergent sense of history of the triumphant middle classes, or bourgeoisie, as that class sought to project its own vision of its past and its future and to articulate its social and collective project in a temporal narrative distinct in form from those of earlier subjects of history such as the feudal nobility. In that form, the historical novel and its related emanations, such as the costume film, has fallen into disrepute and infrequency, not merely because, in the postmodern age, we no longer tell ourselves our history in that fashion, but also because we no longer experience it that way, and, indeed, perhaps no longer experience it at all. One would want, in short, to stress the conditions of possibility of such a form and of its emergence and eclipse less in the existential experience of history of people at this or that historical moment than rather in the very structure of their socio-economic system, in its relative opacity or transparency, and the access its mechanisms provide to some greater cognitive as well as existential contact with the thing itself. This is the context in which it seems interesting to explore the hypothesis that science fiction as a genre entertains a dialectical and structural relationship with the historical novel, a relationship of kinship and inversion all at once, of opposition and homology, just as comedy and tragedy have often been supposed to do, or lyric and epic, or satire and utopia, as Robert C. Eliot analyzed them. But time itself plays a crucial role in this generic opposition, which is also something of an evolutionary compensation. For if the historical novel corresponded to the emergence of historicity, of a sense of history in its strong modern post-18th century sense, science fiction equally corresponds to the waning or the blockage of that historicity, and, particularly in our own time, in the postmodern era, to its crisis and paralysis, its enfeeblement and repression. Only by means of a violent formal and narrative dislocation could a narrative apparatus come into being capable of restoring life and feeling to this only intermittently functioning organ that is our capacity to organize and live time historically. Nor should it be thought over hastily that the two forms are symmetrical on the grounds that the historical novel stages the past and science fiction the future. Historicity is, in fact, neither a representation of the past nor a representation of the future. Although its various forms use such representations, it can first and foremost be defined as a perception of the present as history, that is, as a relationship to the present which somehow defamiliarizes it and allows us that distance from immediacy which is at length characterized as a historical perspective. It is appropriate, in other words, also to insist on the historicality of the operation itself, which is our way of conceiving of historicity in this particular society and mode of production. Appropriate also to observe that what is at stake is essentially a process of reification whereby we draw back from our immersion in the here and now, not yet identified as a present, and grasp it as a kind of thing not merely a present but a present that can be dated and called the 80s or the 50s. Our presupposition has been that today this is more difficult to achieve than at the time of Sir Walter Scott, when a contemplation of the past seemed able to renew our sense of our own reading present as the sequel, if not particularly the culmination, of that genetic series. Time out of joint, however, offers a very different machine for producing historicity than Sir Walter Scott's apparatus, what one might in the strong sense call a trope of the future anterior, the estrangement and renewal as history of our own reading present, the 50s, by way of the apprehension of that present as the past of a specific future. The future itself, Dick's 1997, is not, however, centrally significant as a representation or an anticipation. It is the narrative means to a very different end, namely the brutal transformation of a realistic representation of the present, of Eisenhower America and the 1950s small town, into a memory and a reconstruction. Reification is here indeed built into the novel itself and, as it were, diffused and recuperated as a form of praxis. The 50s is a thing, but a thing that we can build, just as the science fiction writer builds his own small-scale model. At that point, then, reification ceases to be a baleful and alienating process, a noxious side effect of our mode of production, if not, indeed, its fundamental dynamic, and is rather transferred to the side of human energies and human possibilities. The reappropriation has, of course, a good deal to do with the specificity of Dick's own themes and ideology, in particular, the nostalgia about the past and the petit bourgeois valorization of small craftsmanship, as well as small business and collecting. This novel has necessarily become for us a historical one. For its present, the 1950s has become our past in a rather different sense than that proposed by the text itself. The latter still works, we can still feel and appreciate the transformation and reification of its readers present into a historical period, we can even, by analogy, extrapolate something similar for our own moment in time. Whether such a process today can be realized concretely, in a cultural artifact, is, however, a rather different question. The accumulation of books like Future Shock, the incorporation of habits of futurology into our everyday life, the modification of our perception of things to include their tendency and of our reading of time to approximate a scanning of complex probabilities. This new relationship to our own present both includes elements formerly incorporated in the experience of the future and blocks or forestalls any global vision of the latter as a radically transformed and different system. If catastrophic near-future visions of, say, overpopulation, famine, and anarchic violence are no longer as effective as they were a few years ago, the weakening of those effects and of the narrative forms that were designed to produce them is not necessarily due only to overfamiliarity and overexposure, or rather, this last is perhaps also to be seen as a modification in our relationship to those imaginary near futures, which no longer strike us with the horror of otherness and radical difference. Here a certain Nietzscheanism operates to diffuse anxiety and even fear, the conviction, however gradually learned and acquired, that there is only the present and that it is always ours, is a kind of wisdom that cuts both ways. For it was always clear that the terror of such near futures, like the analogous terror of an older naturalism, was class-based and deeply rooted in class comfort and privilege. The older naturalism let us briefly experience the life and the life world of the various underclasses, only to return with relief to our own living rooms and armchairs. The good resolutions it may also have encouraged were always, then, a form of philanthropy. In the same way, yesterday's terror of the overcrowded conurbations of the immediate future could just as easily be read as a pretext for complacency with our own historical present, in which we do not yet have to live like that. In both cases, at any rate, the fear is that of proletarianization, of slipping down the ladder, of losing a comfort and a set of privileges which we tend increasingly to think of in spatial terms: privacy, empty rooms, silence, walling other people out, protection against crowds and other bodies. Nietzschean wisdom, then, tells us to let go of that kind of fear and reminds us that whatever social and spatial form our future misery may take, it will not be alien because it will by definition be ours. Dasein ist je mein eigenste Familiarization, the shock of otherness, is a mere aesthetic effect and a lie. Perhaps, however, what is implied is simply an ultimate historicist breakdown in which we can no longer imagine the future at all, under any form utopian or catastrophic. Under those circumstances, where a formerly futurological science fiction, such as so-called cyberpunk today, turns into mere realism and an outright representation of the present, the possibility Dick offered us an experience of our present as past and as history is slowly excluded. Yet everything in our culture suggests that we have not, for all that, ceased to be preoccupied by history. Indeed, at the very moment in which we complain, as here, of the eclipse of historicity, we also universally diagnose contemporary culture as irredeemably historicist, in the bad sense of an omnipresent and indiscriminate appetite for dead styles and fashions, indeed, for all the styles and fashions of a dead past. Meanwhile, a certain caricature of historical thinking which we may not even call generational any longer, so rapid has its momentum become, has also become universal and includes at least the will and intent to return upon our present circumstances in order to think of them as the 90s, say, and to draw the appropriate marketing and forecasting conclusions. Why is this not historicity with a vengeance? And what is the difference between this now generalized approach to the present and Dick's rather cumbersome and primitive laboratory approach to a concept of his own 50s? In my opinion, it is the structure of the two operations which is instructively different, the one mobilizing a vision of the future in order to determine its return to a now historical present, the other mobilizing, but in some new allegorical way, a vision of the past, or of a certain moment of the past. Several recent films, I will here mention Something Wild and Blue Velvet, encourage us to see the newer process in terms of an allegorical encounter, yet even this formal possibility will not be properly grasped unless we set in place its preconditions in the development of nostalgia film generally. For it is by way of so-called nostalgia films that some properly allegorical processing of the past becomes possible. It is because the formal apparatus of nostalgia films has trained us to consume the past in the form of glossy images that new and more complex post-nostalgia statements and forms become possible. I have elsewhere tried to identify the privileged raw material or historical content of this particular operation of reification and of the transformation into the image in the crucial antithesis between the 20s and the 30s, and in the historicist revival of the very stylistic expression of that antithesis in Art Deco. The symbolic working out of that tension, as it were, between aristocracy and worker evidently involves something like the symbolic reinvention or production of a new bourgeoisie, a new form of identity. Yet like photorealism, the products themselves are bland in their very visual elegance, while the plot structures of such films suffer from a schematization, or typification, which seems to be inherent in the project. While we may anticipate more of these, therefore, and while the taste for them corresponds to more durable features and needs in our present economico-psychic constitution, image fixation cum historicist cravings, it was perhaps only to be expected that some new and more complicated and interesting formal sequel would rapidly develop. What was more unexpected but very dialectical indeed, in a virtually textbook way, was the emergence of this new form from a kind of cross, if not synthesis, between the two filmic modes we had until now been imagining as antithetical, namely, the high elegance of nostalgia films, on the one hand, and the grade B simulations of iconoclastic punk film, on the other. We failed to see that both were significantly mortgaged to music, because the musical signifiers were rather different in the two cases: the sequences of high-class dance music, on the one hand, the contemporary proliferation of rock groups, on the other. Meanwhile, any dialectical textbook of the type already referred to might have alerted us to the probability that an ideology of elegance depends in some measure on an opposite of some kind, an opposite and a negation which seems in our time to have shed its class content, still feebly alive when the beats were felt to entertain a twin opposition to bourgeois respectability and high modernist aestheticism, and to have gradually migrated into that new complex of meanings that bears the name punk. The new films, therefore, will first and foremost be allegories of that, of their own coming into being as a synthesis of nostalgia deco and punk. They will in one way or another tell their own stories as the need and search for this marriage, the wonderful thing about aesthetics, unlike politics, alas, being that the search automatically becomes the thing itself. To set it up is by definition to realize it. Yet this resolution of an aesthetic contradiction is not gratuitous, because the formal contradiction itself has a socially and historically symbolic significance of its own. But now the stories of these two films need to be briefly outlined. In Something Wild, a young organization man is abducted by a crazy girl, who initiates him into cutting corners and cheating on credit cards, until her husband, an ex-convict, shows up and, bent on vengeance, pursues the couple. In Blue Velvet, on the other hand, a young high school graduate discovers a severed ear, which puts him on the trail of a torch singer mysteriously victimized by a local drug dealer, from whom he is able to save her. Such films indeed invite us to return somehow to history. The central scene of Something Wild, or at least the one on which the plot structure pivots decisively, is a class reunion, the kind of event which specifically demands historical judgments of its participants, narratives of historical trajectories, as well as evaluations of moments of the past nostalgically revoked but necessarily rejected or reaffirmed. This is the wedge, or opening, through which a hitherto aimless but lively filmic narrative suddenly falls into the deeper past, or that deeper past into it, for the 10-year reunion in reality takes us back 20 more, to a time when the villain unexpectedly emerges, over your shoulder, marked as familiar in all his unfamiliarity to the spectator. He is the heroine's husband, Ray, and worse. Ray is, of course, in one way yet another reworking of that boring and exhausted paradigm, the Gothic, where on the individualized level a sheltered woman of some kind is terrorized and victimized by an evil male. I think it would be a great mistake to read such literature as a kind of proto-feminist denunciation of patriarchy and, in particular, a proto-political protest against rape. Certainly the Gothic mobilizes anxieties about rape, but its structure gives us the clue to a more central feature of its content, which I have tried to underscore by means of the word sheltered. Gothics are indeed ultimately a class fantasy, or nightmare, in which the dialectic of privilege and shelter is exercised. Your privileges seal you off from other people, but by the same token they constitute a protective wall through which you cannot see, and behind which therefore all kinds of envious forces may be imagined in the process of assembling, plotting, preparing to give assault. It is, if you like, the shower curtain syndrome, alluding to Hitchcock's Psycho. That its classical form turns on the privileged content of the situation of middle-class women, the isolation, but also the domestic idleness, imposed on them by newer forms of middle-class marriage, adds such texts, as symptoms, to the history of women's situations, but does not lend them any particular political significance, unless that significance consists merely in a coming to self-consciousness of the disadvantages of privilege in the first place. But the form can also, under certain circumstances, be reorganized around young men, to whom some similarly protective distance is imputed, intellectuals, for example, or sheltered young briefcase-carrying bureaucrats, as in Something Wild itself. That this gender substitution risks awakening all kinds of supplementary sexual overtones is here self-consciously dramatized in the extraordinary tableau moment in which the stabbing, seen from behind and from the woman's visual perspective, looks like a passionate embrace between the two men. The more formal leap, however, will come when for the individual victim, male or female, is substituted the collectivity itself, the U.S. public, which now lives out the anxieties of its economic privileges and its sheltered exceptionalism in a pseudo-political version of the Gothic under the threats of stereotypical madmen and terrorists, mostly Arabs or Iranians for some reason. These collective fantasies are less to be explained by some increasing feminization of the American public self than by its guilt and the dynamics of comfort already referred to. And like the private version of the traditional Gothic romance, they depend for their effects on the revitalization of ethics as a set of mental categories, and on the reinflation and artificial reinvigoration of that tired and antiquated binary opposition between virtue and vice, which the 18th century cleansed of its theological remnants and thoroughly sexualized before passing it on down to us. The modern Gothic, in other words, whether in its rape victim or its political paranoid forms, depends absolutely in its central operation on the construction of evil. Forms of the good are notoriously more difficult to construct, and generally draw their light from the darker concept, as though the sun drew its reflected radiance from the moon. Evil is here, however, the emptiest form of sheer otherness, into which any type of social content can be poured at will. I have so often been taken to task for my arguments against ethics, in politics as well as in aesthetics, that it seems worth observing in passing that otherness is a very dangerous category, one we are well off without, but fortunately, in literature and culture, it has also become a very tedious one. Ridley Scott's Alien may still get away with it, but then, for science fiction, all of Lem's work, in particular the recent Fiasco, can be read as an argument against the use of such a category even there. But surely Ray of Something Wild and Frank Booth of Blue Velvet don't scare anybody any longer, nor ought we really to require our flesh to creep before reaching a sober and political decision as to the people and forces who are collectively evil in our contemporary world. On the other hand, it is only fair to say that Ray is not staged demonically, as a representation of evil as such, but rather as the representation of someone playing at being evil, which is a rather different matter. Nothing about Ray, indeed, is particularly authentic. His malevolence is as false as his smile, but his clothes and hairstyle give a further clue and point us in a different direction from the ethical one. For not only does Ray offer a simulation of evil, he also offers a simulation of the 50s, and that seems to me a far more significant matter. I speak of the oppositional 50s, to be sure, the 50s of Elvis rather than the 50s of Ike, but I'm not sure we can really tell the difference anymore, as we peer across our historical gap and try to focus the landscape of the past through nostalgia-tinted spectacles. At this point, however, the Gothic trappings of Something Wild fall away, and it becomes clear that we have to do here with an essentially allegorical narrative in which the 1980s meet the 1950s. What kind of accounts actuality has to settle with this particular historicist ghost, and whether it manages to do so, is for the moment less crucial than how the encounter was arranged in the first place, by the intermediary and the good offices of the 1960s, of course inadvertent good offices to be sure, since Audrey/Lulu has very little reason to desire the connection, or even to be reminded of her own past, or Ray's, he has just come out of prison. Everything turns, therefore, or so one would think, on this distinction between the 60s and the 50s, the first desirable, like a fascinating woman, the second fearful and ominous, untrustworthy, like the leader of a motorcycle gang. As the title suggests, it is the nature of something wild which is at stake, the inquiry into it focused by Audrey's first glimpse of Charlie's nonconformist character. He skips out on his lunch bill. Indeed, the non-paying of bills seems to function as the principal index for Charlie's hipness or squareness, it being understood that neither of these categories, nor those of conformity/nonconformity used above, corresponds to the logic of this film, which can be seen as an attempt very precisely to construct new categories with which to replace those older, historically dated, and period-bound, uncontemporary, unpostmodern ones. We may describe this particular test as involving white-collar crime, as opposed to the real, or lower-class, crime, grand theft and mayhem practiced by Ray himself. Only it is a petit bourgeois white-collar crime. Even Charlie's illicit use of company credit cards is scarcely commensurable with the genuine criminality his corporation can be expected, virtually by definition, to imply. Nor are such class markers present in the film itself, which can in another sense be seen very precisely as an effort to repress the language and categories of class and class differentiation and to substitute for them other kinds of semic opposition still to be invented. Those necessarily emerge in the framework of the Lulu character, within the 60s allegory, which is something like the black box of this particular semic transformation. The 50s stands for genuine rebellion, with genuine violence and genuine consequences, but also for the romantic representations of such rebellion, in the films of Brando and James Dean. Ray thus functions both as a kind of gothic villain, within this particular narrative, and also, on the allegorical level, as the sheer idea of the romantic hero, the tragic protagonist of another kind of film, that can no longer be made. Lulu is not herself an alternate possibility, unlike the heroine of Desperately Seeking Susan. The framework here remains exclusively male, as the lamentable ending her chastening, or taming testifies, along with the significance of clothing, which we will look at in a moment. Everything depends, therefore, on the new kind of hero Lulu somehow allows or enables Charlie to become, by virtue of her own semic composition, since she is a good deal more than a mere woman's body or fetish. What is interesting about that composition is that it first of all gives us the 60s scene, as it were, through the 50s, or the 80s, alcohol rather than drugs. The schizophrenic, drug-cultural side of the 60s is here systematically excluded along with its politics. What is dangerous, in other words, is not Lulu at her most frenzied but rather Ray, not the 60s and its countercultures and lifestyles but the 50s and its revolts. Yet the continuity between the 50s and the 60s lay in what was being revolted against, in what lifestyle the new lifestyles were alternatives to. It is, however, difficult to find any content in Lulu's stimulating behavior, which seems organized around sheer caprice, that is to say, around the supreme value of remaining unpredictable and immune to reification and categorization. Shades of André Gide, in Lafcadio Adventures, or of all those Sartrine characters desperately attempting to evade that ultimate objectification by another's look, it is impossible, and they end up simply being labeled capricious. The costume changes lend this otherwise purely formal unpredictability a certain visual content. They translate it into the language of image culture and afford a purely specular pleasure in Lulu's metamorphoses, which are not really psychic. Yet viewers and protagonists still have to feel that they are on their way somewhere, at least until the appearance of Ray gives the film a different kind of direction, as thrilling and improvised as it seems. Therefore, Lulu's abduction of Charlie from New York has at least an empty form that will be instructive, for it is the archetypal descent into Middle America, into the real United States, either of lynching and bigotry or of true, wholesome family life and American ideals, one doesn't quite know which. Nonetheless, like those Russian populist intellectuals in the 19th century setting forth on foot to discover the people, something like this journey is or was the scene affair for any American allegory worthy of its vocation. What this one reveals, however, is that there is no longer anything to discover at the end of the line. For Lulu/Audrey's family reduced in this case to a mother is no longer the bourgeoisie of sinister memory, neither the sexual repression and respectability of the 50s nor the Johnsonian authoritarianism of the 60s. This mother plays the harpsichord, understands her daughter, and is fully as much an oddball as everybody else. No Oedipal revolts are possible any longer in this American small town, and with them all the tension goes out of the social and cultural dynamics of the period. Yet if there are no longer any middle classes to be found in the heartland, there is something else that may serve as something for a substitute for them, at least in the dynamic of narrative structure itself, for what we find at Lulu's class reunion, besides Ray and her own past, is Charlie's business colleague, that is to say, a yuppie bureaucrat, along with his pregnant wife. These are unquestionably the baleful parents we sought, but of some distant and not quite imaginable future, not of the older, traditional American past. They occupy the semic slot of the squares, but without any social basis or content any longer. They can scarcely be read as embodiments of the Protestant ethic, for example, or of Puritanism or white racism or patriarchy. But they at least help us to identify the deeper ideological purpose of this film, which is to differentiate Charlie from his fellow yuppies by making him over into a hero or protagonist of a different generic type than Ray. Unpredictability, as we have shown, in a matter of fashion, clothing, hairstyle, and general body language. Charlie himself must therefore pass through this particular matrix, and his metamorphosis is concretely realized, appropriately enough, when he sheds his suit for a more relaxed and tourist-type disguise, t-shirt, shorts, dark glasses, etc. At the end of the film, of course, he also sheds his corporate job, but it would probably be asking too much to wonder what he does or can become in its stead, except in the relationship itself, where he becomes the master and the senior partner. The semic organization of all this might be laid out as follows, and symmetry preserved by seeing the pregnant and disapproving yuppie wife as the concrete manifestation of the neutral term. We have not yet mentioned the handcuffs, which can serve as the transition to a similar type of narrative allegory, one whose combinations and atmosphere are very different from this one. Blue Velvet, indeed, tries to place sadomasochism squarely on the mass cultural map with an earnestness altogether lacking in the Dem movie, whose handcuff love scene is as sexy as it is frivolous. S&M thus becomes the latest and the last in the long line of those taboo forms of content which, beginning with Nabokov's nymphets in the 1950s, rise one after the other to the surface of public art in that successive and even progressive widening of transgressions which we once called the counterculture, or the 60s. In Blue Velvet, however, it is explicitly related to drugs, and therefore to crime, although not exactly organized crime, rather to a collectivity of misfits and oddballs, the transgressive nature of this complex of things being tediously reinforced by repetitive obscenity, on the part of the Dennis Hopper character. Yet if history is discreetly evoked and invoked in something wild, it is rather its opposite nature which is given us as the overall frame and inhuman, transhuman perspective in which to contemplate the events of Blue Velvet. The father's stroke, which opens the film like an incomprehensible catastrophe, an act of God which is peculiarly an act of scandalous violence within this peaceful American small town, is itself positioned by David Lynch, director of Eraserhead and Dune, within the more science-fictional horizon of the Darwinian violence of all nature. From the shot of the father lying paralyzed, the camera withdraws into the bushes surrounding the house, enlarging its microscopic focus as it does so, until we confront a horrible churning which we take first and generically, in good horror film format, to be the hidden presence of the maniac, until it proves to be the mandibles of an insatiable insect. The later insistence on robins with worms twisting desperately in their beaks also reinforces this cosmic sense of the dizzying and nauseating violence of all nature, as though within this ferocity without boundaries, this ceaseless bloodshed of the universe as far as the eye can see or thought can reach, a single peaceful oasis had been conquered by the progress of humanity and whatever divine providence guided it, namely unique in the animal kingdom as well as in the horrors of human history as well, the North American small town. Into this precious and fragile conquest of civilized decorum wrenched from a menacing outside world, then, comes violence in the form of a severed ear, in the form of an underground drug culture and of a sadomasochism about which it is finally not yet really clear whether it is a pleasure or a duty, a matter of sexual gratification or just another way of expressing yourself. History therefore enters Blue Velvet in the form of ideology, if not of myth, The Garden and the Fall, American exceptionalism, a small town far more lovingly preserved in its details like a simulacrum or Disneyland under glass somewhere than anything the protagonists of Something Wild were able to locate on their travels, complete with high school leads on the order of the most authentic 50s movies. Even a 50s-style pop psychoanalysis can be invoked around this fairy tale, since besides a mythic and socio-biological perspective of the violence of nature, the film's events are also framed by the crisis in the paternal function, the stroke that suspends paternal power and authority in the opening sequence, the recovery of the father and his return from the hospital in the idyllic final scene. That the other father is a police detective lends a certain plausibility to this kind of interpretation, which is also strengthened by the abduction and torture of the third, absent, father, of whom we only see the ear. Nonetheless, the message is not particularly patriarchal authoritarian, particularly since the young hero manages to assume the paternal function very handily. Rather, this particular call for a return to the 50s coats the pill by insistence on the unobtrusive benevolence of all these fathers and, contrariwise, on the unalloyed nastiness of their opposite number. For this Gothic subverts itself fully as much as Something Wild, but in a rather different way. There, it was the simulated nature of Ray's evil that was underscored for us even while he remained a real threat. Revolt, statutory illegality, physical violence, and ex-convicts are all genuine and serious matters. What Blue Velvet gives us to understand about the 60s, in contrast, is that despite the grotesque and horrendous tableaus of maimed bodies, this kind of evil is more distasteful than it is fearful, more disgusting than threatening. Here evil has finally become an image, and the simulated replay of the 50s has generalized itself into a whole simulacrum in its own right. Now the boy without fear of the fairy tale can set out to undo this world of baleful enchantment, free its princess, while marrying another, and kill the magician. The lesson implied by all this, which is rather different from the lesson it transmits, is that it is better to fight drugs by portraying them as vicious and silly, than by awakening the full tonal range of ethical judgments and indignations and thereby endowing them with the otherwise glamorous prestige of genuine evil, of the transgressive in its most august religious majesty. Indeed, this particular parable of the end of the 60s is also, on another metacritical level, a parable of the end of theories of transgression as well, which so fascinated that whole period and its intellectuals. The S&M materials, then, even though contemporary with the whole new postmodern punk scene, are finally called on to undo themselves and to abolish the very logic on which their attraction/repulsion was based in the first place. Thus these films can be read as dual symptoms. They show a collective unconscious in the process of trying to identify its own present at the same time that they illuminate the failure of this attempt, which seems to reduce itself to the recombination of various stereotypes of the past. Perhaps, indeed, what follows upon a strongly generational self-consciousness, such as what the people of the 60s felt, is often a peculiar aimlessness. What if the crucial identifying feature of the next decade is, for example, a lack of just such strong self-consciousness, which is to say a constitutive lack of identity in the first place? This is what many of us felt about the 70s, whose specificity seemed most of the time to consist in having no specificity, particularly after the uniqueness of the preceding period. Things began to pick up again in the 80s, and in a variety of ways. But the identity process is not a cyclical one, and this is essentially the dilemma. Of the 80s, as against the 70s, one could say that there were new political straws in the wind, that things were moving again, that some impossible return of the 60s seemed to be in the air and in the ground. But the 80s, politically and otherwise, have not really resembled the 60s, particularly if one tried to define them as a return or a reversion. Even that enabling costume party self-deception of which Marx spoke, the wearing of the costumes of the great moments of the past, is no longer on the cards in an ahistorical period of history. The generational combinatoire thus seems to have broken down at the moment it confronted serious historicity, and the rather different self-concept of postmodernism has taken its place. Dick used science fiction to see his present as past history, the classical nostalgia film, while evading its present altogether, registered its historicist deficiency by losing itself in mesmerized fascination in lavish images of specific generational pasts. The two 1986 movies, while scarcely pioneering a wholly new form, or mode of historicity, nonetheless seem, in their allegorical complexity, to mark the end of that and the now open space for something else. 10. Secondary elaborations. I prolegomented to future confrontations between the modern and the postmodern. Marxism and postmodernism, people often seem to find this combination peculiar or paradoxical, and somehow intensely unstable, so that some are led to conclude that, in my own case, having become a postmodernist, I must have ceased to be a Marxist in any meaningful, or in other words, stereotypical, sense. For the two terms, in full postmodernism, carry with them a whole freight of pop nostalgia images, Marxism perhaps distilling itself into yellowing period photographs of Lenin and the Soviet Revolution, and postmodernism quickly yielding a vista of the gaudiest new hotels. The overhasty unconscious then rapidly assembles the image of a small, painstakingly reproduced nostalgia restaurant decorated with old photographs, with Soviet waiters sluggishly serving bad Russian food hidden away within some gleaming new pink and blue architectural extravaganza. If I may indulge in a personal note, it has happened to me before to have been oddly and comically identified with an object of study. A book I published years ago on structuralism elicited letters, some of which addressed me as a foremost spokesperson for structuralism, while the others appealed to me as an eminent critic and opponent of that movement. I was really neither of those things, but I have to conclude that I must have been neither in some relatively complicated and unusual way that it seemed hard for people to grasp. As far as postmodernism is concerned, and despite the trouble I took in my principal essay on the subject to explain how it was not possible intellectually or politically simply to celebrate postmodernism or to disavow it, whatever that might mean, avant-garde art critics quickly identified me as a vulgar Marxist hatchet man, while some of the more simple-hearted comrades concluded that, following the example of so many illustrious predecessors, I had finally gone off the deep end and become a post-Marxist, which is to say, in one language, a renegade and a turncoat, and in another, someone who would rather switch than fight. Many of these reactions seem to confuse taste, or opinion, analysis, and evaluation, three things I would have thought we had some interest in keeping separate. Taste, in the loosest media sense of personal preferences, would seem to correspond to what used to be nobly and philosophically designated as aesthetic judgment. The change in codes and the barometrical fall in lexical dignity is at least one index of the displacement of traditional aesthetics and the transformation of the cultural sphere in modern times. Analysis I take to be that peculiar and rigorous conjuncture of formal and historical analysis that constitutes the specific task of literary and cultural study. To describe this further as the investigation of the historical conditions of possibility of specific forms may perhaps convey the way in which these twin perspectives, often thought to be irreconcilable or incommensurable in the past, can be said to constitute their object and thereby to be inseparable. Analysis in this sense can be seen to be a very different set of operations from a cultural journalism oriented around taste and opinion. What it would now be important to secure is the difference between such journalism with its indispensable reviewing functions and what I will call evaluation, which no longer turns on whether a work is good, after the fashion of an older aesthetic judgment, but rather tries to keep alive, or to reinvent, assessments of a socio-political kind that interrogate the quality of social life itself by way of the text or individual work of art, or hazard an assessment of the political effects of cultural currents or movements with less utilitarianism and a greater sympathy for the dynamics of everyday life than the imprimaturs and indexes of earlier traditions. As far as taste is concerned, and as readers of the preceding chapters will have become aware, culturally I write as a relatively enthusiastic consumer of postmodernism, at least of some parts of it. I like the architecture and a lot of the newer visual work, in particular the newer photography. The music is not bad to listen to, or the poetry to read. The novel is the weakest of the newer cultural areas and is considerably excelled by its narrative counterparts in film and video, at least the high literary novel is. Subgeneric narratives, however, are very good, indeed, and in the third world of course all this falls out very differently. Food and fashion have also greatly improved, as has the life world generally. My sense is that this is essentially a visual culture, wired for sound, but one where the linguistic element, for which some stronger term than standardization needs to be invented, and which is in addition marbled by the worst kind of junk language, such as lifestyle or sexual preference, is slack and flabby, and not to be made interesting without ingenuity, daring, and keen motivation. These are tastes, giving rise to opinions. They have little to do with the analysis of the function of such a culture and how it got to be that way. In any case, even the opinions are probably not satisfactory in this form either, since the second thing people want to know, for the obvious contextual reason, is how this compares to an older modernist canon. The architecture is generally a great improvement, the novels are much worse. Photography and video are incomparable, the latter for a very obvious reason indeed. Also we're fortunate today in having interesting new painting to look at and poetry to read. Music, however, after Schopenhauer, Nietzsche, and Thomas Mann, ought to lead us into something more interesting and complicated than mere opinion. For one thing, it remains a fundamental class marker, the index of that cultural capital Pierre Bourdieu calls social distinction, whence the passions that highbrow and lowbrow, or elite and mass, musical tastes, and the theories that correspond to them, Adorno, on the one hand, Simon Frith, on the other, still arouse. Meanwhile, music also includes history in a more thoroughgoing and irrevocable fashion, since, as background and mood stimulus, it mediates our historical past along with our private or existential one and can scarcely be woven out of the memory any longer. The most crucial relationship of music to the postmodern, however, surely passes through space itself. On my analysis, one of the distinguishing or even constitutive traits of the new culture or cultural dominant. MTV above all can be taken as a spatialization of music, or, if you prefer, as the telltale revelation that it had already, in our time, become profoundly spatialized in the first place. Technologies of the musical, to be sure, whether of production, reproduction, reception, or consumption, already work to fashion a new sonorous space around the individual or the collective listener. In music, too, representationality in the sense of drawing up your fauteuil and gazing across at the spectacle unfolded before you has known its crisis and its specific historical disintegration. You no longer offer a musical object for contemplation and gustation, you wire up the context and make space musical around the consumer. In that situation, narrative offers multiple and proteoform mediations between the sounds in time and the body in place, coordinating a narrativized visual fragment, an image shard marked as narrative, which does not have to come from any story you ever heard of with an event on the soundtrack. Particularly in the postmodern, it is crucial to distinguish between narrativization and any specific narrative segment as such. Failure to do so results in confusions between old-fashioned realistic stories and novels, and putatively modern or postmodern anti-narrative ones. The story is, however, only one of the forms narrative or narrativization can take, and it is worth entertaining the possibility that today the mere intent to produce a story may be enough, as in Lem's Imaginary Book Reviews. Ken Russell, when asked why he had shifted over into MTV, prophesied that in the 21st century no fiction film would last longer than 15 minutes. What MTV does to music, therefore, is not some inversion of that defunct 19th century form called program music, but rather the nailing of sounds, using Lacan's carpet tax, no doubt, onto visible space and spatial segments. Here, as in the video form more generally, the older paradigm that lights up in genealogical hindsight as this one's predecessor, but not the basic influence on it, is animation itself. The cartoon, particularly in its more delirious and surreal varieties, was the first laboratory in which text tried out its vocation to mediate between sight and sound. Think of Walt's own lowbrow obsession with highbrow music, and ended up spatializing time. We therefore begin to make some progress on turning our tastes into postmodernism theory when we step back and attend to the system of the fine arts itself, the ratio between the forms and media, indeed, the very shape that media itself has taken on, supplanting form and genre alike, the way in which the generic system itself, as a restructuration and a new configuration, however minimally modified, expresses the postmodern, and through it, all the other things that are happening to us. But descriptions like these seem not only to involve the obligatory comparison with the modern as such, they also let questions back in by way of the canon. Surely only a very old-fashioned critic or cultural journalist would be interested in proving the obvious, that Yeats is greater than Paul Muldoon, or Auden than Bob Perlman, unless the word great is simply an expression of enthusiasm, in which case you might well sometimes want to do it the other way round. The rejoinder here is the rather different one that you cannot even realistically compare the greatness of great writers within a single paradigm or period. Adorno's notion of an internecine war among the individual works, aesthetic monads that repel each other, is surely the one that better corresponds to most people's aesthetic experience, explaining why it is intolerable to be asked to decide whether Keats is greater than Wordsworth, or to measure the worth of the Pompidou Center on the scale of the Guggenheim, or the preeminence of Dos Passos over Doctorow, let alone the question of Mallarmé and Ashbery. We do, however, make comparisons of this kind and seem to enjoy the process, however meaningless it may be. One can therefore only conclude that such compulsive matchings and rankings must mean something else. Indeed, I've argued in another place that in the political unconscious of an age, such comparisons, whether of individual works or cultural styles more generally, are in reality the figuration and the expressive raw material of a deeper comparison between the modes of production themselves, which confront and judge each other by way of the individual contact between reader and text. The example of the modern/postmodern, however, shows that this also holds good for stages within a single mode of production, in this case for the confrontation between the modernist, or imperialist, or monopoly, stage of capitalism and its postmodern, or multinational, stage. All the enumeration of sheerly cultural traits comes down to this catachresis, or four-term metaphor. We concoct some proposition about the qualitative superiority of the musical production of the 18th century German principalities only in order to censure or to celebrate the commercial technological engenderment of music in our own. That manifest comparison is the cover and the vehicle for a latent one in which we try to construct a feeling for daily life in the ancien regime so as, in a next step, to reconstruct a feeling for what is peculiar and specific, original and historic, in the present. Under the guise of specialized history, therefore, we are still doing general or universal history, which is destined to end up in postmodernism theory, as the sequence of Brechtian estrangement operations outlined above makes plain. These are then the terms and conditions under which we can argue about the respective greatness of Mahler and Phil Glass, or Eisenstein and MTV, but they extend far beyond the aesthetic or the cultural as such, becoming meaningful or intelligible only when they reach the terrain of the production of material life and the limits and potentialities it, dialectically, imposes on human praxis, including cultural praxis. What is now at stake is relative systemic alienation itself and the dialectical relationship between the limits of the base and the possibilities of the superstructure within any given system or systemic moment, its internal quotient of misery and the determinate potentiality of bodily and spiritual transfiguration it also affords, or conquers. That is, for modernism, a whole investigation in its own right, about which only a few first notes are here appended. As for the feeling entertained about the end of the modern within the postmodern, that is another matter entirely, and a constitutive one, which does not necessarily have much to do with historical modernism, or historical modernity either. A second set of notes therefore configures this topic, which is sometimes confused with the ethical and aesthetic comparison between modernism and postmodernism, nor does it afford the socio-economic comparison proposed in what follows. 2 notes toward a theory of the modern. The classics of the modern can certainly be postmodernized, or transformed into texts, if not into precursors of textuality. The two operations are relatively different, insofar as the precursors Raymond Roussel, Gertrude Stein, Marcel Duchamp always fit uneasily into some modernist canon anyway. They are the exemplars and the eyewitness exhibits in some cases for the identity between modernism and postmodernism, since, in them, the slightest modification, the merest breath of perversity in shifting the chairs around, makes what ought to be the most classical high modernist aesthetic values into something uncomfortable and remote, but closer to us. It is as though they constituted some opposition within the opposition, an aesthetic negation of the negation, against the already anti-hegemonic minority art of the modern. They staged their own even more minoritarian and private rebellion, which will of course itself become canonical when the modern freezes over and becomes a drafty set of museums. As for the mainstream moderns, however, those waiting patiently in line for a room in just such a museum, any number of them seem capable of a thoroughgoing rewriting into the postmodern text. One hesitates to think of the process in the same way as the adaptation of a novel to the screen, particularly since one of the features of postmodern cinema is the increasing scarcity of just such screen adaptations. But that we are rewriting high modernism in new ways today seems to me beyond doubt, at least for certain crucial writers, that besides being a realist, Flaubert also turned into a modernist when Joyce learned him by heart, then unexpectedly turned into something like a postmodernist in the hands of Nathalie Sarraute. That is a familiar story. As for Joyce himself, Colin McCabe has projected a new Joyce for us today, a feminist and a Creole or multi-ethnic Joyce, which would seem to be very consonant with the times and to offer at least one Joyce we might be willing to celebrate as postmodern. Meanwhile, on my side, I've tried to invoke a third world and anti-imperialist Joyce more consistent with a contemporary than with a modernist aesthetic. But are all the classics of yesteryear rewritable in this fashion? Is the Proust of Gilles Deleuze a postmodern Proust? Deleuze's Kafka is certainly a postmodern Kafka, a Kafka of ethnicity and microgroups, very much a third world and dialect minority Kafka in tune with postmodern politics and the new social movements. But is T.S. Eliot recuperable? Whatever happened to Thomas Mann and André Gide? Frank Lentrichia has kept Wallace Stevens alive throughout this momentous climatological transformation, but Paul Valéry has vanished without a trace, and he was central to the modernist movement internationally. What is suspicious about the matter, and about the questions that it raises, is their overwhelming family likeness with familiar discussions of the nature of the classic itself, the inexhaustible text, capable of being reinvented and used in new ways by successive generations, something like a great manor house, handed down and redecorated over and over by successive heirs, who can install the latest Parisian fashions or Japanese technology. Meanwhile, the non-survivors are proof that posterity really does exist, even in our own postmodern media age. The losers are a crucial component of the argument, who document the necessary pastness of the past by showing that not all its great books are still of any interest to us. This approach conveniently masks out those parts of the problem that re-identify it with the older historicist dilemma and prevents us from learning something about our own postmodernity by way of the boredom inspired by the high modern classics we can no longer read. But boredom is a very useful instrument with which to explore the past, and to stage a meeting between it and the present. As for the others who did survive at the price of a certain renovation or immaculation, a certain Umfunktionierung, Flaubert has to be read much more slowly, for example, in order to undo the storyline and turn the sentences into the moments of a postmodern text. They will evidently have something to tell us about a situation of modernity we still share. We need, in fact, to inflect the root adjective into three distinct substantives beyond modernism proper, the less familiar one of modernity, and then of modernization, in order not only to grasp the dimensions of the problem, but to appreciate how differently the various academic disciplines, as well as the various national traditions, have framed it. Modernism has come only recently to France, modernity only recently to us. Modernization belongs to the sociologists. Spanish has two separate words for the artistic movements, modernismo and vanguardismo, etc. A comparative lexicon would be a 4 or 5-dimensional affair, registering the chronological appearance of these terms in the various language groups, while recording the uneven development observable between them. A comparative sociology of modernism and its cultures, a sociology which, like Weber's, remained committed to measuring the extraordinary impact of capitalism on hitherto traditional cultures, the social and psychic damage done to now irrevocable older forms of human life and perception, would alone offer an adequate framework for rethinking modernism today, provided it worked both sides of the street and dug its tunnel from both directions. One must, in other words, not only deduce modernism from modernization, but also scan the sediment traces of modernization within the aesthetic work itself. It should also be obvious that it is the fact of the relationship itself that counts and not its content. The various modernisms have just as often constituted violent reactions against modernization as they have replicated its values and tendencies by their own formal insistence on novelty, innovation, the transformation of older forms, therapeutic iconoclasm, and the processing of new, aesthetic, wonder-working technologies. If, for example, modernization has something to do with industrial progress, rationalization, reorganization of production and administration along more efficient lines, electricity, the assembly line, parliamentary democracy, and cheap newspapers, then we will have to conclude that at least one strand of artistic modernism is anti-modern and comes into being in violent or muffled protest against modernization, now grasped as technological progress in the largest sense. These anti-modern modernisms sometimes involve pastoral visions or Luddite gestures, but are mostly symbolic, and, especially at the turn of the century, involve what is sometimes referred to as a new wave of anti-positivist, spiritualistic, irrational reactions against triumphant Enlightenment progress or reason. Perry Anderson reminds me, however, that in this respect the deepest and most fundamental feature shared by all the modernisms is not so much their hostility to a technology some, like the futurists, actually celebrated, but rather their hostility to the market itself. The centrality of this feature is then confirmed by its inversion in the various postmodernisms, which, even more wildly different from each other than the various modernisms, all at least share a resonant affirmation, when not an outright celebration, of the market as such. That the experience of the machine is in any case a crucial marker here can be deduced, in my view, from the rhythm of the successive waves of aesthetic modernism, a long first wave in the late 19th century, organized around organic forms and exemplified in some privileged way in symbolism, a second one acquiring its momentum from the turn of the century on and characterized by the dual markers of an enthusiasm for machine technology and an organization into more paramilitary type avant-gardes. Futurism can serve as the strong form of this moment. To these should be added the modernism of the isolated genius, organized, unlike the two periodic movements, with their emphasis on the organic transformation of the life world, and on the avant-garde and its social mission, respectively, around a great work, the book of the world, secular scripture, sacred text, ultimate ritual mass, Mallarmé's lever, for an unimaginable new social order. And we should probably also make some place, but not as late as he does, for what Charles Jenks has come to call late modernism, the last survivals of a properly modernist view of art and the world after the great political and economic break of the Depression, where, under Stalinism or the Popular Front, Hitler or the New Deal, some new conception of social realism achieves the status of momentary cultural dominance by way of collective anxiety and world war. Jenks's late moderns are those who persist into postmodernism, and the idea makes sense architecturally. A literary frame of reference, however, throws up names like Borges and Nabokov, Beckett, poets like Olson or Zhukovsky, and composers like Milton Babbitt, who had the misfortune to span two eras and the luck to find a time capsule of isolation or exile in which to spin out unseasonable forms. Of the most canonical of these four moments or tendencies, that of the great demiurges and prophets Frank Lloyd Wright and his cape and pork pie hat, Proust in his cork-lined room, the force of nature Picasso, and the tragic, uniquely doomed Kafka, all as idiosyncratic and eccentric as the best great detectives in the classical detective stories, something more needs to be said to discourage the view that, from the hindsight of postmodern fashion and commerciality, modernism was still a time of giants and legendary powers no longer available to us. But if the post-structuralist motif of the death of the subject means anything socially, it signals the end of the entrepreneurial and inner-directed individualism, with its charisma and its accompanying categorical panoply of quaint romantic values such as that of the genius in the first place. Seen thus, the extinction of the great moderns is not necessarily an occasion for pathos. Our social order is richer in information and more literate, and socially, at least, more democratic in the sense of the universalization of wage labor. I have always felt that Brecht's term plebeianization is politically more suitable and sociologically more exact in designating this leveling process, which people on the left can surely only welcome. This new order no longer needs prophets and seers of the high modernist and charismatic type, whether among its cultural producers or its politicians. Such figures no longer hold any charm or magic for the subjects of a corporate, collectivized, post-individualistic age. In that case, goodbye to them without regrets, as Brecht might have put it. Woe to the country that needs geniuses, prophets, great writers, or demiurges. What one must retain historically is the fact that the phenomenon did once exist. A postmodern view of the great modernist creators ought not to argue away the social and historical specificity of those now doubtful centered subjects, but rather provide new ways of understanding their conditions of possibility. A beginning is made on that process by grasping the once famous names no longer as characters larger than life or great souls of one kind or another, but rather non- and anti-anthropomorphically as careers, that is to say as objective situations in which an ambitious young artist around the turn of the century could see the objective possibility of turning himself into the greatest painter, or poet or novelist or composer, of the age. That objective possibility is now given, not in subjective talent as such or some inner richness or inspiration, but rather in strategies of a well-nigh military character, based on superiority of technique and terrain, assessment of the counterforces, a shrewd maximization of one's own specific and idiosyncratic resources. This approach to genius, however, which we now associate with the name of Pierre Bourdieu, should be sharply distinguished from a debunking or demystifying ressentiment like what Tolstoy seems to have felt about Shakespeare, and, mutatis mutandis, about the role of great men generally in history. Despite Tolstoy, I think we still do admire the great generals, along with their counterparts, the great artists, but the admiration has been displaced from their innate subjectivity to their historical flair, their capacity to assess the current situation and to evaluate its potential permutation system on the spot. This is, it seems to me, a properly postmodern revision in biographical historiography, which characteristically substitutes the horizontal for the vertical, space for time, system for depth. But there is a deeper reason for the disappearance of the great writer under postmodernism, and it is simply this: sometimes called uneven development, in an age of monopolies, and trade unions, of increasing institutionalized collectivization, there is always a lag. Some parts of the economy are still archaic, handicraft enclaves, some are more modern and futuristic than the future itself. Modern art, in this respect, drew its power and its possibilities from being a backwater and an archaic holdover within a modernizing economy. It glorified, celebrated, and dramatized older forms of individual production which the new mode of production was elsewhere on the point of displacing and blotting out. Aesthetic production then offered the utopian vision of a more human production generally, and in the world of the monopoly stage of capitalism it exercised a fascination by way of the image it offered of a utopian transformation of human life. Joyce in his rooms in Paris single-handedly produces a whole world, all by himself and beholden to no one, but the human beings in the streets outside those rooms have no comparable sense of power and control, of human productivity, none of the feeling of freedom and autonomy that comes when, like Joyce, you can make or at least share in making your own decisions. As a form of production, then, modernism, including the great artists and producers, gives off a message that has little to do with the content of the individual works. It is the aesthetic as sheer autonomy, as the satisfactions of handicraft transfigured. Modernism must thus be seen as uniquely corresponding to an uneven moment of social development, or to what Ernst Bloch called the simultaneity of the non-simultaneous, the synchronicity of the non-synchronous, Gleichzeitigkeit der Ungleichzeitigen, the coexistence of realities from radically different moments of history, handicrafts alongside the great cartels, peasant fields with the Krupp factories or the Ford plant in the distance. But a less programmatic demonstration of unevenness is afforded by the work of Kafka, about which Adorno once said that it stood as a definitive rebuke to anyone who wanted to think about art in terms of pleasure. I think he was wrong about this, at least from a postmodern perspective. The refutation can be staged in a much more wide-ranging way from those perverse-seeming descriptions of Kafka as a mystical humorist, Thomas Mann, and as a joyous and Chaplin-esque writer, although it is certain that when you remember Chaplin during your reading of Kafka, Chaplin doesn't look the same anymore either. More must therefore be said on the subject of the pleasurability and even the joyous nature of Kafka's nightmares. Benjamin once observed that there were at least two current interpretations of Kafka that we needed to get rid of for good. One was the psychoanalytic, Kafka's Oedipus complex. He certainly had one, but his are hardly as psychological works as such. The other was the theological. The idea of salvation is certainly there in Kafka, but there is nothing otherworldly about it, or about salvation in general. Perhaps we might today also add the existential interpretation. The human condition, anxiety, and the like also offer only two familiar themes and considerations which, as you might have imagined, can certainly not be judged to be very postmodern. And we must also briefly reconsider what used to be thought of as the Marxist interpretation, the trial as the representation of the ramshackle bureaucracy of an Austro-Hungarian empire on the eve of collapse. There is much truth to this interpretation also, except for the suggestion that the Austro-Hungarian Empire was in any way a nightmare. On the contrary, besides being the last of the old archaic empires, it was also the first multinational and multi-ethnic state, comfortably inefficient when compared with Prussia, humane and tolerant when juxtaposed with the Tsars, finally not a bad arrangement at all, and an intriguing model in our own post-national period, still riven by nationalisms. The K&K structure plays a part in Kafka, but not exactly in the way in which the bureaucracy as nightmare interpretation, the empire as a foretaste of Auschwitz, wants to suggest. Returning to the idea of the simultaneity of the non-simultaneous, of the coexistence of distinct moments of history, what you first notice in reading the trial is the presence of a modern, well-nigh corporate, work week and business routine. Joseph K. is a young banker, a junior executive or confidential clerk, who lives for his work, a bachelor who spends his empty evenings in a tavern and whose Sundays are miserable, when they are not made even more miserable by invitations from business colleagues to intolerable professional social outings. Into this boredom of organized modernity something rather different suddenly comes, and it is precisely that archaic, older legal bureaucracy associated with the empire's political structure. So we have here a very striking coexistence, a modern, or at least modernizing, economy and an old-fashioned political structure, something that Orson Welles' great film of the trial captured vividly by way of space itself. Joseph K. lives in the worst kind of faceless anonymous modern housing but visits a court housed in shabby Baroque splendor, when not in ancient tenement-like rooms, the interspace being occupied by the empty rubble and vacant lots of urban development to come. He will eventually die in one of those bombed-out spaces. The pleasures of Kafka, the pleasures of the nightmare in Kafka, then come from the way in which the archaic livens up routine and boredom, and an old-fashioned juridical and bureaucratic paranoia enters the empty work week of the corporate age and makes something at least happen. The moral would now seem to be that the worst is better than nothing at all, and that nightmares are a welcome relief from the work week. There is in Kafka a hunger for the sheer event as such in a situation in which it seems as rare as a miracle, in his language, an avidness to register, in a virtually musical economic notation, the slightest tremors in the life world that might betray the faintest presence of something taking place. This appropriation of the negative by a positive, indeed utopian, force that wraps itself in its wolf's clothing, is scarcely psychologically unfamiliar. It is, for example, well known, to cite a more post-contemporary malady, how the deeper satisfaction afforded by paranoia and its various delusions of persecution and espionage lies in the reassuring certainty that everyone is always looking at you all the time. It is then, in Kafka as elsewhere, the peculiar overlap of future and past, in this case, the resistance of archaic feudal structures to irresistible modernizing tendencies of tendential organization and the residual survival of the not yet modern in some other sense that is the condition of possibility for high modernism as such, and for its production of aesthetic forms and messages that may no longer have anything to do with the unevenness from which it alone springs. What follows paradoxically as a consequence is that in that case the postmodern must be characterized as a situation in which the survival, the residue, the holdover, the archaic, has finally been swept away without a trace. In the postmodern, then, the past itself has disappeared, along with the well-known sense of the past or historicity and collective memory. Where its buildings still remain, renovation and restoration allow them to be transferred to the present in their entirety as those other, very different, and postmodern things called simulacra. Everything is now organized and planned. Nature has been triumphantly blotted out, along with peasants, petit bourgeois commerce, handicraft, feudal aristocracies, and imperial bureaucracies. Ours is a more homogeneously modernized condition. We no longer are encumbered with the embarrassment of non-simultaneities and non-synchronicities. Everything has reached the same hour on the great clock of development or rationalization, at least from the perspective of the West. This is the sense in which we can affirm, either that modernism is characterized by a situation of incomplete modernization, or that postmodernism is more modern than modernism itself. Perhaps it can also be added that what is also thereby lost from the postmodern is modernity as such, in the sense in which that word can be taken to mean something specific and distinct from either modernism and modernization. Indeed, our old friends base and superstructure seem fatally to reimpose themselves. If modernization is something that happens to the base, and modernism the form the superstructure takes in reaction to that ambivalent development, then perhaps modernity characterizes the attempt to make something coherent out of their relationship. Modernity would then in that case describe the way modern people feel about themselves. The word would seem to have something to do not with the products, either cultural or industrial, but with the producers and the consumers, and how they feel either producing the products or living among them. This modern feeling now seems to consist in the conviction that we ourselves are somehow new, that a new age is beginning, that everything is possible and nothing can ever be the same again, nor do we want anything to be the same again. We want to make it new, get rid of all those old objects, values, mentalities, and ways of doing things, and to be somehow transfigured. Il faut être absolument moderne, cried Rambo. We have to be somehow absolutely, radically modern, which is to say, presumably, that we have to make ourselves modern, too. It's something we do, not merely something that happens to us. Is this the way we feel today, in full postmodernism? We certainly don't feel ourselves living among dusty, traditional, boring, ancient things and ideas. Apollinaire's great poetic outburst against the ancient buildings of 1910 Europe, and against the very space of Europe itself, à la fin tout est lost à ce monde ancien. You're suddenly sick and tired of this antiquated world, probably does not express the contemporary, the post-contemporary, feeling about the supermarket or the credit card. The word new doesn't seem to have the same resonance for us any longer. The word itself is no longer new or pristine. What does that suggest about the postmodern experience of time or change or history? It implies first of all that we are using time or historical lived experience and historicity as a mediation between the socio-economic structure and our cultural and ideological evaluation of it, as well as a provisionally privileged theme by which to stage our systemic comparison between the modern and the postmodern moments of capital. Later on, we will want to develop the matter further in two directions. First, around that sense of unique historical difference from other societies that a certain experience of the new, in the modern, seems to encourage and perpetuate, and second, in analyzing the role of new technologies, and their consumption, in a postmodernity evidently disinterested in thematizing and valorizing the new as such any longer. For the moment, we conclude that the keen sense of the new in the modern period was only possible because of the mixed, uneven, transitional nature of that period, in which the old coexisted with what was then coming into being. Apollinaire's Paris included both grimy medieval monuments and cramped Renaissance tenements, and motor cars, and airplanes, telephones, electricity, and the latest fashions in clothing and culture. You know and experience these last as new and modern only because the old and traditional are also present. One way of telling the story of the transition from the modern to the postmodern lies then in showing how at length modernization triumphs and wipes the old completely out. Nature is abolished along with the traditional countryside and traditional agriculture, even the surviving historical monuments, now all cleaned up, become glittering simulacra of the past, and not its survival. Now everything is new, but by the same token, the very category of the new then loses its meaning and becomes itself something of a modernist survival. Whoever says new, however, or deplores the loss of its concept in a postmodern age, also fatally raises the specter of revolution itself, in the sense in which its concept once embodied the ultimate vision of the novum become absolute and extending itself into the smallest crannies and details of a life world transformed. The inveterate recourse to a vocabulary of political revolution, and the aesthetic avant-garde's often narcissistic affectation of the trappings of their political opposite numbers, suggest a politicality in the very form of the modernisms that casts some doubt on the reassurances of their academic ideologies, who taught us again and again that the moderns were not political, or even socially very conscious. Indeed, their work was said to represent a new inward turn and the opening up of some new reflexive deep subjectivity, the carnival of interiorized fetishism, Lukács once called it. And certainly modernist texts in their range and variety do seem to offer the appearance of so many Geiger counters picking up all kinds of new subjective impulses and signals and registering those in new ways and according to new inscription devices. One can also argue against this impression with empirical and biographical evidence about the writer's sympathies. For one thing, Joyce and Kafka were socialists, even Proust was a Dreyfusard, although also a snob. Mayakovsky and the Surrealists were communists, Thomas Mann was at some points at least a progressive and an anti-fascist, only the Anglo-Americans, along with Yeats, were true reactionaries of the blackest stamp. But something more fundamental can be argued from the spirit of the works themselves, and in particular from a renewed scrutiny of the same high modernist celebration of the self that the anti-political critics adduce to support a notion of the modernist subjectivism. In this, they joined hands with the Stalinist tradition. I want, however, to propose the alternative proposition that modernism's introspective probing of the deeper impulses of consciousness, and even of the unconscious itself, was always accompanied by a utopian sense of the impending transformation or transfiguration of the self in question. You have to change your life. Rilke's archaic Greek torso tells him paradigmatically, and D.H. Lawrence is filled with intimations of this momentous new sea change from which new people are sure to emerge. What we now have to grasp is that those feelings, expressed in connection with the self, could only come into being in correlation with a similar feeling about society and the object world itself. It is because that object world, in the throes of industrialization and modernization, seems to tremble at the brink of an equally momentous and even utopian transformation that the self can also be felt to be on the point of change. For this is not merely the moment of taylorization and the new factories, it also marks the emergence of most of Europe into a parliamentary system in which new and vast working-class parties play their part for the first time, and feel themselves, particularly in Germany, on the point of achieving hegemony. Perry Anderson has argued persuasively that modernism in the arts, although he rejects the category of modernism as such for other reasons, is intimately related to the winds of change blowing from the great new radical social movements. High modernism does not express those values as such, rather it emerges in a space opened by them, and its formal values of the new and of innovation, along with its utopian sense of the transfiguration of the self and the world, are, in ways that remain to be explored, very much to be seen as echoes and resonances of the hopes and optimism of that great period dominated by the Second International. As for the works themselves, John Berger's exemplary essays on Cubism offer a more detailed analysis of the way in which the seemingly very formalist new painting is infused by a utopian spirit that will be crushed by the grisly uses of industrialization on the battlefields of World War I. This new utopianism is only in part a glorification of new machinery, as in Futurism, it expresses itself across a gamut of impulses and excitement that ultimately touch on the impending transformation of society itself. 3. Cultural reification and the relief of the postmodern. All of this looks very different examined synchronically, in other words, the feeling that postmodern people have about the modern will now begin to tell us more about postmodernism itself than about the system it supplanted and overthrew. If modernism thought of itself as a prodigious revolution in cultural production, however, postmodernism thinks of itself as a renewal of production as such after a long period of ossification and dwelling among dead monuments. The very word production itself a much buffeted straw in the wind during the 1960s, but which tended then always to signal the most empty and abstract, ascetic formalistic endeavors, such as Sollers's early texts, turns out now in hindsight to have meant something after all and to have signaled a genuine renewal in the thing it was supposed to signify. I think we now have to talk about the relief of the postmodern generally, a thunderous unblocking of logjams and a release of new productivity that was somehow tensed up and frozen, locked like cramped muscles, at the latter end of the modern period. This release was something a good deal more momentous than a mere generational change, any number of generations having succeeded themselves during the gradually canonical reign of the modern proper, although it also did something to the collective sense of what generations were in the first place. One cannot too often symbolically underscore the moment, in most U.S. universities, the late 1950s or early 1960s, in which the modern classics entered the school system and the college reading lists. Before that, we read Pound on our own, English departments only laboriously reaching Tennyson. This was a kind of revolution in its own way, with unexpected consequences, forcing the recognition of the modern texts at the same time that it diffused them, like former radicals finally appointed to the cabinet. For the other arts, however, canonization and the corrupting influence of success will clearly take very different forms. In architecture, for instance, it seems clear that the built equivalent of reception in the academy is the appropriation by the state of high modernist forms and methods, the readaptation by an expanded state bureaucracy, sometimes identified as that of the welfare state or social democracy, of utopian forms now degraded into anonymous forms of large-scale housing and office construction. The modernist styles then become stamped with just such bureaucratic connotation, so that to break with it radically produces some feeling of relief, even though what replaces it is neither utopia nor democracy, but simply the private corporate constructions of the post-welfare state postmodern. Overdetermination is present here to the degree that the literary canonization of the modern also expressed a prodigious bureaucratic expansion of the university system in the 1960s. Nor should one in either case underestimate the active pressures in such developments of popular demands, and demography, of a more truly democratic or plebeian kind. What we need to invent is a notion of overdetermination in ambivalence in which works become endowed with associations at one and the same time plebeian and bureaucratic, with the not unexpected political confusion inherent in such ambivalence. This is only a figure, however, for what needs to be talked about in a more general way and on a more abstract level, namely, reification itself. The word probably directs attention in the wrong direction for us today, since the transformation of social relations into things that it seems most insistently to designate has become a second nature. Meanwhile, the things in question have themselves changed beyond recognition, to the point where one might well find people arguing for the desirability of the thing like in our amorphous day and age. Postmodern things are in any case not the kind Marx had in mind. Even the cash nexus in current banking practices is a good deal more glamorous than anything Carlyle can have libidinally cathected. The other definition of reification that has been important in recent years is the effacement of the traces of production from the object itself, from the commodity thereby produced. This sees the matter from the standpoint of the consumer. It suggests the kind of guilt people are freed from if they are able not to remember the work that went into their toys and furnishings. Indeed, the point of having your own object world and walls and muffled distance or relative silence all around you, is to forget about all those innumerable others for a while. You don't want to have to think about third world women every time you pull yourself up to your word processor, or all the other lower class people with their lower class lives when you decide to use or consume your other luxury products. It would be like having voices inside your head. Indeed, it violates the intimate space of your privacy and your extended body. For a society that wants to forget about class, therefore, reification in this consumer packaging sense is very functional indeed. Consumerism as a culture involves much more than this, but this kind of effacement is surely the indispensable precondition on which all the rest can be constructed. The reification of culture itself is evidently a somewhat different matter, since those products are signed, nor, in consuming culture, do we particularly want, let alone need, to forget the human producer T.S. Eliot, or Margaret Mitchell or Toscanini or Jack Benny, or even Sam Goldwyn or Cecil B. DeMille. The feature of reification I want to insist on in this realm of cultural products is what generates a radical separation between consumers and producers. Specialization is too weak and non-dialectical a term for that, but it plays its part in developing and perpetuating a deep conviction within the consumer that the production of the product in question, attributable no doubt to other human beings in the generic sense, is nonetheless beyond anything you can imagine. It is not something the consumer or user has any social sympathy for whatsoever. In that respect, it is a little like the feeling non-intellectuals and lower class people have always had about intellectuals and what they do. You see them doing it, and it doesn't look very complicated, but even with the best will in the world you don't quite get it. You don't see why people would want to do things like that, let alone trust yourself to form an idea of what it is they actually do. True Gramscian subalternity, that, the deep sense of inferiority in the face of the cultural other, the implicit acknowledgement of their innate superiority, to which punctual rage or anti-intellectualism or working-class contempt and machismo is itself only a secondary reaction, a reaction to my inferiority first and foremost, before being transferred onto the intellectual. I want to suggest that something like this subalternity Gunther Enders years ago in a somewhat different connection called it Promethean shame, a Promethean inferiority complex in front of the machine, is what we now feel for culture more generally. But this cultural posture is less dramatic than anti-intellectualism, because it relates to things rather than to people, and so we must try to lower the figural level. A Marxian social psychology must above all insist on the psychological concomitance of production itself. The reason production, and what can loosely be called the economic, is philosophically prior to power, and what can loosely be called the political, lies here, in the relationship between production and feelings of power in the first place, but it is something that it is preferable and more persuasive to say the other way round, not least because it helps us thereby evade humanist rhetoric, namely, by insisting on what happens to people when their relations to production are blocked, when they no longer have power over productive activity. Impotence is first and foremost that, the pall on the psyche, the gradual loss of interest in the self and the outside world, very much in formal analogy to Freud's description of mourning, the difference being that one recovers from mourning, Freud shows how, but that the condition of non-productivity, since it is an index of an objective situation that does not change, must be dealt with in another way, a way that, acknowledging its persistence and inevitability, disguises, represses, displaces, and sublimates a persistent and fundamental powerlessness. That other way is, of course, consumerism itself, as a compensation for an economic impotence which is also an utter lack of any political power. What is called voter apathy is mainly visible among those strata who lack the means to distract themselves by way of consumption. I want to add that the way in which, objectively, if you like, this analysis takes on the appearance of anthropology or social psychology either is itself to be reckoned back into the phenomenon we are describing. Not merely is this anthropological or psychological appearance a function of a basic representational dilemma about late capitalism, which we will touch on below, it is also the result of the failure of our societies to achieve any kind of transparency. Indeed, it is virtually the same as that failure. In a transparent society in which our various positions in social production were clear to us and to everybody else, so that, like Malinowski's savages, we could take a stick and draw a diagram of the socio-economic cosmology on the sand of the beach, it would not sound either psychological or anthropological to refer to what happens to people who have no say in their work. No utopian or nowhereon would think you were mobilizing hypotheses about the unconscious or the libido, or foundationally presupposing a human essence or a human nature. Perhaps it would sound more medical, as though you were talking about a broken leg or paralysis of the whole right side. At any rate, it is thus, as a fact, that I would like to talk about reification, in this sense of the way in which a product somehow shuts us out even from a sympathetic participation, by imagination, in its production. It comes before us, no questions asked, as something we could not begin to imagine doing for ourselves. But this in no way means that we cannot consume the product in question, derive enjoyment from it, become addicted to it, etc. Indeed, consumption in the social sense is very specifically the word for what we in fact do to reified products of this kind, that occupy our minds and float above that deeper nihilistic void left in our being by the inability to control our own destiny. But now I want to restrict this account once again, so that it can be understood more specifically in relationship to modernism itself, and what postmodernism meant originally, when it freed itself from this last. I want to argue that the great modernist works in effect became reified in this sense, and not only by becoming school classics. Their distance from their readers as monuments and as the efforts of genius tended also to paralyze form production in general, to endow the practice of all the high cultural arts with an alienating specialist or expert qualification that blocked the creative mind with awkward self-consciousness and intimidated fresh production in a profoundly modernist and self-validating way. It was only after Picasso that Picasso's remarkably unself-conscious improvisations became stamped as unique activities of modernist style and genius inaccessible to other people. Most of the modernist classics, however, wanted to stand as figures for the unblocking of human energy. The contradiction of modernism lay in the way in which that universal value of human production could achieve figuration only by way of the unique and restricted signature of the modernist seer or prophet, thus slowly cancelling itself out again for all but the disciples. This is, then, the relief of the postmodern, in which the various modernist rituals were swept away and form production again became open to whoever cared to indulge it, but at its own price, namely, the preliminary destruction of modernist formal values, now considered elitist, along with a range of crucial related categories such as the work or the subject. Text is a relief after work, but you must not try to outsmart it and use it to produce a work after all, under cover of textuality. A playfulness of form, the aleatory production of new ones or joyous cannibalization of the old, will not put you in so relaxed and receptive a disposition that, by happy accident, great or significant form will come into being anyhow. In any case, it seems possible that the price of this new textual freedom is paid for by language and the linguistic arts, which retreat before the democracy of the visual and the oral. The status of art, and also of culture, has had to be irrevocably modified in order to secure the new productivities, and it cannot be changed back at will. For groups and representation, all of which is so much grist for the production of postmodernism's populist rhetoric, which is to say that we here touch the border between aesthetic analysis and ideology. As with so many populisms, this one is the locus for the most pernicious confusions about the matter, very precisely because its ambiguities are real and objective, or, as Mort Saul observed about the Nixon-Kennedy election, in my considered opinion, neither can win. For everything that has been said in the preceding section suggests that the cultural and artistic dimension of postmodernism is popular, if not populist, and that it dismantles many of the barriers to cultural consumption that seemed implicit in modernism. What is misleading about this impression is, of course, the illusion of symmetry, since, during its own lifespan, modernism was not hegemonic and far from being a cultural dominant, it proposed an alternative, oppositional, and utopian culture whose class base was problematic and whose revolution failed, or rather, if you prefer, when modernism, like the contemporary socialisms, finally did come to power, it had already outlived itself, and what resulted from this posthumous victory was called postmodernism instead. But affirmations of popularity and appeals to the people are notoriously unreliable, since people will always be found out there who decline the characterization and deny any implication in the matter. Thus microgroups and minorities, women as well as the internal third world, and segments of the external one as well, frequently repudiate the very concept of a postmodernism as the universalizing cover story for what is essentially a much narrower class cultural operation serving white and male-dominated elites in the advanced countries. This is clearly also true, and we will examine the class base and content of postmodernism later on. But it is no less true that the micropolitics that corresponds to the emergence of this whole range of small group, non-class political practices is a profoundly postmodern phenomenon, or else the word has no meaning whatsoever. In that sense, the foundational description and the working ideology of the new politics, as it is found in Chantal Mouffe and Escobedo Laca's fundamental hegemony and socialist strategy, is overtly postmodern and must be studied in the larger context we have proposed for this term. It is true that Laca and Mouffe are less attentive to the tendency to differentiation and separatism, infinite fission and nominalism, in small group politics. It does not seem quite right to call it sectarianism any longer, but there is certainly a group parallel with the various existentialisms on the level of individual experience, for they see the passion for equality from which the small groups spring as the mechanism which will also forge them by way of the chain of equivalence. The expansive power of the equations of identity into alliances and reunified Gramscian hegemonic blocks. What they retain of Marx is thus his diagnosis of the historical originality of his own time, as the moment in which the doctrine of social equality had become an irreversible social fact, but with the omission of Marx's causal qualification, that this social and ideological development is the consequence of the universalization of wage labor. This view of history tends rapidly to transform itself into the more mythical vision of the radical break of modernity and the radical difference between Western and pre-capitalist, or hot and cold, societies. The emergence of the new social movements is an extraordinary historical phenomenon that is mystified by the explanation so many postmodernist ideologues feel themselves able to propose, namely, that the new small groups arise in the void left by the disappearance of social classes and in the rubble of the political movements organized around those. How classes could be expected to disappear, save in the unique special case scenario of socialism, has never been clear to me, but the global restructuration of production and the introduction of radically new technologies that have flung workers in archaic factories out of work, displaced new kinds of industry to unexpected parts of the world, and recruited workforces different from the traditional ones in a variety of features, from gender to skill and nationality explain why so many people have been willing to think so, at least for a time. Thus the new social movements and the newly emergent global proletariat both result from the prodigious expansion of capitalism in its third, or multinational, stage. Both are in that sense postmodern, at least in terms of the account of postmodernism offered here. Meanwhile, it becomes a little clearer why the alternative view, that the small groups are, in fact, the substitute for a disappearing working class, makes the new micropolitics available for the more obscene celebrations of contemporary capitalist pluralism and democracy, the system congratulating itself for producing ever greater quantities of structurally unemployable subjects. What really needs to be explained here is not the ideological exploitation but rather the capacity of a postmodern public to conceive of two such radically incommensurable and contradictory representations all at once: the tendential immiseration of American society, filed away under the rubric of drugs, and the self-congratulatory rhetoric of pluralism, generally activated in contact with the topic of socialist societies. Any adequate theory of the postmodern ought to register this historic progress in schizophrenic collective consciousness, and I will offer an explanation for it later on. Pluralism is thus the ideology of groups, a set of phantasmic representations that triangulate three fundamental pseudo-concepts: democracy, the media, and the market. This ideology cannot, however, be adequately modeled and analyzed unless we realize that its conditions of possibility are real social changes, in which groups now play a more significant role, and without somehow marking and specifying the historical determinacy of the ideological concept of the group itself, quite different from that of Freud's or Elie Bohn's period, for example, let alone the older revolutionary mob. The problem, as Marx put it, is that the subject is given, both in reality and in the mind, and that therefore the categories express forms of being, determinations of existence, and sometimes only individual aspects of this particular society, of this subject, and that even from the scientific standpoint it therefore by no means begins at the moment when it is first discussed as such. The reality of groups then must be related to the institutional collectivization of contemporary life. This was, of course, one of Marx's fundamental prophecies, that within the integument of individual property relations, private ownership of the factory or enterprise, a whole new web of collective production relations was coming into being incommensurate with its antiquated shell, husk, or form. Like the three wishes in the fairy tale, or the devil's promises, this prognosis has been fully realized, with only the slightest of modifications that make it unrecognizable. We have touched briefly on property relations in the postmodern in a previous chapter. Suffice it to say now that in itself, private property remains that dusty and drearily old-fashioned thing whose truth one used to glimpse when traveling in the older nation-states and observing, with Mr. Bloom's grey horror that sears the flesh, the hoariest antique forms of British commerce or French family firms, Dickens remaining the most precious imperishable after-image of the juridical exfoliation of these entities, unimaginable crystalline growths like some cancerous Antarctica. Immortality and the joint stock company do nothing to change this, but one has not grasped the spirit and the impulse of the imagination of the multinationals in postmodernism, which in new writing like cyberpunk determines an orgy of language and representation, an excess of representational consumption. If this heightened intensity is not grasped as sheer compensation, as a way of talking yourself into it and making, more than a virtue, a genuine pleasure and jouissance out of necessity, turning resignation into excitement and the baleful persistence of the past and its prose into a high and an addiction. This is surely the most crucial terrain of ideological struggle today, which has migrated from concepts to representations, and where the thrill of multinational business and the peculiar opulence of the yuppie life world has, for the mind's libidinal eye, an attraction far outweighing the 19th century charm of the Hayek-Friedman arguments about the market as such. The other, social face of this tendential reality, the organization and collectivization of individuals after the long period of individualism, of social atomization and existential anomie, is perhaps better grasped by way of daily life, that is to say, by way of the new structures of oppositional groups and new social movements rather than in the workplace or the corporation, whose organization men and new white-collar conformism were already recorded by White and C. Wright Mills in the 1950s, when they then served as topics for public discussion and cultural critique. The process is, however, more visible, and more easily grasped as an objective historical tendency, when it is seen to affect rich and poor alike, indifferently, and on both sides of the political spectrum. And this is in turn more easily demonstrated by registering the disappearance, from postmodern society, of the older kinds of solitude, not only the pathetic misfits and victims of anime, abundantly collected and catalogued from naturalism to Sherwood Anderson, no longer present in the nooks and crannies of a then more natural and capacious social order, but the solitary rebels and existential antiheroes who used to allow the liberal imagination to strike a blow at the system have also vanished, along with existentialism itself, and their former embodiments have become the leaders of various groupuscules. No current media topic illustrates this better than the bag people, also known, in media euphemism, as the homeless. No longer solitary freaks and eccentrics, the area henceforth recognized and accredited sociological category, the object of the scrutiny and concern of the appropriate experts, and clearly potentially organizable when they are not in fact already organized in good postmodern fashion. This is the sense in which, even if Big Brother is not everywhere watching you, language is, media and specialized or expert language that seeks tirelessly to classify and categorize, to transform the individual into the labeled group, and to constrict and expel the last spaces for what was in Wittgenstein or Heidegger, in existentialism or in traditional individualism, the unique and the unamiable, the mystical private property of the ineffable and the unspeakable horror of the incomparable. Everyone today is, if not organized, then at least organizable, and the ideological category that slowly moves into place to cover the results of such organization is the concept of the group. This last is sharply differentiated, in the political unconscious, from the concept of class on the one hand, but also from that of status on the other. What someone once said about Washington, D.C., that you only apparently met individuals there, who all eventually turned out to be lobbies in the end, is now true of the social life of advanced capitalism generally, except that everyone represents several groups all at once. This is the social reality that psychoanalytic currents on the left have analyzed in terms of subject positions, but in reality the latter can be grasped only as the forms of identity afforded by group adherence. Meanwhile, Marx's other insight, that the emergence of collective, universal or abstract, forms encourages the development of concrete historical and social thinking more vigorously than individual or individualistic forms did, which function to conceal the social, is also corroborated. Thus we know at once, and reckon into our definition of the bag people, that they are the consequence of the historical process of land speculation and gentrification at a very precise moment of the history of the post-contemporary city, while the new social movements themselves are immediately enabled by the expansion of the state sector in the 1960s and bear this causal origin within their consciousness as a badge of identity and a map of political strategy and struggle. It should be stressed, however, that something fundamental has been achieved by the now more widely shared awareness of the correlation between consciousness and group adherence. This is, indeed, something like the postmoderns' version of that theory of ideology invented or discovered by Marx himself, which posited a formational relationship between consciousness and class adherence. The new or postmodern development, indeed, remains progressive to the degree to which it dispels any last illusions as to the autonomy of thought, even though the dissipation of those illusions may reveal a wholly positivist landscape from which the negative has evaporated altogether, beneath the steady clarity of what has been identified as cynical reason. In my view, the method whereby a healthy sociologization of the cultural and conceptual can be prevented from disintegrating into the more obscene consumerist pluralisms of late capitalism as such is by way of the same philosophical strategy adopted by Lukács for the development of class ideological analysis, namely, to generalize its analysis of the constructive links between thought and a class or group standpoint, respectively, and to project a full-blown philosophical theory of the standpoint in which the generative production or transfer point between conceptuality and collective experience is brought to the foreground. What is sometimes now called professionalism is evidently a further intensification of this new historical sense of the relationship between group identity and history, which is also in some peculiar sense self-fulfilling. A historical examination of the disciplines, for example, undermines their claims to correspond to truth or to the structure of reality, by betraying the opportunistic way in which they swiftly readapt to this or that current hot topic, for them perceived as an immediate problem or crisis, the topic of postmodernism is just such a crisis. Thus Lester Thoreau's Dangerous Currents ends up portraying the economists as professionals who have had to scramble from one topical problem area to another in such a way that the field itself, as such, has seemed in the process to dissolve. Meanwhile, Stanley Aronowitz and his colleagues have discovered that, despite the lag in academic institutional arrangements and the persistence of the ontological illusion that the science departments, taken together, somehow model the physical world. Virtually all research in the hard sciences today involves this or that form of physics, life sciences outside of molecular biology, for example, having thereby become as archaic as alchemy. 14. It does no good, of course, to distinguish origins from validity and to insist patiently that the fact that something can be seen to have emerged historically is not an argument against its truth content, any more than the fall in its scholarly stock exchange rating testifies to its essential falsity. Not only is history, and change, still strongly felt to be the opposite of nature and being, what seems to have human and social causes, very often economic ones, is felt to be the contrary of the structure of reality or the world. As a consequence, a kind of historical thinking develops that reads all that as a kind of self-reinforcing panic, and it suffices to mention the unmentionable that all these sciences are in historical evolution for the very rate of that historical modification to be intensified, as though to point out the absence of an ontological ground or foundation was suddenly to lose all the moorings that had traditionally held the disciplines in place. Now suddenly, in English departments, the canon, in the very middle of the debate on its existence, begins furiously to melt away, leaving a great rubble pile of mass culture and all kinds of other non-canonical and commercial literature behind it, a kind of quiet revolution even more alarming than those in Quebec and Spain, where semi-fascist and clerical regimes, under the warming impact of consumer society, turned into swinging 60s-like social spaces overnight, something that now seems imminent in the Soviet Union as well, and suddenly calls into question all our notions about the traditional, about social inertia, and about Edmund Burke's slow growth of social institutions. Above all, we begin to question the temporal dynamics of all that, which have either accelerated, or were always more rapid than we registered in an older mind's eye. This is very precisely what has happened in the art world also, and it vindicates Benito Oliva's diagnosis of the end of modernism as the end of the modernist developmental or historical paradigm, where each formal position built dialectically on the previous one and created a whole new kind of production in the empty spaces, or out of the contradictions. But this could be registered from the modernist perspective with a certain pathos: everything has been done, no more formal or stylistic invention is possible, art itself is over and to be replaced by criticism. From the postmodern side of the divide, it does not look like that, and the end of history here simply means that anything goes. There remain then the groups themselves and the identities that had seemed to correspond to them. Just because economics, poverty, art, and scientific research have become historical in some new sense, which one had better call neo-historical, bag people, economists, artists, and scientists have not disappeared. Rather, the nature of their group identity has been modified and become seemingly more questionable, like a choice of fashion. And indeed neo-history, having nowhere else to channel the increasingly swift currents of its Heraclitean stream, seems almost certain to turn to fashion and the market, that now being understood as a deeper ontological economic reality that is as mysterious and final as nature once was. Neo-historical explanation thus leaves the new groups in place, does away with ontological forms of truth, and pays lip service to some more secular, ultimately determining, instance by anchoring its findings in the market rather than in the modifications of capitalism. The return to history everywhere remarked today demands closer scrutiny in the light of this historical perspective, only it is not a return exactly, seeming rather to mean incorporating the raw material of history and leaving its function out, a kind of flattening and appropriation, in the sense in which it has lately been said that neo-expressionist German artists today are lucky to have had Hitler. Yet the most systemic and abstract analysis of this tendency towards a collective organization that envelopes business and its underclasses alike assigns the ultimate systemic condition of possibility for all such group emergence, what used to be called its causalities, to the dynamics of late capitalism itself. This is an objective dialectic that populists have often found repellent and which has often been more narrowly rehearsed in the form of the paradox or the paralogism, the emergent groups as so many new markets for new products, so many new interpolations for the advertising image itself. Is not the fast food industry the unexpected solution, as with philosophy, its fulfillment and abolition all at once to the debate on pay for housework? Are minority quotas not to be understood first and foremost as the allocation of segments of television time, and is not the production of the appropriate new group-specific products the truest recognition a business society can bring to its others? Finally, then, is not the very logic of capitalism itself ultimately as dependent on the equal right to consumption as it once was to the wage system or a uniform set of juridical categories applicable to everyone? Or, on the other hand, if individualism is really dead after all, is not late capitalism so hungry and thirsty for Luhmannian differentiation and the endless production and proliferation of new groups and neo-ethnicities of all kinds as to qualify it as the only truly democratic and certainly the only pluralistic mode of production? Two positions must be distinguished here, which are both wrong. On the one hand, for a properly postmodern cynical reason, and in the spirit of the preceding rhetorical questions, the new social movements are simply the result, the concomitants and the products of capitalism itself in its final and most unfettered stage. On the other hand, for a radical liberal populism such movements are always to be seen as the local victories and the painful achievements and conquests of small groups of people in struggle, who are themselves figures for class struggle in general, as that has determined all the institutions of history, very much including capitalism itself. In short, and no longer to put so fine a point on it, are the new social movements consequences and after-effects of late capitalism? Are they new units generated by the system itself in its interminable inner self-differentiation and self-reproduction? Or are they very precisely new agents of history who spring into being in resistance to the system as forms of opposition to it, forcing it against the direction of its own internal logic into new reforms and internal modifications? But this is precisely a false opposition, about which it would be just as satisfactory to say that both positions are right. The crucial issue is the theoretical dilemma, replicated in both, of some seeming explanatory choice between the alternatives of agency and system. In reality, however, there is no such choice, and both explanations or models absolutely inconsistent with each other are also incommensurable with each other and must be rigorously separated at the same time that they are deployed simultaneously. But perhaps the alternative of agency or system is just that old dilemma of Marxism, voluntarism versus determinism wrapped up in new theoretical material. I think this is so, but the dilemma is not limited to Marxists, nor is its fatal reappearance particularly humiliating or shameful for the Marxian tradition, since the conceptual limits it betrays seem to be closer to Kantian limits on the human mind itself. But just as the identification of the base superstructure dilemma with the old mind-body problem does not necessarily debunk or reduce the former, but rather restiges the latter as a distorted and individualistic anticipation of what finally turns out to be a social and historical antinomy, so here also the identification of earlier precursive philosophical forms of the antinomy between voluntarism and determinism rewrites those genealogically as earlier versions of this. In Kant himself, clearly, such an earlier version is offered by the superposition and coexistence of the two parallel worlds of the noumenon and the phenomenon, which seem rigorously to occupy the same space, but of which, like waves or particles, only one can be intended by the mind's eye at any point. Freedom and causality then in Kant rehearse a dialectic altogether comparable to this one of agency and system, or in its practical political or ideological form voluntarism versus determinism. For the phenomenal world in Kant is determined at least to the degree that in it the laws of causality reign supreme and tolerate no exception. Nor would freedom be such an exception, exactly, since it evokes another intelligibility altogether and simply does not compute within the causal system, even as some inversion or negation of this last. Freedom, which equally characterizes the human and social world when its individuals are grasped as things in themselves, They cannot really be so grasped conceptually, but the Kantian resonances of Sartre's existential period give something of a feeling of what that would look like, even though the whole point of the noumenon is that it precisely cannot look like anything, in that sense can only be understood as an alternative code for the same realities that are also causal, in another world. Kant showed that we cannot hope to use these codes together or coordinate them in any meaningful way, and above all, that it would be vain, and metaphysical, to hammer them together into a synthesis. He did not exactly suggest, I think, that we were thereby condemned to an alternation between them, but that would seem to be the only conclusion to draw. An even earlier precursor of this Kantian version of what would seem to be the antinomy of historical change and collective praxis redirects our attention to a rather different feature of the dilemma, since this version more actively ethical than Kant's, who simply presupposes the existence and possibility of a proper conduct, seeks in some distress to reconcile causality, or determinism, with the very possibility of action itself. The predestination debate is, of course, more dramatically contradictory than the later and more secular bourgeois and proletarian forms we have been considering in Kant and Marx. The awkwardness of its solutions are more embarrassing for the modern mind. Nonetheless, some conception of divine pansynchronism, of the providential anticipation or the thoroughgoing predestination of all the acts of history, is surely the first mystified form whereby people, in the West, attempted to conceptualize the logic of history as a whole, and to formulate its dialectical interrelationship and its telos. To wonder, then, how the necessity of my future acts is to be squared with any active obligation on my part to struggle to make them come out right is to tap the same anxiety that will confront political activists later on when a doctrine of historical necessity and inevitability seems on the point of sapping their militant resolve. The equivalent of James Hogg's well-known reductio ad absurdum, in which one of the elect concludes that he is then free to commit any crime or enormity that passes through his head, would then turn out to be mutatis mutandis, the seemingly more respectable figure of the catheter socialist, or perhaps the renegades and revisionists of the Second International. Yet it seems possible that the ideologues of the predestination debate found a solution which on a little reflection is nowhere near as ludicrous as one might first presume, and furthermore proves to be genuinely dialectical or, at the very least, an admirably creative leap of the philosophical imagination. The outward and visible signs of inward election, the formula has the merit of including and acknowledging a freedom that it outsmarts and outflanks at the same time. Its genuine conceptual rigor solves its problems by disqualifying it at the same time that it raises it to a higher level. Your free choice of right action does not then qualify you for election or earn your right to salvation, but it is the latter's sign and external mark. Your freedom and praxis is thereby itself enveloped within the larger deterministic scheme, which foresees your capacity for just this agonizing encounter with free choice in the first place. The later distinction between individual and collective can then clarify this antiquated machinery of clarification, since it makes a little clearer how the very condition of possibility of individual commitment and action is given within the development of the collective itself. In that sense, there never is an alternative between voluntarism and determinism, which is exactly what the theologians sought to argue. Your commitment to praxis is then not a disproof of the doctrine of objective circumstances, the situation being or not being ripe, but, on the contrary, testifies to this last from the inside and confirms it, just as infantile or suicidal voluntarism confirms it the other way round, being itself fully as much a product of social circumstances as collective praxis. The distinction clearly solves nothing from the individual or existential point of view, for, like Hegel's ruse of reason or Adam Smith's invisible hand, not to speak of Mandeville's fable of the bees, the whole point is to follow one's nature and one's passion in the first place. The point where determinism or a collective logic of history spirals around those choices and passions and rainclouds them at a higher level can be glimpsed when we reflect not merely that such passions and values are themselves social, but that the very proclivity to be demoralized and discouraged by a logic of circumstances, the appropriation of that as an excuse and an alibi for passivity and for temporizing withdrawal, is also social and is thus factored into the larger perspective while still remaining a free choice in the individual sense. One's reaction to necessity, in other words, is itself an expression of freedom. Meanwhile, the two versions we have examined, the theological and the dialectical, both seem to cheat on the present and its agonizing choices by shifting the perspective to the very ends of time, theology spreading everything forward from a beginning in which it is all foretold in the first place, the dialectic winging its flight at dusk and pronouncing on the historic necessity of what has already taken place. If it happened that way, it is because it had to happen that way. But what had to happen included all the forms of individual agency, very much including their convictions as to their own freedom and their own efficacity. It is a fable one can tell, the other way round, perhaps, about the Cuban Revolution, in which, notoriously, the old Cuban Communist Party failed to participate until very late in the day, owing to its assessment of objective historical possibility. One can then deduce a facile lesson about the debilitating effect of a belief in historical inevitability and the energizing capacities of certain voluntarisms. On a larger view, however, it has been argued that whatever the immediate assessment and practical decision of the party in the fire of the event, its own work among Cuban workers in the previous decades played an incalculable part in an ultimate revolutionary victory for which it was not itself immediately responsible. The creation of a revolutionary culture and consciousness along the lines of Marx's image of the mole of history is no less a form of agency than the final struggle, but it is also itself part of the objective circumstances and the historical necessities that from a more immediate angle of praxis seem incompatible with action and agency in the first place. Such philosophical solutions, which proceed, as we have said, by a differentiation of incompatible codes and models, and which I have tried to reformulate in the doctrine of levels in the political unconscious, of course, themselves still lie in the phenomenal world and are thus susceptible to transformation into ideological alibis. All science is also necessarily ideology at one and the same time, insofar as we cannot but take the position of the individual subject on what vainly attempted to stand beyond the perspectives of individual subjectivity. Nonetheless, the proposal is clearly immediately relevant to the issue of the new social movements and their relationship to capitalism insofar as it provides the simultaneous possibility of active political commitment along with disabused systemic realism and contemplation, and not some sterile choice between those two things. Meanwhile, if we object that the philosophical dilemma or antinomy hereby evoked holds only for absolute change, or revolution, and that these problems disappear when the sights are lowered to punctual reforms and to the daily struggles of what we may metaphysically call a kind of local politics, where systemic perspectives no longer hold, we have of course located the crucial issue in the politics of the postmodern as well as the ultimate stake in the totalization debate. An older politics sought to coordinate local and global struggles, so to speak, and to endow the immediate local occasion for struggle with an allegorical value, namely that of representing the overall struggle itself and incarnating it in a here and now, thereby transfigured. Politics works only when these two levels can be coordinated, they otherwise drift apart into a disembodied and easily bureaucratized abstract struggle for and around the state, on the one hand, and a properly interminable series of neighborhood issues on the other, whose bad infinity comes, in postmodernism, where it is the only form of politics left, to be invested with something of Nietzsche's social Darwinism and with the willed euphoria of some metaphysical permanent revolution. I think myself that euphoria is a compensation formation, in a situation in which, for a time, genuine, or totalizing, politics is no longer possible. It is necessary to add that what is lost in its absence, the global dimension, is very precisely the dimension of economics itself, or of the system, of private enterprise and the profit motive, which cannot be challenged on a local level. I believe that, an attendant, it will be politically productive, and will remain a modest form of genuine politics in its own right, to attend vigilantly to just such symptoms as the waning of the visibility of that global dimension, to the ideological resistance to the concept of totality, and to that epistemological razor of postmodern nominalism which shears away such apparent abstractions as the economic system and the social totality themselves, such that for an anticipation of the Concrete is substituted the merely particular, eclipsing the general, in the form of the mode of production itself. That the new social movements are postmodern, insofar as they are effects and consequences of late capitalism, is however virtually a tautology which has no evaluative function. What is sometimes characterized as a nostalgia for class politics of some older type is generally more likely to be simply a nostalgia for politics tout court, given the way in which periods of intense politicization and subsequent periods of depoliticization and withdrawal are modeled on the great economic rhythms of the boom and bust of the business cycle. To describe this feeling as nostalgia is about as adequate as to characterize the body's hunger, before dinner, as a nostalgia for food. V. The anxiety of utopia. Where one may be permitted to differ from the programmatic formulations of some of the ideologues of postmodern politics probably is to be located in the content rather than the form of the assertions. Lacan and Mouffe's exemplary description of the way in which alliance politics function in the establishing of an axis of equivalence along which the parties line up has nothing to do, as they themselves point out, with the content of the issues around which the equivalence is constructed. They allow, for example, for the theoretical possibility, in a specific and unique conjecture, that what occurs at all levels of society might be absolutely determined by what happens at the level of the economy. Very often, obviously, the equivalence will be hammered together on non-class issues such as abortion or nuclear energy. What those who are nostalgic for class politics assert in such circumstances is not that these alliances are wrong, whatever that might mean, but that they are generally not as durable as those organized around class, or better still, that such alliances become more durable forces and movements by developing in the direction of class consciousness. As hapless postmodern standard-bearers have occasionally accused me of disavowing the non-class-based movements and have recommended the Rainbow Coalition instead, 2 degrees it ought to be noted here that the Jackson experience is exemplary in this respect, inasmuch as he rarely makes a speech in which working-class experience is not constructed as the mediation around which the equivalence of the coalition is to find its active cohesion. But this is very precisely what is meant by the rhetoric of class politics and the language of totalization, an operation which Jackson has virtually reinvented for our time in the political area. As for totalization itself, evidently, for postmodernists, one of the most sordid residual vices to be eradicated from the populist health and fitness of the new era individuals, like Humpty Dumpty, cannot make it mean what they want it to mean, but groups can, and in the face of current Dasein, to totalize does not just mean to unify, but rather means to unify with an eye to power and control, and as such, this term points to the hidden power relations behind our humanist and positivist systems of unifying disparate materials, be they aesthetic or scientific. 21 One can only patiently review the real history of the word somewhat as one rescues the histories of minorities or underclasses that have fallen into oblivion and then let it go at that. The term Sartre coinage linked to the project of the critique of dialectical reason should initially be sharply distinguished from that other stigmatized word, totality, to which I will return later on. Indeed, if the word totality sometimes seems to suggest that some privileged bird's-eye view of the whole is available, which is also the truth, then the project of totalization implies exactly the opposite and takes as its premise the impossibility for individual and biological human subjects to conceive of such a position, let alone to adopt or achieve it. From time to time, Sartre says somewhere, you make a partial summing up. The summing up, from a perspective or point of view, as partial as it must be, marks the project of totalization as the response to nominalism, something I will discuss below, with particular reference to Sartre. What ought first to be evoked, in the totalizations of modernism and the wars on totality of the postmodern, is then very precisely that concrete social and historical situation itself, before we come to possible responses to it. If the meaning of a word is its use, we can best grasp totalization in Sartre through its function to envelope and find a least common denominator for the twin human activities of perception and action. A younger Sartre had already combined these activities by way of one of their dominant features, under the concept of negation and nihilation, nientisation, since for him both perception and action were forms through which the actually existing world was negated and made into something else. The complications involved in affirming this about perception or cognition are part of the burden of his great early book, The Imaginary, in which, for example, sense perception is characterized by the strong awareness that the color or texture is above all not me, not consciousness. Nihilation was then for the Sartre of being and nothingness already a totalizing concept, so to speak, since it aimed at uniting the twin realms of contemplation and action with a view towards dissolving the former into the latter. This was reinforced by the later proposed equivalent of praxis, under which perception and thought are also subsumed, except for peculiarly specialized bourgeois attempts in both areas to escape that humiliating subsumption. A fading afterimage of Gestalt psychology will now be helpful in specifying the advantages of the new word totalization as an equivalent for praxis itself. It cannot be denied that the concept is designed in part to stress the unification inherent in human action, and the way in which what was formerly called negation can also be seen as the forging of a new situation, the unification of a construct, the interrelating of a new idea to the old ones, the active securing of a new perception. Whether visual or auditory, its forced conversion into a new form. Totalizing, in Sartre, is, strictly speaking, that process whereby, actively impelled by the project, an agent negates the specific object or item and reincorporates it into the larger project in course. Philosophically, and barring some genuine mutation of the species, it is hard to see how human activity under the third, or postmodern, stage of capitalism could elude or evade this very general formula, although some of postmodernism's ideal images, schizophrenia above all, are clearly calculated to rebuke it and to stand as unassimilable and unsubsumable under it. As for power, it is equally clear that praxis or totalization always aims at securing the fragile control or survival of an even more fragile subject within a world otherwise utterly independent and subject to no one's whims or desires. I suppose it can be argued that the disempowered do not want power, that the left wants to lose, as Baudrillard once put it, that in such a corrupt universe failure and weakness are more authentic than projects and partial summings up in the first place. I doubt if many people really feel this way. However, in order to be utterly admirable, such an attitude would surely have to be absolutized to the point of Buddhism. At all events, this was equally obviously not the lesson the Jackson campaign had for us. As for all the scare images of 1984, they are even more ludicrous in the Gorbachev period than they were before, and it is, to say the least, a difficult and contradictory operation to proclaim the death of socialism and issue spine-chilling messages about its totalitarian bloodlust in one breath. The hostility to the concept of totalization would thus seem to be most plausibly decoded as a systematic repudiation of notions and ideals of praxis as such, or of the collective project. As for its apparent ideological cognate, the concept of totality, we will see later on that it is to be grasped as one philosophical form of the notion of a mode of production, a notion that it would seem equally strategic for the postmodern to evade or to exclude. Yet some final word needs to be said about some of the more philosophic disguises of these disputes, in which totality and totalization, indistinctly confounded, are taken as the signs, no longer even of a Stalinism of the mind so much as of a properly metaphysical survival, complete with illusions of truth, a baggage of first principles, a scholastic appetite for system in the conceptual sense, a yearning for closure and certainty, a belief in centeredness, a commitment to representation, and any number of other antiquated mindsets. It is curious that, simultaneously with the newfound pluralisms of late capitalism, but in the tangible decline of any active political praxis or resistance, such absolute formalisms should begin to make their way. They diagnose the survival of content within a given intellectual operation as the telltale mark of belief won in some older sense, as the stain left behind it by the continuing existence of metaphysical axioms and illicit presuppositions, which have not yet, following the basic Enlightenment program, been expunged. It is clear, not least from its proximity to John Dewey and to a certain pragmatism, that Marxism itself must have much sympathy for the challenging of concealed presuppositions, which it, however, identifies as ideology, just as it unmasks the privileging of a given type of content as reification. The dialectic is in any case not exactly a philosophy in that sense, but rather that peculiar other thing, a unity of theory and practice. Its ideal, which famously involves the realization and the abolition of philosophy all at once, is not the invention of a better philosophy that in opposition to all of Gödel's well-known laws of gravity seeks to do without premises altogether, but rather the transformation of the natural and social world into a meaningful totality such that totality in the form of a philosophical system will no longer be required. But there is an existential argument frequently concealed and presupposed within such now conventional anti-utopian attitudes, which are triggered indifferently by a whole range of stigmatized terms from identity as it is posited in the philosophy of the Frankfurt School all the way to the cognate language of totalization, Sartre, and totality, Lukács, already touched on here, and also, and not least, by the very language of utopia itself, now generally recognized as a code word for the systemic transformation of contemporary society. This hidden argument posits the end or master term of all such themes as this or that variant of a still essentially Hegelian notion of reconciliation, Versöhnung, which is to say, the illusion of the possibility of some ultimate reunion between a subject and an object radically sundered or estranged from each other, or even, the term betraying its debt to schematic and potted accounts of Hegel in the manuals, to some new synthesis between them. Reconciliation in this sense, then, becomes assimilated to this or that illusion or metaphysic of presence, or its equivalent in other post-contemporary philosophical codes. Anti-utopian thought therefore here involves a crucial mediation, which it does not always spell out. It argues that the social or collective illusion of utopia, or of a radically different society, is flawed first and foremost because it is invested with a personal or existential illusion that is itself flawed from the outset. According to this deeper argument, it is because the metaphysics of identity are at work everywhere in private life that it can be projected onto politics and the social. Such reasoning, of course, implicit or explicit, betrays a very old middle-class notion of the collective and the political as unreal, as a space onto which subjective and private obsessions are noxiously projected. But this notion is itself the effect of the split between public and private existence in modern societies and can take familiar, low-level forms such as the characterization of the student movement in terms of Oedipal revolt. Contemporary anti-utopian thought has, however, erected far more complex and interesting arguments on this seemingly tired and unpromising basis. Meanwhile, the political sequels to this first move, which condemns political vision and the strength of existential illusion, require responses of a different type, which will not be spelled out here. Foremost of these conclusions is that utopian thinking, although seemingly benign, if not altogether ineffectual, is in reality dangerous and leads among other things to Stalin's camps, to Pol Pot, and, freshly rediscovered during the bicentenary period, to the massacres of the French Revolution, which themselves lead us back immediately to the ever-vital thought of Edmund Burke, who first warned us about the violence that was bound to emerge from the hubris of human attempts to tamper with and transform the organic fabric of the existing social order. Yet a rather different conclusion often coexists with this one, and it is the libidinal fear or fantasy that utopian society, the utopian reconciliation of subject and object, will somehow be a place of renunciation, of the simplification of life, of the obliteration of exciting urban difference and of the muting of sensory stimulus. Fears of sexual repression and taboo are here explicitly deployed, a place, finally, of the return to simple organic village forms of rural idiocy, from which everything interestingly complex about Western civilization has been amputated. This fear or anxiety about utopia is a concrete ideological and psychological phenomenon that demands sociological investigation in its own right. As for its intellectual expression, however, the late Raymond Williams has succinctly disposed of it with the retort that socialism will not be simpler than capitalism, but much more complicated, and that to imagine the daily life and the organization of a society in which, for the first time in human history, human beings are fully in control of their own destinies makes demands on the mind which are forbiddingly difficult for subjects of the present administered world and often understandably frightening to them. But to put it this way is also to recall that it is the socialist ideal which finally seeks to put an end to metaphysics, and to project the first elements of a vision of some achieved human age, in which the hidden hand of God, nature, the market, traditional hierarchy, and charismatic leadership will definitely have been disposed of. Not the least contradiction of contemporary anti-utopian positions, then, lies in the way in which what is, quite properly, identified as metaphysical in the existential illusions of reconciliation and presence is then projected onto a secular political ideal which in fact for the first time seeks to have done with metaphysical authority on the level of human society itself. The philosophical content of anti-utopian thought, however, is to be located in what we have called its intermediary step, namely, the conflation of identity with this or that form of dialectical reconciliation, to which we now return. Ironically, the power of this moment of the argument is itself relatively dialectical, since what it generally stresses is not the immediate experience of reconciliation or of presence for which few except mystics of various kinds would claim genuine existence but rather the damage done by the illusion of its possible future existence, or, what amounts to the same thing, but its logical presupposition, its implication within our working concepts. Thus, to take this second danger first, concepts such as those of subject and object will be flawed by the way in which they seem to imply, and are thus logically founded on, a notion of the reconciliation of subject and object, which is illusory. Those who manipulate such dialectical concepts, therefore whatever they go on to say about the concrete possibilities of reconciliation, and no reader of Adorno will find much reassurance along those lines, nonetheless by logical implication perpetuate the hidden foundational synthesis in what then seems to work out into a virtually narrative or even historical pattern, a moment of primal unity before the separation of subject and object, and a moment of unity reinvented at the end of time when subject and object are once again reconciled. A nostalgic utopian triad thus emerges which is handily identified as the Marxist vision of history, a golden age before the fall, that is to say, before capitalist dissociation, which can optionally be positioned where you like, in primitive communism or tribal society, in the Greek or the Renaissance polis, in the agricultural commune of whatever national or cultural tradition before the emergence of state power, the modern age, or in other words capitalism, and then whatever utopian vision can be appealed to replace that. But the notion of a fall into civilization, the modern, the dissociation of sensibility, is rather, unless I am mistaken, a feature of the right-wing critique of capitalism which preceded Marx, and of which T.S. Eliot's view of history is still the most familiar version for humanists, while the Marxian conception of a multiplicity of modes of production makes this nostalgic and triadic narrative relatively unthinkable. In the case of Adorno and Horkheimer, for example, the peculiar originality of their conception of a dialectic of enlightenment is that it excludes any beginning or first term and specifically describes enlightenment as an always already process whose structure lies very precisely in its generation of the illusion that what preceded it, which was also a form of enlightenment, was that original moment of myth, the archaic union with nature, which is the vocation of enlightenment proper. To annul. If it is a matter of telling a historical story, therefore, we must read Adorno and Horkheimer as positing a narrative without a beginning in which the fall, or dissociation, is always there already. If, however, we decide to reread their book as a diagnosis of the peculiarities and the structural limits and pathologies of historical vision or narrative itself, then we may conclude, in a somewhat different fashion, that the strange after-image of primal unity always seems to be projected after the fact onto whatever present the historical eye fixes as its inevitable past, which vanishes without a trace when frontal vision is displaced onto it in turn. Derrida's influential version of all this, which turns on Rousseau's own primordial version, is more subtle and complicated than the analysis outlined above, since he adds into the picture the very language used by the utopianist to evoke a state by definition lacking in language itself. Here, conceptual confusion or philosophical error, matters of consciousness and thinking, have been displaced by the fatalities of sentence structures, which cannot be made to do what the utopian thinker needs to have them do, namely, to secure something radically different from his own present of speaking and writing. Meanwhile, that present of speaking and writing being itself illusory, since sentences have to move in time according to the laws of the hermeneutic circle, it can scarcely be called upon to stage any adequate picture of a present or a presence elsewhere in time. Derrida's conception of supplementarity has often been enlisted in the anti-utopian arsenal of polemic weapons and arguments. It may now be preferable to see whether it cannot be read in a somewhat different way as an ensemble of consequences to be drawn about the sentence itself. When projected back out of the linguistic realm onto the existential, however, in the form of a kind of Derridean ideology, this position on reconciliation conflates with other versions into a kind of ethic of temporality best dramatized in an older Sartrean language, even though the Sartrean heritage of such thinking was obscured, not to say occulted, by the energetic break between emergent structuralism and Sartrean phenomenology. In being and nothingness, for example, presence, or the reconciliation between subject and object is staged as the inescapable but impossible longing, of being for itself or consciousness, to incorporate the stable plenitude of the being in itself of things. What constitutes consciousness in the first place is just this longing to absorb being without actually becoming a thing outright, or, in other words, dying. All human temporality is driven by this mirage of the plenitude of subject-object reconciliation just out of reach before us, and the advantage of Sartre's phenomenological terminology is to enlarge this drama well beyond the merely epistemological or aesthetic and to show it at work fully as much in the interstices and micrologies of everyday life as in the grandest metaphysical stances and conflicts. Thus, the very drinking of a glass of water in thirst deploys a ghostly immanence of the plenitude of thirst quenched, which then recedes into the past without achieving realization. This mirage of being, which also governs our ambitions and our tastes, our sexuality and our ways of handling other people, our leisure as well as our labor, then inspires a diagnosis and an ethic which can readily be translated into the textual or deconstructive ones, namely, the effort to imagine a way of living that could radically eschew these illusions, already designated as metaphysical in Sartre, a life in time capable of doing without the longing to become the in itself for itself. What the religions call God, and this down to the very microstructure of our most minute gestures and feelings. This ethical ideal of anti-transcendent human existence, which Sartre calls authenticity and which his own fragmentary philosophical sequels were unable to work out fully in terms of purely individual existence, is surely one of the most glorious of all post-Nietzschean Enlightenment visions, which tracks religion, metaphysics, and transcendence into the most seemingly secular spaces and events of an only apparently enlightened modern world. It is much more closely related to the Derridean scrutiny of the metaphysical than to Adorno's conception of enlightenment. The latter clearly admires Sartre but implacably repudiates the individual focus of existential thinking and analysis, for him inseparable from the work of his great political and philosophical adversary, Heidegger. Yet what is worth asking today about this seemingly utopian and unrealizable vision of an authentic or a textualized existence in full postmodernism is whether it has not already in some sense become socially realized, and whether it may not very precisely be one of the transformations of everyday life and of the psychic subject designated by the term postmodern. In that case, the critique of the metaphysical shadows and traces that persist within modernity paradoxically turns around into a replication of that very postmodern triumph over the metaphysical remnants of the modern, where to call for the shedding of any illusion about psychic identity or the centered subject, for the ethical ideal of good molecular schizophrenic living, and for the ruthless abandonment of the mirage of presence may turn out to be a description of the way we live now, rather than its rebuke or subversion. Adorno's life ended at the threshold of this new world, which he envisioned only intermittently, and on the prophetic mode, but his position on the impossibility of transcendence and metaphysics is still instructive, if only to make it plain that the lament over the passing of these things need not be conservative or nostalgic, For he saw in the loss of philosophy's metaphysical and speculative vocation not a program for restoring the latter on the mode of as if, but rather a supreme historical symptom of the technocratization of contemporary society. There is, however, another conclusion to be drawn from this long excursus on the existential presuppositions of contemporary anti-utopian thought, for it suggests that, rather than conflate the individual and existential metaphysics of presence, plenitude, or reconciliation with the political will to transform the social system itself, we must break the link between the two. The unexamined premise of this new conservatism was that the political vision of a radically different society was somehow a projection of the personal metaphysics of identity, and therefore must be renounced along with this last. Politically and ideologically, however, the situation is in fact reversed, and it is the power of the philosophical critique of existential metaphysics which is pressed into service in the project to dismantle political visions of social change, or in other words utopias. But there is no reason to think that these two levels have anything in common. Anti-utopianism mainly affirms their identity without arguing it, and the utopian ideal of a fully human and immensely more complex society than this one need not be invested with any of the longings and illusions unmasked by the existential critique. What ultimate anxieties such a society involves are materialist and biological, the deconcealment of human history as a dizzying sequence of dying generations and as a generalized demographic scandal for the mind, things Adorno consigns to the realm of natural rather than human history. But the foundational texts for that realm are neither Thomas More nor Dostoevsky Grand Inquisitor, but probably something closer to Kafka's Josephina the Mouse Singer, or perhaps the classics of Buddhism. 6. The ideology of difference. Thus the ideology of groups and difference does not really strike a blow, either philosophically or politically, against tyranny. But as Linda Hutchin suggests, its real target may lie elsewhere in that somewhat different thing, which, however, Tocqueville still identified with tyranny, namely, consensus. What is important in all these internalized challenges to humanism is the interrogating of the notion of consensus. Whatever narratives or systems that once allowed us to think we could unproblematically and universally define public agreement have now been questioned by the acknowledgement of differences in theory and in artistic practice. In its most extreme formulation, the result is that consensus becomes the illusion of consensus, whether it be defined in terms of minority, educated, sensitive, elitist, or mass, commercial, popular, conventional, culture, for both are manifestations of late capitalist, bourgeois, informational, post-industrial society, a society in which social reality is structured by discourses, in the plural, or so postmodernism endeavors to teach. 23. But if this is so, then a transfer of social and political targets has imperceptibly taken place, and for one mode of production another has been substituted. Tyranny meant the ancien regime, its modern analog, totalitarianism, intense socialism, but consensus now designates representative democracy, with its ballots and public opinion polls, and it is now this that, already objectively in crisis, finds itself politically challenged by the new social movements, none of which find the appeal to majority will and consensus particularly legitimate any longer, let alone satisfactory. What will concern us here for another moment is, on the one hand, the suitability of the general ideology or rhetoric of difference to articulate those concrete social struggles, and, on the other, the deeper implicit representation or ideological model of the social totality on which the logic of groups is based and which it perpetuates, a model which also involves, as has been suggested in an earlier chapter, a metaphorical exchange of energies with those other two characteristic postmodern systems, or representations, which are the media and the market. For the very concept of difference itself is booby-trapped, it is at least pseudo-dialectical, and its imperceptible alternation with its sometimes indistinguishable opposite number, identity, is among the oldest language and thought games recorded in several philosophical traditions. Is the difference between the same and the other the same as the difference between the other and the same, or is it different? Much of what passes for a spirited defense of difference is, of course, simply liberal tolerance, a position whose offensive complacencies are well known but which has at least the merit of raising the embarrassing historical question of whether the tolerance of difference, as a social fact, is not the result of social homogenization and standardization and the obliteration of genuine social difference in the first place. The dialectic of neo-ethnicity, then, clearly belongs here, for there is a difference, one would think, between one's being condemned to be identified as a member of a group and a more optional choice of the badge of group membership because its culture has become publicly valorized. Ethnicity in the postmodern, in other words neo-ethnicity, is something of a yuppie phenomenon, and thereby without too many mediations a matter of fashion and the market. On the other hand, the acknowledgement of difference can under those circumstances come as something of an offense as well, as the non-Jew who identifies Jews as such involuntarily triggers all the old signals of anti-Semitism in spite of himself. The mirage held out by the neo-ethnic groups it was stronger in the 60s than it is today is still the cultural envy of the achieved collective. The groupie, something of a caricature of the class traitor, is one who casts his or her lot with a collective that is fantasized as being more strongly cohesive and archaic than your own. The class content of the phenomenon persists, since it is a feature of the social dynamic of capitalism, and perhaps of other modes of production, that in a first moment, and before a reaction of panic whereby they pull back together, the ruling class will be less cohesive socially and more given over to individualism and anomie than the subordinate ones, whom economic necessity holds together. If the fundamental premise of any Marxian social psychology lies in the well-nigh ontological attraction and force of gravity of the achieved collective as such, then the envy and nostalgia of elites for the realier people of the underclasses is at once given, and something of the same effects can be distributed spatially, by imperialism and tourism, among the metropolis and the Third World. Nonetheless, this particular appeal of ethnicity seems on the wane today, perhaps because there are now too many groups, and because their affiliation to representation, most often of a media type, is clearer and undermines the ontological satisfactions of the fiction in question. On the other hand, if difference is a doubtful political slogan full of inner slippages, for example, it quite properly prolongs the 60s defense of what are sometimes horribly called lifestyle issues, until at the last minute veering around into a Cold War-type antisocialism, differentiation, surely the fundamental sociological instrument for grasping the postmodern, and the conceptual key to the ideology of difference in the first place, is no less unreliable. This is then the deeper paradox rehearsed by the attempt to grasp postmodernism in the form of periodizing or totalizing abstraction. It lies in this seeming contradiction between the attempt to unify a field and to posit the hidden identities that course through it and the logic of the very impulses of this field, which postmodernist theory itself openly characterizes as a logic of difference or differentiation. If what is historically unique about the postmodern is thus acknowledged as sheer heteronomy and the emergence of random and unrelated subsystems of all kinds, then, or so the argument runs, there has to be something perverse about the effort to grasp it as a unified system in the first place. The effort at conceptual unification is, to say the least, strikingly inconsistent with the spirit of postmodernism itself. Perhaps, indeed, ought it not to be unmasked as an attempt to master or dominate the postmodern, to reduce and exclude its play of differences, and even to enforce some new conceptual conformity over its pluralistic subjects? Yet, leaving the gender of the verb out of it, we all do want to master history in whatever ways turn out to be possible. The escape from the nightmare of history, the conquest by human beings of the otherwise seemingly blind and natural laws of socio-economic fatality, remains the irreplaceable will of the Marxist heritage, whatever language it may be expressed in. But the notion that there is something misguided and contradictory about a unified theory of differentiation also rests on a confusion between levels of abstraction. A system that constitutively produces differences remains a system, nor is the idea of such a system supposed to be in kind like the object it tries to theorize, any more than the concept of dog is supposed to bark or the concept of sugar to taste sweet. It is felt that something precious and existential, something fragile and unique about our own singularity, will be lost irretrievably when we find out that we are just like everybody else. In that case, So be it, we might as well know the worst. The objection is of course the primal form of existentialism, and phenomenology, and it is rather the emergence of such anxieties that needs first to be explained. Objections to the global concept of postmodernism in this sense seem to me to recapitulate, in other terms, the classical objections to the concept of capitalism itself, something scarcely surprising from our perspective here, which consistently affirms the identity of postmodernism with capitalism itself in its latest systematic mutation. For those objections turned essentially around one form or the other of the following paradox, namely that although the various pre-capitalist modes of production achieved their capacity to reproduce themselves through various forms of solidarity or collective cohesion, the logic of capital is, on the contrary, a dispersive, an atomistic, individualistic one, an anti-society rather than a society, whose systematic structure, let alone its reproduction of itself, remains a mystery and a contradiction in terms. Leaving aside the answer to the conundrum, the market, what may be said is that this paradox is the originality of capitalism, and that the verbally contradictory formulas we necessarily encounter in defining it point beyond the words to the thing itself, and also give rise to that peculiar new invention, the dialectic. We will have occasion to return to problems of this kind in what follows. Suffice it to say all this more crudely by pointing out that the very concept of differentiation itself, whose most elaborate development we owe to Nicholas Luhmann 25, is itself a systematic one, or, if you prefer, it turns the play of differences into a new kind of identity on a more abstract level. All of which is further complicated by the intellectual and philosophical obligation to distinguish between inert or extrinsic difference and dialectical opposition or tension. A differentiation that produces the first kind of merely external difference disperses phenomena in a random and heterogeneous way, to use another term that is charged and valorized in postmodernism. But this kind of distinction, black is not white, is everything but the same as an opposition that depends on its opposite in its very being. Black people are not white people, and must thus be analyzed in terms of a dialectical conceptuality in which the central notion of contradiction, which has no equivalent in analytic systems, still reigns supreme. Philosophically, these paradoxes are virtually the central terrain of post-Marxism and the stage for its strategic regression to Kant and Kantianism. What is at stake here, as the work of the most brilliant of such thinkers, Lucio Colletti, emblematically testifies, is the rolling back of Hegel and Marx by way of the conceptual discrediting of contradiction and dialectical opposition. From the feeling virtually universal in Western Marxism that the dialectic was not likely to occur in nature, and that Engels's illicit transformation of inert, external, natural, and physical differences, water is not an ice cube, into dialectical oppositions, the basis for much of dialectical materialism, was philosophically shoddy and ideologically suspect, to the conviction that dialectical oppositions are not even in society and that the dialectic is itself a mystification. From the first of these positions to the second is not quite what you would call a mere step, since it involves political apostasy and a deconversion in shame and betrayal, but it is surely the central philosophical step in what is called post-Marxism. As always, however, we have every interest in separating out the levels and distinguishing from each other cognate topics that in the postmodern often seem generically to fold back into each other. For one thing, a very crucial feature of the topic of difference is foregrounded by the modernist version of it, which insisted on the radical break between the West and the rest, between the modern and the traditional, as we shall see later on. This is the feature according to which Marxism can be said itself to be one of the modernisms, perhaps the only one. But we must also disentangle from the social version of group difference, as well as from the philosophical debates on the difference between contradiction and opposition, the reigning aesthetic and psychic, or psychoanalytic, forms of this topic, not least because any number of political category mistakes can often be identified as illicit transfers from the aesthetic itself. The aesthetics of difference, what is often called textuality or textualization, foregrounds a perceptual modification in the apprehension of postmodern artifacts, which I have characterized, in the opening chapter by way of the slogan of difference relates. Later on I will offer a further, spatial analysis of this new kind of perception. As for the psychic subject and its theories, this is the area colonized by the delusionary notion of the ideal schizophrenic, that psychic subject who perceives by way of difference and differentiation alone, if that is conceivable. Of course, the conceiving of it is the construction of an ideal which is, so to speak, the ethical, not to say the political task proposed by their anti-Oedipus. I think one cannot too often emphasize the logical possibility, alongside both the old closed-centered subject of inner-directed individualism and the new non-subject of the fragmented or schizophrenic self, of a third term which would be very precisely the non-centered subject that is a part of an organic group or collective. Indeed, the final form of Sartre's theory of totalization emerges in the very attempt to theorize such a group and the subject positions within it. Meanwhile, although the theory and the rhetoric of multiple subject positions is an attractive one, it should always be completed by an insistence on the way in which subject positions do not come into being in a void but are themselves the interpellated roles offered by this or that already existing group. Whatever truce or alliance one wants to stage between one's various subject positions, therefore, deliberately excluding the stigmatized possibility that one might try to unify them, what will ultimately be at stake is some more concrete truce or alliance between the various real social groups thereby entailed. As for Althusser's influential but now somewhat outmoded model of interpellation, what needs to be said is that it was already a group-oriented theory to begin with, since class as such can never be a mode of interpellation, but rather only race, gender, ethnic culture, and the like. It is no accident that Althusser's examples are religious ones. Indeed, the deeper ground of rhetorics of difference can always be shown to involve phantasms of culture as such, in the anthropological sense, which are themselves authorized and legitimized by notions of religion, always and everywhere the ultimate thought of the other. It is only in the cinema, in Fellini's I Vitelloni, to be exact, that wealthy young Annie Wells shout down with the workers from the window of their speeding car at the road gangs outside. But it is in reality that group affiliation becomes a daily badge of shame and reproach of inferiority. Or perhaps this should be said in a more complicated way, namely, that class consciousness as such, something infrequently achieved and only laboriously conquered throughout social history, marks the moment in which the group in question masters the interpellative process in a new way, different from the usual reactive mode, such that it becomes, however momentarily, capable of interpellating itself and dictating the terms of its own specular image. In what follows, however, I will not pursue these registers of the topic. Rather, I will concentrate on the complementary problem, which already anticipates that of cognitive mapping, of the potential representability of the new category of groups as compared to the older one of social classes. For the proposition that we now map or represent our social world to ourselves by way of the category of groups now sheds a somewhat different light on these various developments. Group representation is above all anthropomorphic and, unlike representation in terms of social classes, gives us to understand the social world as divided up and colonized down to the last segment by its collective actors and allegorical representatives, Beto-kenning a real world as full as an egg, as Sartre used to say, and as human as utopia, or as that pure poetry in which none of the remnants of matter or contingency slosh around in the bottom like dregs or stick out like sore thumbs. The plays of Racine, the novels of Henry James. Class categories are more material, more impure and scandalously mixed, in the way in which their determinants or definitional factors involve the production of objects and the relations determined by that, along with the forces of the respective machinery. We can thus see down through class categories to the rocky bottom of the stream. Meanwhile, classes are too large to figure as utopias, as options you choose and identify with in phantasmatic ways. Besides the occasional stray fascism, the only utopian gratification offered by the category of social class is the latter's abolition. But groups are small enough, at the limit, the famous face-to-face plaza or city-state, to allow for libidinal investment of a more narrative kind. Meanwhile, the externality carried around within the category of the group like a skeleton is not production but rather institution, already, as we shall see, a more suspicious and equally anthropomorphic category whence the superior mobilizing force of groups over classes. One can come to love one's guild or fraternity and die for it, but the cathexis determined by the three-field rotational system or the universal lathe is probably of a somewhat different and less immediately politicizable type. Classes are few, they come into being by slow transformations in the mode of production. Even emergent, they seem perpetually at distance from themselves and have to work hard to be sure they really exist as such. Groups, on the other hand, seem to offer the gratifications of psychic identity, from nationalism to neo-ethnicity. Since they have become images, groups allow the amnesia of their own bloody pasts, of persecution and untouchability, and can now be consumed. This marks their relationship to the media, which are, as it were, their parliament and the space of their representation, in the political fully as much as the semiotic sense. The political horror of consensus mistaken for a dread of totalization is then simply the justified reluctance of groups that have conquered a certain pride in their own identity to be dictated to by what turn out to be simply other groups, since now everything in our social reality is a badge of group membership and connotes a specific bunch of people. The high literary canon, transformed into the class furniture of older white males of a certain distinctive class background, is only one example. The U.S. political party system is another, as are most of the other institutional habits of the superstate, with the signal exception of the media and the market, which, alone among what ought to be institutions, are somehow universal and thereby uniquely privileged in other ways that will be discussed in a moment. It is important, however, to grasp both the links and the differences between this personification of the institutions by group ideology and the older dialectical critique of the social and ideological function of institutions. That the former somehow grew out of the latter by way of the black box of the 1960s is likely enough, but on the other, Marxian, view, the class function of a given institution is mediated by the system as a whole, and thus only personalized in the crudest caricatural way. No one, as Marx never tired of saying, thinks all businessmen are individually wicked. Thus the newspaper plays an ideological role in our social order, but not because it is the plaything of a specific social group. For example, commentators, paparazzi, anchormen, and women, and the lords of Fleet Street are from a class perspective merely the class fractions determined by the institutional structure. But in postmodern group consciousness, newspapers and the news portions of the media generally somehow actually belong to what is now a new, and powerful, social unit in its own right, a collective actor on the historical scene, feared by politicians and tolerated by the public, wearing some well-known faces and in its anthropomorphic structure virtually a human being in its own right, although without much depth, even as a narrative character. The 60s had already begun to think in these terms when it projected its struggle against the Vietnam War onto the authoritarian figures of Johnson and the generals, who were thought to be pursuing this war. It is true that rational motives for it were not easy to deduce out of sheerly patriarchal malignancy. But once the collective cast of characters gets fixed, each acquires a representational semi-autonomy, and it is not easy to square the category of media journalists, for example, with that more functional older class one of ideologues of big business, or if you prefer something more colorful, lackeys of capitalism. Even though the great media campaigns, the panic about small children being violated in daycare centers, the assurances about the death of Marxism and socialism everywhere, the drug war, or the allegedly noxious effects of budget deficits, sweep predictably across all the channels of diffusion with all the regularity of meteorological events or of the party directives in the socialist countries. The representational paradoxes involved in any narrative whose fundamental category is the postmodern group can then be articulated as follows: since the ideology of groups comes into being simultaneously with the well-known death of the subject, of which it is simply an alternate version, the psychoanalytic undermining of experiences of personal identity, the aesthetic attack on originality, genius, and modernist private style, the waning of charisma in the media age and of great men. In the age of feminism, the fragmentary, schizophrenic aesthetic alluded to above, which in reality begins with existentialism, the consequence will be that these new collective characters and representations that are groups cannot any longer, by definition, be subjects. This is, of course, one of the things that problematize the visions of history or master narratives of either bourgeois or socialist revolution, as Lyotard has explained, for it is hard to imagine such a master narrative without a subject of history. Virtually Marx's first published essay, The Critique of Hegel's Philosophy of Right. Introduction, in a remarkable philosophical leap discovered just such a new subject of history, the proletariat. Marx's early format was then maintained for other such now marginal subjects: blacks, women, the Third World, even, somewhat abusively, students in the rewriting of the doctrine of radical change during the 1960s. Now, however, in the pluralism of the collective groups, and no matter how radical the immiseration or the marginalization of the group in question, it can no longer fill that structural role, for the simple reason that the structure has been modified and the role suppressed. Historically, this is scarcely surprising, since the transitional nature of the new global economy has not yet allowed its classes to form in any stable way, let alone to acquire genuine class consciousness, so that the very lively social struggles of the current period are largely dispersed and anarchic. What is more surprising, and perhaps more immediately serious politically, is that the new representational models also foreclose and exclude any adequate representation of what used to be represented, however imperfectly, as a ruling class. Several features necessary to such a representation are indeed missing, as we have already seen. The dissolution of any conception of production or of an economic infrastructure, and its replacement by the already anthropomorphic notion of an institution, means that no functional conception of a ruling group, let alone class, can be conceived. There are no levers for them to control and not much in the way of production for them to manage. Only the media and the market are visible as autonomous entities, and whatever falls outside them, and outside the apparatus of representation in general, will be covered by the amorphous term power, whose ubiquity, despite its singular ineptness for describing an increasingly liberal global reality, ought to inspire some deeper ideological suspicions. This lack of functionality in our picture of the social groups, along with the breakdown of their capacity to constitute a subject or an agency, means that we tend to dissociate the acknowledgement of the individual existence of a group, pluralism as a value, from any attribution of a project that becomes registered not as a group but as a conspiracy, and thereby falls to another, different slot in the representational apparatus. Reagan's businessmen, for example, about whom by now just about virtually everybody is willing to admit the virtually immediate link between private gain and the most varied legislative program, are perceived from that perspective as a list of names in the newspaper, a local network of cronies that you could expand into a regional confraternity. Southern California, the Sun Belt. What is most paradoxical, however, is the fact that thus perceived, they shed no discredit on business or businessmen at all. The taxonomy of groups is thus remarkably elastic ideologically and can differentiate in such a way as to preserve the innocence of the original collective, always provided that is secured from breaking that fundamental conceptual barrier or taboo which separates a group from a social class. That the new narratives lack the allegorical capacity to map or model the system can also be seen when we turn to the managerial role of the business class and its command relationship to modifications in daily life. I believe that since we now grasp social reality synchronically in its strongest sense, which has lately been revealed as that of a spatial system, changes and modifications in daily life must henceforth be deduced after the fact rather than experienced. Bertrand Russell once evoked a very postmodern temporality in which the world itself, in fact freshly created only a second ago, was carefully antiqued in advance and deliberately endowed with the artificial traces of deep wear and age and use, so that it seemed to carry a past and a tradition within itself intrinsically, just as its human subjects, as with Blade Runner's androids, were furnished with seemingly private stocks of personal memory images, like photograph albums of a spurious family and childhood. The discontinuing of traditional products on the market must now be reconstructed like a word on the tip of the tongue, In most cases the sheer absence of something is hard to recast in the form of an act or a decision to be explained and which can be supposed to imply an agent. The discussions in a boardroom are thus difficult to link up narratively to changes in daily life that are themselves only perceivable ex post facto, and not in the making. As for the future, it is equally absent from the synchronous mint world of the postmodern, whose entire system is, however, like the departure of the area's only major factory subject to reshuffling without warning, like a deck of fortune-telling cards that are real. The impact of postmodern unemployment on postmodern time consciousness is bound to be considerable, but perhaps unexpectedly indirect. Indexing versus catastrophe, the immediate modification of all the valences on the next rollover, as in automatically adjusting mortgage interest rates. Insurance companies in many ways archaic holdovers from an older temporal, and realist or modernist, universe in which the life destiny was still a meaningful narrative category and the funeral home a very central place in the ethnic neighborhood seem obnubilated with a spurious apotheosis in which to the naked eye they seem on the point of transmogrification into socialism. Infrared photography, however, reveals a more humdrum business reality. A new kind of fear rather than Lenin's famous bribes now seals the system in, since you have a personal stake in its smooth and unobstructed reproduction, something beginning to happen so fast it is no longer visible. Nor is your fear, now systemic, visible, either, having been experientially repressed. The need to avoid evaluations of the system as a whole is now an integral part of its own internal organization as well as its various ideologies. This is indeed another reason why the representation of decision-making, whether it be the old-fashioned realistic picture of the boardroom or some modern indirect and modernist approach by way of the problem of representing it in the first place, breaks off unceremoniously in the postmodern, which presupposes as its entry ticket a kind of blasé knowledge in advance of how the system functions. Adorno and Horkheimer's intuition of Hollywood was in this respect prophetic of the later system as a whole. The truth that movies and radio are just business is made into an ideology in order to justify the rubbish they deliberately produce. They had in mind the now classic Hollywood defense of mediocrity, not merely in terms of the general public's taste but in terms of their own function as a business selling products to a public with those tastes. As with all arguments from the public, then, a seriality results in which the public becomes a phantasmatic other to every single one of its members, each of whom, whatever his or her reactions to this particular mediocre product, has also learned and interiorized the profit motive doctrine that excuses it on the grounds of the motivations of everyone else. It is like left-hand people being forced to use tools made for right-handers. The knowledge is built into the consumption, which it discounts in advance. As Europeans, Adorno and Horkheimer were obviously scandalized by the openness and vulgarity with which the great movie magnates alluded to the business dimension of their operations and gloried in the profit motive shamelessly attached to each feature, whether modest or pretentious in its artistic ambitions. Our own mass culture today, in full postmodernism, naturally enough seems a good deal more sophisticated than the radio and the movies of the 30s and 40s. The television public is presumably better educated and also has a good deal more experience of images than its parents had in the Eisenhower era. But I want to argue that if anything, Adorno and Horkheimer's intuition of the ideology of the thing is even more profoundly true today than it was then. For that very reason, its very universalization and interiorization, it is less visible as such and has been transformed into a veritable second nature. To try to represent and visualize the boardroom and the ruling class is uncool because it involves an old-fashioned commitment to content in a situation in which only form as such that most formalistic of all types of law or regularity, the profit motive, which clearly outweighs even such more vivid ideological slogans as efficiency, counts, and in which the commitment to form, the tacit presupposition of the profit motive, is assumed in advance and not subject to re-examination or to thematization as such. This Occam's razor clearly shears away a great many henceforth metaphysical topics of conversation once indulged by earlier generations in a less purely functioning capitalist system, and can, indeed, be characterized as a certain end of idealism constitutive of the postmodern. The formalism of the profit motive is then transmitted, but no longer in the cumbersome form of those religious doctrines whose role it supplants to a kind of external nouveau riche public, which, from the age of the organization men of the 1950s to that of 1980s yuppies, has grown ever less shameless in its pursuit of success, now reconceptualized as the lifestyle of a specific group. But I also want to argue that it is no longer exactly profit as such that forms the ideal image of the process. Money is merely the external sign of inward election, but fortune and great wealth are harder to represent, let alone libidinally to conceptualize, in an epoch in which numbers like billions and trillions are more frequently encountered. Rather, what is at stake is know-how and knowledge of the system itself, and this is no doubt the moment of truth in post-industrial theories of the new primacy of scientific knowledge over profit and production, only the knowledge is not particularly scientific, and merely involves initiation into the way the system functions. But now those in the know are too proud of their lesson and their know-how to tolerate any questions about why it should be like that, or even worth knowing in the first place. This is the insider cultural capital of the nouveau riches, which includes the etiquette and table manners of the system, along with cautionary anecdotes. Your enthusiasm fanned into a veritable frenzy in cultural spin-offs like the cyberpunk corporate fiction already mentioned has more to do with having the knowledge of the system than it does with the system itself. The social climbing of the new yuppie in-group knowledge now spreads slowly downward, via the media, to the very zoning boundaries of the underclasses themselves. Legitimacy, the legitimation of this particular social order, being secured in advance by a belief in the secrets of the corporate lifestyle that includes the profit motive as its unspoken absolute presupposition, but which you can't learn and question all at once, any more than you can mentally redesign a sailboat you are doing your first sailing in. Lenin's theory of the bribery of advanced sectors of the working class thus needs to be replaced by a theory of status bribery and of the distribution of postmodern cultural badges, which is, I suppose, more or less what Bourdieu currently offers us, except that, as we have already seen, such concepts of status, evolved for the postmodern group, need to be sharply distinguished from the traditional sociological theories in which the concept of status was an alternative to the concept of class, and in which, therefore, a certain structure of the feudal ancien regime was being played off against an awareness of the originality of bourgeois society. But if yuppies can find some satisfaction in sheer know-how, the staff and maintenance personnel of the postmodern may not be so easy to please. For them, then, a certain synchronic blackmail is available which is historically and socially unique only in the way it is locked into time perception and simultaneously repressed, as though it was the most natural thing in the world. It's democratic too, and the entire upper level of management may have vanished without a trace the day before the plant itself shuts down. It is as though you were part of a computer game whose constellations are subject to change without notice and include you among their optional tokens. Even good behavior may not be sufficient grounds nowadays for retaining a position or keeping a job. For the foreigners, meanwhile, a third type of motivation, of a more religious type, is now again available, and what is here practiced with all the disinterested frenzy of drug addiction shows up on un-American television sets as a beneficent vision of the utopia of the market. What we take for granted they still think is this year's latest model, confusing consumerism with consumption and getting the discount store mixed up with democracy. Driven out of the third world by our own counterinsurgencies, and lured out of the second by our media propaganda, the would-be immigrants, whether spiritual or material, not understanding how little they are wanted here, pursue a delirious vision of transubstantiation in which it is the world of the products that is desired, like a landscape, and no one of them in particular, products particularly obsessional like the word processor or the fax machine being themselves allegorical emblems of the whole, mesmerizing properly aesthetic postmodern structures in which the identity of the media and the market is perceptually reenacted, something like a high-tech special effects dramatization of the ontological proof. The crucial nexus that demands investigation, then, is the way in which the very representation of the media itself manages to represent the market, and vice versa, while democracy, not generally in our system represented or indeed representable, steams off of each as a connotation and one of the more recognizable of the 37 flavors. We have already seen, indeed, how easy it is to slip from the market to the media, about which the intervention in real politics must also be registered before the reappropriation of that intervention by the media's ideology can be observed. That the media, save when carefully excluded, as in our invasion of Grenada, but even then they were in a position to make noise about it had they wanted to, has a benign restraining influence on world torture and civic law enforcement and police repression cannot be doubted, although the now global concern for the national or governmental reputation is generally mediated by worry about American funding, except where it turns out to be more lucrative to be conquered by the United States in the first place. American television reporting, whose specific version of preparing for the last war consists in its praiseworthy determination not to humiliate itself again by covering for something like Vietnam in the future, can also be counted on with unfailing reliability to reproduce the most tendentious Cold War attitudes when it comes to socialism, as most recently in the network's truly obscene coverage of Gorbachev's 1989 visit to Cuba, where Fidel was compared to Ferdinand Marcos. As to a specific new or postmodern media politics, it has also clearly long since come into being, sometimes in the form of so-called terrorism, as one of the rare weapons available to powerless minorities or subgroups screened out and censored with the latest equipment. The world does seem at least relatively less violent, however such a thing might be measured, than in Hitler's day, let alone in the 19th century bourgeois nation-state or under the feudal absolutism of the Ancien Regime, with its public executions so dear to Foucault. Nonetheless, and apart from the genesis of genuinely high-tech instruments of torture as well, media politics turns out not to be a substitute for politics as such, and the image smuggled out or the leaked facts fall quickly into the sterile ground of exhausted material and overly familiar punchlines, unless its implementation of politics by other means can also mobilize the ordinary ones, support groups, popular pressure, alliances, and a certain healthy identification of their own self. Interest by oppressed groups in this particular image of the other. On the other hand, the end of privacy in all the sex and violence senses, the prodigious enlargement of what we can still call a public sphere, if we really mean all the senses of public by it, also results in an enormous enlargement of the idea of rationality itself, in what we are willing to understand, but not endorse, as what we can no longer have removed from the visible record as irrational or incomprehensible, unmotivated, insane or sick. It is finally necessary to add about the media that it also failed to come into being, it did not, finally, become identical with its own concept, as Hegel liked to say, and can thus be counted among the innumerable unfinished projects of the modern and the postmodern, to use Habermas's polite phrase. What we have now, what we call media, is not that, or not yet that, as might be demonstrated by one of its more revealing episodes. In modern North American history, of course, the assassination of John F. Kennedy was a unique event, not least because it was a unique collective, and media, communicational, experience, which trained people to read such events in a new way. Yet it would be too simple to explain this extraordinary resonance on the basis of Kennedy's public position. Rather, there are grounds for thinking that his posthumous public meaning is better grasped the other way round, as the projection of a new collective experience of reception. It has often been pointed out, indeed, that Kennedy's personal popularity and prestige were at a particularly low ebb at the moment of his death. What is less often remarked is that this event was also something like the coming of age of the whole media culture that had been set in place in the late 1940s and the 1950s. Suddenly, and for a brief moment, which lasted, however, several long days, television showed what it could really do and what it really meant: a prodigious new display of synchronicity and a communicational situation that amounted to a dialectical leap over anything hitherto suspected. Later events of this kind were then recontained by sheer mechanical technique, as with the instant playbacks of the Reagan shooting or the Challenger disaster, which, borrowed from commercial sports, expertly emptied these events of their content. Yet this inaugural event, which may not even have had the emotional charge of Robert Kennedy's death, or that of Martin Luther King, Jr., or of Malcolm X, gave what we call a utopian glimpse into some collective communicational festival whose ultimate logic and promise is incompatible with our mode of production. The 60s, often taken as the moment of a paradigm shift toward the linguistic and the communicational, can also be said to begin with this death, not because of its loss or the dynamics of collective grief, but because it was the occasion, like May 1968 later on, for the shock of a communicational explosion, which could have no further consequences within the system but which scars the mind with the briefly glimpsed experience of radical difference, to which collective amnesia aimlessly returns in its later forgetfulness, imagining itself to be brooding over trauma where it is in fact seeking to produce a new idea of utopia. No wonder, then, that the small screen longs for yet another chance at rebirth by way of unexpected violence. No wonder also that its truncated afterlife is available for new semiotic combinations and prosthetic symbioses of all kinds, of which the marriage to the market has been the most elegant and socially successful. 7 Demographies of the postmodern media populism, however, suggests a deeper social determinant, at one and the same time more abstract and more concrete, and a feature whose essential materialism can be measured by its scandalousness for the mind, which avoids it or hides it away like plumbing. To speak, however, of the role of the media globally in terms of what is virtually a literal figure of enlightenment, that is, of the reduction of public state violence by means of the glare of worldwide information, is perhaps to get things backward. For the sense of epochal change can just as adequately be expressed in terms of some new self-consciousness of the world's peoples, after the great wave of decolonization and movements of national liberation in the 1960s and 1970s. The West thus has the impression that without much warning and unexpectedly it now confronts a range of genuine individual and collective subjects who were not there before, or not visible, or using Kant's great concept were still minor and under tutelage. Everything that is condescending about this very ethnocentric view of global reality, reflected in everything from the albums of stamp collectors all the way to the syllabi of courses on world literature in English, clearly falls back ignominiously on the viewer, but equally clearly does not diminish the interest of the impression itself. Here, for example, is a savage recapitulation of the matter by a radical writer, whom, as will be apparent in a moment, we have other reasons for quoting in this context. Not so very long ago, the Earth numbered 2,000 million inhabitants, 500 million men and 1,500 million natives. The former had the word, the others merely had use of it. Sartre's figure mocks European racism at the same time that it grounds its objectivity as an ideological illusion in history. It is only since decolonization and its aftermath that the natives have turned out to be human beings, and in a certain philosophy of the subject and of the recognition of the other as a subject which he shares with Fanon, and which stresses not the inert fact of my existence as a subject but rather the active and energetic, violent, gesture whereby I compel recognition of my existence and my status as a human subject. The old Hegelian fable of the master and the slave, by now as familiar as Aesop, shows through this philosophy like an archetype, again demonstrating its reliability for what it explains not of revolution itself or liberation but rather of their consequences, the emergence of new subjects, that is to say, new people, other people, who were somehow not even there before, even though their bodies and their lives filled the cities and certainly did not suddenly materialize yesterday. Such media developments now seem to mobilize what Habermas calls a public sphere, as though those people were not in it before, not visible, not public somehow, but have become so by virtue of their new existence as recognized or acknowledged subjects. So it was not just the extra cables and the Klieg lights, the hand-carried camera equipment, and the fortuitous presence of Western reporters in God-forsaken places, but rather some new visibility of the others themselves, who occupy their own stage, a kind of center in its own right, and compel attention by virtue of their voice and of the act of speaking itself, which far above and beyond Fanon's old punctual act of physical violence becomes for a language-conscious generation the first primordial violent act by which you force yourself on another's attention. Que deroyaumes nous ignorant. Is this not simply a global parochialism, thrust with astonishment into the teeming, humdrum daily life of other places and other planets? Are these momentous discoveries any more than global equivalents of the newfound liberal tolerance of the post-1960s media, with its refurbished mailing lists of newly recognized and accredited minorities and neo-ethnicities? For, as has already been suggested, the apparent celebration of difference, whether here at home or on the global scale, in reality conceals and presupposes a new and more fundamental identity. Whatever the new liberal tolerance is, it has little to do with the exotic range of the emblematic family of man exhibit, in which the Western bourgeoisies were asked to show their deeper human affinity with Bushmen and Hottentots, bare-breasted island women and aboriginal craftsmen, and others of the anthropological type who are unlikely to visit you as tourists. These new others, however, are at least as likely to visit us as are immigrants or Gastarbeiter, to that degree they are more like us, or at least the same in all kinds of new ways, which new internal social habits the forced social and political recognition of minorities help us to acquire in our foreign policy. This ideological experience may well be limited to first world elites, although even if it was, it would still have dramatic and incalculable effects on everybody else, all the more reason to factor it into the description of the postmodern, where it emerges somewhat more crudely, or materialistically, as I began to put it, in the form of sheer demography itself. There are more people now, and that fact has implications that transcend mere spatial discomfort and the prospect of the intermittent shortage in luxury goods. We need to explore the possibility that there exists, in what quaintly used to be called the moral realm, something roughly equivalent to the dizziness of crowds for the individual body itself, the premonition that the more other people we recognize, even within the mind, the more peculiarly precarious becomes the status of our own hitherto unique and incomparable consciousness or self. That does not change, of course, nor are we magically endowed with any greater sympathy, in the immemorial philosophical sense, with those increasingly numerous others, with whom, in fact, we can less and less individually sympathize. Rather, as with the undermining of a very fundamental kind of false consciousness or ideological self-deception, we are led to anticipate the imminent collapse of all our inward conceptual defense mechanisms, and in particular the rationalizations of privilege and the well-nigh natural formations, like extraordinary crystalline structures or coral formations excreted over millennia, of narcissism and self-love. That phobia is no doubt the fear of a fear, the sense of that approaching collapse, rather than the thing itself, the terror of anonymity imminent, and it can be called upon to explain political opinions and reactions, even though it is mostly handled by that form of repression which is oblivion and forgetfulness, a self-deception that does not want to know and tries to sink ever deeper into a willful involuntarity, a directed distraction. Such an existential hypothesis would go a long way toward documenting the status of demography as materialism, indeed as a new kind or dimension of materialism, neither that of the individual body, as in bourgeois mechanical materialism or positivism, for multiplied bodies, although they do not fuse together into some monstrous physical collective oversoul, reduce the precious individual corporality to something trivially biological or evolutionary, nor that of Marx's real, concrete individuals, those from whom in the German ideology we famously set out, since they are still redolent of personal identities and names, and even workers in the mass do not seem demographic enough, threatening to lead on or lapse back into humanism. Still, even Marx's concrete individuals offered a kind of materialism, in the strict sense not of some materialist system but of a mental operation of materialist reversal and demystification alone, the feature by which materialism as such can be identified. Marx's operation, however, as its immediate context, but also its conceptual shape and thrust, testifies, is directed against the idealisms of the various disciplines, not the history of ideas or ideology or the sciences, etc. The great Hegelian continuities of forms and thoughts, but rather individual people in their swarming, far more synchronous, history. The materialist reversal inherent in demography also flips over the rug of this still anthropomorphic history, but substitutes for it not so much statistical aggregates as the sheer being of natural history itself. It is not the content of the historical vision or paradigm thus substituted, itself always a representation and thus susceptible again to the framing and the domestication of the various ideologies, as is the reversal effect itself that confronts us starkly for the moment with a non-anthropomorphic, indeed a well-nigh or non-human, reality that we cannot conceptually assimilate. Demography, conceived as a dimension of materialism, would indeed go a long way towards stripping from this last its own representational and idealizable features, specifically those thematized around a notion of matter itself. Few enough thinkers have credited this enlargement of the peopled universe with radical cultural effects, or have, for example, attributed the very stylization and formidable erosion of contours of the modern movement itself, as a movement toward a kind of universalism, to just such unresting preoccupation with the surprise of the gulf between each tiny occasion of the daily life and the vast stretches of time and place in which every individual plays his role. By that I mean the absurdity of any single person's claim to the importance of his saying, "I love," "I suffer." When one thinks of the background of the billions who have lived and died, who are living and dying, and presumably will live and die. This was particularly developed in me by the almost accidental chance that having graduated from Yale in 1920, I was sent abroad to study archaeology at the American Academy in Rome. We even took field trips in those days and in a small way took part in diggings. When one has swung a pickaxe which will reveal the curve of a street 4,000 years covered over which was once an active, much-traveled highway, you are never quite the same again. You look at Times Square as a place about which you imagine some day scholars saying, "There appears to have been some kind of public center here." 30. This testimony, however, is still essentially a modernist one, which inflects the results and consequences of the demographic experience in the direction of abstraction and universalization. It is of a piece with the modernist disjunction of the sign from the referent, with a view towards constructing an open work which the multiple fragmented publics of the late 19th and early 20th century imperialist states can freely recode and recontextualize. The formulation is polemically sharpened against the conquest of the unique furniture of the realist and naturalist stage, with its dating and its weather, its here and now anchored in the newspapers of empirical national time. But the subsequent postmodern reaction against this modernist abstraction and stylization, which were themselves determined by a revulsion with such bric-a-brac and with the ephemeral trappings of an unsubstantial individualism, marks a return to the concrete with a difference. Its schizophrenic nominalism includes the rubble and the ruins of much of that place, personal names, etc. Without the personal identity or the temporal and historical progression, the coherence of the situation and its logic, however desperate, that gave bourgeois realism its tension and its substance. Perhaps, indeed, we here observe the great philosophical and Hegelian logical triad specificity, universality, individuality, or particularity, in reverse, as though in history the concrete individual came first, then the repressive system, then the breakup into random empirical features. At any rate, the dispersive impact of demography is another very different and perhaps more characteristically postmodern effect, felt first and foremost in our relationship to the human past. It would seem, according to some reports, that the quantities of human beings now alive today on Earth, some 5 billion, is rapidly approaching the total number of hominids who have already lived and died on the planet since the beginning of the species. The present is thus like some new thriving and developing nation-state, whose numbers and prosperity make it an unexpected rival for the old traditional ones. As with bilingual speakers in the United States, one can at least predictively calculate the moment when it will overtake the past. That demographic moment is already at hand, as a rapidly approaching point in the not-so-distant future, and thereby to that degree already part of the present and the realities with which it must reckon. But if this is so, then the relationship of the postmodern to historical consciousness now takes on a very different appearance, and there is some justification, and a plausible argument to be made, for consigning the past to oblivion as we seem to be doing, now that we, the living, have the preponderance. The authority of the dead, hitherto based on sheer numbers, diminishes at a dizzying rate, along with all the other forms of authority and legitimacy. It used to be like an old family, old houses in an old village with only a few young people around, who had to sit in the darkened rooms at night and listen to the elders. But, with the few horrible exceptions we know, there has not been a major war for several generations or two. The curve of births rising sharply augments the proportion of teenagers to the rest of the population, marauding bands making noise in the street outside and leaving the old people to their television sets. If we outnumber the dead, in other words, we win, we are more successful merely by virtue of the fact of having been born. Beaumarchais's account of aristocratic privilege readapting unexpectedly to the generational luck of the yuppies. What the past has to tell us is therefore little more than a matter of idle curiosity, and indeed our interest in it fantastic genealogies, alternate histories. Comes to look a little like an in-group hobby or adoptive tourism, like the encyclopedic specialization in the Late Show or Pynchon's interest in Malta. The salute to non-great power languages or extinct provincial traditions is, of course, politically correct and a cultural spin-off of the micropolitical rhetoric discussed earlier. As far as I know, the only philosopher to have taken demography seriously, and to have produced concepts on the basis of an evidently idiosyncratic lived experience of it, was Jean-Paul Sartre, who wanted no children as a result, but whose other historic philosophical originality to have made a philosophical problem out of that peculiar thing we all take for granted, namely, the existence of other people may, in fact, turn out to be the consequence of this one, rather than the other way round. It would obviously have been more logical and Cartesian to proceed from the simpler issue, is this really an other? To the more complicated one, why are there so many of them? But Sartre's characters seem to move from the multiple to the individual, in that strange experience it is permitted to call synchronicity. I hear the wind carrying a siren's call. I'm all alone. At this very instant there are boats on the open sea that are echoing with music, lights are going on in all the cities of Europe, communists and Nazis are fighting in the streets of Berlin, unemployed workers are pounding the pavement in New York, women, sitting in front of their mirrors, in a warm room, are putting shadow on their eyelids. And I'm here, in this empty street, and every shot that rings out of a window in Nuckeln, every bloody gasp from wounded bodies being carried away, the most minute gestures of those women making themselves up, syncopates each one of my footsteps, each heartbeat of my heart. 31. This pseudo-experience, which must be marked as a fantasy and as a failure to achieve representation, by means of representation, is also a second-degree, reactive effort, an attempt to recuperate what lies beyond the reach of my own senses and life experience and, drawing that back inside, to become, if not self-sufficient, then at least protectively self-contained, like a hedgehog. It seems at the same time to be a relatively aimless and exploratory fantasy as well, as though the subject were afraid of forgetting something but could not quite imagine the consequences. Will I be punished if I forget all the others busy living simultaneously with me? What benefit could I possibly derive from doing so when it is in any case impossible to do the job right? Nor would the achievement of conscious synchronicity enhance my own immediate situation, since by definition the mind overleaps that toward others personally unknown to me, and therefore, in the detail of their existences, by definition unimaginable. The effort is thus voluntaristic, an assault of the will on what is by definition structurally impossible of achievement rather than something pragmatic and practical that seeks to augment my information about the here and now. The Sartrean character would seem to have launched a preemptive strike or probe, to imagine, mentally to encompass in advance, those numerical multitudes that, ignored, might otherwise ontologically overwhelm you. The probe must also fail because, as Freud observed, there can be no meaningless invented numbers, and a psychoanalysis of Sartre, or of his characters, would presumably end up thematizing the content of the items willed to be random. Nor is the solitude of the imagining subject irrelevant, the lone siren triggers this associative project, nor, above all, the time itself, the historical moment in which the manifold from which this range of individual existences is to be culled at random is itself being unified indeed. Here it may be identified as what we now call nominalism as a personal and historical situation and dilemma. This is the sense in which, for all the web threads flung out beyond my situation into the unimaginable synchronicity of other people, Sartre is also, like Rousseau, the philosopher of small group politics, the face-to-face event, which, no matter how large the aerial shot of the plaza open into the crowded back streets of the polis itself has to remain available to live experience, a less misleading expression than the rhetoric of the individual body and its senses, which evokes a rather different type of philosophy. What lies beyond that, as in social class itself, is somehow real but untrue, thinkable but unrepresentable, and thus doubtful and unverifiable for an existence philosophy that above all wants to avoid being cheated or shortchanged in its life experience. Totalizing does not imply a belief in the possibility of access to the totality, but rather a playing with the boundary itself, like a loose tooth, the comparison of notes and measurements that finally allows you to deduce the sound barrier itself, which, like the line between the analytic and the dialectic in Kant, can never be transgressed and somehow itself transcends experience. Yet that impossible experience that lies beyond it, the horror of multiplicity, is nothing more than sheer number, which Sartre's philosophy alone in our century archaically reinvented for us, outdoing Heidegger's in its return to a well-nigh pre-Socratic primality. Too many people begin to cancel my own existence with their ontological weight. My personal life, the unique form of private property remaining to me, grows pate and dim like the Homeric ghosts, or like a piece of real estate whose value has been driven down to a worthless handful of crumpled bills. This now starts to become postmodern, however, in the planetary influence it exerts over temporal thoughts and the possibility of representing time. Sartre is still very much a modern, but it is instructive to observe the gravitational mass of sheer synchronic numbers bend back on temporal themes to warp them into the only concept that can now be squeezed out between history and demography, the only relevant spatio-temporal category that could also, in a pinch, be made to do double duty as an experience, namely, the concept of synchronicity itself, the ultimate limit of representation until you reach television, at which point all these unimaginably multiple bulbs light up again, the metaphysical problem they seem to designate and to rehearse vanishes away, and postmodern global space replaces and annuls the Sartrean problematic of totalization. With this transformation also, as we have had occasion to see in so many other instances, the essential tension of the modern and the commitment to the impossible drama of representation also weaken and fade away. Global totality is now drawn back inside the monad, on flickering screens, and the interior, once the heroic proving ground of existentialism and its anxieties, now becomes as self-sufficient as a light show or the inner life of a catatonic, while in the spatial world of real bodies the extraordinary demographic displacements of mass migrant workers and of global tourists invert this individual solipsism to a degree unparalleled in world history. The term nominalism can now also serve for this result, from which the universals have paled save for spasmodic intermittencies of a sublime or a new mathematical infinite, but in that case it would be a nominalism which is no longer conceived as a problem and thus has in the process lost its own proper name as well. 8. Spatial historiographies. With this new experience of demography, however, and its unexpected consequences, we are back in the spatial itself, as well as in postmodernism as culture, as ideology and representation. The notion of a predominance of space in the post-contemporary era we owe to Henry Lefebvre 32, to whom, however, the concept of a postmodern period or stage is alien. His experiential framework was essentially the modernization of France in the post-war, but above all in the Gaullist era, and it has perplexed any number of readers who recall the Kantian conception of space and time as empty formal containers, as categories of experience so all-encompassing that they cannot themselves enter into the experiences of which they stand as the framework and the structurally enabling presupposition. These wise restrictions, which include a salutary warning as to the essential impoverishment of the themes themselves, did not prevent the modernists from making much of time, whose empty coordinates they tried to conjure into the magical substance of an element, a veritable experiential stream. But why should landscape be any less dramatic than the event? The premise, in any case, is that memory has been weakened in our time, and that the great rememberers are a virtually extinct species. For us, memory, when it is a strong experience and still able to testify to the reality of the past, only serves to annihilate time and that past along with it. What Lefebvre wanted to stress, however, was the correlation between these hitherto universal and formal organizational categories which for Kant presumably held good for all experience throughout human history and the historical specificity and originality of the various modes of production, in each of which time and space are lived differently and distinctively, if that is indeed the way to put it, and if, as against Kant, we are capable of any direct experience of space and time. Lefebvre's emphasis on space did more than correct a modernist imbalance. It also acknowledged the increasing share, in our life experience fully as much as in late capitalism itself, of the urban and the new globality of the system. In effect, Lefebvre called for a new kind of spatial imagination capable of confronting the past in a new way and reading its less tangible secrets off the template of its spatial structures: body, cosmos, city, as all those marked the more intangible organization of cultural and libidinal economies and linguistic forms. The proposal demands an imagination of radical difference, the projection of our own spatial organizations into the well-nigh science-fictional and exotic forms of alien modes of production. But for Lefebvre, real modes of production are not merely organized spatially but also constitute distinctive modes of the production of space. Postmodernism theory, however, infers a certain supplement of spatiality in the contemporary period and suggests that there is a way in which, even though other modes of production, or other moments of our own, are distinctively spatial, ours has been spatialized in a unique sense, such that space is for us an existential and cultural dominant, a thematized and foreground feature or structural principle standing in striking contrast to its relatively subordinate and secondary, though no doubt no less symptomatic, role in earlier modes of production. Also, even if everything is spatial, this postmodern reality here is somehow more spatial than everything else. Why that should be so is easier to see than how it could be so. The predilection for space, among postmodernism's theorists, is, of course, easiest understood as a predictable, generational, reaction against the official and long since canonized rhetoric of temporality of the critics and theorists of high modernism, the reversal making for dramatic and visionary accounts of the new order and its new thrills. But the thematic axis was not an arbitrary or gratuitous one, and it can be explored, in turn, for its own conditions of possibility. In my opinion, a closer new look at the modern would disclose the root of its distinctive experience of temporality in the modernization processes and dynamics of turn-of-the-century capitalism, with its glorious new machinery, celebrated by the futurists and so many others, but no less dramatically deplored and demonized by other writers we also call modernists, which has nonetheless not yet completely colonized the social space in which it is emergent. Arno Meyer has reminded us, with a salutary shock, of the persistence of the old regime well up into the 20th century, and the very partial nature of the triumph of the bourgeoisie or of industrial capitalism in the modernist period, still predominantly rural and at least statistically dominated by peasants and landlords with feudal habits, among which the occasional motor car strikes a jarring but exciting note, along with intermittent electrification and even the sparse aviational pyrotechnics of World War I. First and foremost of the great oppositions not yet overcome by capitalism in this period is therefore that between town and country, and the subjects or citizens of the high modern period are mostly people who have lived in multiple worlds and multiple times a medieval pace to which they return on family vacations, and an urban agglomeration whose elites are, at least in most advanced countries, trying to live with their century and to be as absolutely modern as they know how. The very value of the new and of innovation, as these are reflected in everything from first world hermetic forms to the great drama of old and new played out variously in the third and second world countries, clearly enough presupposes the exceptionality of what is felt to be modern, while deep memory itself, which inscribes and scars the differentiation of experience into time and evokes something like the intermittencies of alternate worlds, would seem also to depend on uneven development of an existential and psychic, fully as much as on an economic, kind. Nature is related to memory not for metaphysical reasons but because it throws up the concept and the image of an older mode of agricultural production that you can repress, dimly remember, or nostalgically recover in moments of danger and vulnerability. Implicit in all this is the thud of the predictable second shoe, namely, the effacement of nature, and its pre-capitalist agricultures, from the postmodern, the essential homogenization of a social space and experience now uniformly modernized and mechanized, where the generation gap passes between the models of the products rather than between the ecologies of their users, and the triumphant achievement of the kind of standardization and conformity feared and fantasized in the 1950s but now clearly no longer a problem for the people successfully molded by it, and who can no longer even recognize or thematize it as such. This is why we were led earlier to define modernism as the experience and the result of incomplete modernization, and to suggest that the postmodern begins to make its appearance wherever the modernization process no longer has archaic features and obstacles to overcome and has triumphantly implanted its own autonomous logic, for which, of course, at that point the word modernization becomes a misnomer, since everything is already modern. Memory, temporality, the very thrill of the modern itself, the new, and innovation are thus all casualties of this process in which not only Mayer's residual ancien regime is obliterated but even classical bourgeois culture of the Belle Époque is liquidated. Akira Asada's proposition is thus even more grimly profound than it is witty, that the usual figuration for the stages of capitalism, early, mature, late or advanced, is a misnomer that ought to be reversed, the earliest years now being designated as senile capitalism because it is still the affair of boring traditionalists from an older world. Mature or adult capitalism would then retain its characterization, in order to reflect the coming into their own of the great robber barons and adventurers, whereas our own, hitherto late, period can henceforth be known as infantile capitalism, inasmuch as everyone has been born into it, takes it for granted, and has never known anything else, the friction, resistance, effort of the earlier moments having given way to the free play of automation and the malleable fungibility of multiple consumer publics and markets, roller skates and multinationals, word processors, and overnight unfamiliar postmodern downtown high-rises. On this account, however, neither space nor time is natural in the sense in which it might be metaphysically presupposed, as ontology or human nature alike both are the consequence and projected after images of a certain state or structure of production and appropriation, of the social organization of productivity. Thus, for the modern, we have read a certain temporality back off its characteristically uneven space, but the other direction can be no less productive, which leads to some more articulated sense of postmodern space by way of postmodern fantastic historiography, as that is found alike in wild imaginary genealogies and novels that shuffle historical figures and names like so many cards from a finite deck. If it makes sense to evoke a certain return to storytelling in the postmodern period, the return can at least be witnessed here in its full emergence, alongside which the emergence of narrative and narratology in postmodern theoretical production can also be identified as a cultural symptom of changes more basic than the mere discovery of a new theoretical truth. At that point, all the precursors fall into place in the new genealogy, the legendary generational strings of the writers of the boom, like Asturias or Garcia Marquez, the tedious autoreferential fabulations of the short-lived Anglo-American new novel, the discovery, by the professional historians, that all is fiction, see Nietzsche, and that there can never be a correct version, the end of master narratives in much the same sense, along with the recovery of alternate histories in the past, silenced groups, workers, women, minorities whose scanty records have been systematically burned or expunged out of everything but the police archives, at a moment when historical alternatives are in the process of disappearing, and if you want to have a history, there is henceforth only one to participate in. In short, postmodern fantastic historiography takes up the slack of these historical tendencies and combines them into a genuine aesthetic that seems to know two variants or mirror spirals. In the one, you make up a chronicle, generational or genealogical, whose grotesque succession and unrealistic personnel, ironic and melodramatic destinies, and here trending, and virtually cinematographic, missed opportunities mime real ones, or to be more precise about it, resemble the dynastic annals of small power kingdoms and realms very far from our own parochial tradition, the secret history of the Mongols, for example, or well-nigh extinct Balkan languages which were once the dominant power in their little universe. Here, a semblance of historical verisimilitude is vibrated into multiple alternate patterns, as though the form or genre of historiography was retained, at least in its archaic versions, but now for some reason, far from projecting the constraints of the formulaic, seems to offer postmodern writers the most remarkable and untrammeled movement of invention. In this peculiar form and content, real sewer systems with imaginary crocodiles in them, the wildest Pinkanesque fantasies are somehow felt to be thought experiments of all the epistemological power and falsifiable authority of Einstein's fables, and in any case to convey the feel of the real past better than any of the facts themselves. Such fabulations not unexpectedly cheered on by a whole generation of ideologues complacently but with relish announcing the death of the referent, if not the end of history itself, also clearly enough show signs of that release and euphoria of the postmodern to which we have already referred, and for much the same reasons. These historical fantasies, unlike those of certain other epochs, as in the pseudo-Shakespearean historical romance of the early 19th century, do not aim essentially at the derealization of the past, the lightening of the burden of historical fact and necessity, its transformation into a costumed charade and misty revels without consequence and without irrevocability. Nor does postmodern fantastic historiography seek, as in naturalism, to diminish the grisly and deterministic historical event into the minute workings of natural law, viewed from the epicycle of Mercury and thus receivable with textbook stoic resignation of a force and concentration capable of reducing to a minimum the anguish of decision and converting the pessimisms of failure into the more gratifying and musical falling cadences of a Wagnerian Schopenhauerian worldview. The new free play with the past, however, the delirious non-stop monologue of its postmodern revision into so many in-group narratives, is obviously equally allergic to the priorities and commitments, let alone the responsibilities, of the various tediously committed kinds of partisan history. Nonetheless, these narratives can be seen as entertaining a more active relationship to praxis than has been suggested above or would be allowable under some more literal-minded reflection theory of history. Here the making up of unreal history is a substitute for the making of the real kind. It mimetically expresses the attempt to recover that power and praxis by way of the past and what must be called fancy rather than imagination. Fabulation, or if you prefer, mythomania and outright tall tales, is no doubt the symptom of social and historical impotence, of the blocking of possibilities that leaves little option but the imaginary. Yet its very invention and inventiveness endorses a creative freedom with respect to events it cannot control. By the sheer act of multiplying them, agency here steps out of the historical record itself into the process of devising it, and new multiple or alternate strings of events rattle the bars of the national tradition and the history manuals whose very constraints and necessities their parodic force indicts. Narrative invention here thus by way of its very implausibility becomes the figure of a larger possibility of praxis, its compensation but also its affirmation in the form of projection and mimetic reenactment. The second form of postmodern historiographic narrative is in some ways the inverse of this one. Here, the purely fictional intent is underscored and reaffirmed in the production of imaginary people and events among whom from time to time real-life ones unexpectedly appear and disappear. Dr. O's practice in ragtime, with its Morgans and Fords, its Houdinis and Thaws and Whites, was my earlier reference and may be maintained here, where it is, however, characteristic of a whole range and variety of such collage effects, in which a newspaper figure is pasted onto a painted backdrop, or the ticker tape of a set of statistics unrolls in the middle of a domestic romance. These effects are not mere replications of Dos Passos, who still respected categories of verisimilitude when it came to his world historical individuals, nor does this kind of fictional history have anything to do with that other characteristic postmodern product I have called nostalgia film, in which the tone and style of a whole epoch becomes, in effect, the central character, the actant, and the world historical individual in its own right, with a significant diminution in the kind of wild Imaginative energy manifested by both types of historiographic fantasies in question here. What one can affirm about this second type, in which the well-known formula is returned to its upright position and the toads again become real while the gardens grow imaginary, is that it is very precisely a kind of spatial historiography which has unique things to tell us both about postmodern spatiality and about what happened to the postmodern sense of history in the first place. Spatiality is here registered, as it were, in second-degree form, as the consequence of some prior specialization, a kind of intensified classification or compartmentalization which I am tempted to describe as a division of labor of the mind and its modes of scanning and mapping the realm. Classical psychic fragmentation, for example, the separation of imagination and knowledge, was always a consequence of the division of labor in the social world. Now, however, it is the very rational or knowledge functions of the mind which become somehow internally segmented and assigned to different floors and different office buildings. Thus, for example, we may imagine, in such a postmodern narrative, the visit of the great Prussian neoclassical architect Schinkel to the new industrial city of Manchester. The conceit is historically possible, and offers the relatively postmodern charm of an episode that falls through the cracks. Did the young Stalin actually go to London once? How about Marx's incognito inspection of the American Civil War? Do I wake or sleep? But what is fundamentally postmodern about this is the incongruence of Romantic Germany, glowing from within with all the magic realism of Caspar David Friedrich encountering the misery and surplus labor of Engels's great nascent factory city. It is a comic book juxtaposition, somewhat like a schoolboy exercise in which all kinds of disparate materials are put together in new ways. The visit also happened in reality, it turns out, but by now one is tempted to recall Adorno's wisecrack about something else, namely, that even if it was a fact, it wouldn't be true. The postmodern flavor of the episode returns upon the historical record to derealize and denature it and endow it with something of the fantastic aura of a Gabriel Garcia Marquez version of Latin American history, about which in any case Carpentier famously and pointedly observed that it was magic realist, real maravilloso, to begin with. But the question now is whether all of what used to be called history has not become precisely that. Those are, however, the cultural and ideological effects of the structure, whose conditions of possibility lie very precisely in our sense that each of the elements involved, and thus incongruously combined, belong to radically distinct and different registers: architecture and socialism, romantic art and the history of technology, politics and the imitation of antiquity. Even if these registers do oddly and dialectically coincide, as in the matter of urbanism, in which Schinkel is fully as much an encyclopedia entry as Engels's book on Manchester, our preconscious minds refuse to make or acknowledge the link, as though these cards came from different files. The dissonance and incompatibility in fact have literary analogies, which it is very strange to rediscover here, in the area of social and historical reality itself. Indeed, this peculiar mismatch reminds one of nothing quite so much as of generic discordance, as when a writer or an orator misguidedly incorporates a text of an incompatible type or lapses into a different register of discourse. In literature, of course, the disappearance of genres as such, along with their conventions and the distinct reading rules they project, is a familiar story. It would now seem that, far from becoming extinct, the older genres, released like viruses from their traditional ecosystem, have now spread out and colonized reality itself, which we divide up and file away according to typological schemes which are no longer those of subject matter but for which the alternative topic of style seems somehow inadequate. Yet it is surely something like the style of the encyclopedia entry Schinkel, which simply does not go with the style of Engels, even though the computer would turn both of them up under the headings German, 19th century and so forth. In other words, the two entries do not go together or match in the real world, that is, the world of historical knowledge, but they do go together in that realm we have been characterizing as postmodern historiography, a cultural genre thus itself generically separated from the other one called historical knowledge, where it is very precisely their interesting dissonance and the garish magic realism of their unexpected juxtaposition which is the bonus of pleasure to be consumed. it should not be thought that the postmodern narrative in any way overcomes or transcends the bizarre discursive separation at issue here. The latter is not at all to be grasped as a contradiction to which the postmodern collage affords a semblance of resolution. The postmodern effect, on the contrary, ratifies the specializations and differentiations on which it is based. It presupposes them and thereby prolongs and perpetuates them, for if some genuinely unified field of knowledge emerged, where Skinkel and Engels lay down side by side like the lamb and the lion, so to speak, all postmodern incongruity would at once evaporate. The structure thus confirms the description of postmodernism as something for which the word fragmentation remains much too weak and primitive a term, and probably too totalizing as well, particularly since it is now no longer a matter of the breakup of some pre-existing older organic totality, but rather the emergence of the multiple in new and unexpected ways, unrelated strings of events, types of discourse, modes of classification, and compartments of reality. This absolute and absolutely random pluralism, and perhaps it is the only referent for which that charged term should be reserved, a kind of reality pluralism, a coexistence not even of multiple and alternate worlds so much as of unrelated fuzzy sets and semi-autonomous subsystems whose overlap is perceptually maintained like hallucinogenic depth planes in a space of many dimensions is, of course, what is replicated by the rhetoric of dissenting, and what informs official rhetorical and philosophical attacks on totality. This differentiation and specialization or semi-autonomization of reality is then prior to what happens in the psyche postmodern schizofragmentation, as opposed to modern or modernist anxieties and hysterias, which takes the form of the world it models and seeks to reproduce in the form of experience as well as of concepts, with results as disastrous as those that would be encountered by a relatively simple natural organism given to mimetic camouflage and trying to approximate the op art laser dimensionality of a science-fictional environment of the far future. We have learned much from psychoanalysis, and most recently from the speculative mapping of fractured and multiple subject positions, but it would be a pity to attribute those to some unimaginably complex new internal human nature rather than to the social templates that project them, human nature, as Brecht showed us, being capable of an infinite variety of forms and adaptations, and along with it, the psyche itself. Meanwhile, the distinct differential structures, formalized by Dr. O in the minor but extraordinarily symptomatic patterns of Ragtime's historiography, also go a long way toward justifying the earlier account of postmodern perception in terms of the slogan that difference relates. The new modes of perception seem indeed to operate by way of the simultaneous preservation of just such incompatibles, a kind of incommensurability vision that does not pull the eyes back into focus but provisionally entertains the tension of their multiple coordinates, so that, if you thought the dialectic had to do with producing new syntheses of various preformed and prearranged opposites calculated to fit together effortlessly, then to be sure all this would be decidedly post-dialectical. But it must also be considered a spatial phenomenon in the most fundamental sense, since, whatever the provenance of the various items combined in their postmodern incompatibility, whether they stem from different zones of time or from unrelated compartments of the social and material universe, it is their spatial separation that is strongly felt as such. Different moments in historical or existential time are here simply filed in different places. The attempt to combine them even locally does not slide up and down a temporal scale, except to the degree that the spatial character of these figures here comes due and presents its bill, but jumps back and forth across a game board that we conceptualize in terms of distance. Thus the movement from one generic classification to another is radically discontinuous, like switching channels on a cable television set, and indeed it seems appropriate to characterize the strings of items and the compartments of genres of their typologization as so many channels into which the new reality is organized. Channel switching, so often taken by media theorists as the very epitome of a postmodern attention and perceptual apparatus, does indeed seem to offer a useful alternative to the psychoanalytic model of multiple subject positions evoked earlier, which can, of course, still be retained as an alternate code in the process of transcoding so profoundly characteristic of postmodern theory itself, and which can now itself be grasped as the theoretical equivalent of channel switching on the perceptual, cultural, and psychic levels. We thus turn out to be whatever we are in, confront, inhabit, or habitually move through, provided it is understood that under current conditions we are obliged to renegotiate all those spaces or channels back and forth ceaselessly in a single Joycean day. The literary representation of this new reality would thus seem to be Vargas Llosa's remarkable memoir of the old days of the radio serials in Latin America, La Tia Julia y el Scribador, where the separate daytime programs slowly begin to infect each other and colonize their neighbors, amalgamating in the most alarming but, as we have just seen, the most archetypically postmodern of ways. Such interfection is then the very prototype of what we may call the postmodern mode of totalizing. It also characterizes our contemporary mode of historical and political as such, and it will be by way of Lefebvre's conception of a new kind of spatial dialectic that we need to grasp the preceding structures as implying more than mere cultural or fictional patterns. For our comprehension of current events also takes place against the background of the compartmentalization of reality that has been evoked in grasping the peculiarities of postmodern writing. It was never easy to grasp the present as history, since virtually by definition the manuals all stopped and were printed a year or two earlier in time, but a politically conscious collectivity can keep itself up to date by a ceaseless multiple or hydra-head scrutiny of and commentary on the latest unexpected peripety. Today, however, collectivity in that form has been drawn back inside the media, leaving us as individuals bereft even of the feeling of being alone and individual. The occasional flash of historical understanding that may strike the current situation will thus happen by the well-nigh postmodern, and spatial, mode of the recombination of separate columns in the newspaper, 38, and it is this spatial operation that we continue to call, using an older temporal language, historical thinking or analysis. The Alaska oil spill thus sits cheek by jowl with the latest Israeli bombing or search and destroy mission in southern Lebanon, or follows closely on its heels in the segmentation of television news. The two events activate altogether different and unrelated mental zones of reference and associative fields, not least because within the stereotypical planetarium of current objective spirit, Alaska is on some other side of the physical and spiritual globe from the war-torn Middle East. No introspective examination of our personal history, but no inspection of the various objective histories either, filed under Exxon, Alaska, Israel, Lebanon, would in itself be enough to disclose the dialectical interrelatedness of all these things, whose legendary or episode can be found in the Suez War, which determined the building of larger and larger oil tankers to circumnavigate the Cape of Good Hope, on the one hand, with its sequel, on the other, in 1967, a sequel that fixed the political geography of the Middle East in violence and misery for more than a generation. What I want to argue is that the tracing of such common origins henceforth evidently indispensable for what we normally think of as concrete historical understanding is no longer exactly a temporal or a genealogical operation in the sense of older logics of historicity or causality. The solution to a juxtaposition Alaska, Lebanon that is not yet even a puzzle until it is solved Nasser and Suez no longer opens up historiographic deep space or perspectival temporality of the type of a Michelet or a Spengler, it lights up like a nodal circuit in a slot machine, and thus foreshadows a computer game historiography of the future even more alarming. But if history has become spatial, so also has its repression and the ideological mechanisms whereby we avoid thinking historically. The Alaskan example, indeed, offers the blueprint of a kind of reading well calculated to allow you to ignore the spatially contiguous columns, but I now mean a larger aesthetic of information in which the generic incompatibilities detected in postmodern fiction now comes into a different kind of force in postmodern reality, dictating a peculiar new decorum or high-cool in which the obligation to disregard items classified in other columns or compartments opens up a means for constructing false consciousness which is tactically far more advanced than older and more primitive tactics of lying and repression and can do without the now cumbersome and Ptolemaic technologies of classical ideology. This is a new way of diffusing information, making representations improbable, discrediting political positions and their organic discourses, and, in short, effectively separating the facts from the truth, as Adorno put it. The superiority of the new method lies in its capacity to coexist perfectly adequately with information and full knowledge, something already implicit in the separation of subsystems and topics in various unrelated parts of the mind, which can only be activated locally or contextually, nominalistically, in distinct moments of time and by various unrelated subject positions, so that a stylistic taboo is here combined with the human characteristic of finitude. I can only be in one place, one discourse at one time, to exclude not merely older kinds of syntheses but even the therapeutic estrangement effects that used to result from confronting one piece of evidence with a seemingly unconnected one, as in dramatic reconstructions of the crime where two witnesses are unexpectedly brought face to face. Postmodernism is itself the prime example of the conceptuality that results from such a system, in which reality itself is organized a little like those networks of political cells whose members have only met their immediate opposite numbers. Within this concept, then, that coexistence of distinct representations we already know, but whose unique operations we have not sufficiently admired, can be compared to schizophrenia, if this last is really what Pynchon tells us it is. Day by day, Wendell is less himself and more generic. He enters a staff meeting and the room is suddenly full of people. A room full of people, indeed, solicit us in incompatible directions that we entertain all at once, one subject position assuring us of the remarkable new global elegance of its daily life and forms, another one marveling at the spread of democracy, with all those new voices sounding out of hitherto silent parts of the globe or inaudible class strata. Just wait a while, they will be here, to join their voices to the rest, other more querulous and realistic tongues reminding us of the incompetences of late capitalism, with its delirious paper money constructions rising out of sight, its debt, the rapidity of the flight of factories matched only by the opening of new junk food chains, the sheer immiseration of structural homelessness, let alone unemployment, and that well-known thing called urban blight or decay which the media wraps brightly up in drug melodramas and violence porn when it judges the theme perilously close to being threadbare. None of these voices can be said to contradict the others, not discourses but only propositions do that, and the identity of identity and non-identity does not seem very satisfactory for this one, for which coexistence is too reassuring a term as well, implying some ultimate chance of intergalactic collision in which matter and antimatter might finally meet and shake hands. Even Brecht's modest hypothesis about Hollywood, that in it God economized and planned but the one establishment, heaven, it serves the unprosperous and unsuccessful as hell, is much too functional, even though the notion of a city, and of that particular city, does rise imperiously in the mind as one of the last few thinkable representations. Postmodernism is alive and well in boutiques and fashionable little restaurants. We are indeed told that nowadays the remodeling of restaurants makes up a significant bulk of the postmodern architects' commissions, while the other realities wander around outside in old cars or on foot. As an ideology which is also a reality, the postmodern cannot be disproved insofar as its fundamental feature is the radical separation of all the levels and voices whose recombination in their totality could alone disprove it. 9. Decadence, fundamentalism, and high-tech. The last desperate stages of hide-and-seek suggest some final logical closets in which history, unmasked as sheerly spatial in its diachronic costumes, might still be found, despite the grim silence, house deep, that leads you to conclude it might have smothered to death in its gags. Might it not still be possible, however, to generate history out of the present itself and to endow today's fantasy projections and wish fulfillments with the force if not of a reality, then at least of what grounds and inaugurates realities, as Heidegger liked to say, Stiften. These projections run in opposite directions, even though they can both be detected in the most substantial corpus of such symptoms contemporary science fiction. The directions I hesitate to characterize as our old friends past and future, but perhaps they are new and postmodern versions of those, in a situation in which neither past nor future has, as we have seen, much in the way of legal claims on our attention or responsibility. Decadence and high technology are indeed the occasions and the launch pads for such speculation, coming themselves in antithetical guises and modes. For while high technology is omnipresent and unavoidable, particularly in its various religious forms. Decadence compels by its absence, like a smell nobody mentions or a thought all the guests are visibly making an effort not to think. One would have thought that the world of headphones and Andy Warhol, of fundamentalism and AIDS, of exercise machines and MTV, yuppies and books on postmodernism, punk hairdos and 50s style crew cuts, the loss of historicity and the elegy of schizophrenia, the media and obsessions with calcium and cholesterol, the logic of future shock and the emergence of scientists and counterinsurgency strike forces as new types of social groups, would have all the qualifications to pass for ripely decadent in the eyes of any sensible Martian observer, but it is corny to say so, and one of the other tactical achievements of the postmodern discursive system lies in the relegation of the laudator temporis acti to the storeroom of no longer very plausible or believable literary characters. To be sure, where the former norm has become just another lifestyle, the category of the eccentric loses its reason for being, but the moderns still had this concept, which they sometimes acted out in a way that in our time only Fellini's great Satyricon recaptures, in the guise of a nostalgia film about the late Roman Empire, with this signal difference, that the nostalgia may somehow be real, in which case it must be identified as a hitherto unknown and unclassified species of feeling. Altogether, unless the whole thing is simply a costume remake of La Dolce Vita, in which case Fellini is just another moralizer without interest, something his film disproves by triumphantly eschewing the narcissistic pathos of its contemporary counterpart. Fellini here manages to construct a time machine in which we can still seize a glimpse not of the world as lived by the decadent Romans of the Silver Age but of that of high modernists, at least in their first symbolist stage, who unlike us could still think the concept of decadence concretely and with Flaubertian force. Meanwhile, as Richard Gilman pertinently reminds us, the Romans in question had no such concept, and unlike the character in the costume drama who announces that he is off for the 30 Years' War, but like ourselves, the postmoderns, were very far from pinching themselves at every moment to remind themselves that they were living in the decadence. Gilman goes on to tell us to stop using this noxious concept, unaware that everyone else has long since done so, but it still offers an interesting laboratory in which to observe the peculiar behavior of that phenomenon called the sense of historical difference. The paradox in the conceptual problems rehearsed by Fellini's representation draws its paralogical motor force from the paradoxes of difference in the first place, the decadents being as different from us as in another sense they are somehow the same, and the vehicles for our disguised symbolic identification. But decadence in that sense and as a theme or ideology is not some mere room in the imaginary museum, housing a culture, for example, more peculiar than that of the Polynesians, nor is it, as Gilman sometimes thinks, a theory that includes presuppositions about psychic and racial health or imbalance. It is a secondary spin-off of a whole theory of history, and a special case subset of what the Germans call Geschichtsphilosophy. Unfortunately, therefore, one must start from that and work one's way down to De Esseens or Fellini's Romans. It is a task that involves some reflection on the specificity of modern times and on the way in which it defines itself by way of its own difference from the rest of history, something Latour has recently and conveniently rebaptized the Great Divide, as though there were not any number of those still around, but what is also sometimes called the West and the rest, otherwise known as Western reason, Western metaphysics, or indeed, Latour's own special preoccupation, science itself, about which it is unnecessary to specify that it is Western in the first place, except for readers of Joseph Needham or Levi Strauss. Latour has cooked up a wonderful table of the synonyms and disguises of this view of Western exceptionalism, in which a number of old Marxist friends will also be found: the modern world, secularization, rationalization, anonymity, disenchantment, mercantilism, optimization, dehumanization, mechanization, westernization, capitalism, industrialization, post-industrialization, technicalization, intellectualization, sterilization, objectivization, Americanization, scientization, consumer society, one-dimensional society, soulless society, modern madness, modern times, progress. 41. Clearly enough, Latour has telescoped several historical stages into these positions, something which only underscores the deeper continuity of the situations from which they spring and which they express, Meanwhile, the complicity of the left and Marxism in the perpetuation of this myth of Western exceptionalism is here made perfectly clear for anyone who had forgotten the pages of the Communist Manifesto devoted to the celebration of the new and historically unique dynamics of capitalism itself. In my opinion, however, it is modernism itself, or rather modernity, unless in reality it be modernization, that stands accused, the novelty rather lying in the association of Marxism with all that, as just another modernism. In fact, the stages aspect of historical materialism can be refrained in an unconventional way that transforms the absolute break most often, and rightly, felt to be present in Marxism between capitalism and socialism, and the so-called pre-capitalist modes of production. Indeed, in the tradition, a number of diversely accented breaks wander along the historical continuum, like a line of verse about which one hesitates as to its meter or relative freedom. Marxism indeed posits one kind of break between tribal societies, hunters and gatherers, primitive communism, and those later modes of production, including capitalism, which no state power, along with the surplus, writing, the division between mental and manual labor, and so forth. It posits another kind of break between pre-capitalist power societies and that very special dynamic of capitalism, with its infinite expansion, both positing a limit specific to itself and on the other hand driving beyond any limit, that may be said to reinvent history in a new way, and also to constitute an incomparable and hitherto novel form of social imperialism. This is, of course, the break Latour has in mind. Meanwhile, one must also presumably posit a fundamental break between capitalism and socialism, in the sense in which this last reinvents, on a new and higher level, collective forms and experiences which make it rather more comparable to pre-capitalist social formations, and in that respect dissimilar from the atomic fragmentation and individualism of capitalism per se, even though, in a Hegelian move, socialism will also claim to retain the new richness of individual subjectivity developed under the market system. But this sequence, as thus traditionally presented and now that we are no longer quite so worried about its Darwinian overtones, unilinear evolution or multilinear evolution, still raises embarrassing questions which are not altogether dispelled by the dialectical notion that capitalism now inaugurates a new kind of global history, whose very logic is totalizing in the strict sense, with the result that, even if before there were histories many of them, and unrelated now there is tendentially only one, on an ever more homogeneous horizon, as far as the eye can see. A careful reading of the manifesto, however, suggests a somewhat different way of thinking about Marx's view of capitalism as a stage, for it can be grasped as a kind of enormous black box or vanishing mediator, one extraordinarily complex and temporally distended and developed laboratory, through which pre-capitalist peoples must pass in order to be reprogrammed and retrained, transformed and developed, on their way to socialism. This reading, which, although structural, remains dialectical, now redistributes the features of radical difference of the older series. It excludes questions about what kind of society, collective character and culture capitalism itself involves, since this last is now seen as a process rather than a stage in its own right. Finally, it obligates us to reconsider the features attributed to postmodernism in a functional way, as new and intensified forms of a structural tendency Marx famously described in terms of separation and disjunction, reduction, disaggregation, divestment, and the like. Returning to other varieties of the experience of modernity, however, we have already seen the way in which modernity is at least at one with the sense of difference and of impending change, whether in the immanence of the object world or the psyche itself. Not I, but the wind that blows through me. A fine wind is blowing the new direction of time. If only I let it bear me, carry me, if only it carry me. If only I am sensitive, subtle, oh delicate, a winged gift. If only, most lovely of all, I yield myself and am borrowed by the fine wind that takes its course through the chaos of the world. Like an exquisite chisel, a wedge blade inserted. If only I am keen and hard like the sheer lip of a wedge driven by invisible blows. The rock will split, we shall come at the wonder, we shall find the Hesperides. 43. It is an existential immanence that is interchangeable with so many expressions of the sense of objective change that sweeps the modern, along with a disgust for the survivals of the old, and a feeling that besides being a release and a liberation, the new is also an obligation, something you must do to yourself to rise to the occasion and be worthy of the new world tendentially in emergence all around you. But that is a world whose telltale signals tend to be technological, even though its claims and demands are subjective and involve the obligation to produce new people, wholly new forms of subjectivity. It is also, as John Berger reminds us, a world whose utopian promise will be blasted by World War I, save in the now more directed and restricted channel of systemic change and social and political revolution as such, now historically epitomized in the Soviet Revolution with its remarkable new modernist cultural effervescence. This is not the place to recommemorate that ferment, save to observe not only that it offers a fundamental structural distinction from the postmodern, in which, everything being new, or rather, nothing any longer being old, the excitement of the matter is greatly and dialectically diminished, but also that the vantage point of the postmodern ought now to offer new perspectives on a henceforth classical modernist heritage. What it does seem minimally possible to affirm is that modernity is inseparable from that feeling of radical difference under discussion here. Moderns feel themselves to be radically different kinds of people from those of older pre-capitalist traditions or those in colonial areas on the globe contemporaneous with modernism and imperialism. What is offensive here for other societies and other cultures, and, it does not seem superfluous to add, for other races as well, will now be complicated by the way in which a whole range of other societies interiorize the dilemma and in their various ways live out the drama of old and new with dramatic anxiety. But the perfection of the grand machinery of capitalism, including its industry, is surely not some personal merit in the white, and often Protestant, Northern Europeans. It is an accident of historical circumstances and structures, or conditions of possibility, about which it ought to be a tautology to add that in it the educators were by definition themselves already re-educated, since among the other technologies capitalism produces and develops is also the human one, the production of productive labor. Nonetheless, even this description, which no longer involves any kind of Eurocentrism, posits and presupposes the absolute difference of capitalism itself. What one wants to observe, then, about a global postmodernism in which differences of that sort are theoretically repudiated is that its own condition of possibility posits the far greater modernization of other segments of the globe than was the case in the modern, or classical imperialist, era. Whence, then, this strange inner shadow or opacity within the modern of the decadence itself? Why should proud modern or modernist people, at best merely apprehensive about their insufficient modernity, harbor this secret fantasy of languid, neurasthenic difference, with which they then go on to tax the more ancient provinces in their empire, not to speak of their own most advanced artists and cultural intellectuals? Decadence is clearly something which both resists modernity and comes after it, as a future destiny in which all the promises of the modern go slack and unravel. The concept fantasizes the return of all the weirdest religious sects and foods, after the triumph of the secular, of Homo economicus and of utilitarianism. It is thus the ghost of the superstructure, of cultural autonomy itself, that haunts the omnipotence of the base. Decadence is thus in some way the very premonition of the postmodern itself, but under conditions that make it impossible to predict that aftermath with any sociological or cultural accuracy, thereby diverting the vague sense of a future into more fantastic forms, all borrowed from the misfits and eccentrics, the perverts and the others, or aliens, of the present, modern, system. In history, finally, or rather in the historical unconscious, decadence comes before us as the ineradicable otherness of the past and of other modes of production, and otherness posited by capitalism as such, but which it now, as it were, tries on, as with old costumes, since these ancient decadents, who have no concept of decadence themselves, are the others of an other, the difference of a difference. They look at their own surroundings with our eyes, seeing nothing but what is morbidly exotic, but complicitous, and finally infected by that, so that the roles slowly reverse and it is we moderns who become decadent against the backdrop of the more natural realities of the pre-capitalist landscape. Where nature has vanished, however, and along with it the very otherness that one can find offensive in the hubris and the exceptionalist ideology of modernity, the concept of decadence must then itself fade away, no longer available for characterizing and expressing our reactions to the postmodern. What seems to persist, on the other hand, is the historiographic stage set of all those ends of the world that lent the decadent moment its peculiar resonance and, as it were, its silver note. Late capitalism is in that sense a misnomer, insofar as late now yields none of the findicibcal or late Roman overtones we associate with it, nor are its subjects fantasized as being faint and listless with too much experience and history, too much jouissance and too many rare and occult intellectual and scientific operations. We have all those things, indeed, but we jog afterward to refresh the constitution, while by the same token computers relieve us of the terrible obligation to distend the memory like a swollen bladder retaining all these encyclopedia references. Nonetheless, the imagination of catastrophe still retains the forms of a near and a far future category. If the atomic exchange has grown distant, the greenhouse effect and ecological pollution are, by way of compensation, ever more vivid. What we need to ask is whether such anxieties and the narratives in which they are invested really intend the future, in Husserl's technical sense of posing a genuine object, or somehow convolute and return to feed on our own moment of time. The paradigmatic vision of all this, the Australian film Road Warrior, which seems to have inherited a local tradition deriving from On the Beach and from the geographical sense of being the last in line for the atomic cloud, depicts what the Russians call a time of troubles, a breakdown of civilization and a universal anarchy and regression to barbarism, which, like the more facile Jeremiads of the decadence itself, could simply be taken as an unoriginal comment on and satire of the current state of things, from the oil crisis to muggings and tattoo culture. Freud has taught us, however, that the manifest totality of a fantasy or a dream, something we can enlarge to include the mesmerization of this kind of cultural artifact, is not a reliable guide, save by inversion and negation, to the meaning of the latent content, dreams of dead loved ones proving in reality to be happy wish fulfillments about something utterly unrelated. I once suggested that there could be conceived a kind of structural implication much tighter and more logical than this, in which the morbid features of the manifest content played a more immediate and functional role in diverting us from whatever in the latent might offend our self-esteem, or our internalized role models. The occasion was a made-for-television science fiction film in which a group of spelunkers serendipitously avoided the universal catastrophe, resulting either from the noxious effluvia of meteors or some short-term poison gas cloud, I can't remember which. As a convenience to the filmmakers, however, the victims' bodies, along with all the other dead organic material, were volatilized on the spot, without leaving even so much as a little telltale pile of dust. The last people on Earth, therefore, emerged into a forbidding landscape in which they could fill their car without charge from the gas pumps and take cans of food off the shelves in empty grocery stores. California, for them, was returned to the stage of a paradisal landscape free of overpopulation, while the survivors settled down to idyllic agricultural and communal existences, much like the, to me, utopian outcomes of John Wyndham's various apocalypses. The show thus offered existential terror and melodramatic grief, backed with the very real advantages of a reduction in competition and a more humane way of life. I call this kind of film a utopian wish fulfillment wrapped in dystopian wolf's clothing, and think it is only fair and prudent, as far as the nastier sides of human nature are concerned, to vigilantly scrutinize apparent nightmares of this kind for traces of that different and more egotistical drive toward individual and collective self-gratification that Freud found living on insatiably in our unconscious. Road Warrior, of course, has some other features that separate it from a simple-minded post-atomic narrative, of the type of A Boy and His Dog or Glenn and Rhonda. In particular, its temporal perspective converts its near-future narrative into a far-future one, endowing the present with legendary dimensions of a well-nigh mythical or religious kind, something then completed and finished off, with all the I's dotted and T's crossed, in the rather more Christological Terminator. But later, more urban fantasies give the game away, and it is not only the visual splendor of Blade Runner that suggests image consumption of a more familiar, but no less sumptuous and gratifying, type, which has little to do with futures fantasized or not, but everything to do with late capitalism and some of its favorite marketplaces. In my opinion, what films like this mean, not, perhaps, the best word for it, is not the breakdown of high technology in a future time of troubles, but its conquest in the first place. As representations, such postmodern dystopian films seem to give us thoughts and hypotheses about the future, and the thoughts and hypotheses are surely plausible enough, except for what we may now call the Adorno principle, which is as instantly activated by the future as it is by actuality, namely that even if they turn out to be facts, they may not necessarily be true. But what such films actually give us to consume are not those flimsy prognoses and dystopian meteorological bulletins, but rather high technology itself and its own special effects. J.G. Ballard, himself one of the greatest post-contemporary dystopians, has found a stunning formulation for such aesthetic projections. They have reached, he tells us, a level of technology advanced enough to depict advanced technology in decline. True high technology means achieving the capacity to show historicity of high tech itself. Wesson ist was Joessen ist, negation is determination. You can't say what a thing is until it turns into something else, not the end of art but the end of electricity, and all the computers breaking down. The thought gives new and exemplary meaning to a haunting moment in Renoir La Règle du Jeu, when, at the climax of the costume ball in the chateau, now infiltrated by skeletons waving their lamps and celebrating mortality to the tune of St. John's Danse Macabre, the fat lady pianist, hands in her lap, can be glimpsed staring with rapt melancholia at the skeletal autonomy of the keyboard itself, behind which the piano rolls have taken charge with a vengeance. It is a fable of the work of art at that particular stage of its mechanical reproducibility, gazing at its own alienated power with morbid fascination. The postmodern has, however, reached a later stage than that. Unlike the delight of the modern in its projection of wonder-working machinery, its delight with the very breakdown of that machinery at the critical point is subject to the gravest misunderstanding if we do not realize that this is precisely how postmodern technology consumes and celebrates itself. We must, therefore, posit a kind of supplementary bonus of pleasure in the surplus of the technological image itself, since here high technology is identifiable not only in the content, the ostensible future things filmed and then screened for a jaded public, but in the process itself, the nature of the stock and equipment, the qualities of the material image and the successfulness of the special effects, which, as in the paradoxes of the suspension of disbelief, are judged by way of the negation of the negation to be not unlifelike, and thenceforth evaluated according to the millions of dollars spent in their construction. It is indeed well known that today big box office successes are mainly obtained by new and remarkable special effects, while each of these new constructs is accompanied by a whole secondary publicity about its mode of manufacture, its engineers, its novelties, and so forth. Special effects are thus here a kind of crude and emblematic caricature of the deeper logic of all contemporary image production, in which it becomes an exceedingly subtle matter to distinguish between our attention to the content and our appreciation of the form. Expensive form rather than the older significant form that is surely now the watchword for these peculiar commodities, whose exchange value has in some complex supplementary spiral become a commodity in its own right. This is a somewhat different and more classical way of talking about the kind of status connotation first anatomized by Veblen, then codified in academic sociology, and finally reinvented in rich new ways by Pierre Bourdieu in our own time. In a society with inwardly collapsing hierarchies, the notion of status seems uncertain, but the universalization of the formal effects discussed above, what has been called a high-tech bonus, explains why such notions should again have become attractive. The abstraction of this process in which commodification reaches new and second-degree levels and seems to propagate itself upon its earlier stages suggests parallels with the credit system and the constructions of paper money in current stock exchange practices. Meanwhile, if one does not want to lapse back into technological determinism, it would be necessary to examine the structure of the new technology for its capacity to sustain libidinal investment of this kind, a jubilation with the new prosthetic powers which distinguish themselves from the older machinery, combustion engine, electricity, etc., by their non-anthropomorphic character and thus give rise to forms of idealism utterly different from the classical types. There may also be structural parallels to be established between these new informational machineries that are neither basely physical nor spiritual in any 19th century sense, and language itself, whose model has become predominant in the postmodern period. On this view, it would not be the informationality of the new technology that inspires a meditation on language and spurs people onto the construction of new ideologies centered on it, but rather the structural parallels themselves between two equally material phenomena which equally elude physical representation of the older type. Meanwhile, as religion has always been one of the principles by which modernity has tried to recognize itself and to specify its own difference, it may not be inappropriate to inquire about its status under the new postmodern dispensation, in which, just as its well-known lack of historicity has apparently generated any number of returns to history, religious revivals also seem endemic, without one's often caring to take them at face value. In Weber already, however, religion was the mark of difference, at the same time that some religions seemed to have more affinities with a modernism on the point of eradicating them than others, of a tenaciously conservative mindset and an incorrigibly traditionalist stamp. For these last, indeed, it can just as easily be said that the modernist campaigns of laicization and enlightenment reinforced and strengthened them, as that they achieved a life and object world in which such religious traditionalisms were ever more bereft of legitimation. Yet in the gentler atmosphere of an uncontested postmodernism, more effortlessly secular than any modernism could have wished, such religious traditionalism seemed to have melted away without a trace, like the authoritarian clericalism of an older Quebec under the paradigmatic Quiet Revolution, while the wildest and most unexpected forms of what is now sometimes called fundamentalism flourish, virtually at random and seemingly obedient to other climacterics and ecological laws. It would be abusive or sentimental to account for such new religious formations by way of an appeal to some universal human appetite for the spiritual, in a situation in which spirituality virtually by definition no longer exists. The definition in question is in fact that of postmodernism itself. One of postmodernism's ultimate achievements is the utter eradication of all the forms of what used to be called idealism, in bourgeois or even in pre-capitalist societies. This means, of course, in passing, that it is fruitless to worry about materialism either, which came into the world as idealism's therapy and corrective, and which no longer finds anything much to do, nor is it worth taxing the postmodernisms with materialism in the other, North American, and consumerist sense, since no contrasting conduct is any longer imaginable in a fully commodified world. The problems, meanwhile, that an older Marxian concept of ideology has had to confront in recent years surely arise from its affinity with the various forms of idealism it was wont to denounce, which are themselves extinct. As far as the religious fundamentalisms are concerned, Marvin Harris has devoted part of an incongruously passionate indictment of postmodern times 46 to a denunciation of the emphasis of the new fundamentalisms on success of whatever type, life, liberty, or the pursuit of happiness, mostly financial, reminding us that no previous human religion on earth has ever valorized such things, let alone promised them. But the more fundamental question seems to me to be the one about tradition and the past, and how the new religions compensate their irreplaceable absence in the depthlessness of the new social order. For I take it as axiomatic that what is now called fundamentalism is also a postmodern phenomenon, whatever it would like to think it thinks about a purer and more authentic past. The Iranian Revolution, which became Islamic and clerical, was certainly launched against the Shah as an agent of modernization. In this, it was as anti-modern as it is postmodern in its insistence on all the basic features of a modern industrialized and bureaucratic state. But the paradox of Freudian repetition would seem to hold inversely for traditionalism as a postmodern, or even a modern, program, just as with the one you cannot really have any first time, With the other one you cannot imagine any restoration that can really be considered traditional or authentic. Modernist restorations seem to have produced a modernist form of tradition that was more accurately filed under the varieties of the different fascisms. The postmodern sorts all seem to have much in common with what the left calls new social movements. Indeed, they constitute various forms and varieties of those, and not all are reactionary witness liberation theology. What makes it as difficult to discuss religion in postmodern terms as to locate cognate experiential concepts such as the aesthetic or the political is the problematization of notions of belief in a postmodern social universe, and the theoretical challenge to such peculiarly self-confirming irrational doctrines in the conceptual area, where it is as though the otherness inherent in the doctrine of belief as such marked it out for eradication. Belief, along with classical ideology, was of course always redolent of a rhetoric of depth, and gave itself out as peculiarly resistant to persuasion or reasoning. Its ontological position in the intellectual realm masked, I think, the weirder and more basic feature of this pseudo-concept which was always to have been attributed to other people. Even as a believer, I myself never really believe enough, or so Pascal tells us. 47. The very concept of belief is then the casualty of a period in which otherness as such valorized difference resulting in an exceptionalism of the present, with its subalternities of the past and of other cultures is critically grasped as a cornerstone of the modern and as its most deeply cherished superstition about itself. The clear conscience of the postmodern in this respect has not, of course, been paid for by any principled abdication of the technological and scientific infrastructure on which modernity's claim to difference was based. Rather, it has been bought on credit and concealed by the representational transformation of that infrastructure in which the word processor replaces the assembly line in the collective mind's eye. Still, the religious postmodernisms constitute a rolling back of the dearly bought and deeply felt modernist sense of social and cultural difference fully as considerable as the social and cultural ones, if gender, bourgeois distinction, and Western scientific reasoning are forms of difference which our first world forebears considered to be unique achievements, but which we have inherited with no little disgust and set about dismantling, so also a religious modernism offers the spectacle of a theological hermeneutic of great refinement, endowed with elaborate and supple casuistries, which can have no great appeal in an age that despises hermeneutics as such and has little need for casuistry. For theological modernism seems to share with the other modernisms their constitutive sense of that radical otherness or difference of the past that constitutes us as modern people, the sense that everyone who went before us was therefore not modern, but was traditional, and in that sense radically different in their ways of thinking and behaving. All the old worlds die and become radically other from us at the moment of the birth of true modernity. The moderns thus, with their religion of the new, believed that they were somehow distinct from all the other human beings who ever lived in the past and also from those non-modern human beings still alive in the present, such as colonial peoples, backward cultures, non-Western societies, and undeveloped enclaves. For the postmodern, then, the break stands or falls with some putative opening onto these forms of psychic, social, and cultural otherness, which raises the issue of a political third-worldism in a new way, as it does the breakdown of the Western canon, and the possibility of some new reception of other, global cultures. The hermeneutic task of theological modernism emerges from the desperate requirement to preserve or rewrite the meaning of an ancient pre-capitalist text within a situation of triumphant modernization, which threatens scripture along with all the other relics of an agrarian past in full-scale liquidation. Peasants at the time of the English Revolution had a life experience of the land and the seasons that was probably not very different from that of the characters of the Old Testament, or of the New Testament either. It is no wonder it was still possible for them to stage their revolution in biblical terms and to conceptualize it in theological categories. That possibility no longer exists for a 19th-century bourgeoisie within a life world of factories and artificial streetlights, railroad trains and contracts, representative political institutions and telegraphs. What can stories about pastoral peoples dressed up in exotic costumes possibly mean for such modern Western men and women? A modernist hermeneutic then intervenes to save the day. The biblical narratives, including the gospel itself, are no longer to be taken literally that way Hollywood lies. They are to be taken figuratively or allegorically and thereby stripped of their archaic or exotic content and translated into existential or ontological experiences, whose essentially abstract language and figuration, anxiety, guilt, redemption, the question of being, can now, much like the open works of aesthetic modernism, be offered to a differentiated public of Western city dwellers to be recoded in terms of their own private situations. The central hermeneutic difficulty is then clearly posed by the anthropomorphism of the narrative character of a historical Jesus. Only intense philosophical effort is capable of turning this character into this or that Christological abstraction. As for the commandments and the ethical doctrine, casuistry has long since settled the matter. They also need no longer be taken literally, and confronted with properly modern forms of injustice, bureaucratic warfare, systemic or economic inequality, and so forth. Modern theologians and churchmen can work up persuasive accommodations to the constraints of complex modern societies, and provide excellent reasons for bombing civilian populations or executing criminals which do not disqualify the executors from Christian status. This, then, is the modernist situation in which someone like the North American fundamentalist theologian John Howard Yoder can be considered not merely anti-modern but also postmodern, by virtue of his affirmation of the literal claim on us today, in a fully modernized society, of the teachings of Jesus as elaborated in Scripture, specifically including the reaffirmation of the sixth commandment. In a situation in which such doctrinal reaffirmation is not residual, as in the traditional ideology of social groups on the point of dissolution and rationalization, in the Weberian sense, but rather appears within the postmodern environment of completed modernization and rationalization, it may be considered, without any disrespect, to have a simulated relationship to the past rather than a commemorative one, and to share characteristics of other such postmodern historical simulations. In our own context here, the striking feature of such simulation is in effect the denial of any fundamental social or cultural difference between postmodern subjects of late capitalism and the Middle Eastern subjects of the early Roman Empire. Such fundamentalism thus absolutely refuses what Latour calls the Great Divide, particularly insofar as belief in that distinction authorized and legitimate modernity in the first place, as an experience as well as an ideology. The example of Yoder, a Mennonite pacifist whose arguments were marshaled in opposition to the Vietnam War, can also serve as a timely reminder that the qualification of postmodernity does not automatically carry with it any ready-made value judgment. I will assume, indeed, that for any number of readers this particular expression of postmodern fundamentalism will, like liberation theology, in contemporary Roman Catholicism, be taken much more positively than politically more reactionary. Expressions of the same historical phenomenon, whether in the evangelicals or the Islamic Revolution in Iran. Both these last are, however, small group movements in an authentically postmodern sense. Indeed, the Iranian case poses the very interesting problem of how far a postmodern politics, including the most modern forms of media, such as the cassettes of the Ayatollah's speeches that were smuggled into the Shah's Iran, is consistent with the totalizing and modernist seizure of state power. The deeper theoretical problem raised by these forms of postmodern religion lies, however, in their distribution across the New World system to which the postmodern corresponds. There was never any problem of understanding how a modernism could come into being on the basis of a fundamental hostility towards and repudiation of modernization as such. Here, however, in a contemporary third world within the postmodern system, one is tempted to adapt Jenks's formula and to speak of some late anti-modernism, even though it was presumably the extension and fulfillment of the modernizing process that made the Iranian Revolution, and also the CIA-organized anti-revolutionary evangelical movements in Latin America, possible in the first place. The production of theoretical discourse. Throughout these pages I have insisted on a characterization of postmodern thought, for it turns out to be this that we used to call theory in the heroic discovery period of post-structuralism in terms of the expressive peculiarities of its language rather than as mutations in thinking or consciousness as such, and, ineffable or linguistic by turns, it would finally have to be dramatized by some larger social stylistic characterization of the type of the culture critique. An aesthetics of this new theoretical discourse would probably include the following features: it must not emit propositions, and it must not have the appearance of making primary statements or of having positive, or affirmative, content. This reflects the widespread feeling that inasmuch as everything we utter is a moment in a larger chain or context, all statements that seem to be primary are in fact only links in some larger text. We think we're walking firmly on solid ground, but the planet is spinning in outer space. This feeling also entails another one, which is perhaps only a temporal version of the preceding intuition, namely, that we can never go far enough back to make primary statements, that there are no conceptual, but only representational, beginnings, and that the doctrine of presuppositions or foundations is somehow intolerable as a testimony to the inadequacies of the human mind, which needs to be grounded on something, which in its turn proves to be nothing but fiction, religious belief, or, most intolerable of all, some philosophy of as if. Any number of other themes can be mobilized to enrich or inflect this one, such as the idea of nature and the natural as some ultimate content or referent, whose historical obliteration in a post-natural human age then centrally characterizes the postmodern as such. But the crucial feature of what we have called a theoretical aesthetic lies in its organization around this particular taboo, which excludes the philosophical proposition as such, and thereby statements about being as well as judgments of truth. The much decried post-structural swerve away from truth judgments and categories comprehensible enough as a social reaction to a world already overpopulated with such things is thus a second-degree effect of a more primary requirement of language, which is no longer to frame utterances in such a way that those categories might be appropriate. This is clearly a demanding aesthetic indeed, one in which the theorist walks a tightrope, the slightest lapse precipitating the sentences in question into the old-fashioned system, ontology, metaphysics, or sheer opinion. What one then uses language for becomes an issue of life and death, particularly since the option of silence, a high modernist one, is also excluded. My sense is that everyday garden variety theoretical discourse pursues a task finally not very different from that of common language philosophy, although it certainly does not look much like that, namely, the exclusion of error by way of the vigilant tracking of ideological illusions, as those are vehiculated in language itself. Language can, in other words, no longer be true, but it can certainly be false, and the mission of theoretical discourse thus becomes a kind of search and destroy operation in which linguistic misconceptions are remorselessly identified and stigmatized, in the hopes that a theoretical discourse negative and critical enough will not itself become the target of such linguistic demystification in its turn. The hope is, of course, vain, insofar as, like it or not, every negative statement, every purely critical operation, can nonetheless generate the ideological illusion or mirage of a position, a system, a set of positive values in its own right. This illusion is ultimately the object of the theoretical critique, which thus becomes a bellum omnium contra omnes, but the latter can equally well and perhaps somewhat more productively mount a vigilant guard over the structural incompleteness of the sentence itself, for which saying anything at all means leaving something else out. A permanent revolution can also be staged around those omissions, and the nature of the theoretical debate since the 1960s shows that the implacability of the older Marxian ideological quarrels was itself only a foreshadowing and a crude figure for the universalization of at least this specific conception of ideology critique that turns on the misleading connotation of terms, the imbalance of the presentation, and the metaphysical implications of the act of expression itself. All of which clearly tends to reduce linguistic expression generally to a function of commentary, that is, of a permanently second-degree relationship to sentences that have already been formed. Commentary indeed makes up the special field of postmodern linguistic practice generally, and its originality, at least with respect to the pretensions and illusions of philosophy in the preceding period, of bourgeois philosophy, that with some secular pride and confidence set out to say what things really were after the long night of superstition and the sacred. Commentary, however, also in that curious play of historical identity and difference mentioned above, now secures the kinship of the postmodern, at least in this respect, with other, hitherto more archaic, periods of thought and intellectual labor, as with the medieval copyists and scribes or the endless exegesis of the great Oriental philosophies and sacred texts. But in this desperately repetitive situation, which is to philosophical thought what the return to the formulaic is to the ambitions of great bourgeois modern narrative, in which the essential is absent, the sacred text that might lend a certain motivation to this life sentence to the commentary form, a linguistic solution nonetheless remains, and it turns on what has hitherto been called transcoding. For alongside the perspective in which my language comments on that of another, there is a somewhat longer vista in which both languages derive from larger families that used to be called Weltanschauungen, or worldviews, but which have today become recognized as codes. Where I used to believe in a certain vision of the world, political philosophy, philosophical system, or religion as such, today I speak a specific idiolect or ideological code, the badge of group adherence, viewed from a different and more sociological perspective which presents many of the features of an officially foreign language. I have to learn to speak it. For example, I can say some things more strongly in one foreign language than in another, and vice versa. There is no or. Ideal language, of which the imperfect earthly ones, in their multiplicity, are so many refractions. Syntax is more important than vocabulary, but most people think it is the other way round. My awareness of linguistic dynamics is the result of a new global system or a certain demographic pluralism. Under these circumstances, several new kinds of operations are possible. I can transcode, that is to say, I can set about measuring what is sayable and thinkable in each of these codes or idiolects and compare that to the conceptual possibilities of its competitors. This is, in my opinion, the most productive and responsible activity for students and theoretical or philosophical critics to pursue today, but it has the drawback of being retrospective and even potentially traditionalist or nostalgic, insofar as the proliferation of new codes is an endless process that at best cannibalizes the preceding ones and at worst consigns them to the historical dust heap. Thereby emerges a somewhat different possibility, which has its kinship with this one, namely, what I will call the production of theoretical discourse par excellence, the activity of generating new codes, it being understood that in a situation in which new ways of thinking and new philosophical systems are by definition excluded, this activity is utterly non-traditional and demands the invention of new skills altogether. New theoretical discourse is produced by the setting into active equivalence of two pre-existing codes, which thereby, in a kind of molecular ion exchange, become a new one. What must be understood is that the new code, or metacode, can in no way be considered a synthesis between the previous pair. It is not here a question of the kinds of operations that went into the construction of classical philosophical systems. The older attempt at a Freudo-Marxism can indeed give a certain idea of the difficulties of yoking two thought systems together. These are difficulties that fall away, and reveal a strange new conceptual landscape, when it is rather a question of linking two sets of terms in such a way that each can express and indeed interpret the other, in the strong sense of Peirce's interpreton. This is, no doubt, in its conditions of possibility, related to the channel switching characterized above, and dependent in much the same way on the mutual parceling out and colonization of reality by various language zones and codes, only here a more active consequence is drawn than in culture as such, and the relationship between two channels, so to speak, becomes a solution rather than a problem, being maximized into an instrument in its own right. Hegemony here means the possibility of recoding vast quantities of pre-existing discourse, in other languages, into the new code. Meanwhile, the two codes thus identified may be seen to have something of a base and superstructure relationship, not by way of any kind of ontological priority that one is assigned over the other. Rather, the new structure serves to absorb and diffuse the otherwise inevitable and natural questions of this kind about priority, but more particularly owing to the cultural or semiotic overtones of one of the codes as opposed to the other. Thus, in what is virtually the paradigm gesture of the new production process, Jean Baudrillard links the formula for exchange and use value, rewritten as a fraction, with the fraction for the sign itself, signifier and signified, thereby inaugurating a semiotic chain reaction whose fallout seems to have continued to the present. His own act of equivalence was no doubt modeled on the genial intuition of the great predecessors in the launching of structuralism itself, most notably Lacan, whose identification of the semiotic fraction with the fraction produced by the bar separating conscious from unconscious is well known and even more influential. More recently, Bruno Latour has combined a semiotic code with a map of social and power relations to transcode the scientific fact and the scientific discovery itself. Nothing, indeed, prevents the enlargement of the chain of equations to further codes. Nor are these isolated examples, as we have seen above in the theoretical chapters. Instead, they are the most visible and dramatic, owing to the naked deployment of the semiotic code itself, last and most visible of the secular postmodern idiolects. That specific ideological effects can be derived from the new mechanism is something I have tried to show above in the example of the popular current identification between market and the media. But any theory of the production of theoretical discourse, to which the present remarks are only prolegomena and notes, will need to develop further in two distinct directions. One involves the reordering of the semiotic equation, the transcoding of the two distinct conceptual terminologies, their projection onto an axis of equivalence, to use the Jacobsonian model of Lacan and Mauve, who can in this respect be read as offering an exemplary formal description of the production of theoretical discourse, into a hierarchical relationship or strong fraction, of the Lacanian type, which sorts itself out into something like our old friend's base and superstructure. With this difference that in theoretical discourse it is always the superstructure that is determinate. That superstructure is also always itself in one way or another communicational or mediatic. The sparks struck by the theoretical setting of two codes in equivalence with each other always require one code to have its deeper affinities with the media itself, something I will illustrate more concretely in my concluding discussion of cognitive mapping, which can in this respect be grasped as a kind of reflexive form of theoretical discourse. The other proposition that demands exploration is the generation, from out of the transcoding process, of strange new ambivalent abstractions, which look like traditional philosophical universals but are in reality as specific or particular as the paper they are printed on, and tend to turn ceaselessly into each other, that is to say, into their own logical opposites. We have already confronted several such pairs of abstractions, in identity and difference themselves, but also in the peculiar postmodern or late capitalist indistinction between uniformity or standardization and differentiation, or between separation and unification, which in this particular mode of production turn out to be the same thing. For the most part, however, specific ideological mirages are produced, as it were, in spite of the apparatus rather than because of it. In the desperate flight from everything ontological or foundational about the old philosophical system, a kind of antisubstantialist doctrine about sheer process is invoked, and a momentum develops thought as operation rather than as conceptualization that nonetheless yields the old illusion of system and ontology in the pauses between the operations and the reified appearance of discourse served up on the page. Reification, indeed, not to mention commodification, would offer another code in which to characterize the same general fate or destiny of theoretical discourse, as it finds itself thematized and transformed into someone's personal philosophy or system. In reality, however, the process of ideological delegitimation is most often secured in a rather different way from this ceaseless discursive warfare that if anything perpetuates the rights of all the players. As with any other economy or logic, to the mechanisms that drive the process forward must be added mechanisms that prevent it from slackening or lapsing back into habits or procedures of the past. Transcoding and the production of theoretical discourse are a flight forward, as the French say, and their momentum is maintained by what burns all the bridges and makes retreat impossible, namely, the growing old of the codes, the planned obsolescence of all the older conceptual machinery. A remarkable observation by Richard Rorty, whose modest Socratic dryness wants to confuse us into taking it for common sense, will serve for this particular point of new departure. He is talking about the originality of Derrida, for whom we may, however, Substitute any distinctive form of postmodern thought, the paradox lies in the difficulty of distinguishing what made up the new and the original, the innovative, in the modern system from a postmodern dispensation in which originality has become a suspect concept, but where many of the basic postmodern features self-consciousness, anti-humanism, decentering, reflexivity, textualization look suspiciously indistinguishable from the old modern ones. What's the difference? A Demonian question to which Rorty now responds: it is a mistake to think that Derrida, or anybody else, recognized problems about the nature of textuality or writing which had been ignored by the tradition. What he did was to think up ways of speaking which made old ways of speaking optional, and thus more or less dubious. 50. This can now be grasped as virtually the constitutive feature in what Stuart Hall calls the discursive struggle over the delegitimation of opposing ideologies, or discourses worse than incorrect, immoral, evil, or dangerous, is the apprehension that a particular code is simply one code among others, and an older one that has thereby and virtually by definition become optional. The strategy can be seen in addition to mobilize those fears about consensus described above. Indeed, if a code attempts to assert its non-optionality, that is to say, its privileged authority as an articulation of something like a truth, it will be seen not merely as usurpatory and repressive but, since codes are now identified with groups, as the badge of their adherence and the content of their expression, as the illicit attempt of one group to lord it over all the others. But if, in the spirit of pluralism, it makes its auto-critique and humbly admits its mere optionality, the media excitement falls away, everyone loses interest, and the code in question, tail between its legs, can shortly be observed making for the exit from the public sphere or stage of that particular moment of history or discursive struggle. In this particular case, the riddle "if everybody loses, who wins?" can be clarified, if not solved, by the proposition that in fact, ideologies in the sense of codes and discursive systems are no longer particularly determinant. As with so much else, it is an old 1950s acquaintance, the end of ideology, which has in the postmodern returned with a new and unexpected kind of plausibility. But ideology is now over, not because class struggle has ended and no one has anything class ideological to fight about, but rather because the fate of ideology in this particular sense can be understood to mean that conscious ideologies and political opinions, particular thought systems along with the official philosophical ones which laid claim to a greater universality, the whole realm of consciousness, argument, and the very appearance of persuasion itself, or of reasoned dissent, has ceased to be functional in perpetuating and reproducing the system. That classical ideology once did so, in the earlier stages of capitalism, can be measured by the significance of the intellectuals themselves, professors and journalists, ideologues of all kinds who were assigned a strategic role in inventing forms of legitimation and legitimacy for the status quo and its tendencies. Then, ideology was something a little more significant than mere discourse, and ideas, although they determined nothing in the mode of the various idealistic theories of history, still furnished the principal forms in which people became conscious of class conflict and fought it out. Marx. Why this should have been so fundamentally modified, and the role of intellectuals so diminished in our own time, may have several explanations, all of which finally amount to the same thing. One may, on the one hand, impute a certain enfeeblement of the individual concepts and messages, information and discourses, to a density hitherto unimaginable. On the other hand, one may also wonder, with Adorno, whether in our time the commodity has not become its own ideology, that is to say, whether practices have not replaced ratiocination, or rationalization, and in particular whether the practice of consumption has not replaced the resolute taking of a stand and the full-throated endorsement of a political opinion. Here too, then, the media meets the market and joins hands upon the body of an older kind of intellectual culture. It would be a waste of time to deplore it, but autopsies are the place in which new lessons about anatomy are learned. In the present instance, the ideological or discursive strategy Rorty laid his finger on may be grasped as an unexpected extension of Marx's fundamental figure for social development and dynamics, a figure that runs through the Grundriss, connecting the 1844 manuscripts in an unbroken line to capital itself. That is the fundamental notion of separation, as when Marx describes the production of the proletariat in terms of their separation from the means of production, i.e., enclosure, the exclusion of the peasants from their land. There has not yet, I think, been a Marxism based on this particular figure, although it is a cognate of other figures such as alienation, reification, and commodification, which have all given rise to specific ideological tendencies, not to say schools, within Marxism itself. But the logic of separation may have become even more relevant for our own period, and for the diagnosis of postmodernism, in which psychic fragmentation and the resistance to totalities, interrelation by way of difference and the schizophrenic present, and above all the systematic delegitimation described here, all in one way or another exemplify the proteoform nature and effects of this particular disjunctive process. XL. How to map a totality. So at length we return to the matter of totality itself, which we have presumably already learned to distinguish from totalization as an operation, a topic that will also afford me the private satisfaction of showing how the analysis of postmodernism is not alien to my earlier work but rather a logical consequence of it, something I want to rehearse again myself in terms of the notion of a mode of production, to which my analysis of postmodernism claims to make a contribution. It is first worth observing, however, that my version of all this, which obviously, but perhaps I haven't said so often enough, owes a great debt to Baudrillard, as well as to the theorists to whom he is himself indebted, Marcuse, McLuhan, Henry Lefebvre, the situationists, Solons, etc., took form in a relatively complicated conjuncture. It was not only the experience of new kinds of artistic production, particularly in the architectural area, that roused me from the canonical dogmatic slumbers. I will want to make the point later on that as I use it, postmodernism is not an exclusively aesthetic or stylistic term. The conjuncture also offered the occasion for resolving a long-standing malaise with traditional economic schemas in the Marxist tradition, a discomfort felt by a certain number of us not in the area of social class, whose disappearance only true free-floating intellectuals could be capable of entertaining, but in the area of the media, whose shockwave impact on Western Europe enabled the observer to take a little critical and perceptual distance from the gradual and seemingly natural mediatization of North American society in the 1960s. Lenin on imperialism did not quite seem to equal Lenin and the media, and it gradually seemed possible to take his lesson in a different way. For he set the example of identifying a new stage of capitalism that was not explicitly foreseen in Marx, the so-called monopoly stage, or the moment of classical imperialism. That could lead you to believe either that the new mutation had been named and formulated once and for all, or that one might be authorized to invent yet another one under certain circumstances. But Marxists were all the more unwilling to draw this second antithetical conclusion because in the meantime the new mediatic and informational social phenomena had been colonized, in our absence, by the right, in a series of influential studies in which the first tentative Cold War notion of an end of ideology finally gave birth to the full-blown concept of a post-industrial society itself. Mondel's book Late Capitalism changed all that, and for the first time theorized a third stage of capitalism from a usably Marxian perspective. This is what made my own thoughts on postmodernism possible, and they are therefore to be understood as an attempt to theorize the specific logic of the cultural production of that third stage, and not as yet another disembodied culture critique or diagnosis of the spirit of the age. It has not escaped anyone's attention that my approach to postmodernism is a totalizing one. The interesting question today is then not why I adopt this perspective, but why so many people are scandalized, or have learned to be scandalized, by it. In the old days, abstraction was surely one of the strategic ways in which phenomena, particularly historical phenomena, could be estranged and defamiliarized. When one is immersed in the immediate year-by-year experience of cultural and informational messages, of successive events, of urgent priorities, the abrupt distance afforded by an abstract concept, a more global characterization of the secret affinities between those apparently autonomous and unrelated domains, and of the rhythms and hidden sequences of things we normally remember only in isolation and one by one, is a unique resource, particularly since the history of the preceding few years is always what is least accessible to us. Historical reconstruction, then, the positing of global characterizations and hypotheses, the abstraction from the blooming, buzzing confusion of immediacy, was always a radical intervention in the here and now and the promise of resistance to its blind fatalities. But one must acknowledge the representational problem, if only to separate it out from the other motives at work in the war on totality. If historical abstraction the notions of a mode of production, or of capitalism, fully as much as of postmodernism is something not given in immediate experience, then it is pertinent to worry about the potential confusion of this concept with the thing itself, and about the possibility of taking its abstract representation for reality, of believing in the substantive existence of abstract entities such as society or class. Never mind that worrying about other people's errors generally turns out to mean worrying about the errors of other intellectuals. In the long run there is probably no way of marking a representation so securely as representation that such optical illusions are permanently forestalled, any more than there is any way to ensure the resistance of a materialistic thought to idealistic recuperations or to ward off the reading of a deconstructive formulation in metaphysical terms. Permanent revolution in intellectual life and culture means both that impossibility and the necessity for a constant reinvention of precautions against what my tradition calls conceptual reification. The extraordinary fortunes of the concept of postmodernism are surely a case in point here, calculated to inspire those of us responsible for it with some misgivings. But what is needed is not the drawing of the line and the confession of excess, dizzy with success, as Stalin once famously put it, but rather the renewal of historical analysis itself, and the tireless re-examination and diagnosis of the political and ideological functionality of the concept, the part it has suddenly come to play today in our imaginary resolutions of our real contradictions. The deeper political motivation of the war on totality lies elsewhere, however, in a fear of utopia that turns out to be none other than our old friend 1984, such that a utopian and revolutionary politics, correctly associated with totalization and a certain concept of totality, is to be eschewed because it leads fatally to the terror, a notion at least as old as Edmund Burke, but helpfully revived, after innumerable restatements during the Stalin period, by the Cambodian atrocities. Ideologically, this particular revival of Cold War rhetoric and stereotypes, launched in the demarxification of France in the 1970s, turns on a bizarre identification of Stalin's gulags with Hitler's extermination camps, but see Arno Mayer's remarkable "Why Did the Heavens Not Darken?" for a definitive demonstration of the constitutive relationship between Final Solution and Hitler's anti-communism. FJ, what can be postmodern about these hoary nightmare images, except for the depoliticization to which they invite us, is less clear. The history of the revolutionary convulsions in question can also be appealed to for a very different lesson, namely, that violence springs from counter-revolution first and foremost, indeed, that the most effective form of counter-revolution lies precisely in this transmission of violence to the revolutionary process itself. I doubt if the current state of alliance or micropolitics in the advanced countries supports such anxieties and fantasies. They would not, for me at least, constitute grounds for withdrawing support and solidarity from a potential revolution in South Africa, say. Finally, this general feeling that the revolutionary, utopian, or totalizing impulse is somehow tainted from the outset and doomed to bloodshed by the very structure of its thoughts does strike one as idealistic, if not finally a replay of doctrines of original sin in their worst religious sense. But the question of totalizing thought can also be staged in a different way, interrogating it not for its truth content or validity but rather for its historical conditions of possibility. This is then no longer to philosophize exactly, or, if you prefer, to philosophize on a symptomal level, in which we step back and estrange our immediate judgments on a given concept. The most advanced postmodern thought teaches us not to deploy concepts of totality or periodization, by way of asking the question about the social determinants that enable or shut down thought. Does the current taboo on totality simply result from philosophical progress and increased self-consciousness? Is it because we have today attained a state of theoretical enlightenment and conceptual sophistication that permit us to avoid the grosser errors and blunders of the old-fashioned thinkers of the past, most notably Hegel? That may be so, but it ignores Rorty's lesson and would also require some kind of historical justification in its own right, in which the invention of materialism would presumably intervene. This hubris of the present and of the living can be avoided by posing the issue in a somewhat different way, namely, why it is that concepts of totality have seemed necessary and unavoidable at certain historical moments and, on the contrary, noxious and unthinkable at others. This is an inquiry which, working its way back on the outside of our own thought and on the basis of what we can no longer, or not yet, think, cannot be philosophical in any positive sense, although Adorno attempted, in negative dialectics, to turn it into a genuine philosophy of a new kind. It would certainly lead us to the intensified sense that ours is a time of nominalism in a variety of senses, from culture to philosophical thought. Such nominalism would probably turn out to have several prehistories or overdeterminations, the moment of existentialism, for instance, in which some new social sense of isolated individuals, and of the horror of demography, as we have seen, particularly in Sartre, causes the older traditional universals to pale and lose their conceptual force and persuasiveness, the age-old tradition of Anglo-American empiricism as well, which emerges from this death of the concept with renewed force in a paradoxically theoretical and hyper-intellectual age. There is, of course, a sense in which the slogan postmodernism means all this, too, but then in that case it is not the explanation but what remains to be explained. Speculation and hypothetical analysis of this kind that bears on the weakening of general or universalizing concepts in the present is the correlative of an operation that can often look more reliable, namely, the analysis of moments in the past when such conceptuality seemed possible. Indeed, those moments in which the emergence of general concepts can be observed have often seemed to be privileged ones. As far as the concept of totality is concerned, I am tempted to say about it what I once said about Althusser's notion of structure, namely, that the crucial point to be made is this: we can acknowledge the presence of such a concept, provided we understand that there is only one of them, something otherwise often known as a mode of production. Althusserian structure is that, and so is totality, at least as I use it. As for totalizing processes, that often means little more than the making of connections between various phenomena, a process which, as I suggested above, tends to be ever more spatial. We must be grateful to Ronald L. Meek for writing the prehistory of the concept of a mode of production, as that will later be worked out in the writings of Morgan and Marx, which in the 18th century took the form of what Meek calls the four stages theory. This theory came together in France and the Scottish Enlightenment, as the proposition that human cultures historically vary with their material or productive basis, which knows four essential transformations: hunting and gathering, pastoralism, agriculture, and commerce. What will then happen to this historical narrative, above all in the thought and work of Adam Smith, is that having now produced that object of study which is the specifically contemporary mode of production, or capitalism, the historical scaffolding of the pre-capitalist stages tends to fall away and lend both Smith's and Marx's models of capitalism a synchronic appearance. But Meek wants to argue that the historical narrative was essential to the very possibility of thinking capitalism as a system, synchronic or not, and something like that will remain my own position with respect to that stage or moment of capitalism some of us now seem to be calling postmodernism. I am here, however, essentially concerned with the conditions of possibility of the concept of a mode of production, that is to say, the characteristics of the historical and social situation which make it possible to articulate and formulate the concept of totality in the first place. I will suggest, in a general way, that thinking this particular new thought, or combining older thoughts in this new way, presupposes a particular kind of uneven development, such that distinct and coexisting modes of production are registered together in the life world of the thinker in question. Meek describes the preconditions for the production of this particular concept, in its original forms as a four-stages theory, as follows. My own feeling is that thinking of the type we are considering, which lays primary emphasis on the development of economic techniques and socio-economic relationships, is likely to be a function, first, of the rapidity of contemporary economic advance, and, second, of the facility with which a contrast can be observed between areas which are economically advancing and areas which are still in lower stages of development. In the 1750s and 60s, in cities like Glasgow and in areas such as the more advanced provinces in the north of France, the whole social life of the communities concerned was being rapidly and visibly transformed, and it was fairly obvious that this was happening as a result of profound changes taking place in economic techniques and basic socio-economic relationships. And the new forms of economic organization which were emerging could be fairly easily compared and contrasted with the older forms of organization which still existed, say, in the Scottish Highlands, or in the remainder of France or among the Indian tribes in America. If changes in the mode of subsistence were playing such an important and progressive role in the development of contemporary society, it seemed a fair bet that they must also have done so in that of past society. 55. This possibility of thinking the concept of a mode of production for the first time is sometimes loosely described as one of the newly emergent forms of historical consciousness, or historicity. It is not necessary, however, to have recourse to the philosophical discourse of consciousness as such, since what are being described might equally well be termed new discursive paradigms, and this more contemporary way of talking about conceptual emergence is reinforced, for literary readers, by the presence alongside this one of yet another new historical paradigm in the novels of Sir Walter Scott, as Lukács interprets them in the historical novel. The unevenness that allowed French thinkers, Turgot, but also Rousseau himself, to conceptualize a mode of production probably had as much as anything else to do with the pre-revolutionary situation in the France of that period in which feudal forms stood out ever more starkly in their distinctive difference against a whole, newly emergent bourgeois culture and class consciousness. Scotland is in many ways a more complex and interesting case, for, last of the emergent first world countries, or first of the third world ones, to use Tom Nairn's provocative idea in The Break-up of Britain, Enlightenment Scotland was above all the space of a coexistence of radically distinct zones of production and culture, the archaic economy of the Highlanders and their clan system, the commercial vigor of the English partner over the border, on the eve of its industrial takeoff. The brilliance of Edinburgh was therefore not a matter of Gaelic genetic material but rather owing to the strategic yet East-centric position of the Scottish metropolis and intellectuals with respect to this virtually synchronic coexistence of distinct modes of production, which it was uniquely the task of the Scottish Enlightenment to think, or to conceptualize. Nor is this merely an economic matter. Scott, like Faulkner later on, inherited a social and historical raw material, a popular memory, in which the fiercest revolutions and civil and religious wars inscribed the coexistence of modes of production in vivid narrative form. The conditions of thinking a new reality and articulating a new paradigm for it therefore seem to demand a peculiar conjuncture and a certain strategic distance from that new reality, which tends to overwhelm those immersed in it. This would be something like an epistemological variant of the well-known outsider principle in scientific discovery. All of which, however, has another secondary consequence of greater significance to us here that bears on the gradual repression of such conceptuality. If postmodernism, as an enlarged third stage of classical capitalism, is a purer and more homogeneous expression of classical capitalism, from which many of the hitherto surviving enclaves of socio-economic difference have been effaced, by way of their colonization and absorption by the commodity form, then it makes sense to suggest that the waning of our sense of history, and more particularly our resistance to globalizing or totalizing concepts like that of the mode of production itself, are a function of precisely that universalization of capitalism. Where everything is henceforth systemic, the very notion of a system seems to lose its reason for being, returning only by way of a return of the repressed in the more nightmarish forms of 406, the total system fantasized by Weber or Foucault or the 1984 people. But a mode of production is not a total system in that forbidding sense. It includes a variety of counterforces and new tendencies within itself, of residual as well as emergent forces, which it must attempt to manage or control. Gramsci's conception of hegemony. Were those heterogeneous forces not endowed with an effectivity of their own, the hegemonic project would be unnecessary. Thus, differences are presupposed by the model, something that would be sharply distinguished from another feature which complicates this one, namely, that capitalism also produces differences or differentiation as a function of its own internal logic. Finally, to recall our initial discussion of representation, it is clear that there is a difference between the concept and the thing, between this global and abstract model and our own individual social experience, from which it is meant to afford some explanatory distance but which it is scarcely designed to replace. A number of other reminders about the proper use of the mode of production model are also advisable. That what is called a mode of production is not a productionist model, it always seems worth saying. What also seems worth saying is that it involves a variety of levels, or orders of abstraction, that must be respected if discussions about it are not to degenerate into random shouting matches. I proposed a very general picture of such levels in the political unconscious, and in particular the distinctions that have to be respected between an examination of historical events, an evocation of larger class and ideological conflicts and traditions, and an attention to impersonal socio-economic patterning systems, of which the well-known thematics of reification and commodification are examples. The question of agency, which arises often in these pages, has to be mapped across these levels. Featherstone, for example, thinks that postmodernism is on my use a specifically cultural category. It is not, and for better and for worse it is designed to name a mode of production in which cultural production finds a specific functional place and whose symptomatology is in my work mainly drawn from culture. This is no doubt the source of the confusion. Featherstone therefore advises me to pay closer attention to the artists themselves and to their publics, as well as to the institutions which mediate and govern this newer kind of production. Nor can I see why any of these topics should be excluded. They are very interesting matters indeed. But it is hard to see how sociological inquiry at that level would become explanatory. Rather, the phenomena he is concerned with tend at once to reform into their own semi-autonomous sociological level, one which then requires a diachronic narrative. To say what the art market and the status of the artist or the consumer are now means saying what they were before this transformation, and even at some outside limit leaving a space open for some alternate configuration of such activities, as is the case, for example, in Cuba, where the art market, galleries, investments in painting, etc., do not exist. Once you have written up that narrative, that series of local changes, then the whole thing gets added into the dossier as yet another space in which something like the postmodern Great Transformation can be read. Indeed, although concrete social agents seem to make their appearance with Featherstone's proposals, postmodernists are then those artists or musicians, those gallery or museum officials or record company executives, those specific bourgeois or youth or working class consumers. Here too the requirement of differentiating levels of abstraction must be maintained. For one can also plausibly assert that postmodernism in the more limited sense of an ethos and a lifestyle, truly a contemptible expression, that, is the expression of the consciousness of a whole new class fraction that largely transcends the limits of the groups enumerated above. This larger and more abstract category has variously been labeled as a new petit bourgeoisie, a professional managerial class, or more succinctly as the yuppies, each of these expressions smuggling in a little surplus of concrete social representation along with itself. 58. This identification of the class content of postmodern culture does not at all imply that yuppies have become something like a new ruling class, merely that their cultural practices and values, their local ideologies, have articulated a useful dominant ideological and cultural paradigm for the stage of capital. It is indeed often the case that cultural forms prevalent in a particular period are not furnished by the principal agents of the social formation in question, businessmen who no doubt have something better to do with their time or are driven by psychological and ideological motive forces of a different type. What is essential is that the culture ideology in question articulate the world in the most useful way functionally, or in ways that can be functionally reappropriated. Why a certain class fraction should provide these ideological articulations is a historical question as intriguing as the question of the sudden dominance of a particular writer or a particular style. There can surely be no model or formula given in advance for these historical transactions, just as surely, however, we have not yet worked this out for what we now call postmodernism. Meanwhile, another limitation of my own work on the subject, as formulated in the opening chapter of this book, now becomes clear, namely, that the tactical decision to stage the account in cultural terms has made for a relative absence of any identification of properly postmodern ideologies, something I have tried partially to rectify in the subsequent chapter on the ideology of the market. But since I have been particularly interested in the formal matter of the new theoretical discourse, and also because the paradoxical combination of global decentralization and small group institutionalization has come to seem an important feature of the postmodern tendential structure, I have mainly singled out intellectual and social phenomena like post-structuralism and the new social movements, thus giving the impression, against my own deepest political convictions, that all the enemies were on the left. But what has been said about the class origins of postmodernism has as its consequence the requirement that we now specify another higher, or more abstract and global, kind of agency than any so far enumerated. This is, of course, multinational capital itself. It may as a process be described as some non-human logic of capital, and I would continue to defend the appropriateness of that language and that kind of description, in its own terms and on its own level. That this seemingly disembodied force is also an ensemble of human agents trained in specific ways and inventing original local tactics and practices according to the creativities of human freedom is also obvious, from a different perspective, to which one would only wish to add that for the agents of capital the old dictum holds, people make their history, but not in circumstances of their own choosing. It is within the possibilities of late capitalism that people glimpse the main chance, go for it, make money, and reorganize firms in new ways, just like artists or generals, ideologists, or gallery owners. What I have tried to show here is that although my account of the postmodern may seem in the eyes of some of its readers and critics to lack agency, it can be translated or transcoded into a narrative account in which agents of all sizes and dimensions are at work. The choice between these alternate descriptions' focalizations on distinct levels of abstraction is a practical rather than a theoretical one. It would, however, be desirable to link up this account of agency with that other very rich, psychoanalytic, tradition of psychic and ideological subject positions. If the objection arises that the descriptions of agency described above are merely alternative versions of the base superstructure model, an economic base for postmodernism on the one account, a social or class base on this other, then so be it, provided we understand that base and superstructure is not really a model of anything, but rather a starting point and a problem, an imperative to make connections, something as undogmatic as a heuristic recommendation simultaneously to grasp. Culture, and theory, in and for itself, but also in relationship to its outside, its content, its context, and its space of intervention and effectivity. How one does that, however, is never given in advance, and while the descriptions and the analyses in this book seek to characterize and measure the space of ideological and theoretical struggle, I can imagine a whole range of very different practical conclusions and political recommendations being drawn from them. Even as far as a cultural politics is concerned, at least two different kinds of strategy seem conceivable. The more properly postmodern political aesthetic, which would confront the structure of image society as such head-on and undermine it from within, in the postmodern, paradoxically, offensive has become at one with subversion, and, as with Proust's two ways, Gramsci's war of maneuver has turned out to be the same as his war of position after all, might be termed the homeopathic strategy, most dramatically and paradigmatically exemplified in our time by Hans Haacke's installations, which turn institutional space inside out by drawing the museum in which they are technically contained into themselves, as part of their thematics and subject matter, invisible spiders, whose net contains their own containers and turns the private property of social space inside out like a glove. Formally, however, as was suggested earlier, Haka, along with many other contemporary artists of whom the photographers and the videomaker seem the most political and the most innovative, seems intent on undermining the image by way of the image itself, and planning the implosion of the logic of the simulacrum by dint of ever greater doses of simulacra. In contrast, what I have called cognitive mapping may be identified as a more modernist strategy, which retains an impossible concept of totality whose representational failure seemed for the moment as useful and productive as its inconceivable success. The problem with this particular slogan clearly lay in its own representational accessibility. Since everyone knows what a map is, it would have been necessary to add that cognitive mapping cannot, at least in our time, involve anything so easy as a map. Indeed, once you knew what cognitive mapping was driving at, you were to dismiss all figures of maps and mapping from your mind and try to imagine something else. But it may be more desirable to take a genealogical approach and show how mapping has ceased to be achievable by means of maps themselves. This involves the proposition, often reiterated in these pages, that the three historical stages of capital have each generated a type of space unique to it, even though these three stages of capitalist space are obviously far more profoundly interrelated than are the spaces of other modes of production. The three types of space I have in mind are all the result of discontinuous expansion of quantum leaps in the enlargement of capital, in the latter's penetration and colonization of hitherto uncommodified areas. A certain unifying and totalizing force is presupposed here, not the Hegelian absolute spirit, nor the party, nor Stalin, but simply capital itself, and it is at least certain that the notion of capital stands or falls with the notion of some unified logic of this social system itself. The first of these three kinds of space is that of classical or market capitalism in terms of a logic of the grid, a reorganization of some older sacred and heterogeneous space into geometrical and Cartesian homogeneity, a space of infinite equivalence and extension of which you can find a kind of dramatic or emblematic shorthand representation in Foucault's book on prisons. The example, however, requires the warning that a Marxian view of such space grounds it in Taylorization and the labor process rather than in that shadowy and mythical entity Foucault called power. The emergence of this kind of space will probably not involve problems of figuration so acute as those we will confront in the later stages of capitalism, since here, for the moment, we witness that familiar process long generally associated with the Enlightenment, namely, the desacralization of the world, the decoding and secularization of the older forms of the sacred or the transcendent, the slow colonization of use value by exchange value, the realistic demystification of the older kinds of transcendent narratives in novels like Don Quixote, the standardization of both subject and object, the denaturalization of desire and its ultimate displacement by commodification, or, in other words, success, and so on. The problems of figuration that concern us will only become visible in the next stage, the passage from market to monopoly capital, or what Lenin called the stage of imperialism, and they may be conveyed by way of a growing contradiction between lived experience and structure, or between a phenomenological description of the life of an individual and a more properly structural model of the conditions of existence of that experience. Too rapidly we can say that, while in older societies and perhaps even in the early stages of market capital, the immediate and limited experience of individuals is still able to encompass and coincide with the true economic and social form that governs that experience, in the next moment these two levels drift ever further apart and really begin to constitute themselves into that opposition the classical dialectic describes as Wesen and Erscheinung, essence and appearance, structure and lived experience. At this point the phenomenological experience of the individual subject, traditionally, the supreme raw material of the work of art, becomes limited to a tiny corner of the social world, a fixed camera view of a certain section of London or the countryside or whatever. But the truth of that experience no longer coincides with the place in which it takes place. The truth of that limited daily experience of London lies, rather, in India or Jamaica or Hong Kong, it is bound up with the whole colonial system of the British Empire that determines the very quality of the individual's subjective life. Yet those structural coordinates are no longer accessible to immediate lived experience and are often not even conceptualizable for most people. There comes into being, then, a situation in which we can say that if individual experience is authentic, then it cannot be true, and that if a scientific or cognitive model of the same content is true, then it escapes individual experience. It is evident that this new situation poses tremendous and crippling problems for a work of art, and I have argued that it is as an attempt to square the circle and to invent new and elaborate formal strategies for overcoming this dilemma that modernism, or, perhaps better, the various modernisms as such emerge, in forms that inscribe a new sense of the absent global colonial system on the very syntax of poetic language itself, a new play of absence and presence that at its most simplified will be haunted by the exotic and be tattooed with foreign place names, and at its most intense will involve the invention of remarkable new languages and forms. At this point an essentially allegorical concept must be introduced, the play of figuration, in order to convey some sense that these new and enormous global realities are inaccessible to any individual subject or consciousness, not even to Hegel, let alone Cecil Rhodes or Queen Victoria, which is to say that those fundamental realities are somehow ultimately unrepresentable, or, to use the Althusserian phrase, are something like an absent cause, one that can never emerge into the presence of perception. Yet this absent cause can find figures through which to express itself in distorted and symbolic ways. Indeed, one of our basic tasks as critics of literature is to track down and make conceptually available the ultimate realities and experiences designated by those figures, which the reading mind inevitably tends to reify and to read as primary contents in their own right. The relationship of the modernist moment to the great new global colonial network can be illustrated by a simple but specialized example of a kind of figure specific to this historical situation. Toward the end of the 19th century, a wide range of writers began to invent forms to express what I will call monadic relativism. In Gide and Conrad, in Fernando Pessoa, in Pirandello, in Ford, and to a lesser extent in Henry James, even very obliquely in Proust, what we begin to see is the sense that each consciousness is a closed world, so that a representation of the social totality now must take the impossible form of a coexistence of those sealed subjective worlds and their peculiar interaction, which is in reality a passage of ships in the night, a centrifugal movement of lines and planes that can never intersect. The literary value that emerges from this new formal practice is called irony, and its philosophical ideology often takes the form of a vulgar appropriation of Einstein's theory of relativity. In this context, what I want to suggest is that these forms, whose content is generally that of privatized middle-class life, nonetheless stand as symptoms and distorted expressions of the penetration even of middle-class lived experience by this strange new global relativity of the colonial network. The one is then the figure, however deformed and symbolically rewritten, of the latter, and I take it that this figural process will remain central in all later attempts to restructure the form of the work of art to accommodate content that must radically resist and escape artistic figuration. If this is so for the age of imperialism, how much the more must it hold for our own movement, the moment of the multinational network, or what Mondale calls late capitalism, a moment in which not merely the older city but even the nation-state itself has ceased to play a central functional and formal role in a process that has in a new quantum leap of capital prodigiously expanded beyond them, leaving them behind as ruined and archaic remains of earlier stages in the development of this mode of production. The new space that thereby emerges involves the suppression of distance, in the sense of Benjamin's aura, and the relentless saturation of any remaining voids and empty places, to the point where the postmodern body, whether wandering through a postmodern hotel, locked into rock sound by means of headphones, or undergoing the multiple shocks and bombardments of the Vietnam War as Michael Hare conveys it to us, is now exposed to a perceptual barrage of immediacy from which all sheltering layers and intervening mediations have been removed. There are, of course, many other features of this space one would ideally want to comment on, most notably, Lefebvre's concept of abstract space as what is simultaneously homogeneous and fragmented, but the disorientation of the saturated space will be the most useful guiding thread in the present context. I take such spatial peculiarities of postmodernism as symptoms and expressions of a new and historically original dilemma, one that involves our insertion as individual subjects into a multidimensional set of radically discontinuous realities, whose frames range from the still surviving spaces of bourgeois private life all the way to the unimaginable disintegrating of global capital itself. Not even Einsteinian relativity, or the multiple subjective worlds of the older modernists, is capable of giving any kind of adequate figuration to this process, which in lived experience makes itself felt by the so-called death of the subject, or, more exactly, the fragmented and schizophrenic disintegrating and dispersion of this last, which can no longer even serve the function of the Jamesian reverberator or point of view. But what is involved here is in reality practical politics, since the crisis of socialist internationalism, and the enormous strategic and tactical difficulties of coordinating local and grassroots of neighborhood political actions with national or international ones, such urgent political dilemmas are all immediately functions of the enormously complex new international space in question. Let me illustrate this by way of a brief account of the greatest importance and suggestiveness, for problems of space and politics, a historical narrative of the single most significant political experience of the American 1960s. Detroit, I Do Mind Dying, by Marvin Sirkin and Dan Georgiakis is a study of the rise and fall of the League of Black Revolutionary Workers in that city in the late 1960s. The political formation in question was able to conquer power in the workplace, particularly in the automobile factories. It drove a substantial wedge into the media and informational monopoly of the city by way of a student newspaper. It elected judges, and finally it came within a hair's breadth of electing the mayor and taking over the city power apparatus. This was, of course, a remarkable political achievement, characterized by an exceedingly sophisticated sense of the need for a multilevel strategy for revolution that involved initiatives on the distinct social levels of the labor process, the media and culture, the juridical apparatus, and electoral politics. Yet it is equally clear and far clearer in virtual triumphs of this kind than in the earlier stages of neighborhood politics that such strategy is bound and shackled to the city form itself. Indeed, one of the enormous strengths of the superstate and its federal constitution lies in the evident discontinuities between city, state, and federal power. If you cannot make socialism in one country, how much more derisory, then, are the prospects for socialism in one city in the United States today? But what would happen if you conquered a whole series of large key urban centers in succession? This is what the League of Black Revolutionary Workers began to think about, that is to say, they began to feel that their movement was a political model and ought to be generalizable. The problem that arises is spatial: how to develop a national political movement on the basis of a city strategy and politics. At any rate, the leadership of the League began to spread the word in other cities and traveled to Italy and Sweden to study workers' strategies there and to explain their own model. Reciprocally, out-of-town politicos came to Detroit to investigate the new strategies. At this point it ought to be clear that we are in the middle of the problem of representation, not the least of it being signaled by the appearance of that ominous American word leadership. In a more general way, however, these trips were more than networking, making contacts, spreading information. They raised the problem of how to represent a unique local model and experience to people in other situations. So it was logical for the League to make a film of their experience, and a very fine and exciting film it is. Spatial discontinuities, however, are more devious and dialectical, and they are not overcome in any of the most obvious ways. Such discontinuities in fact returned on the Detroit experience as some ultimate limit before which it collapsed. What happened was that the jet-setting militants of the League had become media stars. Not only were they becoming alienated from their local constituencies, but, worse than that, nobody stayed home to mind the store. Having acceded to a larger spatial plane, the base vanished under them, and with this the most successful social revolutionary experiment of that rich political decade in the United States came to a sadly undramatic end. I do not want to say that it left no traces behind, since a number of local gains remain, and in any case every rich political experiment continues to feed the tradition in underground ways. Most ironic in this context, however, is the very success of their failure. The representation, the model of this complex spatial dialectic triumphantly survives in the form of a film and a book, but in the process of becoming an image and a spectacle, the referent seems to have disappeared, as so many people from Debord to Baudrillard always warned us it would. The example may also serve to illustrate the proposition that successful spatial representation need not be some uplifting socialist realist drama of revolutionary triumph, but may be equally inscribed in a narrative of defeat, which sometimes, even more effectively, causes the whole architectonic of postmodern global space to rise up in ghostly profile behind itself, as some ultimate dialectical barrier or invisible limit. And the Detroit experience may now specify more concretely what is meant by the slogan of cognitive mapping, which can now be characterized as something of a synthesis between Althusser and Kevin Lynch. Lynch's classic work, The Image of the City, indeed spawned the whole low-level subdiscipline that today takes the phrase cognitive mapping as its own designation. His problematic, to be sure, remains locked within the limits of phenomenology, and his book can no doubt be subjected to many criticisms on its own terms, not the least of which is the absence of any conception of political agency or historical process. My use of the book will be emblematic or allegorical, since the mental map of city space explored by Lynch can be extrapolated to that mental map of the social and global totality we all carry around in our heads in variously garbled forms. Drawing on the downtowns of Boston, Jersey City, and Los Angeles, and by means of interviews and questionnaires in which subjects were asked to draw their city context from memory, Lynch suggests that urban alienation is directly proportional to the mental unmappability of local cityscapes. A city like Boston, then, with its monumental perspectives, its markers and statuary, its combination of grand but simple spatial forms, including dramatic boundaries such as the Charles River, not only allows people to have, in their imaginations, a generally successful and continuous location to the rest of the city, but gives them something of the freedom and aesthetic gratification of traditional city form. I have always been struck by the way Lynch's conception of city experience its dialectic between the here and now of immediate perception and the imaginative or imaginary sense of the city as an absent totality presents something like a spatial analogue of Althusser's great formulation of ideology itself, as the imaginary representation of the subject's relationship to his or her real conditions of existence. Whatever its defects and problems, this positive conception of ideology as a necessary function in any form of social life has the great merit of stressing the gap between the local positioning of the individual subject and the totality of class structures in which he or she is situated, a gap between phenomenological perception and a reality that transcends all individual thinking or experience, but which ideology, as such, attempts to span or coordinate, to map, by means of conscious and unconscious representations. The conception of cognitive mapping proposed here therefore involves an extrapolation of Lynch's spatial analysis to the realm of social structure, that is to say, in our historical moment, to the totality of class relations on a global, or should I say multinational, scale. Unfortunately, in hindsight, this strength of the formulation is also its fundamental weakness. The transfer of the visual map from city to globe is so compelling that it ends up respatializing an operation we were supposed to think of in a different manner altogether. A new sense of global social structure was supposed to take on figuration and to displace the purely perceptual substitute of the geographical figure, cognitive mapping, which was meant to have a kind of oxymoronic value and to transcend the limits of mapping altogether, is, as a concept, drawn back by the force of gravity of the black hole of the map itself, one of the most powerful of all human conceptual instruments, and therein cancels out its own impossible originality. A secondary premise must, however, also be argued, namely, that the incapacity to map spatially is as crippling to political experience as the analogous incapacity to map spatially is for urban experience. It follows that an aesthetic of cognitive mapping in this sense is an integral part of any socialist political project. What must be stressed methodologically, in the operation of mapping as it emerges from George Aki's and Sirkin's interesting text, or from the only full-dress analysis of cognitive mapping at work in a cultural artifact that I have myself succeeded in completing, is that in the present world system, a media term is always present to function as an analogon or material interpreton for this or that more directly representational social model. Something thereby emerges which looks like a new postmodern version of the base and superstructure formula, in which a representation of social relations as such now demands the mediation of this or that interposed communicational structure, from which it must be read off indirectly. In the film I myself studied, Dog Day Afternoon, 1975, directed by Sidney Lumet, FTHE possibility of a class figuration in the content, the sinking of the older middle class strata into proletarianization or wage work, the emergence of a sham new class in the government bureaucracy, is projected out onto the world system on the one hand, and on the other articulated by the form of the star system proper, which interposes itself and is read as the interpreton of the content. The doctrine of the Sartrean analogon permitted a theorization of this indirection and its mechanisms, and showed how even representation itself needs a substitute or a tenant lieu, a placeholder, and as it were a small-scale model of a radically different and more formal type for its completion. What now seems clear is that this kind of triangulation is historically specific and has its deeper relationship with the structural dilemmas posed by postmodernism as such. It also retroactively clarifies the provisional description of postmodern theoretical discourse offered above, and also rehearsed in the peculiar new ideological symbiosis, in the postmodern, between the media and the market. These are, then, not really theories, but rather themselves unconscious structures and so many afterimages and secondary effects of some properly postmodern cognitive mapping, whose indispensable media term now passes itself off as this or that philosophical reflection on language, communication, and the media, rather than the manipulation of its figure. Saul Landau has observed of our current situation that there has never been a moment in the history of capitalism when this last enjoyed greater elbow room and space for maneuver. All the threatening forces it generated against itself in the past labor movements and insurgencies, mass socialist parties, even socialist states themselves seem today in full disarray when not in one way or another effectively neutralized. For the moment, global capital seems able to follow its own nature and inclinations, without the traditional precautions. Here, then, we have yet another definition of postmodernism, and a useful one indeed, which only an ostrich will wish to accuse of pessimism. The postmodern may well in that sense be little more than a transitional period between two stages of capitalism, in which the earlier forms of the economic are in the process of being restructured on a global scale, including the older forms of labor and its traditional organizational institutions and concepts. That a new international proletariat, taking forms we cannot yet imagine, will re-emerge from this convulsive upheaval it needs no prophet to predict. We ourselves are still in the trough, however, and no one can say how long we still stay there. This is the sense in which two seemingly different conclusions to my two historical essays on the current situation, one on the 60s and the other the first chapter of this volume, on postmodernism, are in reality identical. In the second, I called for that cognitive mapping of a new and global type which has just been evoked here. In the first, I anticipated a process of proletarianization on a global scale. Cognitive mapping was in reality nothing but a code word for class consciousness, only it proposed the need for class consciousness of a new and hitherto undreamed of kind, while it also inflected the account in the direction of that new spatiality implicit in the postmodern, which Ed Soja's postmodern geographies now places on the agenda in so eloquent and timely a fashion. I occasionally get just as tired of the slogan postmodern as anyone else, but when I am tempted to regret my complicity with it, to deplore its misuses and its notoriety, and to conclude with some reluctance that it raises more problems than it solves, I find myself pausing to wonder whether any other concept can dramatize the issues in quite so effective and economical a fashion. The rhetorical strategy of the preceding pages has involved an experiment, namely, the attempt to see whether by systematizing something that is resolutely unsystematic, and historicizing something that is resolutely ahistorical, one couldn't outflank it and force a historical way at least of thinking about that. We have to name the system. This high point of the 60s finds an unexpected revival in the postmodernism debate.